An egg broken from within is life, broken from without it becomes food. Outside the window stood several cherry trees planted for the patients to admire. Summer happened to be the perfect season for viewing cherry blossoms, yet watching them day after day inevitably became dull. Yan Huang rested one hand against the window, his smooth bald head lowering slightly, as a faint smile surfaced on his face. Beep, beep, beep. The fluctuations on the electrocardiograph were for once remarkably normal, yet even so he was still not allowed to get out of bed and go see the outside world on his own. For he was a patient in the middle stage of brain cancer, a man with one foot already in the grave. He was only 26. He had finally worked his way up to the position of top sales agent, yet, before he could savor life, such a diagnosis had been handed down. He did not want to die. If there was any way to go on living, then it had to lie in that hidden world, the one that had never yet surfaced before the eyes of this reality. Yan Huang unlocked his phone and gazed at the missing person reports he had collected over the past month. The old beggar who had lingered beneath the Jiangdu Bridge for more than a decade vanished and reappeared half a year later, revealed to be the long-lost son of a trillion-yuan conglomerate's chairman. He inherited the fortune and turned his fate around overnight. A mysterious ritual: every year a 130-year-old elder from Wanhua village disappears. Each time he returns, he seems 10 years younger. Even scientists have called it a miracle. A great 21st-century artist vanished for 7 days. Upon his return, a twisted, uncanny painting appeared in his home. A collector offered $1 billion to buy it, only to discover that all the pigments in the painting had been made from the artist's own flesh and blood. In a single month, more than 400 people had gone missing. After their disappearance, they either returned as so-called winners of life, or they died miserable, unnatural deaths. Once or twice could be dismissed as coincidence, but 400 times. Yan Huang had been following these incidents for a long while now, or perhaps he truly had gone mad. And yet this was all he could bring himself to believe. There had to be something in this world that had not yet shown itself, something capable of fulfilling every human desire. He wanted to live. He refused to die so pathetically. He had to live. Yan Huang tightened his fists. Suddenly, an exceptionally sweet, childish girl's voice rang out in his mind. Congratulations, desire-filled human. You have been chosen by the dungeon. So long as you become a player and clear dungeons to earn points, you can obtain anything you desire. Wealth, beauty, and even mysterious powers beyond ordinary comprehension. So tell me, what is your desire? It had come. As expected, a sharp light flashed in Yan Huang's eyes, and his answer contained not the slightest hesitation. I want to live. Then, are you willing to enter the dungeon and become a dungeon player? Neither terror nor madness will ever separate you from the dungeon. Only death can grant you true release. Yan Huang's lips curled. His life had long since begun its countdown. If he could go on living, even if his entire existence from now on was shadowed by fear and insanity, so what of it? I am willing. Contract established. Determining player talent. Player Yan Huang is consistent in word and deed with noble character. Congratulations, you have awakened the talent Deceiver. Talent confirmed. Evaluating player attributes. Player Deceiver, Yan Huang. Talent: your words and actions are consistent, your character noble, everyone will instinctively place their trust in you. You never tell lies, you are the lie itself. When you activate your talent, everything including trust and distrust will be converted into probabilistic events for calculation. Hidden talent info 1. For any basic event, your words will enter into a judgment. The target has a 50% chance of believing you. If the judgment succeeds, the target's corresponding cognition and rules are altered. If it fails, nothing happens. Hidden talent info 2. For any absolute event, if your statement forms a state of opposition, either A or B, then regardless of whether the judgment succeeds, the target's corresponding cognition and rules will be altered, and you will receive feedback information. Strength 0. 5. 1 is the level of a normal adult. Agility 0. 5. 1 is the level of a normal adult. Intelligence 1. 7. 1 is the level of a normal adult. Evaluation: your panel is truly far too rare. Hurry up and enter the game and die already. Drawing beginner dungeon. Congratulations, you have drawn the beginner dungeon, solo dungeon, Frank Dungeon, City of Incubation. City of Incubation. Introduction: this is the hometown of century-level geniuses, the place countless people dream of reaching. Whether the residents born here or those who once set foot in this town, all become rare dragons among men elites of society. They possess the most perfect brains and the most perfect talents this world can offer. Those who walk out from here shake the world with their names. And now, as an archaeologist, you have been cordially invited by Incubation Town to explore and showcase their culture. Beginner's protection reminder: in the beautiful Incubation Town, once night falls, it will sink into a mysterious silence. My dear player, if you wish to survive, do not sleep too deeply and do not approach the darkness. Dungeon completion time limit: 3 days. Kind reminder: your dungeon process has, according to procedure, entered a live stream room. You can obtain real-time data through your brain. The system will based on dungeon difficulty livestream engagement and other metrics recommend your stream to other players in real time. If you get stuck, fulfilling viewers' requests in exchange for rewards is also a decent way to strive for survival. Now the game begins. Yan Huang felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He rubbed his head only to discover something astonishing. His hair had grown back. He felt the bumping beneath him as he sat and looked to the side in surprise. The car windows were covered in dark tinting, making it impossible to see what lay outside where they were or which road they were taking. The dark tint allowed him to clearly see his own reflection inside the car. His hair was thick and smooth, the strands falling neatly across his forehead. He wore a pair of thin black-framed glasses. On that familiar, delicate face was the same signature smile, one that made anyone who saw it unconsciously feel favorably toward him. He looked almost scholarly. This was how he had appeared before his diagnosis. It had been so long. He was now sitting in a car. It seemed he could check the livestream status. A thought flashed through his mind. Livestream viewers 1. There even seemed to be a message in the chat. Passerby, a newcomer in City of Incubation. That panel. Ha ha ha. Passerby, A has shared your stream. Passerby B has entered your stream. Passerby B ha ha damn, this really is the most pathetic panel I've ever seen, not even as good as a child's. He's definitely doomed. Passerby, A City of Incubation is one of the hardest beginner dungeons. No one has ever cleared it with a happy ending. Wonder how this newbie will die. Passerby B, how else could he die? He'll either be incubated or killed. Boring. Forget it, I'll just tip him a bit out of pity and leave. Passerby B has tipped you 1 point. Passerby A has tipped you 1 point. Livestream viewers 0. Yan Huang. He was in a way genuinely grateful. Was his panel really that miserable? It did not look so bad to him. But what exactly did they mean by being incubated? At that very moment, without a sound, a human face suddenly appeared in Yan Huang's field of vision. Empty eyes devoid of emotion, a wooden rigid face forcing out a grotesque approximation of a smile. Teacher Yan, we've arrived at Incubation Town. You may get out of the car now. After Yan Huang stepped out of the car with his briefcase, the vehicle behind him sped away at once. Before him hung a massive wooden plaque bearing 3 large characters, Fuhua Town, and beneath it a small slogan, a town where hopes are fulfilled. Beneath the signboard, 3 people were standing and smiling at Yan Huang. Their smiles were broad and easy, and the 3 of them seemed to be a family. The middle-aged man wore a brown plaid shirt, his slightly protruding belly adding a touch of kindly simplicity, clearly the father of the household. The wife was a beautiful woman with a thick braided plait draped over her shoulder. Yet the most eye-catching of the 3 was the youth standing in the middle. The boy looked about 15, wearing thick glasses and possessing a somewhat delicate appearance. His school uniform was almost spotless, yet he kept his head lowered at all times, his expression wooden, giving him an ordinary look tinged with a strange sense of constraint. The father extended his hand toward Yan Huang. Hello, Teacher Yan. We are from the Fuhua Inn in charge of your future meals and lodging. Just call me Lao Xia. Yan Huang shook his hand. Immediately the Xia mother praised him. Teacher Yan, you truly do look every bit the fine gentleman. Our family's Fumu has read many of your articles. He wants to be just like you and become an outstanding person. Come now, Fumu, quickly greet Teacher Yan. But Xia Fumu merely lowered his head even further. Whether from shyness or something else, he remained silent. Yan Huang thought he ought to ease the awkwardness at this moment, yet by accident he caught sight of the Xia mother still wearing a smile, her hand viciously twisting Xia Fumu's waist. The veins stood out on the back of her hand. She was pinching with great force. Though Xia Fumo clenched his teeth and said nothing, the faintly contorted muscles of his face spoke for him. He was in pain, he was afraid. Fumo, what's wrong? Greet Teacher Yan, she coaxed. At last Xia Fumu lifted his head, his muscles taut as he forced out an unflattering smile. Hello, Teacher Yan. No matter how one looked at it, it did not seem voluntary. The Xia mother's brows knit for a moment, yet she still maintained a friendly facade. Just look at this child, far too shy. Teacher Yan, please don't take it to heart. Yan Huang returned her smile. Of course I don't mind. The way this family interacted was indeed unusual. Well then, it's getting late, and you must be tired from the journey, Teacher Yan. It's best we get you back to the inn early. Come, Teacher Yan. Yan Huang followed along with them. The atmosphere in Fuhua Town was rather unique. Along the way, Yan Huang saw groups of well-dressed youths conversing with one another, their bearing and looks all remarkable. People by the roadside were displaying all kinds of different skills. Notice boards were everywhere covered with problems involving highly advanced topics, and he even saw several children under 10 sitting quietly in one spot playing Go. They were all an exceptionally outstanding group of children. The title Homeland of Geniuses was no empty. Halfway along the road, Yan Huang noticed a gigantic pit. Inside lay a single stone occupying nearly 2/3 of the crater. Compared to it, the people standing at the edge appeared especially small. As they passed, Xia Fumu's expression visibly darkened. The Xia father and mother, however, bowed toward it with sincere reverence, as if praying for something. Yan Huang was quite intrigued. Is this a meteorite? CF Father shook his head and explained, No, teacher, Yan, this isn't a meteorite. Meteorites fall from the sky, grew out of the earth. Yan Huang narrowed his eyes slightly. CF Father said, You may not know this. This is the stone of genius. Our Fuhua town has produced so many prodigies, all thanks to it. Ever since the stone of genius appeared, the children in our town have been exceptionally easy to manage. If you have time, you can come and pay your respects. It might bless your future children to become outstanding individuals. Is that so? Yan Huang examined the stone again. It was dull and lusterless, and if one had to name any difference from an ordinary rock, it was its sheer size and its unnaturally smooth surface. That is quite something, he remarked. By now a few people had begun watching Yan Huang's live stream. Though there was almost no interaction, the number of viewers hovered between 1 and 2 in a fragile balance. There were no tips and hardly any comments. At last they reached the inn, a duplex wooden house of modest scale. From the outside, it looked unremarkable save for the bulletin board covered with missing person notices. CF Father sighed and said, Everything in our town is fine except the outsiders. Some don't know the road, some like to wander off, and once they go missing they can't be found. Their families worry, so the town does what it can and posts these missing person notices. But after so long hardly anyone has been found. So teacher Yan, you must be obedient and not run about. If you get lost, you might never come back. Yan Huang studied the missing person notices and smiled faintly. Of course, I'm very clear about the purpose of my visit here, and I won't wander off without reason. All the missing ones were outsiders, he trusted not a word of it. CF Father still wore his simple honest smile. With that assurance I'm relieved. It's getting late now, I'll take you in to find your room. All right, Yan Huang agreed. Second floor. Here we are, this is your room. We'll bring your meals on time at noon and at 6 in the evening. If you need anything, please let us know, and we'll do our best to help. If there's nothing else, I'll head downstairs. I wish you a pleasant few days, teacher Yan. After leading Yan Huang to his room, CF Father took his leave with a brief farewell. No sooner had CF Father gone than Yan Huang had yet to step inside. He heard a creaking sound behind him. Looking back, he saw the door opposite his own ajar with a single eye peering out through the crack. That eye watched him in a hushed, lingering way. Yan Huang smiled naturally. Hello. The next second the other person slammed the door shut with a sharp snap. Yan Huang murmured, How truly unfriendly. From behind the closed door came a series of pained, creaking sounds like fingernails scraping across damp wooden boards, enough to raise goosebumps. The noise was almost unbearable. Yan Huang ignored it and entered his own room. The room was fairly clean, a bed, table, and chairs, and a private bathroom. Basic amenities all in place. Feeling a bit bored, Yan Huang sat down on the chair to get a feel for the place. At once he noticed that the wooden tables seemed to bear faint marks, slight uneven grooves arranged with a certain regularity. An idea flashed through his mind. He opened his briefcase, took out a pencil, and quickly shaded over the shallow grooves. Once covered in graphite, and catching the light from the window, the marks became far clearer. At last Yan Huang could make them out clearly. There is a strange ritual in this town. Do not wander about at night. You will become incubation feet. Incubation feet. Crack. As Yan Huang pondered, a sudden crisp shattering sound rang out from down. Yan Huang felt a sudden shock in his heart as he realized something must have happened downstairs. He hurriedly used an eraser to wipe off the pencil marks he had made and quickly ran downstairs. Before he even reached the bottom of the stairs, he could hear a harsh voice reprimanding. If you can't even handle this little matter, how can you save us some trouble? How could we have a child like you who is more of a hindrance than a help? Look at everyone else, their tasks are all hatching. What about you? Just kneel here obediently. This voice was unmistakably that of Xiamu, but the tone differed slightly from her usual kind demeanor, carrying a hint of disappointment. Xiafu stood beside her, looking coldly at his unpromising child, filled with anger. He pointed at Xiafomo and scolded, Look at you, you didn't even greet properly today. What are you thinking all day? When will you make things easier for us? Hurry up and pick up all this glass. His father's voice grew more authoritative, making the air feel suffocating. Yan Huang took a quick glance and saw that it wasn't a particularly severe situation, it was just a broken vase. Xiafomu remained silent throughout, keeping his head down, showing no change in expression, and the atmosphere became extremely oppressive. Xiafu took a deep breath and grabbed Xiafuma's ear, saying, Can't you hear me when I tell you to pick it up? Shh. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and the sound of the wind signified that the force behind it was certainly not light. It would definitely cause trouble when it struck someone's face. Bang! A loud sound rang out. The surrounding area was filled with a buzzing noise, making Yan Huang feel uncomfortable. Hua 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 entered the live broadcast room. Feng Xiaotian entered the live broadcast room. In an instant, many viewers flooded into the live broadcast room. Congratulations to the player for achieving the 50 people watching live simultaneously, achievement earning 10 points. Congratulations to the host for a slight increase in live broadcast data, receiving a level 5 newcomer recommendation, suicidal type, streamer, sidebar window recommendation. Hua hua hua. Goodness, it's been a long time since I saw anyone dare to block such a slap. I remember that blocking this slap triggers that storyline. Feng Xiaotian. Haha, how is this newcomer's attribute panel so low, even worse than an elementary school student? To dare to block this slap, once the storyline is triggered later, it's definitely a certain death. Huang 2. It's been a long time since I've seen a newcomer who can walk this storyline. The last one probably got their ashes scattered. Tisk. Being able to see this storyline is not a loss. Perhaps because the attribute panel was simply too low, Yan Huang felt as if the hand he had rushed to block was about to break, and his head was spinning. What was that storyline mentioned in the bullet screen? It probably wasn't anything good. Unfortunately, the live broadcast room couldn't reveal the plot, otherwise it would be easier to respond in time. But right now he couldn't think about that much. He accidentally caught a glimpse of the moment. He blocked Xie Fu's slap, seeing the flash of rage on Xie Fu's face, with veins bulging on the back of his hand. But soon he returned to his original gentle and simple demeanor, stepping forward with guilt and concern to grasp Yan Huang's hand. Teacher Yan, what brings you here? Oh dear. That must hurt from blocking it. Should I apply some medicine for you? No need, thank you. Yan Huang withdrew his hand and immediately asked, Old Xia, why are you scolding the child so harshly in broad daylight? What wrong did he commit? I must say that slap really hurt. It felt as if it might break apart. Old Xia quickly let out a sigh. Teacher Yan, aren't you bringing this upon yourself? My Fomo is clumsy, and we just gave him a small lesson, so he'll remember it well. Look, you blocked it, and ended up suffering, right? Yes, Teacher Yan, I think. I'll go get you some medicine. Xiamu chimed in. A small lesson. Yan Huang felt he couldn't accept their medicine and quickly waved his hand. It's really nothing serious, but a lesson is a lesson. You can't always educate the child this way, or he'll get stupid. As soon as he spoke, he felt the atmosphere around him drop several degrees. Xiafu and Xiamu fell silent, merely pursing their lips while gazing at him with narrowed eyes. Even though it was still afternoon and sunlight could be seen streaming in from outside, casting half a shadow on their faces, he felt an inexplicable chill creeping up his back, making him very uncomfortable. Suddenly they spoke in unison. Teacher Yan, this is just our family matter. We know how to educate our child, so you need not worry too much. They spoke in low voices, their expressions seemingly warm and friendly, and their words logically sound, yet it sounded strange. One could fear the next line would be, if you meddle further, we'll cut off your head. Yan Huang merely smiled and said nothing more. Xiamu lowered her head and patted Xia Fomu, who was still kneeling on the ground, on the back. Fomu, your father and I were indeed a bit impulsive today. We owe you an apology. Oh, quickly thank Teacher Yan. Xia Fomu trembled, his voice unsteady as he said, Thank you, Teacher Yan. Next time, please don't meddle in our family matters. Teacher Yan, look at this child. He really doesn't understand. He still has homework to finish, so we won't keep you any longer. Xiamu smiled, helplessly pinching one of Xia Fuma's ears and dragging him along. Xia Fomu winced in pain, his eyes widening as his pants scraped against the ground, making a hiss sound. Yan Huang had wanted to say something else, but at that moment he finally saw the expression on Xia Fuma's face. It was one of fear, rejection, and despair on that delicate face. How could a child of his age, wrapped in such an environment of love, display such an expression? Yan Huang knew that saying anything more would do no good. It would only cause more chaos. So he fell silent. Teacher Yan is a wise person, but sometimes you should worry about yourself more. Let me escort you back to your room. Coincidentally, the meal is almost ready, and I'll bring it over for you as an apology. Yan Huang responded with an Xiafu turned around and walked into the kitchen to tidy up. Soon he picked up a plate of food and returned upstairs with Yan Huang. He spoke to Yan Huang in a friendly manner about some things, but Yan Huang's attention was not on him. He heard Xiamu's frustrated complaints and reproaches directed at Xia Fomu as he was being dragged away. At your age, you should have succeeded in hatching by now. Isn't this losing at the starting line? Whoever next door is doing so well, this is truly embarrassing for us. Hatching. Yan Huang heard that word again. Initially he thought it was just a metaphor, but now he had a vague sense that something was off. Finally, Xia Fu brought him to the door, and the kind words of persuasion were gone. He handed the meal to Yan Huang. Teacher Yan, were you listening to me? Basic all-angle detection, 5 points, capable of implanting vision within an area, automatically acquiring all visual information within a radius of 10 meters for 30 minutes. At this moment, Yan Huang truly sensed the real existence of a power beyond common understanding. His mind seemed to be divided into two areas. One was what could be seen with the naked eye, while the other was a god's perspective within a radius of 10 meters. This was a truly marvelous experience that filled Yan Huang with excitement. In his god's perspective, he could clearly see Xia Fu hiding behind him, gripping a sharp kitchen knife. If he wanted to, that knife could easily slice Yan Huang in half. Yan Huang's expression remained unchanged, wearing a faint smile. The number of viewers in the live stream, it's coming. It seems this newcomer is quite clever, realizing something is off in time and purchasing the all-angle detection, but it doesn't matter, he has no chance of surviving with his panel. Ha, will gentle Uncle Xie perform a scene of me chasing you, and if I catch you then I will do ha. Uncle Xie stood in front, his hand gripping the knife, tensing slightly, seemingly about to swing it. It's here. At this moment, Yan Huang spoke, slowly activating his talent. Old Xie, I will definitely be safe in the town. Old Xie's actions hesitated, quickly retracting his knife, while maintaining a friendly smile. Lie detection opposing event detection failed. Result, unsafe rules for the affected subject, altered feedback information provided. Old Xie replied, amicably, no, you won't survive more than 3 days in this town. If you're lucky, you might be able to join the King of Hell as brothers today. Wait, what just happened? Why didn't it follow the plot? And Uncle Xie actually answered him honestly. Chao Zhe entered the live stream. Qianshan entered the live stream. Current online viewers 102. Old Xie's eyes revealed a glimmer of darkness and his hand gripping the knife tightened once again. At this moment, Yan Huang, Old Xie, I will definitely be safe in the inn, right? Old Xie inexplicably retracted the knife for the second time. Lie detection opposing event detection failed. Result, unsafe rules for the affected subject, altered feedback information provided. Old Xie continued to respond gently, why would Teacher Yin think that? You will be even less safe in this inn, as everyone in the inn is very interested in you. The audience in the live stream was stunned. What? Why is he getting stuck at this plot every time? Is he using some time reversal item? You think too much, he's just a newbie. Where would he get points? Even if time reversed, I guess. It's related to talent. His Deceiver talent is completely ineffective. Even if he keeps getting stuck, it won't help. He'll die anyway. But without a doubt, the audience in the live stream continued to show an upward trend. The discussion was becoming increasingly heated. Congratulations to the broadcaster for achieving a milestone in the live stream, refreshing the task of having 200 viewers online simultaneously. Due to the improvement in the broadcast quality, various comprehensive metrics have steadily increased, now recommended for the Bizarre category level 4 New Star Award. Goodness, this newcomer is quite lucky. By getting stuck here, he achieved level 4 recommendation so quickly. But there probably won't be another chance. I bet 10 points that if he can survive this plot, it'll directly reward him. Yan Huang slightly raised the corners of his mouth. 10 points, not bad. He looked at the Xiefu, who was about to make a move again, and posed another question. Old Xie, what you mentioned about interest is related to hatching, right? So, what exactly is hatching? In an instant, Yan Huang felt a sharp scream erupting from his live stream, like a child's cry magnified 100 times, nearly deafening him. A red frame covered the entire live stream, flashing 2 large characters. Warning. 1 red card. Player Yan Huang has seriously violated rules restricting his talent. When involving important plot points, the talent will fail to activate. 1 red card. Warning. Player Yan Huang has seriously violated rules restricting his talent. When involving important plot points, the talent will fail to activate. A sharp, angry child's voice warned 3 times in his mind, and everyone in the live stream suddenly saw no content. Then the child's voice continued, player Yan Huang, for the normal progression of the plot, please do not overly rely on your talent. With 3 red cards, the player will be suspended and detained for observation. Only the item Sin Cleansing Liquid worth 10,000 points can cleanse the red card count. However, please be advised the price of Sin Cleansing Liquid will increase exponentially with the number of purchases, so player Yan Huang should think twice in the future. Once this voice fell, the red card warning was truly established. The live stream resumed its viewable state. Everyone looked bewildered. What the hell? What just happened? Did he really receive a red card warning? He's just a newbie. What did he do? A red card warning. I've only seen that with those big shots. This is too outrageous. Damn, this newcomer is not simple. If he can survive, I think he has a good chance of being shortlisted for this round's Newcomer King competition. Due to this red card warning, countless people were drawn in. The number of online viewers in the live stream quickly surpassed 500. This momentum was astonishing. However, most of them had low engagement and were just here for the spectacle. But even so, that was enough. Congratulations to the broadcaster for a stable increase in comprehensive data, now recommended to the high-level player category level 3 New Star Award. Goodness. Getting stuck in this plot can still achieve level 3 recommendation. Impressive. Yan Huang recovered from the warning voice, not overly surprised by the surge in the live stream data. He heard the system's voice once again. Lie detection, anomaly detection invalid. The invalidity of the lie detection means that the earlier words did not enter the detection and did not successfully alter the other party's perception and rules. Yan Huang sensed something was amiss and took a step back, saying, "It's nothing, just a casual question." After all, the name Hatching Town sounds quite unique. He had intended to brush it off casually, but he underestimated Mr. Xie's vigilance. His smile became increasingly eerie, his dark eyes fixated on him with his mouth closed, but the corners curving into a shape impossible for an ordinary person to achieve. Like of a shape, just with a larger angle. Is that so? Then teacher Yan truly has exquisite taste. Not at all, mister. See, you flatter me. No, teacher, Yan is such a good person worthy of such praise. As he spoke, he moved closer. Yan Huang genuinely did not feel that way, his smile growing increasingly stiff and awkward. Mister, see, although we share a good relationship, being too close. You understand the principle of men do not engage in intimate contact, right? You have a wife and children, you should avoid suspicion. Oh no, teacher Yan, you misunderstand me. What I meant to say is, with your exquisite taste, why not let this perfect moment linger forever? What do you think? Mister, Xia's eyes suddenly gleamed with a cold light hinting at a trace of mockery. Outside the window backlit by the light, he raised the kitchen knife high, his smile stretching grotesquely beyond the apples of his cheeks. In an instant the sound of slicing wind arose as Yan Huang took a step back. Here it comes. That knife is finally coming down. There's no doubt he will die. Yo, I've already prepared to take a screenshot. It's been ages since I've seen a fountain. The knife was about to strike Yan Huang's head. Yan Huang's lips moved, the lenses of his golden-rimmed glasses reflecting light that obscured his gaze, leaving only a hint of confidence that suggested he had everything under control. Mister, see how this knife is a gift for me, right? Lie detection probabilistic event. The knife sliced off a few strands of Yan Huang's hair, but it did not harm him in the slightest. It stopped midair. Lie detected, successful determination. Result, perception of the affected party has changed. Looking up, a flash of light flickered in the lenses. Yan Huang's eyes, filled with gentleness, carried a hint of a smile as he locked eyes with the dazed Mr. Xia. Mister. Xia lowered the knife in his hand and handed it to Yan Huang, saying, Yes, teacher Yan. This is a gift I prepared for you. Please accept it. Congratulations to player Yan Huang for receiving the item carrying father's kitchen knife. Item carrying father's kitchen knife. Quality F. Usage requirement none. Attribute sharp. Item description. CF Fomu has a caring father who, in order to ensure his stable growth, uses his kitchen knife to eliminate all obstacles, and of course, you are an exception. At this moment the comments in the live stream exploded. What the heck? What just happened? What's up with this person's talent? Yan Ling. What exactly is he hiding? I'll pay 1,000 points for the information. Did he really get the items so easily? I've spent so many points and haven't gotten a single item, it's ridiculous. This newcomer. What's going on? I swear. If he can survive this dungeon, I absolutely will recruit him into our guild. Wow, amazing. This is truly a small knife butchering a man. I've never seen such a maneuver before. Player Hua tipped the streamer 10 points. Player Hey Rue Go tipped the streamer 5 points. The number of viewers in the live stream, 1743. It's rising at an alarming speed. Congratulations to the player for achieving the thousands watching together achievement, rewarding 100 points. Congratulations to the player for achieving the disarm achievement, rewarding strength 0. 5 agility 0. 5. The overall quality of the streamer's broadcast has greatly improved, now recommended to high-level players as a Tier 2 newcomer. Newcomer recommendation. Notification. Newcomer recommendation flow is immense, a on-scene, a lifetime opportunity. Please take it seriously, streamer. At this time, Yan Huang's total points reached 437. This wave was truly a windfall. This is really strong. After obtaining the kitchen knife, Yan Huang turned his back. Mr. Xia in front of him no longer posed a threat. His perception had changed, and he would not harm Yan Huang. Perception is determined by a person's spirit, memory, and various other factors. When the independent variable of an equation changes, the dependent variable also becomes the independent variable. Naturally, Mr. Xia's memory had also changed. He looked at Yan Huang before him, no longer displaying that eerie expression as if everything that had happened before had never occurred, saying, If teacher Yan has no other matters, I will take my leave. I won't disturb your meal. Yan Huang nodded. Thank you, Mr. Xia. Mr. Xia chuckled. Who are we to each other? No need for thanks, that's too polite. Yan Huang could only respond with a perfunctory, Who are we to each other? Well, after all, I was the one you just tried to butcher. Saying thank you would indeed be too formal. Mr. Xia quickly left the second floor, returning to the first. Yan Huang did not rest long, and after returning to his room, he looked at the food, and ultimately chose to exchange some food in the points mall. Now he was also a player with a total score of 437. Although this amount wasn't much, it was enough to buy. Yan Huang opened the points mall, and noticed something was off. Wait. Why have the prices of items in the points mall doubled? I can already imagine how Imimpi the streamer is feeling right now after all we all went through this back in the day. The deepest trick in the world is the trick of the points mall. It's hilarious. I was also disgusted by this points mall back then. The more points you have, the higher the demand index for a certain item, and thus it gets more expensive. Yan Huang frowned at these comments. He then spent 50 points to buy a whole roasted chicken and a bottle of moderately strong beer. Wow, 50 points for a streamer who either doesn't know how hard points are to earn or sees points as worthless. Yan Huang, looking good, ate at a measured pace rhythmically. A bite of roasted chicken, a sip of beer. It was particularly pleasing to the eye, making the viewers in the live stream swallow hard. Wow, that looks so delicious, I want to eat too. Am I really watching an eating broadcast in the high-level player category? I'm truly speechless. Will a streamer go promote some goods, or I've already placed an order? While this streamer is truly the most outrageous in Hatching Town. While others starve and go broke, you're here enjoying roasted chicken and beer, so out of place. Hehe, superficial. Wasting points on something useless. Yan Huang quickly finished eating. He chose the roast chicken and beer partly because he was hungry and needed to replenish energy. On the other hand, he was also focused on the attributes. He glanced at the roast chicken and beer's attributes, confirming once again. An expensive roast chicken known for its ability to increase satiety and enhance energy, thereby reducing the need for sleep. Ordinary beer, which boosts courage and enhances stress resistance. If you are scared, drink some alcohol. If you accidentally drink too much, well, it's no surprise if someone like you dies in the instance. Though the instance resembles a game, it is ultimately not a game. Every sensation is palpably real, be it pain or fatigue. He currently possesses little information, but one thing is certain: the night here is definitely unsafe. Especially since old Xie just mentioned that everyone here is quite interested in him. Who does this everyone refer to? Regardless of who it is, they surely cannot be anything good. There is an 80 to 90% chance they want to take his life. Moreover, the initial novice protection tip mentioned not to sleep too deeply and to avoid the darkness. This proves that there is definitely some hidden danger in the night. With less than 2 hours until night falls, he fears he might not be able to observe sufficiently. Thus, he must refrain from sleeping easily tonight until he determines what this danger truly is. This roast chicken and beer are his investments to survive through tonight. Time ticks away second by second. Yan Huang lies alone in bed, lights off, quietly staring at the ceiling. The surroundings are pitch black with no visibility, as if engulfed by darkness. A vague sense of emptiness lingers in his heart, akin to an amplified gravitational pull dragging his heart down. He has maintained this state for over 6 hours now. It is currently 11 o'clock at night, with less than 10 minutes remaining until midnight. Perhaps due to the continuous use of his talent earlier, a sense of fatigue weighs down on him like a mountain, making it hard for him to breathe, yet he dares not close his eyes. Bloodshot veins crawl beneath his eyes like intertwining roots. Yet everything remains the same. Nothing feels different except for an overwhelming sense of drowsiness. He remains motionless, and the data in the live stream continues to decline. The number of viewers in the live stream fluctuates at just around 50 to 60. The recommended spot has also shifted from a rare newcomer spotlight to a corner labeled 5th level newcomer recommendation for slacking off. The remaining viewers have also been silent. It feels too ordinary. So ordinary that it becomes eerie. So ordinary that it makes one want to drift off to sleep. Apart from the rhythmic ticking of the clock hanging above the door, there is nothing else to be heard. He can even hear his own breathing quickening. Should he just fall asleep? He has thought about it. But he also considered that if he falls asleep, he might not wake up again. The wooden bed beneath him is like his coffin. A buzzing sound echoes in his ears, as if his brainwaves are being shielded. Even the slightest movement of his eyes sends pain coursing through him. As the clock strikes 12, the hour, minute, and second hands align. Perhaps due to the age of the clock, a slight positional error has developed, causing the 3 hands to move and rub together, producing a tick-tock sound louder than any previous instance. Crisp yet chaotic, a contradictory noise. In that instant, a light knock echoed. Tap, tap. This sudden noise jolted Yan Huang, who had been teetering on the edge of sleep, wide awake. Is that thing coming? But if it were, why knock? At such an hour, the logical course of action should have been a silent approach. This knock could very well alert the prey, right? Or could it be otherwise? Or perhaps it cannot sneak in silently from outside. With every possibility weighing on his mind, he feels his brain slipping into a state of anxiety. The number of viewers in the live stream is rapidly surging. At an unprecedented, terrifying speed, it is returning to its original figures, even surpassing them. Congratulations, player, for achieving the milestone of 2,000 viewers watching simultaneously, rewarding 200 points. 12 o'clock has arrived. Oh no, I'm lying in bed scared. It has been a long time since anyone has traversed this line in the hatching city. It is almost all hatching lines. Am I about to witness that scene again? My shadow from my novice period is coming. They are all eagerly anticipating. The live stream's recommendation position has returned to its original spot. But Yan Huang has no mind for that. He looks at the barrage of comments, feeling his scalp tingle. What kind of scene would be considered a shadow? Tap, tap. That knocking sound came again, louder this time, the frequency quickening, as if it were trying to break down the door. No, it's not seeming, it is absolutely intent on breaking the door down. Realizing this, Yan Huang feels his blood circulation speeding up and his body temperature rising rapidly. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprang from his bed and dragged the nearby table to the door, pressing it firmly against the gap. It seems the other party has sensed something amiss in the room. The force and speed of the impacts have intensified. Even with the table bracing against it, he can feel the door trembling. The table is insufficient. Yan Huang immediately turned around, dragging the bedside cabinet chair and even the bed over to pile against the door until nothing else could be moved in the room. The other party seems unaware that he has awakened and taken measures, continuing to slam against the door. Yan Huang really wants to curse. Can it stop knocking? Does it believe he would jump out of the window? As a result, it actually stopped knocking. No footsteps, no sounds. Nothing at all. As if nothing had ever happened. Has it left? Yan Huang pondered. But he could only think so. He would never easily move anything aside. What if after moving it the other party had prepared a surprise gift for him? After hesitating for a moment, he ultimately chose to take a look. In this state, he had no other options. He could only purchase a permanent enhancement of night vision ability from the Point Mall for 500 points. After the purchase, the surroundings indeed appeared much clearer. At least he could see the corners more distinctly, yet the actual effect could not compare to that of daytime. He cautiously climbed atop the pile of items he had stacked, trying to minimize noise, inching closer to the door. Finally, he pressed half of his body against the door, peering through the peephole. To the left. Nothing. Nothing there either. Did it really leave? Just then he noticed something strange in his lower field of vision. As he shifted his gaze downward without any warning, a gigantic eye filled his entire field of view. It had no other facial features, just one eye with a width comparable to an adult's head staring back at him. As his vision widened, Yan Huang's face turned pale. It was an egg-shaped creature. Apart from the enormous eye at the upper middle, its entire surface was densely covered with countless normal-sized eyes, all blinking and rotating together. All its eyes were fixed on the peephole, separated by a small distance, as if locking eyes with Yan Huang. He felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. An egg with eyes. What kind of mental pollution is this? Yan Huang felt goosebumps all over his body, yet he held his breath and remained silent. The egg covered in eyes blinked in the corridor, looking left and right, and even tried to bump against Yan Huang's door. However, it was unsuccessful. But the sight of those eyes bumping against each other truly sent chills down one's spine. After failing once, the egg seemed to give up, no longer fixating on Yan Huang's door. It merely hopped a bit and turned around, the largest eye facing Yan Huang's door. All Yan Huang could see were countless eyes on the back of the egg. No matter how he looked from any angle, it felt as though he was being stared at. Yan Huang did his best to remain silent. He wanted to see what the egg intended to do. Soon the egg faced the door directly and forcefully bumped it twice. The door immediately reacted. It's not me tonight. It's the door, not me. Get lost. The voice was both hoarse and filled with fear, trembling as it yelled, showing no intention of concealing its existence. Yan Huang felt a moment of daze. Tonight it was him, not the door. It seemed the door was aware of these matters. But if it knew, why not leave? Yan Huang's anxiety intensified as he pressed his eyes against the peephole, not wanting to miss any detail. He saw that the egg showed no signs of letting the door go. The door angrily shouted, "Get lost. Didn't I say it's not me tonight? Let me go. Let me go." His voice grew weaker, more fearful, and increasingly hoarse. But what thoughts did the egg have? It had no head. It was merely an egg that liked to bump into doors. The force and frequency of the egg's collisions increased, making louder noises. Yan Huang could vaguely see the door shaking violently from the intense impacts. The person inside was screaming, seemingly pushing against the door, crying and begging for mercy. Such commotion was enough to wake everyone in the house. Yet in the entire dark corridor, no one noticed, and no one came out. It seemed everything was an illusion, whose such pure noise felt eerily surreal. Finally, the egg, seemingly frustrated by the repeated failures, began to show signs of anger. The countless eyes glared ferociously and sinisterly. It seemed to be scolding the person inside for being ungrateful, urging him to come out quickly. With that, it ceased all activity, gathering strength for an unprecedented, powerful strike against the door. Bang! The wooden board shattered, pieces falling to the ground, producing a dull yet crisp sound. Inside, the man who had turned his back and posed a big posture trembled all over. He turned around, his body thin as if it were just skin and bones, his cheekbones protruding, looking gaunt, his eyes lifeless, surrounded by dark circles. In those lifeless eyes, Yan Huang saw despair and fear. The man looked down at the egg in front of him, his legs suddenly giving way, collapsing to the ground, like a piece of rotten flesh, completely devoid of strength. He trembled, trying to prop himself up with his hands to avoid falling over, dragging himself backward. As he leaned back, he shook his head, gradually disappearing into the darker room. "No. Don't come over, I beg you. Don't come over. It's not me tonight. It's not me. Why are you looking for me? Why me? Why I? Can it be tomorrow? Tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll let you eat willingly. No. No need for tomorrow. Just 1 minute. 30 seconds. I beg you. I can finish it soon, just give me 10 seconds. I beg you, don't come over. Don't come over. I will write scripts for you, bring in more tourists. More nourishment, don't absorb me. I can do anything. Tears flowed from his hollow eyes, emotions reaching a breaking point, the tears streaming down his cheeks, splashing out as his head shook. However, the eyes on the egg showed no signs of letting him go. Instead, one by one, the eyes almost simultaneously squinted, curving into crescent shapes, leaving parts of their pupils visible, seemingly mocking the ignorance of the person in front. That eerie smile made Yan Huang curse, inwardly wondering how such a disgusting thing could exist. The egg hopped toward the man. The man had no strength left, so he could only turn and lie on the ground, trying to move on all fours like a beast. But ultimately, in the confined space, his movement was limited, and he retreated until his back touched the wall. Just 10 seconds. Don't come over. Don't. But it was of no use. The egg jumped over, and finally its body touched the man. In that moment, the man's expression twisted at a visible speed, turning into a hideous grimace, his hands reaching for the air, trembling, until he went rigid. His body became completely stiff, clearly immortal flesh, yet it began to emit golden light. This golden light was exceptionally dazzling, so bright that when it enveloped him, Yan Huang, peering through the peephole, could hardly see. Immediately afterward, the man, covered in golden light, seemed to liquefy, spreading across the ground in an instant, thick and viscous, resembling egg fluid. Yan Huang was taken aback. Just from contact, he had already turned into egg fluid. He began to feel thankful for his caution. Otherwise, lying on the ground now would not be the door, but himself. Just when he thought the matter had passed, a strange gurgling sound of drinking water came. Yan Huang snapped back to attention, continuing to watch the egg. The egg fluid on the ground was rapidly absorbed layer by layer by the giant egg in front. The eyes of the egg turned blissful and joyful as the absorbed egg fluid visibly covered the entire egg. Outside the egg, all the eyes were coated with this thick egg fluid, until it was thoroughly covered without omission. Yan Huang's breathing slowed down. Such a scene had an odd allure, making him feel dazed while not wanting to miss a single moment. The egg showed no further movement, as if it were frozen. But soon the liquid that had just covered the egg emitted an even more dazzling, almost blinding light. This light lasted much longer than before, illuminating everything around, as bright as day. Meanwhile, there was a faint sound of something breaking from the direction of the egg, as if something was trying to break out from inside. Crack, 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 crack. The cracking sounds grew increasingly frequent, and in that moment, Yan Huang even forgot to breathe. He silently summoned the knife of the loving father, gripping it tightly in his sweaty palm. The egg began to something was crawling out. With its back turned, Yan Huang couldn't see it at first. However, that thing stood up agilely, its size visibly increasing, the glossy liquid sticking to its smooth skin. Yan Huang finally got a clear view of its true form. It was a human. A bareback so thin that the bones can be clearly seen, two nearly perfect butterfly bones that seem ready to sprout wings, a slender waist, and long legs. The egg white on his delicate snow-white skin made it appear lustrous and smooth as the transparent liquid slowly dripped down from his body onto the ground. He extended a finger to his lips, seemingly licking it. Slim and alluring, he looked so fragile, yet possessed a sickly twisted beauty. He tempted Yan Huang to keep his gaze fixed. Yan Huang wanted to see clearly what kind of face lay beneath this figure. Perhaps it was a face killer. Slowly the person in front turned around. That face was finally revealed. Yan Huang's complexion paled, and he even felt a chill run down his spine. The person before him had a cold, handsome face with facial muscles naturally forming a fixed smile, rigid and unchanging. No one smiles like that. It was an unusually strange smile that instilled a strong sense of crisis. And this person was none other than Siefu Mu, whom Yan Huang had seen earlier that afternoon. His eyes were fixed on Yan Huang's door, staring at the peephole, gazing at Yan Huang. Yan Huang felt a moment of confusion. What happened to Siefu Mu? He was fine in the afternoon, and now he has turned into an egg. Two recently recurring terms suddenly appeared in Yan Huang's mind. Hatching. After hatching, is one still human? Is the Siefu Mu after hatching still Siefu Mu? He appeared to be in much better condition, yet his behavior had become eerily strange. Through the wooden door, he locked eyes with Yan Huang. Yan Huang had a strong feeling that Siefu Mu definitely knew he was inside. He even knew that Yan Huang was watching him. He was sweating profusely, his back dampened, clinging to his skin. What does Siefu Mu want to do? As his curiosity grew, Siefu Mu finally made a move. In the dark and silent corridor, he stepped on the egg liquid that had pooled on the ground. With each step, the sound of the thick liquid sloshing and the sticky sound of it falling from his feet echoed, accompanied by the heavy thud of the wooden floor. Step by step, he drew closer. His figure loomed larger in the limited field of vision. His face was only the collarbone was visible. What does he intend to do? Is it by chance? Or does he plan to break in? Yan Huang instinctively tightened his grip on the knife. Suddenly the peephole went dark, blocked by Siefu Mu's hand. He indeed knew that Yan Huang. Now the view was completely obscured, and there was no way to observe the other's movements. The sense of crisis surged, leaving Yan Huang with only one thought. If he dared to come in, he would be killed. An image flickered in the peephole. Yan Huang pressed his eyes closer. The view was empty. Where is he? As a shadow passed, the peephole was quickly filled by an eye. With the aid of night vision, Yan Huang could see clear. The white of the eye, the black of the pupil, the eyelashes, and that sickly and crazed mockery. Xie Mu seemed to have gone mad, trying to push his eye into the peephole, constantly closing the distance with the observer. He smiled, his mouth stretching to the limits. Yan Huang was covered in goosebumps. He didn't even dare to breathe too deeply. Yet despite this, he couldn't turn away from the gaze. The other's gaze was like a hook, ensnaring him and robbing him of his ability to think, leaving his mind blank. What the hell is this? Ha! Ha ha ha! Xie Mu suddenly stepped back, holding his stomach and laughing sharply, as if toying with Yan Huang's emotions brought him immense joy. He laughed until he was out of breath. Yan Huang felt both angry and fearful. The current Xie Mu was simply too strange, and anything could happen in this instance. In the absence of sufficient information, he dared not take risks. He could only silently watch. While laughing, Xie Mu seemed to lose interest again, the corners of his mouth slowly flattening. He gazed at the peephole for a long time, and eventually his fingers began to spin around the peephole. The spinning grew faster, squeezing his joints to the point of nearly breaking. This is bad. Yan Huang's mind raced. He quickly crouched down to dodge. Bang! The peephole could no longer withstand the pressure and burst open. Glass shards exploded out like shotgun pellets. Particles landed on Yan Huang's back. A roaring sound filled his ears. This was not the time to relax. He immediately looked up. At the moment he looked up, the peephole, now devoid of its lens, was left with only a pair of lips. The lips slowly moved up and down, though no sound was made. Yet Yan Huang understood what was being said. Hatching. Who will be next? At this moment, he had nothing more to express. The lips remained closed, but the corners lifted. Suddenly a hoarse voice emerged, dry and mocking, as if someone in a desolate desert was still laughing at their companions. It's you. Yan Huang's pupils constricted. Damn it. He gritted his teeth, one hand gripping the doorknob, the other tightly holding the knife, ready to charge out for a life-or-death struggle. At that moment, the other party let out a series of giggling laughs. His limbs moved swiftly, turning and quickly leaving the floor. He ran away. It happened in an instant. That speed was not something a normal person could achieve. What exactly is hatching? What is this monster? Really? Surviving a calamity, Yan Huang felt every cell in his body warning him. He felt weak and collapsed to the ground. How could one dare to sleep now? The bullet screen, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly exploded. What the hell? This is too scary. What is going on? I've never seen anything like this. The peephole confrontation. Damn it, I couldn't even breathe. Is this a hidden storyline? I was caught off guard, damn it. The host's psychological quality is strong, still daring to keep peeking through the peephole, damn it. Whoa, so scared it feels like the live broadcast of Hatching City is somewhat different. I need to quickly tip the host, otherwise if the host dies too early, I won't be able to see the follow-up. Looking at the number of online viewers, it had reached a terrifying 5,733. Looking at the achievements, 2 had been completed. Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement, 5,000 people online, at the same time reward points 500. Congratulations to the host for completing the achievement, witness to hatching, reward 0 for each attribute. Player fraudster, Yan Huang, strength 1. 1 agility 1. 1 intelligence 1. 8. Composite 4. 0 evaluation. After a day's trial, your panel is finally somewhat acceptable, but in terms of the instance, you are still a little weak. Please continue to strive for higher, stronger, and longer lasting. Yan Huang looked at his attribute panel, which had nearly doubled since he first entered, especially in physical fitness. He could keep up with normal people now. He glanced around the messy room. Sleeping was out of the question, but he couldn't. Then, it was time to be bold. Just then an unexpected message popped up. When this news appeared in the live broadcast hall, the expressions of all the players changed dramatically, including many high-level players and even some well-known experts. The Hatching City is considered the most difficult novice dungeon, but no matter how hard it is still just a novice dungeon. Novice dungeons are just a place for some bored players to watch while the big shots are not live streaming. The true experts can't even be bothered to glance at them. But now everything has changed. Whether high or low-level players, their expressions have lost the previous amusement. A pure novice. How is that possible? His consciousness and various performances are even stronger than those who have played several dungeons. How can a pure novice be this capable? It seems. The competition for this issue's Rookie King is fierce, with the Doctor in front and this newcomer behind. I'm really curious to see who the final Rookie King will be. Doctor. Damn. The performance of the Deceiver. The Doctor must have noticed it. I remember the Doctor has already joined Tarot and is being groomed by the King to become the next Pope. The resources he has are incredible. If he targets him, isn't he doomed? What a pity. However, at this moment a man in a white coat with gold-rimmed glasses walked out with a smile, hands in his pockets, exuding a unique aura and moving with ease. He approached the speaker, patted him on the back, and spoke in a friendly yet alluring voice. "Ah, it seems I overheard someone discussing me. What is it?" His hand traced down the other person's spine, feeling each vertebra as he went. The speaker felt a surge of electricity coursing through him, quickly replaced by tremors and fear. Doctor." The doctor ignored him and instead looked at Yan Huang, who had just made it onto the rookie homepage recommendation. At this moment, Yan Huang was rearranging the furniture in the room. The doctor continued to smile. A very impressive newcomer. Such a talented newcomer. A rose made from his spine must be beautiful. Lin Na would surely love it, wouldn't she? But I won't do such a cruel thing. He paused for a moment, slowly leaned down close to the man's ear, exhaling warm breath. What do you think? All right. Before the man could open his mouth, the sound of flesh being pierced and organs being stirred erupted simultaneously, blood coagulating as he widened his eyes, unable to muster any sound with his remaining life force. He fearfully shifted his gaze to the doctor, who still wore a smiling expression. My apologies, it seems I was a bit too forceful while putting my arm around you. I'm truly sorry. But now that it has happened, there's nothing to be done. I can only ask you to sleep well. With that, he covered the man's unblinking eyes with a bloodied hand, closing them. He slowly extracted the man's spine from his body, and only then did everyone notice the beautiful scars on it. The doctor had sliced it in an instant. After finishing, the doctor, as if appreciating his work, finally opened his eyes, his narrow fox-like eyes surveying the scene. Seemingly dissatisfied, he casually tossed the spine aside. What an ugly spine. The people around felt as if they were sitting on needles, their faces ghostly pale. Looking at the doctor before them, they were completely speechless. They could hardly breathe. The doctor simply took out a cleaning spray, sprayed it on himself, and all the blood on his. Suddenly, an angry child's voice echoed in the live broadcast hall. Warning! Warning! One red card warning. Player Doctor Lin Shi has seriously violated the rules. Please report to the confinement room for processing immediately. Warning! Warning! Only then did the crowd breathe a sigh of relief. They did not want to provoke this unpredictable and twisted pervert. However, the doctor did not take the warning to heart. Instead, he casually swiped 1 points to purchase the crime-cleansing liquid, pouring it over his head, and the warning abruptly stopped. All right, you can be quiet now. Oh, it's really noisy. Once again, the crowd found it hard to breathe. Lin Shi was indeed extravagant. Spending 1 points just like that, it seemed his talent was highly valued by Taro. Suddenly, it seemed the doctor had discovered something, and he excitedly looked towards the door of the live broadcast hall. Lin Na, are you here to see me? Everyone looked up. A stunning woman with golden waves stood there. In reality, she was a top-tier actress. Her ability is perfect portrayal. She can perform seamlessly disguise and masquerade. How perfect can it be? Perfect to the point where you can't guess what she will look like in the next moment. Several times she had used this talent to incite infighting among teamed players in the dungeon, or directly killed other players at close range. Yet even so, she couldn't be bothered to perform for the doctor, directly expressing her disgust. Doctor, cause less trouble. Otherwise you will die in a very unpleasant way. The doctor didn't care about her curse, instead slowly approaching her and wrapping his arm around her neck, staring obsessively at her face. If it's at the hands of Lin Na, no matter how I die, I would gladly accept it. Lin Na gritted her teeth, burning with anger, and sharply stomped her red high heels onto the doctor's shoes. Perverted freak, don't touch me. After cursing, she immediately turned and left, leaving behind a lingering fragrance. The doctor felt both pain and pleasure. He touched his face, laughing crazily. That's the feeling. That's the feeling, Lin Na. Wait for me. The doctor chased after her, and only then did the crowd breathe a sigh of relief. Madman. If it weren't for the king's influence, he would have been killed long ago. She held a low position in tarot, and her recent momentum had slightly improved due to the doctor's infatuation. Tarot needed her to balance the doctor. But the doctor is unpredictable. No one knows what he will do next. Such a person growing up brings too many uncertainties. Uncertainty is a fatal flaw for dungeon players like them. Yan Huang finally finished moving all. Sitting on the sofa, he bought a can of energy drink to replenish his strength and clear away some fatigue. He replayed everything that had just happened. Even while still in the egg, CF Fumus ability was enough to turn the adult on the opposing side into nutrient liquid upon contact. Undoubtedly, after hatching successfully, CF Fumus abilities will far exceed those in the egg state. In such a state, if CF Fumu wanted to kill him, he would definitely not be as lively as he is now. He speculated that CF Fumu did not have the intent to kill him today. At least not today. Tomorrow. Yes, he is betting that CF Fumu will not kill him today. He must go out to investigate more clues, and the best source of information currently is the man next door. The man was crying about his role before he died. He could write articles to attract more people to Hatching City, becoming everyone's nutrient liquid. He must have been one of those people whose missing person notices he saw at the hotel entrance. These people like him had long since turned into nutrient liquid. Perhaps he is a writer. His words reveal that he must know something. Yan Huang checked his points. He currently has a total of 1479 points available, which is quite a lot for a newcomer. Though Yan Huang is taking a gamble, life is only one. Relying on this Schrodinger's gamble is not reliable. So he exchanged for a low-level all-angle detection in exchange for another item. This item could save his life at a critical moment. After purchasing, Yan Huang's points were equivalent to a complete reset. He stored the items in his backpack and promptly turned the doorknob stepping outside to place the low-level all-view detection at the entrance. The outside was terrifyingly quiet. The nutrient solution had mostly been absorbed by the wooden floor, making it damp and increasingly golden. I must say this nutrient solution is truly effective. Not only does it replenish nutrients, but it also nourishes the floor. If marketed as a product, it would likely sell like hotcakes. While pondering this, Yan Huang walked to the opposite door. The door was already broken. Upon entering, a wave of foul stench hit him, a combination of the odor of urea from someone who hadn't bathed for hundreds of days and the smell of rotting food, making Yan Huang feel nauseous. The furnishings inside were similar to Yan Huang's, but in a greater mess, with various sheets of paper scattered chaotically, some scribbled over with dissatisfaction, while others were torn. The trash bin was filled with all kinds of spoiled food and vomit piled together in a disgusting manner, emitting a strong odor that invaded his nostrils. The key issue was that there wasn't just one bag, but dozens piled into a small mountain in this not-so-spacious room. How could anyone survive in here? The pickling must be more flavorful than aged pickled vegetables. Yuma's taste is truly heavy. How can one eat this? Yan Huang, who prided himself on his mental resilience, still felt uncomfortable. He pinched his nose, keeping calm as he began to search for clues. He purposefully walked towards the computer on the table. This fraudster is truly formidable. It seems that other players who come here usually faint from the stench first, only to be unceremoniously tossed out by the inhabitants. Yet he managed to endure it. Oh my, the fact that he dared to step outside at this moment is impressive, truly a man of courage. That eye contact through the peephole made me want to retract my little foot just from watching. To be fair, this is the first time I've seen the state of things inside. Dozens of bags of garbage not disposed of. I respect the door as a man. It turns out human survival instincts can be this strong. Yan Huang opened the computer, and the other party had not set a password. He navigated to my computer with ease, performing a rough scan of each drive. Soon he found a document named Diary. It seemed to pose no difficulty. The ease of it surprised him a bit. He clicked on the diary and adjusted his glasses. According to the current timeline of the hatching capital, the diary started updating on June 1st, 2121, which was half a year ago. This marks the time when the other party arrived at Hatching Town. June 1st, 2121, I have finally arrived at the legendary Hatching Town, a place that produces so many world-renowned geniuses. I previously thought it was a very strict town, but it turns out the local customs are simple and everyone is warm-hearted. The traditions are good. I see people practicing Olympiad math and copying famous paintings everywhere. It's getting more competitive. No wonder so many remarkable individuals emerge. The new generation will push the old. I hope to find inspiration for my new book here. Future renowned author Tang Xin. June 2nd, 2121, clear. I took a look at the legendary genius stone. It doesn't seem that remarkable, ha ha ha. It looks like an egg, hilarious. I jokingly said something to the owner, and he actually glared at me. So I respect the local customs, but I can write this down for my new book. However, I must complain about one thing. Can the couple next door be a little quieter? It's driving me crazy. It affects the future great author's creativity. June 3rd, 2121, cloudy. I feel something is odd about this Hatching Town. It might be my illusion, especially the attitudes of the owner and his wife towards the little boss. They seem harmonious. But the little boss always has various injuries on him. Today I overheard the owner and his wife scolding him as an anomaly, a disgrace. Oh my, is this something parents should say? But the little boss does look a bit gloomy indeed. This is someone else's family matter. I shouldn't meddle. June 7th, 2121, overcast. Recently it's been strangely quiet in the hallway. Did that couple move out? Why haven't I heard any of their moaning recently? But I haven't left the inn these past 2 days, nor have I seen them go out. Strange, but as long as it's quiet, it's good. Ha ha, happy writing my new book. It's worth mentioning that today the little boss got beaten again. The sounds I heard were terrible. The owner and his wife are really harsh treating a child like this. I must harshly criticize such parents in my new book. They aren't even afraid their child might end up with depression. I seem to vaguely hear the words hatching, which piques my curiosity. I asked the owner, and he glared at me, telling me not to ask. If you want say, then why glare at me? I'll write you as the big villain. June 10th, 2121, cold wind. This inn is absolutely abnormal. Definitely not. Damn. While I was urinating at night, I heard a constant knocking at the door. I looked through the peephole. It was from the adjacent room. The one knocking was not human. I saw a monster. An egg full of eyes, so disgusting, so damn disgusting. Holy crap. When that monster touched the person next door, that person turned into liquid and was absorbed. I saw the egg hatch and a child walked out. It's someone from the town. If I'm not mistaken, I saw his parents telling him a couple of days ago to quickly absorb nutrients as they were running low. What the hell is going on here? What's with this town? What's with this egg? Nutrients. Our people. Damn it. I have to leave. I will leave first thing tomorrow morning. June 11th, 2120. I'm doomed. I can't get out. Entering Hatching Town was like being in a car where nothing is visible. After exiting, all I found was a forest. No matter how I try, I can't escape. The owner found me, and he captured me. He wants to kill me. He wants to kill me. I'm going insane. What kind of place is this? I sought help online, but any message related to seeking help or revealing anything about Hatching Town couldn't be sent. I'm about to smash my keyboard. Is there anyone who can save me? Anyone? The owner said that if I ran away, the entire town would hunt me down. I don't want to die. I don't dare go outside my room. But if I stay here, I will eventually die. Another egg arrived tonight. My neighbor has become a victim. The child who walked out from the egg yesterday couldn't even do basic arithmetic, but today he's solving world-class problems throughout the town. Is this what hatching means? Is this the source of genius? What is this town doing? This is unscientific. They are harming people. What the hell is this? Today, it was the neighbor. Who's next? Who will be next? I feel. It's me. June 12th, 2121. I have become a wraith. At this point, the diary is nearly finished, because there is not much substantial content left. Only the lamentations and regrets of a ghost, along with some thoughts and ideas about his own new book. At such a time, still thinking about his own book is the author, so devoted these days. Yan Huang found it both sad and amusing. He scrolled down the mouse directly to the very bottom. Wait a minute. The content at the very bottom seems to differ from the large repetition in the middle. May 30th, 2122, clear. I can finally die after I complete my work. My only work in this life, by Tang Xian. A work created by piling up time with sins. Unfortunately, everything related here can only be published with their permission. But it's fine now, I am about to die. Yan Huang was astonished. Did Tang Xian know he would die? Then what was that just now where he begged for 10 seconds with tears? Yan Huang felt it necessary to take a look at what Tang Xian had actually written. He exited the diary. While searching for Tang Xin's only work in his life, he was organizing the information revealed in Tang Xin's diary. It had already become very obvious. Like what he saw, the genius in this town, where all monsters born from hatching excelling in various fields, becoming the ideal children in their parents' eyes. The genius stone is considered a sacred and inviolable existence for the people of this town. Yan Huang had heard Mr. Xie say that it was the genius stone that created the current Hatching Town, allowing a continuous emergence of geniuses in various fields. So, did geniuses create the genius stone, or did the genius stone give birth to geniuses? But as of now, the amount of information he knew about the genius stone was far too little. The lack of information was somewhat suspicious. This was clearly a major feature of Hatching Town, yet with so many contradictions present, Tang Xian had been here for so long, playing the ghost for so long, it was impossible for him to know nothing, to have not recorded anything. This did not align with his habit of keeping a diary. Either he intended to be a ghost to the end, disregarding everything to survive, ignoring his habit of wanting to write down all the trivial matters in his diary. This was evidently impossible because, at the end of the diary, the words hinted at a sense of liberation. He was waiting for the day he would die. He simply did not want to die before that day. Therefore, he would definitely not be willing to omit such important information, unless someone had deliberately deleted it. At this moment, Yan Huang found a folder named Rebirth. He opened it. People take the tough exterior as a powerful shield, locking away all that is called reality, catering to the standards defined by the world, thus creating excellent templates leading to growth and rebirth. This book is dedicated to the last 6 months of my life. Tang Xian Rebirth. The document contains 300,000 bytes, meaning 300,000 words, and there is no hope of finishing it in a short time. But fortunately, Tang Xian had also compiled a table of contents for himself. The contents were mostly fantastical, and Yan Huang could tell at a glance. He was writing something with implications, perhaps. The protagonist in his story was himself. Among the numerous entries in the table of contents, Yan Huang found what he wanted to see. The words he had seen on the desk in his room. Ritual. Chapter 17, The Mysterious Ritual. He smirked, quickly scrolling down to lock in Chapter 17. At the same time, he quickly locked in the key terms. At the end of each month, they hold a sacred ritual, praying for the power they desire from the gods they believe in, fully aware that this leads them into the abyss, yet they resolutely dive in, exchanging it for so-called glory. The conditions of the ritual are 1 wish, 1 submission. When the ritual succeeds, the one who has been smoothed out will ultimately welcome rebirth. Upon reading this, Yan Huang's heart sank. The gods they believed in. The genius stone. Yan Huang almost instantly thought of this. Thinking about it, both the initial reactions of Mr. and Mrs. Xie towards the genius stone, as well as Tang Xin's reactions after the genius stone was slandered, all indicate one sign. They did not merely regard the genius stone as a local honorary landmark. Their perception of the genius stone was more akin to that of believers. A mad believer. Faith cannot be slandered. Those who slander must face retribution. Yan Huang took a deep breath and wanted to continue seeing if there was any other information he needed revealed in the text. Unfortunately, there was none. And as he scrolled, the mouse instinctively moving to the bottom, he discovered. This was an unfinished article. At the end, there was a missing period. The end. Yan Huang had once discussed with a writer friend and knew that if a book does not have the end, then the book is not considered complete, and there are countless possibilities. No wonder Tang Xin just begged for 10 seconds. He still had regrets. His book was not finished, it did not have a period, it did not have the end, and yet he died. Tang Xin poured too much into this book. From the first day of the diary, this future famous writer had already planned to complete his new book. In the subsequent days, perhaps the recorded matters varied, but his new book always appeared in the diary, including his becoming a ghost. It was merely to fight for more time to complete his new book. Yet even so, he still did not finish. His progress bar remained stuck at 99.9%. How sad is that? He piled up time with his life ended in writing. Yan Huang took a deep breath. He ultimately chose to help this ridiculous yet pitiful future famous writer complete his final stroke. Yan Huang punctuated Tang Xin's story, writing the end. The story was finally completed. To pile up time with sins, becoming a safe fortress, creating a lifelong yet unknown masterpiece. How would a ridiculous, sad, and hateful person? In the next life, don't run around. Just as these were, unexpectedly, all the text in the computer transformed into golden light, gathering one after another. In the dark room, electronic bytes turned into a bridge of light, each word falling into Yan Huang's instinctively outspread hands, gathering into a thick book. Congratulations to player Yan Huang for obtaining the item Tang Xin's new book. Quality unknown. Item description: Tang Xin is a future famous writer dedicated to fantastical adventures, but unfortunately, he has no future. In his new book, there are countless marvelous records, and if the player sees a 50% information display of a certain monster from the dungeon, they will successfully record 100% information of that monster. Currently recorded: hatching capital child unhatched, hatching capital genius, hatching capital genius complete. At this moment, the barrage in the live broadcast room skyrocketed, even exploding. People were completely unable to calm down. What the hell? Another item. And it's an item of unknown quality. Knowing 50% unlocks 100% information. This is a starter artifact. What the hell? Does the host intend to sell it? He'll buy it for 100,000 points. This is just putting a period and getting such a starter artifact. What luck. Buy what? I can just redo hatching capital once. Wait. Why is the dungeon entrance of hatching capital sealed? What's going on? Could it be the fraudster is on the TE line? What the hell? Hatching capital actually has a TE line. Everyone was dumbfounded. They were very clear about hatching capital, as no one has ever succeeded in hitting the TE line. Moreover, many people had cleared this dungeon with over 17 million people, but no one had ever hit the TE ending. That is why hatching capital is known as the most difficult dungeon. Now, however, Yan Huang was walking the TE line, and the progress bar was over halfway. Otherwise, the dungeon wouldn't be sealed. Damn. If Yan Huang really hit the TE line, and if he succeeded, then there would be no more hatching capital dungeon, and that unique starter artifact in Yan Huang's hands would belong only to him. Everyone had mixed feelings, only feeling like they were composing a distant melody. What the hell? Let them suffer in there. They can endure this suffering. Yan Huang gazed at the new tool in his hand, then at the blank computer document, letting out a sigh. He opened the book and glanced through the records of 3 creatures in the hatching city. Hatching city child. Power 0. 8 average. Agility 0. 9 average. Intel 0 average. Talent none. Description: an ordinary person, unremarkable in every way, yet they possess a wild soul, even if they appear not to be sufficiently wild on the surface. Hatching city genius in incubation. Power 1. Agility 0. 3. Intelligence 3. Talent absorption. Description: the wild soul is ultimately worn down by reality. The perfect child awaits hatching in the egg, yearning to absorb nutrients, while the probing eyes are perpetually observing the world with caution. Perhaps their hearts are still struggling. Yet it cannot be denied. They expect to treat you as nourishment and embrace rebirth. Hatching city genius complete form. Power 3. Agility 3. Intelligence 0. 1. Talent obedience. Description: they have finally become the good children in their parents' eyes, possessing everything that the world envies with wild souls and wills. They are undoubtedly geniuses, without a doubt, good children. Good children. But they must obediently listen. The three-dimensional attributes were clearly laid out before Yan Huang, easily comprehensible. Yan Huang looked at the so-called genius during the evolution from child to complete form, while other values, increased intelligence, decreased, leading him into deep thought. Until he clearly saw the effects of the different skills in the two stages of genius. Absorption turns the touched person into nutrient fluid, absorbing them to become nourishment for breaking the shell. Obedience grows into the excellent person their parents expect, a great scientist, or a world-renowned archaeologist, or perhaps a hacker capable of establishing the most perfect network security measures. Yan Huang had an epiphany. His eyes widened. It seemed he understood everything. From the beginning, the wild soul, to ultimately obeying parents and becoming an excellent person. Is it being an excellent person or a puppet controlled by others? Is it a forced abandonment of self in exchange for a dramatic false life? No wonder Xiaofumu has been slow to hatch. No wonder everyone's hatching times differ. No wonder every household here seems harmonious while secretly treating children like livestock. The so-called hatching is not a rebirth, but the acceptance of a life dictated by others. Then, there should be another monster. But now is not the right time to deal with this monster. Because Yan Huang saw the word hacker within that obedience, perfectly corresponding to how Tang Xin was unable to send out a distress signal from his own computer. Why can they send out promotions for hatching town, but not call for help? Can it really be done just because the computer was hacked? Even the top hacker couldn't implant a virus so perfectly functional. The only possibility is, when he was looking at the computer, there was an eye behind it simultaneously watching him. This computer has always been monitored. At the moment Yan Huang realized this, the computer before him seemed to possess the wisdom of a person completely going black while charging. And in that instant of blackness, electric currents began to appear, swiftly forming a string of characters. Yan Huang also noticed that in the second perspective feedback from the low-level all-seeing detection he had previously purchased, there was something subtly different. The ultimate darkness. Even with night vision, he could only vaguely see some outlines. In the computer, that electric current finally formed 2 lines of text with a crackling sound. As the sound from behind surfaced, chillingly, it emerged. Teacher Yin, curiosity killed the cat. The fertilizer, knowing too much, is not a good thing. With visual and auditory stimuli, this caused Yan Huang to quickly turn around and look at the person who had silently appeared at the door. In the darkness, she had disheveled long hair falling behind her, wearing pajamas, holding a lampshade shaped like an eggshell. The light illuminated half of her face, and her gentle smile was so amiable. Yet the other half, hidden in the shadows, bore a sinister intent. There was another monster in Hatching Town. Parents. Yan Huang adjusted his glasses, his gaze fixed on the woman before him. You clearly knew when I opened the computer, yet you waited until I finished looking before coming over. Sister Xia seems to be very eager to silence me. But this indeed sounds like a very interesting thing. Sister Xia smiled amiably. Teacher, Yin is overthinking it. How could I expect something so terrifying? But just as you said, it sounds quite interesting, doesn't it? After all, someone as clever as Teacher Yin wouldn't be like that fool forever trapped here, but the smarter a person is, the more delicious they are, a rare source of nourishment. After saying this, she licked her lips, the lantern in her hand flickering a strange dark light, while the other hand held a kitchen knife, seemingly preparing to cook something delicious. At this point, does Teacher Yin have any final words to say? The flames flickering in Yan Huang's glasses made his gentlemanly smile appear mysterious. Actually, I do have 2 questions I'd like to ask. Sister Xia set down the lantern in her hand, barefooted. Step by step she approached Yan Huang and raised his chin with her hand. Her eyes were mesmerized. There's no way around it. Delicious food from children will always have more say. Whatever you want to ask, Sister Xia will try to satisfy you. Yan Huang pondered for a moment, then pretended to be mysterious and asked, I want to know. Did Lao Xia and Xia Fumu realize that I have already learned so much? Why haven't they come? Upon hearing this, Sister Xia looked troubled. So they were worried I'd eat it all myself. Don't worry. Everything we parents do is for the good of the children. As for you, you were supposed to be my family's fumus food, but that silly child actually ate Tang Xian, truly a source of worry. But it's fine, we in Hatching Town are all of one mind. Every child is meat. Leaving you for the other children, as long as you're not that fresh, it won't be a loss. As for Lao Xia, he didn't even know what kind of medicine he took today, letting me come and handle it alone. There's no helping it. I can only make Teacher Yin be killed by me alone. So, Teacher Yin, do you want to say your last words? She seemed to believe that Yan Huang had no ability to fight back, completely in her grasp. So self-assured. The speed of the kitchen knife was not fast, but at such an extreme distance, striking misses. Xia was not a difficult task. Snap. The knife and misses. Xia's hand slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground with a sound. She widened her eyes in disbelief, first staring at Yan Huang's face, then stiffly lowering her head to see the familiar kitchen knife buried in her left shoulder, blood dripping down the cut and the handle. Yet she never expected that this knife, stained with countless blood and still warm from her loved one, would ultimately be used against her by another. In that moment, she was almost on the brink of collapse. Betrayal, doubt, pain. She nearly screamed, but her throat felt as dry as if it had been scorched, leaving her entirely voiceless. With reddened eyes, she stared at Yan Huang. How do you have his kitchen knife? Yan Huang looked at the knife, almost poised to pierce Mrs. Xia's heart, his mind filled with two thoughts. First, she was undoubtedly going to die. Second, could it be that he was mistaken and the parents were not monsters? He actually hadn't intended to kill her. His previous statement about wanting to know the maximum burden on parents was a simple surface meaning. But at this point, he had already killed her, and there was no way to undo it. He could only accept this painful truth. After all, it was Mrs. Xia who had threatened him with the knife. He could consider it self-defense at most, right? Yan Huang thought to himself, momentarily chuckling, then fixed his gaze on Mrs. Xia. Sister Xia, I see you won't live much longer. This time I was a bit too heavy-handed. We'll be sure to be more cautious next time. As compensation, if you want to know the truth, I will certainly tell you. This statement sounded so familiar that Mrs. Xia's pale face, drained from blood loss, turned red with anger as she grabbed Yan Huang's shoulder. Hurry up and say it. Yan Huang glanced at her hand resting on his shoulder and brushed it away. He was afraid that if she died before hearing the answer, she wouldn't be able to rest in peace. So he leaned forward, his lips close to her ears, softly saying, "This knife is, of course, a gift from your husband. If you find out, you won't be angry, right? I apologize for using this knife to kill you, but since you know the answer now, please close your eyes." After he finished speaking, he shifted his body back, lifting the knife that had nearly penetrated Mrs. Xia's heart from her left shoulder. As the severed blood vessels lost their barrier, a terrifying amount of blood gushed forth like a fountain, pooling on the ground, slowly being absorbed by the floor. The golden floor blended with the blood red, particularly eerie. Yet what ultimately drove Mrs. Xia into despair was not death. It was the moment she looked up and saw that man standing before her. He still wore a refined smile on his face. Not a drop of blood was on him. Oh no, his glasses were indeed speckled with some blood. He took them off and wiped them with a tissue he pulled from his pocket. Yan Huang put his glasses back on. Clap. Mrs. Xia's body fell to the floor. So, who is the prey? Definitely not me. He was the one who intended to survive till the end. Tang Xin's new book has successfully recorded a new monster. Hatching City, parents. Power 1, 0. Agility 1, 0. Intelligence 1, 0. Talent manipulation. Introduction, they create life, they use life to continue their will. The parents of Hatching City forever believe that a good child will emerge from the stick. Only in this way will children obediently become excellent geniuses. Evidently, they have failed to realize that their children ultimately become them. Manipulation, possessing supreme control over genius beyond the original body, it is love, but also a binding force. The relationship between parents and children is indeed a complicated one. Who can definitively say who is right or wrong? Who can define the universal truth? No one has the qualification or right to do so. But Yan Huang knew that children born in Hatching Town were destined for sorrow. Destined to become the chickens that broke free from their shells. Looking at the corpse before him, he felt quite complex inside. After all, he never expected to handle the parents so easily. After all, logically parents should equate to elite monsters. But then again, that was from the perspective of the children. The children in Hatching Town viewed their parents as insurmountable mountains, unpassable seas, shadows, and yet to escape this shadow they were merely insignificant beings. Sadly, they were destined never to break free. Yan Huang silently picked up Mrs. Xia's corpse and moved it behind the garbage bags that Tang Xin had accumulated for half a year, hiding her inside. After all, he was still in Xia Fuma's home. No matter what, having killed one's own mother with one's father's kitchen knife, he had to at least offer an apology, no matter how bad he was. Moreover, he was still a good person. If he could hide it, then he would. If it was unseen, he could pretend it never happened. The viewers in the live stream were left stunned by Yan Huang's operation. What the hell? The fraudster is really something. I thought he was done for, but this counterattack was so thrilling. Honestly, before this I always thought he was just lucky and intelligent, but not very capable in actual combat, which is a common flaw of many newcomers. But when I saw him ask who the prey was just now, damn, it was really spine-chilling. No wonder he was rated as a fraudster. I didn't see him as this kind of person in the first half. Damn, now newcomers are getting more and more abnormal. What if the fraudster is real and what is fake? Hiding a corpse is real, but playing with the food is fake. Without a doubt. This counterattack reaction left the viewers both thrilled and terrified. Yan Huang glanced at the number of viewers in the live stream. Over 7,000. The data was still steadily increasing. That last wave had garnered a lot of rewards. It seemed that these viewers truly enjoyed thrilling content. But then again, seeking excitement and not being content with the status quo is human nature. Yan Huang certainly could not exclude himself from this. He now possessed a wealth of information, and he had some means of self-preservation in hand. He wanted to see what this legendary ritual was truly like. As for how he knew the ritual had begun, it was simple, because it was now 3:30 in the morning. Behind him, the window in Tang Xin's room could see the window of the genius stone emitting a white light not meant for this time. The white light engulfed his silhouette in the darkness. He straightened his clothes, gripping the kitchen knife. He slowly walked out of the room. When Yan Huang stepped out of the inn, he realized how grand the so-called ceremony truly was. The white light seemed to illuminate the night, casting a rosy hue across the sky. Yan Huang knew that was the direction of the Stone of Genius. By night, the once dim Stone of Genius awakened like a deity of the town, delivering its so-called gospel to its followers. But what felt unsettling was not at a distance, but right before his eyes. In the town, people from all directions emerged from their rooms. They moved like puppets, uniformly marching step by step toward the white light. Even at a distance, it was evident in the night. Yan Huang still could not see their features clearly. He could only make out their silhouettes and the dull stiffness. As if directed by someone, they formed a line when they encountered each other, maintaining the same distance and rhythm like robots programmed beforehand. They walked toward the village entrance, toward the giant egg. Yan Huang bit his lip, glancing left and right. Finally, he took a deep breath, composed his expression, and mimicked their manner. Step by step, he exited his room. His heart raced wildly, perhaps because he had been lying on the hospital bed, constantly observing the readings of his heart monitor. He could roughly estimate that his heart rate now exceeded 120 beats per minute. He was fearful yet exhilarated. Fearful of the unknown, excited by the answers. Similarly, he was afraid of being discovered. He was exhilarated by the confrontation. The novice protection mechanism had warned him not to approach the darkness easily at night. Yet he was utterly, if it worked, he would have regretted rushing out earlier. Yan Huang also doubted whether this method could help him until he saw directly in front of him. A face suddenly appeared. That face was undeniably handsome, yet it stared at him blankly, devoid of expression. He was a head taller than Yan Huang, needing only to lower his gaze to look at him. The emotionless glance combined with the suddenness of the encounter left Yan Huang startled. Yan Huang felt his heart racing beyond 140. Thump, 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 thump. He could hear his heartbeat pounding like an explosion. His mind raced as well. Would he be recognized? If he were recognized, what would happen? Here there were many completely developed geniuses, their physical abilities 3 times that of normal people. If he were recognized, even with a loving father's kitchen knife in hand, his survival chances would plummet. Would he dare risk his life? He wouldn't. He had chosen to enter the dungeon to survive. Yan Huang did not dare to act recklessly. Even though his expression remained unchanged, calm, as if the person struggling inside him was not him at all. He stared blankly, breath held, focused on the other party. The longer this standoff lasted, the harder it became for him to maintain his composure. Would they recognize him already? Finally, the other party turned away. It was as if Yan Huang had no presence at all. This made him exhale a sigh of relief, the breath he had just held finally escaping. But in that moment of exhalation, he sensed something was off. Looking up, he found that the other party's head was turned away, yet they were still gazing directly at him. That gaze filled with doubt and a hint of murderous intent. Yan Huang held his breath again, maintaining his previous state. The other person's lips moved, but they had not yet spoken. Yan Huang took the initiative, whispering in an angry tone, "Fool, stop wasting time. Otherwise it will come to an end." The other party pondered for a moment. "Since you've hatched, you must obey. Be a quiet child. Otherwise, your parents won't be as polite as I." Yan Huang narrowed his eyes, ultimately choosing to remain silent. The other party also did not press further, turning away and walking forward like everyone else. Fortunately, it seemed he wasn't easily discovered. His judgment was correct, though strange. It was not impossible to behave like a normal person. However, he could not be too normal. If he appeared too normal, that would be abnormal. They were about to merge into the crowd. Yan Huang chose to disguise himself as a hatcher. From the moment of that confrontation, he had no way back. He entered the crowd. They were very quiet. No footsteps, no laughter. Nothing at all. The only sound was the wind stirring the air, chilling him to the bone. People around him, men and women, young and old, formed a line. Their steps aligned, their expressions identical, like toys mass-produced in a factory. Yan Huang was wedged in the middle of the crowd. How orderly was it? So orderly that he could only see 8 positions ahead. He couldn't count how many people were beside him, nor did he know if any of them were secretly smirking. He would not know if someone would turn to stare in his direction. Perhaps no one was looking at him. Perhaps, aside from those blocking his view, everyone was watching him. All the unknowns transformed into a feeling of déjà vu, a sensation of being stared at by countless eyes. He gradually emerged from the initial panic. He serene and composed became one of the hatched, no different from the others in the crowd. The audience in the live stream was left in awe. Wow, this is incredible. Without any skills, he perfectly mimicked their steps and expressions, blending in without a hint of discord. Just watching it sends chills down my spine. How dare he do this? This is the definition of going into the tiger's den. Any slip-up would spell disaster. Damn, this is really bold. So this is how it's resolved. Truly amazing. Will we get to see the ceremony live again? Although it's a bit scary, it is indeed beautiful. When I saw the hatching ceremony in the hatching capital back then, I was genuinely shocked. It's a pity I didn't take a screenshot. I must save a picture today. Currently the number of viewers online, 10001. Congratulations to the player for completing the achievement. 10,000 people online simultaneously earning 1,000 points. Congratulations to the player for completing the achievement journey with the egg, earning consumable item 1 in the inventory. Copy successful. Congratulations to the player for the stable and outstanding data in the live stream. Now recommended to level 1 newcomer recommendation, newcomer highlight. The traffic for newcomer highlight is immense. We hope the player continues to maintain it. Messages flew by in the chat. Yan Huang felt no ripples within. But when he walked alongside the hatchers to the Stone of Genius, finally witnessing the true nature of the ceremony, he felt an overwhelming shock inside. Thank you all for enjoying this book. Please feel free to point out any detailed mistakes. I may not respond right away in the chapter comments, but if you leave a comment after this chapter, I will see it and make corrections. The intense white light surrounding the giant pit illuminated its shape as if it were broad daylight. The source of this white light was none other than the dull stone observed in the morning, the Genius Stone. The parents approached the Genius Stone, circling around the edge of the pit with their hands clasped in a gesture of prayer, their expressions filled with utmost sincerity, eyes closed in silence, resembling the most devoted of believers. Their faces were nearly engulfed by the radiance, perfectly preparing for their sacred ritual. As for the children, they came forth in rows, ultimately merging into a single line. The giant pit seemed to come alive, the originally flat edges transforming at a visible pace into a tiered, uneven staircase. The children entered the pit through the lone narrow gap, surrounded by countless parents. They orderly knelt around the Genius Stone, prostrating themselves with their heads buried in their hands. The children enveloped the Genius Stone, willingly surrendering to its magical and warm glow. Strange yet beautiful. Yan Huang followed the line step by step, his expression unchanged though his thoughts grew heavier. Is this the ritual? The Genius Stone seen in the morning had transformed remarkably by evening. The pure white light on its surface made it resemble a giant egg. This egg was likely more than 100 times the size of the egg-shaped Xiaofumo. Yan Huang stood nearby, feeling as small as an ant. Enveloped by the light, he sensed warmth and protection along with the peculiar feeling. Yan Huang discreetly glanced at his attribute panel. As expected, beneath his panel a new attribute appeared. Status Assimilation 1. Assimilation. The divine said humanity is insignificant, thus countless miraculous beings were born, they blessed the world and evolved humanity. When the progress bar reaches 100, you too will ascend to a higher level of life. However, after evolution, who can determine if you are truly you or if you are not you? Friendly reminder, if you are curious about this question, you can assimilate the deceased welcome to become a reference answer. Yan Huang felt a surge of panic within. Assimilation, assimilation. It seems just as Xie Fu said, thanks to the Genius Stone, the children in the village would become less of a concern. Who would disagree? Spending too long in this warm light, perhaps he would also become a worry-free guest. But in the current situation, he found himself in a predicament. He could only brace himself and, like everyone else, descend the stairs to become one of those encircling the egg in the pit. He too knelt down, prostrating himself. Yan Huang suddenly realized that his action had a specific term in Huaxia. Jishou. This was an ancient kneeling salute, the most ceremonious among the 9 prostrations typically used by subjects to greet their sovereign. It is the god of the parents, the monarch of the children. Yan Huang did not mind kneeling. What he minded was, in the current situation, he could not see the actions of those around him clearly, which made him uncomfortable. If just now walking alongside the egg felt like a lamb entering a tiger's den, now he was not just entering a tiger's den, but a den of tigers. Surrounded by layers, if he revealed any signs, then what awaited him would be only the hunter's feast. After all, he was a delicacy. Yet the more he thought about it, the more hormones surged within him, making his emotion. In excitement, he maintained absolute rationality. This was the lie Yan Huang told himself. Yan Huang could always maintain maximum rationality. He once again purchased the advanced all-angle detection, increasing the range of the second perspective from the low level within 10 meters to within 1,000 meters. This range was sufficient for Yan Huang to gain a macro perspective. The children knelt in the pit. The parents prayed outside the pit. Their voices murmured and fragmented, faintly reaching Yan Huang's ears. Despite being fragmented, when organized they could be heard clearly. My son must become a dragon among men, the most outstanding scientist. Painting. What a waste of time. Only those parents with unclear minds would choose such things. My child must never touch these time-wasting, life-wasting endeavors. My daughter should become the finest drama actress in the world. Please ensure she practices for over 10 hours each day. Of course, cultural lessons cannot be neglected. Her 10 hours of study are essential. An excellent life must come with sacrifices. Hate me. Shall be thankful later. We are all doing this for her good. Once she is famous, won't it be thanks to me? Their prayers were all for the children. Their words seemed to connect like a thread to the back of each child's neck, replacing the minds that held dreams and selves with new thoughts. The children could only prostrate on the ground, accepting this invasion of thought. They had no complaints, no actions of resistance. They did not struggle. Instead, from prostration they rose, bowing their heads, their eyes glazed yet yearning, with hands cradled before them, accepting the entrustment as if it were a blessing. Their lips curled into smiles. Grateful for the blessing, they faced the light, the power of light merging within them. The thread at the back of their necks firmly locked their souls and thoughts. Yan Huang followed the children's orderly actions. At that moment, he heard a heartbeat. Thump. The sound of the heartbeat was clear, yet the frequency was exceedingly slow. This led Yan Huang to decisively dismiss the thought that it was his own heartbeat. He cautiously raised his gaze and finally pinpointed the source of the heartbeat. The genius stone. It was not merely a stone, but a living being. It was a living being that possessed a heartbeat. Gradually, the sound of his heartbeat became denser and more chaotic. Was it from the genius stone? No, it was from all the hatchers surrounding him. Once he realized this, he could no longer continue to imitate the actions of the children around him. Under the macro observation of the second perspective, he could clearly see the curled-up children being slowly enveloped by a layer of transparent white membrane. The white membrane gradually thickened, its transparency diminishing, ultimately transforming into round eggshells. The eggshells enveloped the children, and the children remained silent, until Yan Huang discovered that beside him an eggshell revealed a large eye. Soon 1 pair, 2 pairs, 3 pairs emerged. Countless pairs of small eyes appeared subsequently. They observed everything outside, including all the parents present, observing the only anomaly in attendance. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Yan Huang's back was completely drenched in cold sweat. Outside the pit, a man smiled and said, "It seems a lovely little mouse has quietly snuck into our midst." Question: if an egg has 1 large eye and 99 small eyes, how many eyes are there in total when hundreds of eggs and their parents are watching Yan Huang? Answer: countless eyes. Gazes from all directions nearly surrounded Yan Huang, especially with the aid of a second perspective. He felt as if he were stripped bare and placed in the center, subjected to the judgment of countless people. Their gazes carried a hint of amusement, as if he were already a captured prize. In fact, he truly was. At this point, Yan Huang no longer cared to maintain his facade. He stood up directly, fixing his gaze on the man who had exposed his identity, Xiefu. His front faced the light, while his back was shrouded in darkness. A playful smile adorned his face, and his eyes sparkled with mockery. In the cold wind, his coat fluttered wildly. "Teacher Yan, haven't seen you for a few hours. You seem to be in good spirits." Yan Huang pressed his lips together, still maintaining his smile. "Old Xie seems well too. I wonder if you're aware of any news." Xiefu looked at Yan Huang in confusion. "Oh, what good news does Teacher Yan bring me? Tell me." Yan Huang didn't rush to speak. Instead, he bent down and silently bowed to Xiefu. "First of all, I must apologize to you, Xiefu." He squinted his eyes. "Does Teacher Yan need to apologize to me?" Yan Huang paused, then took out a necklace. The necklace was nothing special. As it swayed in his hand, it caught the strong light from behind, revealing a hint of translucence. Then he bent down, speaking with utmost sincerity and gentlemanly demeanor. "I'm very sorry for killing your wife. I hope you can forgive me. But if not, it doesn't matter, because your wife can't come back to life anyway." Once he finished his apology, he casually tossed the necklace away. Even he didn't think about where it would land, as it was not something worth caring about. Rising, Yan Huang's face was filled with bright smiles. He adjusted his glasses, standing amidst countless eggs and people seemingly in a dire situation, yet calm and composed. Xiefu looked on in disbelief, listening, his mind momentarily chaotic and furious. "What did you say? You killed her. How dare you kill her? Damn it, you bastard. God, please issue a decree to kill this ungrateful blasphemer." In an instant, Yan Huang felt the giant egg behind him flicker with light. It seemed to have truly issued some kind of command. Xiefu also appeared to receive some sort of feedback, excitedly kneeling down. "Thank you, God. Thank you, God. Everyone, kill this aberration and feast upon his essence." In an instant, the parents all took a step forward, murmuring something. Their will was transmitted to the genius. Around them, shadows swayed. An egg swiftly charged towards Yan Huang. Its basic speed was not fast, but combined with the downward momentum, it still produced a sound of rushing wind near Yan Huang's ear. The parents almost simultaneously felt the corners of their mouths lift. As long as the children's eggs could make contact with Yan Huang, he would naturally become their nourishment. He was merely a clown disturbing the ritual. It would be best for him to become their meal sooner rather than later. That was his destined fate. Countless eggs approached Yan Huang in that moment, aiming to crash into him. Yan Huang stood frozen in place, as if he were stunned. Beneath layers of shadows, no one could see his expression. All that was known was that he was ultimately surrounded and touched by countless eggs. The eggs that made contact with Yan Huang twisted their countless eyes into crescent shapes, seemingly mocking Yan Huang for his ignorance of impending doom, while also rejoicing at their imminent feast. The Deceiver just died like that. Everyone believed Yan Huang was surely doomed. Their hearts hung at the highest peak. Eyes dared not to look away. Until, crack, crack, crack. Strange cracking sounds echoed in their ears. Bam! In an instant, an egg-shattered golden yolk flying into the air, reflecting dazzling golden light under the giant egg's illumination. Like rain of gold, it fell everywhere. Parents geniuses. All pupils contracted in disbelief at the scene before them. No. No. How is this possible? How could he evade absorption? Child. My child. The one I painstakingly hatched. You owe me a child. What if the next one turns out to be useless? You must provide me with the next child as A pair of parents screamed in sorrow while everyone was paralyzed in terror. Yet they clearly did not realize that their child was not alone. At this moment, all the eggs surrounding Yan Huang became aware that something was amiss. All their eyes expressed panic. They needed to escape this range. But as they were about to leap out, sizzles sounded. Egg liquid flew everywhere like fine rain descending. Not a single one survived. All were cut in half. The one who should have turned into nourishing liquid for the children was instead standing still, clad in a tight-fitting, thick egg liquid flowed along the blade. He gripped tightly, dripping from the edge. It fell to the ground, merging into the earth. Indeed, as long as there's no absolute contact with the cells, there shouldn't be any issues. What breaks from the outside is merely food. He reached out and removed the hood, revealing a handsome face. His fingers, smeared with a bit of egg liquid, tasted a drop. A smile remained on his face. Not bad. Everyone's expressions turned pale, even forgetting to breathe. Yan Huang was still alive. He had actually solved the predicament of being surrounded by eggs in this manner. This wave truly astonished everyone in the live broadcast. My goodness. He wouldn't have just bought a suit from the mall at the last second, right? Absolutely. Looking back at the replay, he really did just that, and he bought the cheapest one. This kind of audacious maneuver I've never seen in my life. What on earth is going on in his mind? Was this premeditated, or a sudden whim? Damn, this is too reckless. I've never seen someone so bold. I genuinely thought he was going to die. Even the parents and children did not realize that Yan Huang had made this choice in that moment. They erupted in fury. You damn blasphemer. You will surely die. Yan Huang smirked quietly, putting on his black-framed glasses. The loving father's kitchen knife spun in his hand before he gripped it tightly. Is that so? Then let's see. Who kills whom first? Saying this, he sliced open the nearest lucky egg beside him, the cold light flashing in his glasses. Golden yolk exploded like blooming petals. Yan Huang's action thoroughly enraged everyone. Author's note. The first draft of this chapter is Yan Huang setting a lie for himself. The previous cold sweat all condensed into a layer of membrane, and due to lipid solubility and repulsion, microscopically the egg did not make contact with Yan Huang. After much deliberation, I ultimately chose the suit method. Could the suit be likened to Little Black from Detective Conan? It was at this moment that all the eggs bizarrely lost any reaction. Whether it was fear or killing intent, all vanished without a trace. They closed their eyes, and after doing so, their eyes gradually disappeared, transforming into smooth, pristine white eggs. Yan Huang sensed that something was amiss, and his gaze immediately locked onto Mr. Xia. At this moment, Mr. Xia no longer paid him any attention, instead muttering something under his breath. Yan Huang could not hear clearly. However, he knew it was surely not anything good. He stood up, intending to approach Mr. Xia, but countless eggs blocked his way, making it difficult for him to move. He understood that the longer the current situation persisted, the more dangerous it would become for him. Therefore, he had to find a way to speed up his ascent. His gaze shifted to the eggs before him. To ensure his survival, he could only slightly inconvenience them. With each step he took, he smashed an egg in front of him. He forcefully carved a path. Everywhere he passed was covered in golden egg liquid. As he reached halfway, the sound of cracking eggs echoed in his ears. Yan Huang realized that things were not good. They knew that the state of the eggs had been deciphered, and the hatching was... He recalled the attributes of the geniuses documented in Tang Xin's new book after hatching, sending a chill down his spine. At present his attributes were at best that of a relatively superior ordinary person, while the power and agility attributes of the geniuses after hatching reached 3 times that of an average person. If these eggs truly hatched, it would be the end for him. Yan Huang squinted, the feeling of tension pressing on his nerves prompting him to hasten his pace and rhythm. At this moment, he also realized that the chaotic sounds were not just the sounds of eggs cracking. There were also discordant voices inexplicably appearing in his mind. Do not run away. Accept the blessings and coexist with us. Join us. Become one of us. Be Yan Laosher. Become one of us. Power. Fame. You will have it all. Your future children will also be. Various voices echoed chaotically in his mind, making his head throb. They affected the speed of his neural responses, causing a noticeable decrease in his pace. He called up his attribute panel. Sure enough, the degree of assimilation in the status section was deepened. Status assimilation 60. Just moments ago, it was 1%. Now it had reached this terrifying number. It seemed that the closer he got to the giant egg, the stronger the light, and the faster the assimilation rate. Damn it! Yan Huang cursed inwardly. Too many unstable factors had altered all his judgments, causing a chain reaction. The margin for error was increasing in this situation. His nerves were restrained by this assimilation state, and the feeling of fatigue became increasingly apparent, causing a decline in his physical sensations. Yan Huang took a deep breath, ultimately raising a hand to his mouth. He bit down hard on his own arm. Blood oozed out from where his teeth pierced the skin. Drop by drop it mingled with the golden egg liquid on the ground. The intense pain stimulated all his neural cells, reviving him and finally reducing his feeling of fatigue. Meanwhile, his eyes were mostly covered with red blood vessels. His movements began to quicken. The assimilation process had not stopped for a moment. Finally, he was close to climbing up the pit ladder with one hand already resting on the ladder. But in that instant, the sound of cracking eggs erupted. It was exceptionally crisp. A hand reached out from the broken eggshell, grabbing Yan Huang's ankle. Yan Huang's pupils constricted sharply. His first instinct was to use his knife to sever that hand. Crack! The sound of the blade piercing the skin echoed, and Yan Huang could feel that he had indeed cut through. However, the knife could not be pulled out. A tight, eerie feeling wrapped around the blade. Yan Huang instinctively looked back. His face changed dramatically. He saw a bizarre scene. The giant egg seemed like a spotlight, casting a gradient of light from bright to dark. One by one, the eggs cracked open at the top. Individuals crawled out from within. They hunched their backs, maintaining various distorted forms. They revealed their primal selves. Their bodies emerged from the hatching eggshell in an irregular posture, moving towards him. In close proximity, it was dark. He could only see their outlines and parts of their facial features. The person was struck by his knife. However, halfway through he could not cut any further. No matter how hard Yan Huang tried. That flesh was like pliable iron mud. Blood dripped from the blade. Yet he seemed to feel no pain. He neither cried out nor struggled. Instead, as Yan Huang's gaze slowly rose, he saw a blurred face grotesquely forming a smile with muscle. His eyes lacked any human expression. It was something Yan Huang could not describe. Greed and pride. This sent chills down his back, even giving him goosebumps. Is this the true monster? With his strength of 1A and with a bit of added sharpness, the kind father's kitchen knife, which had effortlessly cut through everything before, could not even slice through its bones. A monster. Yan Huang clearly sensed that with his current attributes, he had almost no chance against even one of them, let alone the countless behind it. At this moment, the assimilation process had reached 80%. Countless monsters were rushing towards him at an incomprehensible speed. Damn! Is this the threefold strength and agility? A strong sense of crisis stemming from death surged within Yan Huang's heart. It rendered the absolute calm he imposed upon himself utterly ineffective. This sense of crisis left him with only one instinctive reaction, the instinct of a survivor. He drew the kitchen knife, aimed at the joint of the 4 parallel fingers gripping his ankle, excluding the thumb. This was the easiest place to break. Sure enough, the knife sliced through the knuckle. Yan Huang's body was finally freed. At that moment, the monster with 4 severed knuckles showed no pain reflex, seamlessly connecting for a slap aimed to crush him. He wanted to dodge upwards, but countless monsters had already pounced towards him. Yan Huang gritted his teeth, his eyes turning red, ultimately choosing to endure that slap. He rolled sideways. Crack! Kaka! The palm of an adult with 3 times the attributes caused at least 2 of his fragile ribs to break. He let out a muffled groan from the pain, but he successfully dodged the predictions of that group of monsters. The monsters crashed into the upper step one after another. He fell to the ground, breathing rapidly. Looking at the pile of monsters forming a small mountain, their faces slowly turning towards him, countless eyes fixed upon him. The faces of these geniuses were indeed quite handsome, but their expressions were so strange that they resembled the living dead. Their muscles were rigid to the extreme. It was as if they were wax figures. A uniform expression, uniform actions, and uniform stiffness, yet with absolutely non-uniform faces. Under the gaze of these individuals, Yan Huang felt as if his scalp had been struck by an electric current. His nerves became extraordinarily alert at that moment. Even as the degree of assimilation deepened and his head throbbed increasingly, Yan Huang dared not hesitate for a moment. He immediately scrambled to climb out of the pit. His shoes kicked up the sand on the ground, spraying it onto those geniuses. If only he could use his talent right now. Unfortunately, he knew all too well that these geniuses were puppets controlled by their parents, rendering his talent completely ineffective. Unless he could control all the parents at once. Yet here he was at the bottom of the pit, making too much noise for his voice to carry. If he hesitated for even a moment, he would die here. The degree of assimilation had already reached 85%. The cacophony of voices, if he hesitated for even a moment, he would die here. The degree of assimilation had already reached 85%. The cacophony of voices continued to echo. Yan Huang was on the verge of losing his ability to judge. He could only rely on instinct to evade. If he made a single misstep, confronting any of those geniuses would ensnare him. And the cost of being ensnared was death. Yan Huang did not want to die. He wanted to survive. For that he was willing to pay any price. His heart raced with fear, yet his eyes and actions under the stimulus of death displayed an unprecedented calm. He dared not breathe. Holding his breath, he rolled, jumped, and dodged. Although there were many hands trying to grab him, these children were still controlled by their parents, preventing them from achieving perfect coordination. With so many people, the hands became chaotic. Even with high physical fitness, if their thoughts and judgments were disordered, it would be akin to dragging themselves down. Thus, many times, Yan Huang utilized the second perspective of advanced all-seeing detection to make multiple predictions and calculations in a short time, unwaveringly trusting his every unique judgment to react. He let these geniuses trip over their own feet. The surrounding environment was constantly being destroyed. If any link went wrong, Yan Huang would be caught. It was almost miraculous. The viewers in the live stream forgot to breathe. Damn. This movement and prediction, I can't tell if it's luck or skill anymore. This trickster's body technique is too twisted. A friendly reminder to everyone watching: you can breathe while watching the video. Goodness. Thanks for the reminder. I didn't realize I could breathe. I almost suffocated. Trickster, please don't die. If he grows up during this live stream, his future battles will be spectacular. I suspect that if he successfully clears this hatching city, he will at least receive a grade evaluation. The degree of assimilation reached 89%. Yan Huang felt a bizarre membrane appear on his body. This membrane was identical to the one the previous geniuses had when they entered the egg state. He felt a sense of dread, especially now. His stamina was nearly exhausted from the relentless chase and various evasive maneuvers. Under multiple constraints, every choice became exceptionally important. At this moment, only 6 steps remained to the surface of the pit. 6 steps were not high, but Yan Huang could not immediately escape. Moreover, if he really got out of the pit, it would mean fewer obstacles to his movement. Additionally, the parents could very well join the fight. No. Yan Huang quickly dismissed this possibility, because he saw the positions of the parents retreated further back as he climbed higher. Why was that? In such a situation of retreating, there could only be one reason. They were wary of Yan Huang's potential escape. He boldly speculated. When the parents completely controlled the children, they could not multitask, and their will could only focus on either controlling the children or their own single actions. Or they could not flexibly ensure control of their own bodies while completely controlling the children. Otherwise, they could have long since coordinated with the children to corner him. With a breakthrough point, Yan Huang quickly set his goal. His target was Xiefu. Why Xiefu? Naturally, it was because Yan Huang simply loathed this monster. He was a person who held grudges. Whether he was already exposed or in other situations, he would remember those who, for example, the first person to expose his identity and declare his death sentence, Xiefu. Otherwise, he wouldn't have provoked him using Xiemyu's incident. After all, he knew very well that whether he spoke or not, he would end up here. Rather than dying outright, he preferred to take one more person down with him, or he wouldn't rest in peace. And now, he would give everything to do something that would allow him to die in peace. Taking Xiefu down with him. By the way, also verifying the final crucial question. With 6 steps remaining, Yan Huang could not go up directly. He suddenly halted his steps. As expected, a group of geniuses pounced on him again. But this time, they had an additional layer of prediction, anticipating that Yan Huang would appear higher up. Little did they know, Yan Huang did not jump at all. He smirked as the geniuses lunged at him, and then jumped. It's over. He misjudged. For this time, he's going to die. The geniuses thought the same, their eyes filled with excitement, hands ready to grab those lively legs. Just then, Yan Huang suddenly pulled his legs in. In midair, he curled his legs like a crab. The crowd was left astonished. Their hands once again grasped at nothing. In the next moment, Yan Huang kicked off one person's body below. Using this leverage, he completed a double jump in midair. Successfully crossing 6 steps, he exited the pit. Outside the pit, the parents changed their expressions. They retreated in succession. Yan Huang fixed his gaze on Xiefu. At the same time, he noticed that his degree of assimilation had reached a terrifying 90%. No. Now it was 91%. The last 10% was rising with exceptional speed. Behind him, those geniuses finally began to show some intelligence. Only a few slowly crawled out from the pit. Standing upright in the dark, they clenched their fists, ready to smash their fists into Yan Huang's head. Yan Huang's pupils suddenly constricted. The degree of assimilation had reached 93%. The membrane on his body became increasingly prominent, threatening to envelop him completely. The whispers in his mind grew more frequent and intense, nearly causing his head to explode. He could no longer care about anything else. Yan Huang tightened his grip on the loving father's kitchen knife, gritting his teeth, and unleashed the fastest speed he could muster in his current state towards Xiefu. I said, let's see who takes down whom first. Xiefu's face turned pale, then broke into a strange smile. Because behind Yan Huang, Xiefu Mu's fist was also coming down hard towards his neck. Yan Huang realized this point clearly. There were only 2 possibilities now. Either he struck Xiefu only to be punched through the neck by Xiefu Mu, or he missed Xiefu and was punched through the neck by Xiefu Mu. Either way, it all came down to one word: death. Since it was death either way, then he might as well take one with him. The degree of assimilation had already reached 95%. The layer of membrane on Yan Huang was about to envelop his entire being. In the air, he gritted his teeth and swiftly threw the knife in his hand. The knife flew out spinning, making a whistling sound as it sliced through the air. A silver streak pierced through Xiefu's neck. Under Xiefu's incredulous gaze, blood spurted from his neck, shooting up like a fountain. In the end, his expression bore a smile. He was dead, but Yan Huang must die too. Seeing Xiefu killed by the strike, Yan Huang used all his strength to desperately shift his body in midair. He did not completely move, but in his first-person view. At that moment, Xiefu Mu's movements clearly paused, allowing Yan Huang to see his expression. It was starkly different from the previous stiffness. That face was no longer rigid. It was still dazed. He had indeed broken free from the control of his parents. However, even so, it did not halt the punch he swung. Damn, I'm going to die. This is it. There's no saving me now, I'm really going to die. Yan Huang's gaze caught these comments. Immediately, a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seemed he was saying something, yet no sound came forth. The speed was too fast. The next scene for everyone was Yan Huang's neck was punched through by Xiefu Mu. Blood splattered everywhere. It almost filled every viewer's screen. What a brutal sight it was. Xiefu Mu's hands were smeared with blood. Drip drip, soaking into the soil. Yan Huang's head detached from his body, flying straight away into the distance. Under the light, in the darkness, everything felt so real, yet so surreal. Until his death, a refined smile still hung on his face. At this moment, the number of viewers in the live stream 12734. The recommendation was still pinned on the homepage under the outstanding newcomers. This was undoubtedly a symbol of Yan Huang's capability. Such data was dazzling even for some veterans, let alone Yan Huang, who upon entering the dungeon for the first time could achieve such a feat, was prepared to be the newcomer king. Did the fraudster really die like this? Impossible. He shouldn't just die like this. What's impossible? No matter how good his previous judgments were, playing dungeon is inherently risky. One misstep, and it's all over. Damn. What a pity the fraudster is dead just like that. I was thinking his style was unparalleled and was planning to follow him for a long time. No, wait. Something's off. If he died, the live stream should have been forcibly shut down. How could we be discussing whether he is dead or not like this? And, have you all noticed? The dungeon of Hatching City is still in a locked state. Damn, you're right. Wait. Look at the replay. It seems he said something right before being punched through by Xiefu Mu. At that moment, everyone suddenly saw a new announcement appear in Xiefu Mu's livestream. According to Dungeon Detection, player fraudster displayed excellent combat awareness, exceptional judgment, and high-quality streaming, and has been additionally recommended to the homepage's secondary recommendation, Exciting Moments. Validity 1 minute. Homepage secondary recommendation. Exciting Moments has enormous traffic as a special type of recommendation. We hope players can continue to strive. Excitement never ceases. The moment they saw this announcement, everyone in the live stream could no longer remain calm. While they were confused, they even felt a tingling sensation on their scalp. What the hell is going on? A newcomer entering the dungeon for the first time has received an additional reward recommendation beyond the newcomer recommendation. This is the first time I've encountered such a thing in my life. This must be a joke. What the hell did the fraudster do? Why did the system suddenly determine he qualified for the Exciting Moments extra reward? What just happened? Where is the fraudster? I just saw the replay. It seems the fraudster said something before being punched through. Who can read lips? Come and take a look. Soon someone who could read lips arrived and translated what Yan Huang said before being punched through. I am dead. I was pretending. In an instant, everyone's scalps tingled. The fraudster was indeed not dead. But where was he? Just as everyone pondered this question, the body of the fraudster that had just been punched through by Xie Mu was visibly ignited by a burst of under the extreme flames. His flesh was rapidly being destroyed. Logically speaking, after a person dies due to the presence of fats, there shouldn't be too much smoke when the fire burns, and a human form shouldn't rapidly distort. Yet now the body of Yan Huang, engulfed in flames, was emitting thick black smoke spiraling into the air, while intense sparks melted his flesh at the edges. The speed was incredibly fast. This didn't look like a person being burned alive, but rather like burning grass and wood. Boom! The flames exploded, startling the parents into screams. Such a scene was far too dazzling. Dazzling enough that Xie Mu, who had regained control of his body within 0.1 level of intelligence, seemed to see something he had never seen before. The fire of hope. The flames flickered on his delicate face. Everyone was stunned by such a sight. But when the body of the fraudster was engulfed by the flames and disappeared, they instantly understood what the fraudster had done. They suddenly realized what the life-saving item was that the fraudster bought before heading to Tang Xin's room. All of them had been completely deceived by this cunning fraudster, deceived to the point of utter confusion. At that moment, the screen suddenly shifted in the live stream. The image turned exceedingly dark. They could only vaguely see a cultured and refined silhouette. He wore glasses, always wearing a smile that seemed to master everything. As the system adjusted, the image clarity increased. That smiling face became clearer and clearer. It was none other than the fraudster whom they had just seen being punched through. Prop substitute doll. Effect: place a doll within 10 meters around you, allowing for a position swap with the doll at any time within 30 minutes. After the swap, the doll will automatically burn, molded according to the user's appearance. Item introduction: the doll deeply cherishes its master and will always enjoy the master's affection, willing to give everything for them. Little does the master know behind the doll is not just a doll, but someone who loves them dearly. When the soul silently accompanying the doll is discovered, it will also depart forever. This item has actually been used by many. However, compared to those items with obvious effects or lower usage thresholds, the effect of the substitute doll is rather useless, and its price is not low, having never performed exceptionally well, leading it to be overlooked. It has even made it onto the list of most useless items of the year, due to its frequent appearances on the list. When the doll is burned, the audience can instantly recognize that Yan Huang used this item. For them, this was simply an unbelievable matter. To think the substitute doll could be used to such extent. Truly astounding. I never expected someone could utilize it like this. Just a moment's delay by the fraudster could render the doll ineffective, either activating too quickly before the blade fell, or activating too slowly and getting crushed. This moment truly sent shivers down my spine. It's magnificent. No wonder it made the highlight reel. Simply incredible. I believe that operation will surely be recorded as a masterstroke. The fraudster truly was a fraudster, deceiving us all. Yan Huang left a profound impression on everyone this time. Yet he did not care. He simply looked down at the loving father's kitchen knife that returned with him. This knife seemed to have undergone some changes. Item: Family Harmony Knife. Quality F. Attributes: Sharpness 1, a lightweight 1, Curse 1. Item introduction: no one knows the loving father and gentle mother often rage at night due to their child's incompetence, wondering why other people's children are always better. Perhaps it was your genes that were problematic. The child's incompetence was learned from you. Thus, that night the knife's owner killed the noisy woman and himself, finally bringing harmony to the family. Additional introduction: killing the wife and husband whose good deed was this. So cruel. Curse: when the family harmony knife successfully inflicts damage, it will additionally inflict a layer of fatigue, bleeding, infection effect on the target. Yan Huang clearly saw the attribute effects of the evolved family harmony knife, feeling its improved grip. It seems this adventure has yielded rich rewards. The pause shown by Xie Mu after Xie father was killed confirmed one thing for Yan Huang. The child is completely under the control of the parents, and if the parents die, the child's control will also be lifted. Though the parents possess the power to control the child, their attributes are rather mediocre, making it easy to. On the other hand, the child has extremely high strength and agility attributes, but lacks intelligence with a mere 0.1 in wisdom. Perhaps they only possess the most basic judgment ability, devoid of any capacity for thought. In the eyes of the child, the parents are an insurmountable mountain. If that mountain is trampled before them, they will regard the trampler as a higher mountain. Their object of fear has thus changed. The adult elephants in a circus only have a single chain throughout their lives. They once struggled wildly, but as young ones they lack the ability to break free from the chain. Until they mature, they gain the ability to break free, yet fear and shadows constantly overshadow their memories, with their understanding of life being nothing but an inescapable fate. Moreover, they have been shackled with even sturdier chains. Thus, attempting to forcibly break through the combination of parents and child becomes nearly impossible. However, if approached from the perspective of the parents, then there may still be an opportunity. But the combination of parents and child is unbreakable. How can one find the chance to break through the parents? This is a problem. But it is not a significant issue. Yan Huang's lips curled slightly. In his heart, he already had the answer. At this moment, daybreak. A gray cold light filtered through the window of the hatching and reflecting on the surface of the knife in Yan Huang. Yan Huang sheathed the family harmony knife and hurried downstairs. His answer will be revealed tonight. The chapter of Hatching City will turn tonight. However, before that he must wait for the moment night falls. The old wooden board collapsed with a crash, landing on the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. It seemed as though this place had never been cleaned, the dust thick enough to nearly choke him. Is this a room? In this passage leading to the basement, there is actually a room. If it weren't for his instinct to brace himself against the wall, he would have never noticed. Yan Huang pondered for a moment, thinking that the family of Xie Fumu had practically fallen apart by now and no one would disturb him at such a time. Going further down, it was uncertain if he could even reach the so-called basement. Looking at the cramped door, even Yan Huang found it difficult to walk straight through. He had to turn sideways to squeeze in. Fortunately, after squeezing past one wall, the space opened up. Yan Huang managed to crawl through. The room before him was small, yet cluttered. The arrangement was quite interesting. Several pieces of bedding covered the floor, ensuring that every patch of ground was concealed beneath the tattered quilts. Against the wall, there were a chaotic assortment of pillows with various shapes piled in the corner. Oh, and a small chandelier bulb. Yan Huang followed the wires to find the switch for the chandelier and turned it on. A faint orange glow illuminated the space. It was dim, yet there was an indescribable feeling lurking in the air. Yan Huang pondered many words to describe this sensation. In the end, he could only summarize this feeling in 3 words: sense of security. Perhaps every child sets up their own little space to escape sadness, a private sanctuary of freedom. And this little space was termed a secret base. This secret base need not be large as long as it could hold their innocent and reckless selves. Only the best friends would qualify to enter the secret base. The owner of this little space was no exception. On the wall, in crooked, colorful crayon, was written Xie. The letters were quite adorable, and under the warm yellow glow, these 5 characters stirred a complex feeling in Yan Huang's heart, especially when he saw that in this room, cushioned by bedding, the walls were plastered with drawings, many of which had been One such drawing fell onto the bedding, which Yan Huang picked up. It was a simple stick figure joyfully stretching its arms and waving. This cute drawing bore traces of being torn and patched with transparent tape. Yan Huang found this drawing intriguing because the back of the piece carried the significance of its creation. June 1, 2115. Mom and Dad are attending a ceremony. Pray for me. I drew this picture at school. It looks beautiful, and I received praise from my classmates. I want to show it to Mom and Dad, who I have become an excellent child. Then they tore my drawing apart, saying, if you dare to waste time on such meaningless things again, you'll get punished every time we meet. My proud drawing was torn apart by them, and they seemed to feel guilty towards me. So they comforted me, if you had hatched sooner, we wouldn't have to worry so much. Do you really want to throw a tantrum over a drawing? Be good. Reflect on yourself. Reflect. I did nothing wrong. Why should I reflect? I simply wanted to show them that I could draw better than those hatched idiots. I want to draw. I want them to be proud of me. Even if I don't hatch, I can still achieve that. The text written above was particularly obscure, conveying a desire to become proud, yet revealing a child's sorrow at being rejected when attempting to invite their parents to share joy. Yan Huang pressed his lips together, thinking of the stories behind these drawings. Surely they all have diary-like records, right? He thought to himself as he tore off the transparent tape that secured the drawing to the wall. Looking back, sure enough, there were words. Since he couldn't do much in here, reading Xie Fuma's diary would be a good way to pass the time. He looked at the very bottom. The bottom one. Was the drawing of Xie Fumu closest in time to the previous one? June 5, 2115. I love Mom and Dad, even if they don't keep their promises. But I can't accept that the first time they kept a promise was after I drew this stunning picture. Like last time, when they said it was okay, they punished me each time we met. They broke my finger. It hurt so much, but I was so afraid they would find out about my broken finger, otherwise they would surely scold me for being more of a hindrance than a help. All they know is to talk about whose child hatched. Is hatching really that important? I just like to draw. What did I do wrong? I don't like studying. Yet I still study hard every day, and my grades are always the best in class. Why can't I draw? I've already achieved the top position. Why do I seem worthless in their eyes? I will prove my worth, and surely my parents will notice my good qualities. After that, CF Fomu drew countless pictures improving in skill, but the stories behind the drawings became increasingly bitter. Unacknowledged, unrecognized, unaccepted. Yet he resolutely chose to follow his heart. Until July 23, 2116. The results of the high school entrance exam came out. I ranked second in the entire town. I am more capable than those hatched children. I told Mom and Dad my results, and this time, surely they would recognize me, right? Would they reward me, allowing me to draw for a while each day? The answer was no. It was a rainy day. They kicked me out of the house, locking me outside, angrily scolding me for not being first. They berated me for wasting time on drawing. No matter how I begged on my knees in the storm, they never opened. I screamed until my voice was hoarse. They were disappointed in me, and I no longer held any illusions about them. That storm extinguished all my passion. That storm extinguished CF Fuma's fantasies about his parents, and also extinguished his fantasies about. Afterwards, CF Fumu painted much less frequently. The content of his paintings shifted from depicting happiness to a chaotic state. But every subsequent painting concealed a story of being beaten. The lines were filled with despair. The further it went, the more timid and restrained CF Fuma's writing became. There was no hope or expectation in his expressions. He finally realized that his persistence could not change anything. Thus his words turned into a desire for his actions to satisfy his parents. Yan Huang could perceive a kind of sorrow in these expressions of art and words. A kind of yearning for love that was lost. A kind of will of the indomitable being that would eventually wear down. A kind of sorrow in bowing one's head between reality and dreams. Sorrow. Yan Huang held the last painting in his hand. The content on one side was completely blackened, obscuring any view. On the back a short phrase was written. I will become the person you wish for. Next to the painting there was a spot that seemed thinner than the rest of the paper, making it clear, without further explanation, that this paper might be tears. Looking further down, on the evening of May 30th, 2022, that child chose to compromise. Yan Huang, in this brief 20 minutes, watched a child over a mere 7 years after falling in love with painting, transition from an innocent and pure state full of boundless expectations from his parents. In the end, he abandoned his persistence and chose to yield. 7 years. Only 7 years. Yet it has indeed been 7 years. He struggled under the chains for 7 years, ultimately erasing his hopes and wishes, willingly becoming one of those he had scorned countless times. The hatching city is not about hatching, but rather after being dulled by the environment, both you and I have become the shapes that the world desires, emerging from the carefully nurtured egg of our parents, the chicken child. This is hatching. This is growth. This is life. This is a life predetermined since birth. Yan Huang sighed and looked down further. He noticed that the lower right corner of the paper seemed to be missing a notch. This notch was not large, perhaps the size of a circle formed by the index finger and thumb. Just as Yan Huang was puzzled, in his originally warm yellow, dimly lit vision, a long shadow covered him, obscuring his sight. He slowly raised his head, tilting his chin. At that moment, a human face entered his field of vision. A delicate face with lifeless eyes staring at Yan Huang. His whole body was filthy, unwashed. The two maintained eye contact for 2 seconds, until Yan Huang felt a chill behind him and reacted belatedly. Xia. Fumo. His lips slightly parted, feeling incredulous. In an instant his mind raced. How could CF Fumo be here? All of his controlling parents were dead. Why did he appear silently here? In an instant, beads of sweat trickled down Yan Huang's back. In this cramped space, CF Fumo blocked the exit. How could he escape? And what then? Outside there were numerous layers of stairs. CF Fumo, as a genius, had agility almost 3 times his own. He couldn't outrun him even if he risked his life. Yan Huang forced himself to calm down. But CF Fumo wasn't giving him time to calm down. One hand slowly reached for Yan Huang's head. Yan Huang immediately manifested the harmony knife in his hand, swinging it directly at CF Fuma's palm. However, CF Fuma's movement was faster. His knife only grazed CF Fuma's skin, drawing some blood. Yet his hand firmly grasped Yan Huang's wrist. Yan Huang quickly stowed the harmony knife back into his backpack. CF Fuma's strength was exceptionally great. He loomed over Yan Huang, who sat in front of him. A strong sense of oppression nearly suffocated Yan Huang, while CF Fumu decisively tightened his grip. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed, causing Yan Huang's pupils to constrict as intense pain surged. He gritted his teeth to suppress any loud cries, and once again summoned the harmony knife to his left hand, swinging it towards CF Fuma's hand. If he couldn't sever the genius hand with his right hand last night, how could he do it now with his left hand, which had even less strength? CF Fuma's hand was slashed, blood splattering onto Yan Huang's face, yet he still didn't let go. Yan Huang didn't even know how to struggle. If he could just stand up and stab CF Fuma's head, perhaps there was a chance to kill. But now his hand was firmly suppressed by CF Fumo, and he was completely subdued like a bird in a cage, unable to move at will. Was he really going to fall here? The fear of death surged in his heart. Yan Huang never expected that after enduring such a grand scene, he would stumble over such a minor mistake. He couldn't accept it. How could he not accept it? Yan Huang's breathing became increasingly rapid. CF Fumu had already raised his fist, seemingly intending to smash his head. Yan Huang was extremely tense, his mind filled with the image of the substitute doll's neck being shattered by a punch last night. Damn! Yan Huang cursed inwardly. CF Fuma's fist was about to come crashing down. Yan Huang blurted out, "CF Fumu, you heartless person, I even blocked a slap for you. Is this how you repay me?" At that moment, CF Fumu showed a noticeable pause. Yan Huang seized this moment of hesitation, swiftly dodging the fist, extending his foot to kick CF Fuma's lower body. CF Fumu hissed in pain, instinctively releasing his grip on Yan Huang. Seizing the opportunity, Yan Huang aimed to slip through the door leading to the stairs. But just as he was about to slip out, CF Fumu grabbed his hand again. Yan Huang gritted his teeth. Since CF Fumu could feel pain now, he would treat him as if he were no longer a puppet, but rather a fool with an intelligence of only 0.1. Since he wasn't a puppet, his talent should be of use, right? He activated his talent. CF Fumu does not want to chase after Yan Huang, nor does he want to kill Yan Huang. Lie determination. Determination abnormal. Determination abnormal. Is CF Fumu still in a controlled state? That shouldn't be. Parents were clearly already killed. Or is it because of his low intelligence that his bodily actions still obey the last command from his parents, who held the highest control over his body? But just now CF Fumu was clearly conscious. He heard his voice. Regardless, now is not the time to Yan Huang could only meet CF Fuma's gaze. He gritted his teeth. With no other options, he had to try once more. CF Fumu, take a good look at who I am. Are you sure you want to kill the last person in this world who supports you? CF Fumu stared at Yan Huang. His body suddenly trembled as if tormented. Ah! CF Fumu let out a painful groan. He clutched Yan Huang's hand, sometimes tightening, trying to break Yan Huang's hand, and at other times loosening his grip. It seemed he was struggling between two extreme emotions. He saw a tear fall from CF Fuma's delicate face. Tears. In that instant, Yan Huang's mind sparked with clarity, and he immediately realized a problem. Nutrition. Growth requires nutrition. The food that CF Fumu should have eaten was what everyone considered delicious, but ultimately, due to an accident, CF Fuma's food became the emaciated Tang Xin. The nutrition between people cannot be equal. If there is insufficient nutrition, could there be a possibility that the hatching is incomplete? And such an incomplete hatching, could it lead to CF Fumu being different from other geniuses? For example, he retains a certain self-awareness even while under control. The thought struck Yan Huang like a bolt from the blue. If that's the case, the fact that CF Fumu knew he was in the room last night, yet didn't kill him, would make complete sense. CF Fuma's current state is a struggle. He is attempting to break the chains binding him, struggling between control and self. Yan Huang was extremely tense, not daring to breathe. He gazed at CF Fumu, watching him struggle. He was even more anxious than CF Fumu. At this moment, suddenly CF Fumu released his grip and knelt down towards Yan Huang. He knelt on the soft bedding, clutching his head, his fingers digging fiercely into his hair to the extent that blood began to seep from his scalp due to the force. His teeth were clenched tightly, his voice hoarse, breaking through the gaps between his teeth. Tears streamed down his face like a dam that had burst, leaving a clear mark beneath his eyes. "Kill me, Teacher Yan. Kill me." These were his first words after hatching, uttered in desperation. "Kill me," pierced through Yan Huang's heart like a thorn. He looked at the boy before him, whose expression was still filled with immense pain. At times, he would almost lose control and reach for Yan Huang. Yet just as he was about to grab him, he would awaken from the haze like a beast, unruly and wild. But above the beast there still remained his indomitable will. Yan Huang could see the chains binding CF Fumu beginning to shatter, but at the same time, CF Fumu himself was also breaking apart. 1,000 words were stuck in his throat, provoked by CF Fuma's reaction at this moment. They could neither ascend nor descend, leaving him grasping the knife of familial harmony, unable to judge. If CF Fumu were still in a controlled puppet state, he would not hesitate to strike him down. But as CF Fumu struggled, his thoughts began to waver. At that moment, CF Fumu grasped Yan Huang's hand. Yan Huang was taken aback. He saw CF Fumu kneeling before him with his head bowed, swaying back and forth as he held Yan Huang's hand, pressing the blade of the knife of familial harmony against his own neck. Yet he could not bring himself to harm CF Fumu. Instead, he choked out a plea, "Teacher Yan. CF Fumu is no longer CF Fumu. I am grateful to have met you, and I am also grateful to regain consciousness at this moment. So, kill me, I beseech you. Fumu begs you while I am still myself. Let Fumu die, and still be Fumu afterward. I implore you. Kill me." His voice was a mixture of release and restraint, suppression and suffering. That sorrowful plea. Even death had become a luxury. The resistance he had maintained for 7 years was to ensure that Xiaofumu remained Xiaofumu. But now he could not even be certain if he was still himself. He knew he was a monster, a thoroughly despicable creature in his own eyes. He had finally become the very person he despised the most. Now, he no longer wished to continue. So, kill me. He lifted his head as if he had struggled too hard, even breaking his voice. Yan Huang finally saw his expression. What kind of expression was it? It was despair and unbearable pain. Tears drenched his entire face. Sweat formed a thin film on his body. He was sobbing. He aimed the blade at his neck, applying more force. Yet he still could not bring himself to strike. Such determination. It was as if he was not seeking death. Rather, he was pleading for life, pleading for help. Yan Huang tightened his grip on the knife of familial harmony. He took a deep breath and asked his final question. Xiaofumu, are you afraid of death? Xiaofumu let out a grinding sound, and after that he expressed fragmented emotions. Afraid of death. But more afraid that even in death I cannot be the master of my fate. Teacher Yan, I beg you to save me. Save me from this damned life. In his clear eyes was sadness. Yan Huang pressed his lips together. At this moment he was hit by a tremendous emotional shock. He parted his lips and uttered softly, all right. Please rest well. After saying this he raised his knife. Xiaofumu, with what little will remain, forced his body to close his eyes. He was accepting the redemption he had longed for. The knife fell, and at the moment it was about to land on Xiaofuma's head. The knife halted. In its place, Xiaofumu will forever slumber in sweet dreams. In the dream, familial harmony, mutual affection between parent and child. In the dream, Xiaofumu attains his love. At the moment his words fell, Xiaofuma's eyes suddenly widened. He looked at Yan Huang with disbelief. Before he could speak, lie detection, random event, judgment, success. Result, Xiaofumu will forever slumber in sweet dreams, attaining his love. In that instant Xiaofumu smiled. And after the smile, he gave Yan Huang one last glance filled with longing, filled with a plea for help. That gaze was beautiful. Beautiful to the point of fragility. It made Yan Huang's heart skip a beat. Clang, Xiaofumu collapsed. He would forever sleep in the home of Xiaofumu. That was his spiritual refuge. No one would ever disturb or destroy him again. He would remain forever in that moment, when he was still Xiaofumu. Yan Huang did not know why, but he felt an emptiness in his heart, even a gloominess. He only felt that Xiaofumu, even the children of Hatching City, were truly pitiful, truly sorrowful. Even in the end, wanting to die had to be pleaded for from others, not under one's control. This heavy emotion also transmitted to the players who had once experienced Hatching City, still possessing normal human feelings. Sigh. I don't know why, but I never felt anything while killing monsters before, but at this moment, Xiaofumu actually took the initiative to plead Yan Huang to kill him, and my heart feels empty. It's the same. Perhaps because it was too easy to empathize. We witnessed the Deceiver's life with him only to end up with this outcome truly. Sigh. Is this the plot of the TE line? I only feel that the monster has gained humanity. Or rather that the monster has obtained true humanity. The number of viewers in the live stream peaked at 15,000. At that moment there were no cheers. No astonishment. Only a sea of melancholy. Yan Huang squatted down to cover Xiaofumu with a blanket. He also closed Xiaofuma's eyes. Good night. When he uttered this phrase, a small piece of paper suddenly floated out of Xiaofuma's pocket. Yan Huang was puzzled and reached out to grab it. Congratulations, player, you have obtained the hidden limited time item. Xiaofuma's secret one. The crowd was dumbfounded upon seeing this message. Hidden limited time item. Goodness. Xiaofumu has a hidden limited time item. Wow. The hidden limited time item has appeared. This time the TE line of Hatching City is truly going to be unlocked. This is my first time seeing a hidden limited time item in a live stream. I heard that all hidden limited time items are directly related to the plot of the dungeon. Previously many had tried to find hidden limited time items to crack Hatching City, but never expected it to be on Xiaofumu. At this moment the number of online viewers in the live stream reached a staggering 17,000. This figure is quite remarkable for any F-level dungeon. Yan Huang saw the messages in the bullet chat regarding the hidden limited time item. He chose not to respond. However, he had already come to understand what hidden conditions were required for this hidden limited time item. The secret of Xiaofumu. The secret of Xiaofumu indeed belonged to him. It was that last piece of paper that had been blacked out, the small fragment that had been torn off. Written on the back of this small piece was, if only I were not their child, if only I had never been born. This was hope, this was despair. This was a prayer, this was destruction. It was the last stubbornness Xiaofumu held on to when he chose to bow his head. After reading these words, Yan Huang felt a thin mist before his eyes. The mist was indeed thick. He took off his glasses and wiped away the fog. He thought. He had already understood what this so-called additional condition was. It was Xiaofuma's successful hatching. It was that Xiaofumu after hatching could safely return home to Xiaofuma's home. for only by returning home could it be completely eliminated. Until the last moment, he was still resisting the evidence. He wanted to obtain this evidence. The final secret was gaining CF Yuma's trust. Yan Huang sighed. A thin layer of mist suddenly appeared in his eyes, a reflection of his pity for this pitiful youth. Pity, oh pity. Even with sighs of lament, it was still a pity. He took off his glasses and dried the moisture in his eyes. Then he put on the familiar smile that concealed his true emotions. Yan Huang stared at the words on the half-sheet of paper from CF Fomu for quite a while. He did not expect this to have any direct relation to the plot, until he casually flipped it over. Only then did he discover. The front of this paper was not like a complete sheet, it was blackened on the front. Instead, there was a very small drawing. The moment he saw this drawing, his pupils trembled. A series of events he experienced in Hatching City quickly linked together in his mind. So that's how it is. If that's the case, it all makes sense. He finally understood why CF Fomu had experienced abnormal judgment earlier. He also finally understood the existence of the entire dungeon. Who would have thought? Who would have thought it would turn out like this? Yan Huang's emotions were particularly complex. At this moment, only one thing remained in his mind. Tonight, everything in Hatching City would come to a complete. Yan Huang lowered his head and glanced at CF Fomu. At this time, CF Yuma's body was emitting shimmering light points, slowly spreading out. Yan Huang knew that he would feel at ease after returning home. Therefore, he should not disturb him any further. He left CF Yuma's home, reassembling the originally collapsed wooden door. Then he turned off the lights, stepped out of the room, closed the door. Good night, little Fomu. Good night, brave little one. Yan Huang returned to the surface from the basement passage. After he understood everything, the basement that seemed to have no bottom now finally revealed its depths. The previously dark hole-like staircase, now just a short segment, could clearly show the scenery above. Because this was CF Yuma's fear. Home is very safe, but the road home is always very difficult. Yet to prevent his last home from being destroyed, everything he feared became the protective color of safety. Yan Huang reached the surface. He gazed at the dusk outside the window. The orange-yellow glow seemed to be preparing the perfect ending for his story. He lingered in the inn, not going out for a long time. Nor did he hide. He was waiting. Night fell, when everything was once again swallowed by darkness. It was the beginning of a crisis. It was also the opportunity to break free. Yan Huang tightened the secret of CF Fomu in his hand and took a deep breath. Tonight, wish me safety. As soon as the words left his mouth, he twisted open the first door that had been unlocked after entering Hatching City. The silver moonlight shimmered on the giant egg below. The radiance was exceptionally beautiful. Tonight belonged to the Children's Day of 2122. The ritual of Hatching City was still in progress. Events began on this day. They would also end on this day. Yan Huang stepped out of the door, tightly grasping the knife of family harmony. Step by step, he walked towards the light, towards the giant egg. Beside the giant egg, the parents continued to stand outside the pit, praying their mouths, uttering phrases that harmed others, but still labeled, "As I do this for your sake." The children were still prostrated on the ground. They transformed into countless-eyed eggs. The eerie silence paired perfectly with the wind. It was Yan Huang's appearance that broke the tranquility. Yan Huang stared at everything before him. His gaze fell upon those parents. Then he aimed directly at one of the parents' heads, swinging the knife of family harmony in his hand. Swish, crack, ugh. The sound of slicing wind erupted, blood splattered everywhere. A muffled cry followed the severed windpipe. Everyone's pupils widened. They then turned to Yan Huang's direction. Desecrator, you're still alive. Seeking death. This time, we will not let you go. Their words sounded like a judgment on Yan Huang's fate. Unfortunately, they did not realize this was a judgment on themselves. The children in the pit seemed to have anticipated this early on, so they directly chose to transform from egg form to human. This was a process that required time. During this process, Yan Huang was unafraid of the parents. He walked towards them. The parents instinctively retreated. Retreating in the face of danger is an inherent flaw that all living beings possess. No one wants to end up like CF Fu, becoming that sacrifice. In the darkness, Yan Huang suddenly stopped, a bright smile on his face. Everyone, don't be nervous, I'm just here to escort you all. The parents received this provocation and instantly flew into a rage. Kill him. They issued the command. The children at the bottom of the pit quickly hatched. They crawled out of their eggshells. The terrifying speed created quite a commotion. Yan Huang in this instant made the correct judgment. Do you think I would be afraid of the same trick a second time? Everyone was extremely tense, wondering what was going on with Yan Huang, who seemed so strange. What was he trying to do or say? Just as everyone was lost in thought for a moment, Yan Huang answered himself, of course I would. At that instant, Yan Huang directly ran away. Everyone, viewers in the live stream, what the hell is this operation? I don't understand it again. The parents felt provoked. Catch him. Kill him. That damn rat. The children charged forward like human-shaped war machines, rapidly closing the distance to Yan Huang. But little did they know they had already fallen into Yan Huang's trap. They became a piece in Yan Huang's game. Yan Huang purchased 2 items during his run. The items in the mall are time-limited. Many can only be bought once and can only be used in the dungeon where they were purchased. Swift Flight Talisman. Quality F. Attribute Agility 2. Item description: a talisman specifically for escaping, effective for 60 seconds. Surely no one actually needs to escape during a dungeon run, right? And a plain trumpet. Yan Huang temporarily did not use these 2 items. He was waiting. Behind him, countless geniuses were frantically chasing after him. The speed difference continuously closed the gap between them. Gradually, the group of geniuses was only 2 body lengths away, as if they could reach out and grab him. They reached out their hands trying to grab Yan Huang's back. At that moment, Yan Huang used the Swift Flight Talisman. With an agility attribute of 1, after using the Swift Flight Talisman, his agility attribute soared to 3. 1, even surpassing that of the genius by 0. 1. And it was this 0. 1 difference that caused the hand which was about to grab Yan Huang to slip and miss entirely. The geniuses were taken aback, thinking they were seeing things. They had clearly been able to grab him just moments ago. They blinked and found that Yan Huang had moved even closer to them. This time they were sure they could catch him. Another missed attempt. Yan Huang had moved even closer. Grab. Yet Yan Huang was now further away. Yan Huang slowed down. Yan Huang sped up again. Slow then fast again. Back and forth several times, driving the geniuses nearly insane. They absolutely had to catch this bastard. Yan Huang tightly adhered to the principle of expectation and performed this kite-flying maneuver. Not only did it infuriate the geniuses, but it also astonished the audience watching the live stream. How audacious this maneuver. What if he gets caught? Yan Huang, you chase me. If you can catch me, I'll let you have a good time. Haha, where's the high-level player we were promised? How did it turn into a comedy act? I thought the live stream would have a strong sense of humor. It turns out the trickster is up to his antics again. Although the operation is indeed quite audacious, but the Swift Flight Talisman does have a time limit, right? What happens when the time is up? Yan Huang had long considered this issue. Thus, he directly abandoned the kite-flying tactic and began to sprint at full speed. The direction he was running was quite peculiar. He was heading towards the entrance of the hatching town. He remembered clearly. In Tang Xin's diary, it mentioned that he had tried many times to leave Hatching Town, but each time he left he would end up back in Hatching Town. What situation could lead to this? Getting lost. Yan Huang was certain that outside Hatching Town there must be a strong sense of bewilderment. He did not know what kind of bewilderment it was, nor was it particularly important. As long as he could hold back these geniuses for as long as possible, that was enough. Yan Huang entered through the entrance. Only 20 seconds remained until the effect of the Swift Flight Talisman ended. Yan Huang successfully caught a glimpse of the scene outside. A wide road. He spent 10 seconds to finally see the truth of this bewilderment. Forks in the road. 10 paths appeared before him. Yan Huang. I have to say the residents of Hatching Town are truly unparalleled in their patience. Yan Huang couldn't be bothered. He randomly chose a path and dashed out. In less than 5 seconds he saw the shape of the road behind him. It was a sharply different angle from the previous path, consisting of several paths of the same width. And in front of him there were 10 new paths. Yan Huang couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Is this really necessary? But it didn't have much to do with him. His Swift Flight Talisman had only 10 seconds left. The geniuses were hot on his heels, and Yan Huang, gritting his teeth, charged forward, not even knowing which path he had chosen. In any case, he didn't need to look back. Finally, the effect of the Swift Flight Talisman expired. His agility attribute returned to its original value, replaced by a terrible soreness resulting from excessive physical exertion. This soreness made Yan Huang's eyes widen, his muscles tense, and his jaws clench tightly, as if a powerful hand were about to crush him. He could no longer move. I told you. Being audacious is one thing, but risking one's life is real. It's truly a gamble with one's life. Why run towards the entrance? Although it can lead to an exit. But why now? You could have left earlier or later, but you chose to leave now. Are you alright? The current exit is your dead end. Don't flame me, calm down. We've been fooled by the trickster several times. Already, don't jump to conclusions. He'll watch first. If he dies, then he'll join in. The upstairs has a point. Observing first is wise. The night cloaked everything in a deep solitude. The moonlight spilled over Yan Huang. He sat on the ground, quietly watching the few paths he had traveled as a group of naked geniuses slowly approached. Their gazes were vacant and their movements were exceedingly stiff. Some had come out from paths they had never walked before. Yan Huang was trapped in the center of a circle, surrounded on all sides. He was weak, pitiful, and helpless. The consequence of being caught was only one. The synchronized footsteps sounded like a herald of his death sentence. Yet there was no fear on his face. Instead, he had a brilliant smile. Good evening. Are you all planning to crush my skull, or rip open my heart, or perhaps devour my nutrients bit by bit? He knew very well that his questions would not receive a response, but he could probably tell. His fate was to be the third one. People were closing in on him. They did not rush to kill him, but instead lifted Yan Huang's body. One bite down, blood exploded, staining everything, filling them with a little nourishment, nourishing their withered souls. Souls that could not even be recognized by a substitute. This stinky rat is finally dead. He will be honored, very honored, to become nourishment for our children, a stepping stone for our children to reach the peak. Ha ha. They were in a frenzy. This damn rat was finally dead. However, at that moment, ha ha, a familiar voice came laughing along with the parents. His bony hand rested on a father's shoulder, leisurely picking up the knife of family harmony stuck in the ground. He held the knife, resting it on the father's shoulder with a smile, the gleam of the blade glinting in front of the father. Everyone, is there something amusing? Let me join in on the laughter. With a single throw, the cacophony of laughter slowly faded. Everyone stared in disbelief at Yan Huang. Their pupils shook. You? Why are you here? You are not. Before the nearby father could finish his sentence, Yan Huang swiftly severed his head. It seems people indeed share a commonality. With the same move, you too would feel fear, right? The parents all focused their gaze upon Yan Huang. Their expressions were nothing short of spectacular, as if the monster was not them. Rather, it was Yan Huang. He shrugged while holding the headless corpse beside him. Why do you all look like this? Didn't we agree that I would send you off? With that, he provocatively tossed the corpse aside. Clang. The body fell to the ground with a dull thud. Yan Huang leaned against the mirror frame and smiled slightly. Do you have any last wishes? Forget it. Your wishes are unimportant. Those who do not respect the wishes of others, how can they expect their own wishes to be fulfilled? They are the ones who stifle wishes. The parents were filled with rage. Our wishes are unimportant. Our wishes are greater than anything else. We want our children to become dragons and phoenixes. We want our children to reach the highest peaks. To this end, we are willing to pay any price and do anything for our children. You damned filthy rat, what do you understand? Yan Huang narrowed his eyes, looking into the distance. So, what have you done? Is it hitting, cursing? Or is it the exploitation of children without regard for their own wishes and health? You claim it's for the children. Isn't that quite laughable? Clearly you are rats, yet you force your children to be dragons and phoenixes. Crushing every dream out of selfishness, then giving it a beautiful name. Truly pitiful. Relying on external forces to deceive oneself. Clearly the children are bound by lines of imprisoned thoughts. In the end, even a simple thank you from the children is manipulated and self-directed by you. Are you doing this for the children? Or for vanity, or for bragging rights in the world of fame and fortune? Is it so hard to admit your own selfishness? Yan Huang turned his head again, looking at these people. There was no smile in his eyes, only endless sorrow and pity. Although this was merely a copy, just a game. But who says that what's in a game is not real? Look, when they were pricked at their most vulnerable weakness, they were still furious. What nonsense are you spouting? Shut up, you damned filthy rat. Indeed, only someone like you with no upbringing would not understand our realm. We will kill you, using your sinful blood to atone for the blasphemy of the sacred. Although the children could not rush here in time, yet no matter how strong Yan Huang was, he was still just one person. Here stood thousands of parents. As long as this cunning rat did not perform any strange tricks, they could easily kill him. Yan Huang, however, calmly observed the parents' furious attempts to kill him. Silently he bowed. The crowd. When Yan Huang stood up again, a horn was in his hand. The crowd. Yan Huang's words were filled with indifference. Dear parents, as long as you can kill these parents who control their children, you will become the only one in Hatch Town, and your children will become the best in the world, bar none. Therefore you will turn against each other. As soon as he finished speaking, the wind began to blow. Countless judgments exploded around him. Lie judgment, random event, judgment successful. Result, the perception of the affected has changed. Lie judgment, random event, judgment failed. Lie judgment, random event, judgment successful. Lie judgment. 1,000 prompts for lie judgments exploded in his ears, some successful, some failed. Indeed, his innate ability regarding random events was only 50%. But when this 50% did not apply to individuals, but to an entire group, then the result he wanted would be 100%. In an instant, those parents who were about to rush up to kill Yan Huang began to change. Some still rushed towards Yan Huang, only to be pulled back by those behind them, landing a punch on their face. Damn, damn, damn. You all deserve to die. As long as you die, my child will be the best. My child will be the greatest in the world. I will become the best parent. I will be the perfect model in everyone's eyes. The scene descended into chaos. The parents turned against each other with lethal intent. Such a scene. In front of the giant dome, it reflected all around. Chaos, violence. They tore through their disguises, exposing their truest selves in the heat of emotion. Yan Huang remained like a witness, indifferent to everything. The viewers in the live stream were dumbfounded. What is the talent of the Deceiver? Why can't I understand? Damn, the language talent is so strong. How can one impact so many people at once without backlash? This is too absurd. Damn. Someone. I want to spend money to buy the hidden information of his talent for 500,000 points. Hurry. This talent. If we face him in the future, we won't even know how we died. This is the first time I have seen someone apply language talent to this extent. The Deceiver's talent is too strong. I want to recruit him into our guild. Forget it. No matter how strong the Deceiver is, he has probably already caught the attention of the doctors. Don't make a losing deal. Yan Huang looked at the barrage on the screen. He was momentarily caught in confusion. Backlash. Talent. Also has backlash. It was at this moment that Yan Huang felt as if all his strength was being drained, leaving him weak and on the verge of losing consciousness. He could feel his vitality rapidly fading and sensed a strange feeling more painful than death, as if his body belonged to him, yet did not belong to him. As if his soul were being pulled yet stuck at the edge of his shell. He grabbed his chest, feeling that this situation would— what a joke. He had survived so much in Hatch Town without dying. Yet because of a misjudgment and the rampant application of his ability, he was to die. Yan Huang saw his panel descending rapidly. At this moment, his three-dimensional attributes, strength and agility, had dropped to 0. 5. Intelligence had also fallen back to 1. 7. It was as if he had returned to square one. However, despite that, his attributes were still dropping. Until strength and agility were reduced to only 0. 1, or as if even an ant could knock him down. Only then did that feeling finally end. He did not die, narrowly surviving at the edge. But now he felt he had no strength left to stand. He looked at the parents who were already competing to see who the true winner was. That person slowly locked his gaze onto him. Teacher Yan, I actually killed someone. This ugly secret must not be known by my children. May I trouble you with something? Never ever speak of this matter. He walked towards Yan Huang step by step against the light, a sickly smile appearing on his face. Yan Huang tensed up completely. He had nowhere to escape. Yet at such a moment he laughed. Author's note. Hatchtown should end tomorrow or the day after. I will elevate the theme slightly, and the conclusion should be quite unexpected for everyone. Lastly, the recent updates have not been as frequent as before. Is it that my writing hasn't been up to par? If friends enjoy it, please feel free to prompt updates to solidify my Dao Heart QAQ. Because this coincided perfectly with the time he had calculated. The system did not inform him that the talent would backfire. Why would he tell the system that he had kept a backup? Obviously not. Player fraudster Yan Huang, strength 0. 1 agility 0. 1 intelligence 1. 7. Status assimilation 99. 9. When he brought up his attribute panel, everyone in the live stream was left in shock. What the hell is the fraudster about to hatch? Is he really going to fall into this trap? Sigh. It's too late now. The system is truly a scam. Many newcomers have fallen into this pit before, and the fraudster is bound to perish too. Brothers, if we don't criticize now, when will we? With these stats, the fraudster surely has no hope. It's his first time criticizing someone, and he's not very good at it. But I'm going to start criticizing now, you little rascal. Everyone was almost certain that Yan Huang was doomed. At that moment, the remaining father slowly walked. He picked up the family harmony blade that Yan Huang had dropped, casting a shadow over him, and a sickly smile appeared on his face. Teacher Yan, I have no other weapon, so I can only use your blade to kill you. I'm truly sorry, but only the dead can keep secrets forever, right? As he spoke, he raised his arm high, lifting the family harmony blade, which reflected the light of the giant egg, revealing countless stains of blood. Blood dripped onto Yan Huang's face. Whoosh! The sound of wind breaking was particularly piercing, like the sound of death. Yan Huang closed his eyes as if accepting his fate. A thick membrane formed around his body. This membrane was rapidly transforming into a solid, enveloping Yan Huang completely. That was a shell. At the moment the blade fell, a brilliant platinum light burst forth. The father desperately tried to break open this egg before him. It's over, the hatching is gone. Indeed, the fraudster couldn't escape the fate of hatching either. A single misstep leads to eternal regret. Sigh. What a pity. What a pity. Anyway, he would eventually be eliminated by the doctor. Now that the hatching is gone, it's better than being tortured to death by the doctor. That twisted pervert, who knows what he would do. Something's off. The live stream hasn't ended. It seems like it's already hatched. Could it be that the instance has a bug? At the very moment, everyone realized this. Within the egg, covered in white light, a beautiful hand suddenly broke through the shell, grasping the hand of the father, who was wielding the knife with remarkable precision. The strength was so great that it caused the father to cry out in pain, forcing him to halt his movements. The father's pupils widened in disbelief. How is this possible? After hatching, how could you possibly resist me? A hatcher who has been hatched should not possess the will to resist. From within the eggshell, Yan Huang's voice emerged. Indeed, under normal circumstances, becoming a hatcher would mean being directly controlled by the giant egg, obeying the parents. But I'm sorry, I seem to not fall under the category of normal conditions. So please die. As soon as he finished speaking, another hand broke through the shell and disarmed the family harmony blade from the His speed was exceptionally fast. Without a hint of hesitation, in the blink of an eye, the father's head flew directly off his shoulders. His expression remained one of utter horror. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. What? Why is this happening? What the hell? I don't understand. Is it truly possible to maintain self-awareness after hatching? What on earth did the fraudster do? Everyone was thrown into chaos. In the countless records of instances in Hatching City, both successful and failed completions have never had a record indicating that a player could retain their original sanity after entering a hatching state. They only knew that every time they saw a player being hatched, at that moment the player was deemed dead and the live stream would close accordingly. Never before had it been like this, where they actually retained their original consciousness. What exactly did the fraudster do? What did he do? If this news were to be revealed, the three most fatal problems in Hatching City would be completely resolved. First, the egg-shaped talents could directly touch and cause people to die as nutrients, and it required direct skin contact to resolve. Second, the attribute values of talented individuals are excessively high for newcomers, and their numbers are numerous, making it nearly certain death upon encounter, but they are controlled by their parents. Third, assimilation and hatching. This third problem has never been cracked by anyone. Yan Huang's series of actions was akin to paving an entirely new, most complete strategy. This moment caused the number of viewers in the live stream to soar to new heights. The viewership rapidly surpassed 20,000. It even approached 30,000. Congratulations to the player for achieving the milestone. 20,000 simultaneous viewers rewarded with 2,000 points. The player's live stream data has reached the pinnacle for newcomers, recommended to the 0-level recommendation for newcomers. The strongest newcomer recommendation. 0-level recommendation for newcomers is the highest level of recommendation in the newcomer instance. Congratulations to the player. Congratulations to the player for achieving the milestone strongest newcomer, rewarded with strength 0. 4 agility 0. 4 intelligence 0. 1. A series of system prompts nearly drove the viewers in the live stream to madness. They were filled with envy, shock, and an eagerness to discover what the fraudster had actually done. At this moment, the egg emitting white light was slowly cracking. The perfect back was revealed to everyone. Yan Huang still had half of his body sitting within the eggshell. His skin was translucent, and his muscular structure was balanced and exquisite. He presented his back in profile to the audience. They noticed that the originally merely handsome Yan Huang now had features that resembled the most impeccable work of art crafted by a Greek artist. There was no flaw. Before them, he also generously showcased his attribute panel. Player fraudster Yan Huang, strength 2. 50. 120. For agility 2. 50. 120. For intelligence 1. 81. 700. 1 overall 5. 8 evaluation. You are indeed the legendary high-quality male human, right? How could it not count? The audience in the live stream exclaimed. What the hell? Not only did he survive a certain death situation, but his attributes also doubled. What the hell? The fraudster is the favored child of the Hatching City instance, right? Is there a possibility that his attributes are because of the hatching? He now feels like a newborn. Yan Huang looked at the barrage of comments in the live stream. He had dressed himself in a simple white t-shirt and black pants, standing up slowly from the egg. In the town of Hatching, the silence was as if no one were around, if not for the group of corpses on the ground. A cold breeze swept by, causing Yan Huang's hair to flutter. In the town of Hatching, the silence was as if no one were around, if not for the group of corpses on the ground. A cold breeze swept by, causing Yan Huang's hair. After speaking, a piece of paper appeared in his hand. Everyone could see this paper clearly. This was the hidden time-limited item that CF Fumu had previously dropped. CF Fumu's secret. Before, Yan Huang hadn't flaunted this paper for everyone to see. But now everyone finally saw the accurate panel of this paper. Item: CF Fumu's secret, quality E grade. Attribute: none. Item description: CF Fumu tore away the last words that belonged to him, holding them tightly in his palm, accepting everything. He felt regret for his own tragedy, so those acknowledged by CF Fumu will be protected by his will during the process of assimilation, immune to all side effects of hatching. Effect: assimilation. Attribute: strength 2, agility 2, intelligence 1. Side effect: after completing assimilation, one will become a boss in the city of Hatching, a subordinate of the Genius Stone, completely obeying the Genius Stone. Introduction: God said humanity is insignificant, thus countless miraculous creatures were born. They blessed the world and evolved humanity. When the progress bar reaches 100, you will also ascend to a higher level of life. But after evolution, who can determine if you are still you, or if you are not you? Congratulations, with the protection of the gods, you are still you. When everyone saw the effect of CF Fumu's secret, they were left utterly speechless. They couldn't believe it. Such an item actually existed in the city of Hatching. It should be noted that In every instance, every NPC's dropped item has a trace to follow. But Xiaofumu was just an ordinary malnourished hatcher. How could he drop such a terrifying item? It could directly neutralize the assimilation side effects of the real BOSS, the Genius Stone, in the City of Hatching. This is simply a divine artifact of the City of Hatching. The key is that this artifact is actually called Xiaofumu's secret. What does it have to do with Xiaofumu? It wasn't until they saw the attribute panel that they realized behind Xiaofumu's secret, the part of the painting that had been torn away, that they finally came to an understanding. In truly hidden time-limited items closely related to the plot, it is not the description of the item, but rather this painting itself. Connecting everything together, this painting, no matter who sees its content, can instantly understand everything. The people in the live stream were no exception. Holy crap! Is this really the case? Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. No wonder the City of Hatching has such a high difficulty as a beginner's instance. Damn, this storyline of City of Hatching is going to become legendary. Damn it. Posting about the plot is going to get blocked, even just sighing about it isn't allowed. Damn. I never expected the final outcome to be like this. Can I go back to the City of Hatching and try again? This time I absolutely won't blow my cover. There's no doubt that the real secret recorded in Xiaofumu's secret, the amount of information here, is explosive. Yan Huang's lips curled into a beautiful arc. Outside, the group of geniuses that had previously been thrown aside had all returned. They walked like zombies, aimlessly heading towards the Genius Stone. They passed by Yan Huang, yet completely did not emphasize his existence. It was as if Yan Huang was merely a wisp of air. The brilliance of the Genius Stone grew ever stronger. It seemed to be calling to those children who had lost their parents. Quickly return to the warm place. Yan Huang stood among the crowded people, quietly watching these children return to the side of the Genius Stone. Finally, everyone had gathered. They were no longer under the control of their parents. They still chose to crawl before the Genius Stone, feeling that warm glow. This was the last harbor for all of them. It was also their only remaining sanctuary as storage for 0.1 points of wisdom. It was the only will and soul they had left. Under the shimmering light, everyone turned into an egg. The egg still had many eyes. A big eye, countless small eyes. They cautiously observed the outside world, cautiously, fearing the outside world. The eggshell was their home that held their sense of security. They locked themselves inside the eggshell, filled with fear towards everything outside. Those eyes were timid, as if someone lightly touched them they would shatter. So fragile, as if, after enduring countless blows, only this fragile shell remained, needing just one last straw to completely shatter their lives and will. They were pitiful, not like monsters, but rather a group of children trapped in self-isolation. Yan Huang slowly walked into the pit. His eyes were gentle. His face wore a smile. Under the starry night, amidst the gaze of countless eyes, he slowly descended into the pit. Those eggs that were hatching would remain just eggs forever if no one forced them. They would only retain the instinct, just like now. Their eyes were all fixed on Yan Huang. Yan Huang felt no fear, or to say no chill. He could only feel two emotions reflected in the children's eyes. The first was desire. The second was a plea. Those countless gazes were reminiscent of Xiaofumi's eyes when he felt both filled with helplessness and pity. They all possessed the ability to turn anyone they encountered into nourishment. It was the nourishment for the growth of their bodies. More importantly, it was their experience of how to be weak and submissive to more people. Because every person encountered during their growth was essential nourishment that taught them how to submit and deal with this hypocritical era. At this moment, those children no longer regarded Yan Huang as food. Instead, every step he took closer to the Genius Stone. They opened a small path, because they saw hope in Yan Huang. They saw the hope that could shatter all shadows and shackles of their tragic childhood. They saw the hope that would allow them to no longer cater to anyone and become obedient children, allowing them to unleash themselves and become themselves. Yan Huang walked up to the Genius Stone. He clenched one hand tightly around the painting. The painting depicted inside the egg there was a child lying. He curled up inside the eggshell, afraid to make any movement. In his hand there was a black heart. This heart had countless threads. From this end of the threads, it connected to everything in the outside world. And he could also see the changes in this world through countless eyes. Yan Huang smiled, reaching out his hand to touch the Genius Stone. The painting is wonderful if given the chance. I hope to see more of your works. You've done so much, you are truly excellent. So why not come out and talk to Teacher Yan? Little Fumo, come forth and embrace your new life. The wind was still at that moment, for the truth had surfaced. Everything was but an illusion. At that moment, a dazzling white light burst forth in all directions, nearly turning the entire world into a pure white hue. It was not just the giant egg that was glowing. Countless eggs surrounded it. These beams of light enveloped Yan Huang's entire body. Suddenly, the eggshell flipped. The countless eyes disappeared, replaced by countless characters and images. How could I have such a foolish child? Failing to achieve first place, what do you eat? I'll let you starve until I have enough. A mother at the dining table smashed her child's bowl. Grains of rice scattered on the floor while the child hung their head in silence. The depiction on the egg bore no expression. But the sorrowful emotions were all too real. Writing novels. What future is there in writing novels? Other children know to work hard to strive for progress. They don't eat or rest, they're constantly doing problems. And you? What are you doing? If I see this garbage again, I'll break your hands. A father tore apart the world his child had painstakingly created, and the child bowed their head, still saying nothing. But there was a palm print on the child's face. Not too big, not too small, but enough to shatter the child. We are doing this for your own good. We have been there ourselves and know how to help you live a good life. If you suffer now. Otherwise, how can you hold your head high when we are with other parents? The child knelt before their parents, who spoke to him with earnestness. He understood every word, yet the coldness of the floor chilled his heart. Above the giant egg, countless images were vividly alive. The child was striving desperately, listening attentively in class, doing homework diligently, sacrificing nap time, sacrificing early sleep, giving up everything easy that he should have had, and working hard to learn. In the end, with hope in his heart, he presented a second-place ranking list to his parents. What he received in return was the sound of paper tearing. That piece of paper resembled scrap, just like the countless drawings on the floor. There was no difference. In the end, only one sentence remained. What is there to be proud of being second? What are you proud of? How could we have such a child who does not strive for progress? All efforts were shattered. On the giant egg, the child bore an expression. Yet the expression was one of deep sorrow. His features contorted as he cried bitterly, tears dripping down, soaking everything, transforming into invisible shackles, binding his hands, binding his feet, binding his neck, even binding his spine and brain. His expression turned wooden. He sat amidst countless chains, curling his body into a ball. The chains wrapped around his flesh, tightly protecting him. In his hands there remained only a pen and a drawing. In the drawing there was a black heart. One end of the line connected to his parents, the other end to the child. Every movement of the parents. The child acted like a puppet. The parents wore smiles on their faces. The children also gave them the expected sight of a standard smile, holding a perfect score. I have finally become the person you hoped for. He was within the egg, weaving a nightmare from which he could never escape. Beneath the genius stone, suddenly light transformed into nothingness at the speed of light. Even the ground he stood on was visibly crumbling into fragments. Everything felt so real, yet everything was so false, as if the hatching town had never existed. What existed was merely a dream, a nightmare woven by the child himself. In the end, it was not the parents who controlled the children, but the child who controlled everything, his thoughts besieged by nightmares, entangled in countless invisible chains. Only, no one had ever realized this was a dream. Only that the child who had trapped himself had never been able to escape this self-woven nightmare. Until he appeared, he allowed this child to retain self, in the end becoming himself. It was he who severed his shackles, turning his nightmare into a beautiful dream of new life. This was what granted this dream its best ending. This allowed the child who was lost in the dream to finally awaken. With the flipping of the eggshell and the world, the genius stone before him also began to crack with a ka-ka-ka sound. How crisp that sound was. Crisp enough to herald the new life of a victorious return. When I began to willingly step out of my world, accepting the real world, I would usher in a true new life. Bang! The massive eggshell finally shattered completely. Fragments fell chaotically onto the void ground. After the eggshell shattered, in the remaining ruins stood only one child. A delicate-looking boy seeming to be exactly 18 years old, wearing thick glasses, holding a pen and a piece of paper with a grateful smile on his face. Teacher Yan, welcome to become the 177594020 visitor of Hatching Capital. And welcome to become my only guest. The boy in front of him, Fomu, still looked youthful, reborn, with a satisfied smile on his face. He extended his hand towards Yan Huang. Yan Huang smiled, lightly grasping that hand. Thank you. I should be the one thanking Teacher Yan. The new book of Tang Xin was updated. Hatchmaster, Fomu, new life power, unknown agility, unknown wisdom, unknown introduction, the root of hatching capital, the will of hatching capital, finally regaining self, after 177594002 dreams, stepping out of the egg and being reborn. Congratulations, you, his guide. From the moment you slapped him, you became the only hope in his heart within this sinful world. Yan Huang felt exceptionally relaxed, smiling after waking up. Do you want to draw a picture? Fuma's eyes lit up like a true young boy. Can I invite Teacher Yan to complete it together? Yan Huang, of course, it would be an honor. Fuma was immediately he grabbed Yan Huang's hand and took him to the eggshell that had imprisoned him for an unknown period. The eggshell had already flipped. The painful memories that had been seen countless times were now out of sight. Fumu held Yan Huang's hand, letting his hand grip the brush. Then naively and expectantly, he began to sketch in the eggshell. I have had a long nightmare. Next I will paint for teacher Yan, the only beautiful dream that teacher Yan led me to experience. A pen in the hands of the two drew a large picture. The image was simple. There were only 3 people. One was a mother with a gentle smile sporting a braided hairstyle. There was a father stout and lovable with a prominent belly. And there was Sief Fomu, his face beaming with joy, holding a painting adorned with hearts. The faces of the parents leaned close to Sief Fomu as they embraced him. The warmth of family and the respect filled him with genuine laughter. It seems I really did have a beautiful dream, Yan Huang marveled. At that moment he noticed that Sief Fomu's hand, which was holding his wrist, was now partially translucent. The light flickered as his body shattered into countless fragments. The pieces were slowly dissipating. Sief Fomu's voice softly said, It was a very beautiful dream. Yan Laosher, you must be leaving soon, right? If only I had met you earlier, Yan Laosher. Then I wouldn't have to endure disappointment time and again. His smile was exceedingly pure. It was without regrets yet filled with them. Yan Huang wished to say something, but the words wouldn't come out. A strange feeling filled his heart, causing a heaviness in his chest. He quietly watched Sief Fomu. Sief Fomu said, As a final gift to Yan Laosher, I hope you will like it, and wish for you to remain gentle always. His form was now diminished. He left just one last phrase. Meeting you, Yan Laosher, is truly wonderful. He was carried away by the wind into rebirth. In his place, only a necklace remained. Simple lines held a sapphire. Item Sief Fomu's Guardian Quality, attribute Luck 1 effect. In every dungeon, the deities of the hatching city will become your protective shell in times of need, absorbing the next damage. Item description: You are the only redemption in my 17,759,402 expectations. My will shall forever protect you, dedicated to my beloved Yan Laosher. Yan Huang gazed at this Sief Fomu's guardian in front of him and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Tears filled his eyes. He fastened the necklace around his neck. He gently uttered, May you have a safe rebirth. May you find love in your next life. Everything turned into wind and dust. A gentle breeze brushed past Yan Huang. Congratulations to player the Deceiver, Yan Huang, for successfully completing the Hatching City TE line. Live stream closed, settling accounts now. Total viewers 43114. Peak online viewers 30610. Total retention 71. Live stream approval rate 96. Top recommendations: newbie level 0, push strongest; newcomer homepage level 2, push highlight moments. Dungeon difficulty F, dungeon exploration rate 97, dungeon completion rate 100, dungeon performance S, overall evaluation SS. Undoubtedly you are a brand new expert. Your first dungeon experience has left the vast majority satisfied. Rewards points 5,000, one-time item nutrient solution 1, title Hatching Conqueror. Remaining total points 17334. One-time item nutrient solution quality F, attribute strength 0, 5 agility 0, 5 intelligence 0, 1. Item description: clean and hygienic, fresh and warm, effective immediately, system produced, guaranteed quality. Just the taste might be a bit hard to swallow. But after clearing the dungeon, do you even care about that? Title Hatching Conqueror quality F, attribute assimilation resistance 20, curse resistance 10. Title description: symbol of the conqueror of the most difficult newbie dungeon, Hatching City TE line. As the only successful one among 17,759,402, wearing this title makes you the brightest among all newcomers, a must-have for home travel and showing off. Yan Huang looked at this series of reward settlements, feeling a mix of relief and complex emotions. Suddenly a dialogue box popped up. Does the conqueror, Yan Huang, wish to leave a completion message for Hatching City? The message will be displayed at the dungeon selection area for other players to view. Yan Huang was astonished, then smiled slightly. Yes. There was a message that could not be more appropriate. At this moment in the player hall, the entrance to the dungeon Hatching City was completely sealed. In that dark town cover, mostly occupied by a giant egg, a small label appeared in the upper right corner. TE Conqueror the Deceiver Yan X. Overall evaluation SS. Completion message: what breaks from the outside is food, what breaks from the inside is life. The viewers who watched the entire live stream felt particularly complex upon seeing this label. The Deceiver actually cleared the TE dungeon, and it was rated SS. Damn, it's infuriating how some people are just better than others. This Deceiver, as long as he doesn't perish, he will definitely reach an incredible height in the future. Everyone was in awe. At the same time, countless people observed silently. The number of players who achieved an SS rating in their first dungeon is few and far between. The Deceiver was one of them. This time his reputation truly skyrocketed. Winds rose, clouds surged. After Yan Huang marked his completion message, the system once again presented him with two choices. Does player Yan Huang need to return to the real world or back to the player hall? PS detecting that player Yan Huang's wish is to live on, actively offering a discounted product. Product Healthy Life product description temporarily alters cells to be lively and healthy, but if you're determined to self-destruct buying it makes no difference to not buying it. The price is somewhat steep, but points are precious. Life is priceless. How could a professionally trained dungeon system deceive you? Price 1,000 points day. Yan Huang fell silent. He smiled. It's been a long time since I've experienced a comfortable and healthy life. After saying that, he exchanged all of his 15,000 points for healthy life, leaving only 2,334 points. After all, as a brain cancer patient, living another day is a blessing. What could be more important than health and life? Back to reality. Yan Huang found himself directly back in the hospital bed. A pleasant voice came to his ears. I wonder what that patient is thinking. Even with brain cancer, one shouldn't give up on treatment. What if a miracle happens? How could they just sneak away like that? Sigh. Today's patients really don't make it easy for us. The nurse complained with irritation. Then she met Yan Huang's gaze. Author's note. Hatching City is finally complete. A total of 64000 words. The name CF FOMO has two interpretations. One is Xie's parents, the other is the Hatching City. This dungeon mainly discusses the relationship between some contemporary parents and their children. As for chicken baby topics, I can show my dungeon design outline in the comments after it's finished. There can be many interpretations of the ending, but my view is that Hatching City is merely a nightmare that CF FOMO cannot escape. Next, I will write 2 chapters about the real world concerning CF FOMO, and then we will begin the second dungeon. The second dungeon, labeled Society, is based on personality definition and online violence. Everyone can look forward to it. Lastly, don't abandon this story. I will definitely work hard to write better. Upon seeing the suddenly appearing handsome face and the gentle smile upon it, the nurse was evidently startled, but her professionalism quickly brought her back to her senses. Who are you? Are you a family member of this patient? Yan Huang shook his head. The nurse sighed to herself. Sigh. I thought you were his family member. He's in the advanced stage of brain cancer now, and after disappearing for 2 days there hasn't been a sight of him. She set down the 4-drip tray in her hands and adjusted the now empty 4 bag, still hanging by Yan Huang's. You know why are patients so strange these days? Us doctors and nurses haven't given up, yet he has. What if a miracle actually happens? Wouldn't that be a wasted opportunity? But then again, the costs of treating cancer are indeed troublesome. Although the country has good welfare now, these medications are still quite expensive, a devastating blow for a family. Some people inevitably give up their chances of survival for the sake of their family. The nurse spoke to herself, both melancholic and understanding, making her quite an interesting person. Yan Huang couldn't help but smile as he watched her. The nurse looked puzzled. Is there something on my face? Yan Huang shook his head. No, I just think you're a very gentle and lovely child. This nurse had been taking care of him since he was hospitalized. She had just graduated from university, full of righteousness, and was quite chatty, often offering encouraging words to Yan Huang. Yan Huang was 3 years older than her. Calling her a child wasn't an exaggeration. The nurse, however, blushed at Yan Huang's words. She had seen many different types of men, but this was the second time she encountered someone with such a unique temperament, even more gentle and natural than the last one. Wait, you look so familiar. Yan Huang smiled lightly. Because I am that troublesome patient. The nurse's face visibly showed signs of shock. Her pupils suddenly constricted as if she was making a connection between Yan Huang and the troublesome patient. Yan Huang's skin looked better now, appearing extremely healthy. Most importantly, how did his hair grow back? Is that a wig? Where did you buy it? It looks so realistic. Yan Huang chuckled. It's not a wig, it's real. Anyway, I need to handle my discharge procedures. Now could you show me the way? The nurse was terrified. What? Did she mess up after working so hard for several weeks? The patient lost all his hair during chemotherapy. This isn't scientific. No. Yan Huang interrupted her. All right, beautiful nurse, the situation is exactly as you see it. But it's a long story, and if we keep talking it'll never end. Can you take me to handle my discharge procedures? The nurse firmly opposed. No. Since you're back, now don't run around no matter what happens. You look so good now and have your hair back. Please don't give up on treatment, okay? She stared at Yan Huang's hair, transfixed, envious of its quality. What hair growth product are you using? This hair texture is really good. Yan Huang was truly helpless. If I say I'm fine now, would you believe me? The nurse replied. No, don't joke with me. Yan Huang sighed. Then, can I at least get a full body check? The nurse responded. That can be done, and it is indeed time for a checkup. If the cancer worsens, it wouldn't be manageable. We'd have to change plans. So the nurse assisted Yan Huang to find the doctor for a full body check. Yan Huang repeatedly stated he didn't need it. But the diligent nurse couldn't bear to see her patient suffer. Yan Huang was truly helpless. He couldn't ruin someone's passion for their career, could he? After all, there aren't many people left who are this passionate about their work. Yan Huang had gone through a transformation. He didn't know what his physical condition would be like in reality. But without a doubt, his face and figure had indeed improved. Along the way, many young girls and even young boys stared at him without blinking. This was quite a headache. Soon the two completed the full-body check. The moment Yan Huang's attending physician saw him, he was stunned. The recovery of a cancer patient like this was simply miraculous. He had originally been skeptical. But after Yan Huang proved his identity, he began to praise him, endlessly eager to conduct a full-body check. Along the way, this middle-aged doctor in his 40s or 50s enthusiastically praised Yan Huang's condition, rushing to assist him, almost wishing to carry him to have a full-body check. The full-body check took about 10 minutes, and the results were obtained half an hour later. The moment the results were out, the attending physician couldn't help but shout in the office, "What?" This shout startled all the doctors in the office. But before they could ask what the commotion was about, he transformed into a 100-meter sprint champion, grabbing the results and rushing towards Yan Huang. His eagerness was truly delightful. By the time he reached Yan Huang was chatting with the nurse. The nurse looked at Yan Huang, blushing furiously, and after fidgeting for a long time, finally asked the question she had been curious about. "Excuse me, Mr. Yan, where did you buy your hair growth product?" Yan Huang. How should he explain? Just as he was in distress, the attending physician rushed over and handed the health report to Yan Huang. He started excitedly answering, "Mr. Yan, you are simply a miracle among miracles. After so many days of active cooperation, your cancer cells have strangely entered a state of suspended animation. This state not only halts the spread and growth of the cancer cells, but even enhances your physical condition and cellular activity by several levels. I've never seen a case like yours in my life. I've been a doctor for over 20 years, and this is the first time I've encountered something like this. This is a miracle. Perhaps this could become a significant breakthrough in conquering cancer. Ahem. What I wanted to say is, if you don't mind, could you accompany me to the Medical Research Institute? I think we might find a new direction in cancer treatment through your condition. Of course, we are legitimate medical personnel, and we will definitely not subject you to any invasive research." He spoke with immense excitement, completely unaware that Yan Huang had already taken the report and left. It was still the nurse who poked him. He continued speaking. The nurse poked him again. Only then did he furrow his brows. "What are you doing?" "I'm discussing serious matters." The nurse pointed outside. Mr. Yan has already left." "Hey, when did he leave?" Why did you let him go?" Yan Huang felt that this hospital was truly great. All the staff members were responsible and ambitious. So he thought that if he had stayed there just now, he might have really been taken for invasive research. Moreover, even if they did slice him up, they wouldn't figure anything out. He couldn't possibly tell a bunch of materialists that there are gods and ghosts in this world, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't be a matter of invasive research, but rather a transfer from the internal medicine ward to the psychiatric department. After he left the hospital, he glanced at his phone. On his phone, a major news alert popped up. Breaking. The latest update on the shocking suicide incident of the top student from the imperial capital 10 years ago. Both parents, filled with regret, resolutely raised the banner of respect for children-appropriate relaxation, crying and marching in the streets, declaring, "From now on, we will use our actions to promote that such tragedies do not happen again, allowing more children to find themselves and thus to apologize to my child." This trending topic almost caused all information apps to crash their servers. Regarding the suicide incident of the top scholar in the imperial capital 10 years ago, Yan Huang had heard of it. This incident indeed caused a tremendous stir at the time. The child who committed suicide had consistently ranked at the top, dominating the provincial list of the imperial capital, and was regarded as the unshakable top scholar. As the college entrance examination approached in the imperial capital, that child frequently participated in interviews and had significant fame. On June 1st, at Children's Day that year, which was also the child's 18th birthday coincidentally, it was merely a week before the college entrance examination, he suddenly committed suicide without any warning. Crucially, before his death, he wrote several highly insulting words all over his body with paint. He wrote "second place" on his face, "I hate you" on his chest, and "I'm sorry" on his back. Then he hanged himself. This incident caused a nationwide uproar. Investigations revealed that this boy, who had always topped the provincial rankings, had strict parental guidance and was deprived of all social interactions. In the mock exam prior to the college entrance examination, he misstepped and fell from grace, becoming second place, merely half a point away from the first. His parents were furious, barged into his room, argued, beat him, and tore up all the drawings he had secretly made. No one knows exactly what happened. However, that incident seemed to be the last straw. This boy committed suicide. It was also that year when the conflict between parents and children was brought to the forefront. It garnered countless people's attention. Even some enlightened parents couldn't help but vehemently criticize these parents for their excesses. But what infuriated people the most was not the incident or the death. It was the parents' attitude afterward. They did not feel they were in the wrong. In fact, during the child's 7th day after death, unable to bear the voices online, they published a long response. The summary of their response was, "We did nothing wrong. It's this child's inability to handle pressure. Even if our child is dead, it's our own affair, and you have no right to interfere." This pushed the incident to its climax. It drew countless curses. Yet the memory of the internet is shallow. So shallow that within 2 months it was as if nothing had ever happened. Everything returned to calm. Yan Huang felt a sudden pang in his heart as he discovered that the child's name was Xia Xian. He found a photo of Xia Xian online. As expected, the youthful face in the photo was all too familiar to Yan Huang. In that instant, countless emotions surged, leaving him with an indescribable feeling. He quietly opened that post. In the comments there were curses, and some forgiving Xia Xin's parents. All sorts of opinions were present. The most striking comment was, "Besides Xia Xian, there are countless other children in the world facing the same circumstances. The deceased are gone and cannot be brought back." Perhaps for Xia Xian himself, his parents finally realizing their mistakes 10 years later is the true outcome he wanted. No matter how much he hated his parents, he only chose to leave quietly. Yan Huang stared at this comment, falling into silence. It felt as if a large stone had suddenly lodged in his heart. It seemed to dawn upon him why the instance would completely close its passage once someone cleared the T line. Because the instance was not merely an instance. Yan Huang adjusted his state and went to a flower shop near the hospital to buy a bouquet of daisies and a bouquet of dandelions. The flower shop had few dandelions, and it was only because Yan Huang insisted strongly that the shopkeeper found a bunch. Dandelions are easily blown away by the wind, so they need to be wrapped up. After packaging them up, Yan Huang hailed a cab. The driver asked where to. Young man. To Anling Cemetery. This is a large cemetery. How large? Large enough to soothe thousands of souls. When Yan Huang arrived at the cemetery, he was slowly searching. During his search, he saw an interesting scene. It appeared to be a father and daughter. The father looked mature, while the girl seemed around 12 or 13, with twin ponytails falling to her waist, looking strangely beautiful. The little girl was a standard beauty, fair and delicate, wearing a black dress, though her face bore little expression. The man spoke to her in a pleading tone. "Xiao Luo, please, just like in previous years. Help deliver a bouquet of flowers for 57 children. Okay, the girl referred to as Xiao Luo nodded and turned to place the large bouquet the man was carrying one by one at the graves. The man did not place any himself. Instead, he turned away. Yan Huang couldn't tell what expression was on his face, but at that moment the little girl made eye contact with him. The little girl's gaze was fierce, as if scolding, "What are you looking at?" Yan Huang couldn't help but chuckle, then apologetically clasped his hands together and turned to leave. The little girl looked at Yan Huang with confusion, then said to the man beside her, "Dad, I just saw a man who looks really familiar, a bit like a fraudster." Yan Huang naturally didn't hear the girl's voice. He quickly found Xie Xin's tombstone. Rather than saying it was more accurate to say he saw a familiar pair of parents. Xie's father and mother were kneeling in front of the tombstone. They sincerely bowed to their child. Xin, we had a nightmare. It was truly terrifying. Forgive us for always being so. You were very good. Truly, you were our most obedient child. Although we know that no matter what we say now, it is too late, but Mom and Dad still want to say, I'm sorry. Really, I'm sorry. You don't need to forgive Dad and Mom. Dad and Mom have done too many wrong things to you in this lifetime. In the future, we will find ways to make it up, find ways to enable more children, to prevent losses in time. Both had tears in their eyes, with Xie's mother almost fainting from grief, leaning against Xie's father. Their hair was already streaked with white. Yan Huang watched this scene before him, momentarily unsure of what to say. He simply waited, quietly waiting for these two to leave. After they left, Yan Huang approached Xie Xin's tombstone. Looking at the obedient smile in black and white before him, he couldn't help but smile back. Xiao Foma, teacher, Yan has come to see you. What did you bring me? Dandelions. I hope your rebirth can be like dandelions, freely going anywhere you wish and doing anything you desire. Yan Huang placed the dandelions in the flower-filled spot at the base of the tombstone. Just then a breeze blew. The dandelions spiraled upwards towards the sky, flying off to who knows where. At that moment, an unexpected voice rang in his ear. The author's words, Xie Xin's Xian is the same as Tang Xin's Xian. The implication of Xie Fomu devouring Xie Xian is that he devoured that weak, yet wholeheartedly devoted to dreams, and completed them with his life. It is consumption, it is becoming, and it is also relinquishment. Teacher Yan. The boy's voice was so pure, as if devoid of any complex emotions, just a hint of confusion. At that moment, Yan Huang's pupils widened in shock as he quickly turned to look at the boy. The boy's face resembled the one in the black and white photo on the tombstone. Xia X. The boy blinked in bewilderment, and then glanced at the tombstone beside him. You must have mistaken me. Oh, I am not Xia Xian, but indeed, I do look quite similar to him. Every time I come here to pay respects with my parents, it often scares others. I'm sorry. Yan Huang was taken aback, and then he noticed a couple standing behind the boy. The couple had an elegant demeanor. The father's face bore a gentle and casual expression, while the mother's face radiated warmth and intellect. The father patted the boy on the shoulder. It's rare for you to talk to someone else. Your mother and I will head over there for a bit. You can join us later. Okay. The boy nodded, smiling, naturally revealing a harmonious family atmosphere. Then the mother carefully took out 2 bottles of water from her bag. Hold on to this water, drink a little if you're thirsty, and give one to someone else. Thank you, Mom. The boy handed the water to Yan Huang. Yan Huang remained in a daze, not realizing he needed to take the water. His mind was filled with thoughts. How could he look so much like him? How could there be such a similar person? Yet everything before him felt so real and so warm. By the time Yan Huang regained his senses, he was a bit flustered, but quickly composed himself. No. There's no need, Bill. Just pay my respects to my friend and leave, thank you. The boy looked at his mother, then at Yan Huang, and finally said, It must be fate. We happened to buy an extra bottle. Let's lighten our load. If it's too much, how about I trade with you? Yan Huang gazed at that face and found it impossible to refuse. All right, what would you like to trade for? In truth, he felt he had little to offer. The boy hesitated for a moment, then glanced at Yan Huang and revealed a bright smile. Then how about a dandelion for the trade? I think it's quite interesting to pay respects with a dandelion. The boy's words and expression were so sincere. Yan Huang naturally would not refuse. He pressed his lips together, a smile curling at the corners. Just right, it's the last dandelion I have, I'll give it to you. Best of luck to you. He handed the packaged dandelion to the boy and accepted the bottle of water the boy offered. They chatted casually for a bit, and then Yan Huang planned to leave. After all, it was not polite to disturb someone while they were paying respects. After bidding farewell, Yan Huang turned to leave. He was thinking, perhaps, the figure of Xiaofu in his dreams should look like this. A harmonious family, a father's love and a mother's affection. One must admit it was a beautiful picture. No wonder it was such a liberating dream for him. He held the bottle of water, twisted the cap, and took a small sip. He did not notice that the boy and his family were watching his back all along. They watched him leave. The boy held the dandelion in one hand and waved with the other towards Yan Huang's back, moving slowly, yet comfortably. Gradually his parents disappeared behind him. The boy's waving arm also came to a halt. He unwrapped, he held the dandelion tightly. He closed his eyes and smiled faintly. Goodbye, Teacher Yan. With a deep breath, the gentle breeze blew. It scattered the dandelion's seeds, white and light, resembling the soft feathers of a peace dove. They flew towards the sky. In this place there was no one else. After that, Yan Huang did not disturb Xiazin's rest any longer and did not enter the instance. Instead, he visited a few places he wanted to go. After all, he was a person who valued life. A healthy life is hard to come by, and if he were to die in the instance, wouldn't that mean the instance profited from him? That would not be a good thing. It was not until he had spent nearly all his healthy life leaving just one day that Yan Huang chose to enter the instance. Player Yan Huang has successfully cleared an instance, leaving the novice status. Would you like to enter the player hall? Yan Huang was taken aback. Player hall. That sounds rather trendy. However, he had seen the live streams during his time in Hatching City. The comments of those people hinted at a single truth. They were also players. Since they were players, they likely had more cunning than anyone else, not to be underestimated. After all, how simple could someone who could clear an instance be? Yan Huang chose to enter the player hall. In an instant, he vanished from his room. Player hall. It was a vast chamber resembling a metallic ship, filled with a virtual electronic ambience. Countless people surrounded him, and numerous virtual screens on the walls displayed scenes of players clearing the instance. There were quite a few people. Yan Huang's figure appeared in the player hall amidst a stream of light. The scenes before him felt incredibly futuristic. At that moment, a broadcast echoed throughout the player hall. The long-awaited moment has arrived. The candidate for the newcomer king of the 100th issue, the Deceiver, is now online. The prompt not only left Yan Huang, who had just appeared in the player hall, dumbfounded, but it also made everyone. Soon discussions erupted. The Deceiver is online. Missing for half a month. I thought he had died in reality. Where is he? Where is he? Deceiver, take me with you. I want to bear your children. I am willing to buy fertility for you. Yan Huang was even more baffled. He doubted whether he had accessed the system incorrectly. Was he really that popular? Why was there such a commotion? He instinctively became vigilant and took a step back. But at that moment he felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if a sharp object pressed against his spine, triggering a response in his central nervous system. A hand rested on his shoulder. His body wanted to flee, but he quickly suppressed that urge with his will. Because at this moment, if he dared to move, it would mean certain death. Someone wanted to kill him. Who could it be? Just then a lazily seductive male voice reached his ears. Finally found you. Deceiver. His voice was pleasant to hear, with a slightly drawn-out tone that sounded sinister and eerie, causing goosebumps. Yan Huang squinted his eyes. Instantly, he felt an intense sense of foreboding, as if something was about to pierce through him. The opponent was making a move. It was both an attack and an opportunity. Yan Huang quickly bent down, summoning the knife of family harmony. Clang. The continuous metallic vibrations from the clash were deafening. Yan Huang blocked the opponent's attack, but the opponent's strength seemed excessively abnormal. He felt his strong bones reinforced after hatching were slightly overloaded. However, they would not break. Yet Yan Huang was never one to suffer losses. In the moment the opponent pressed forward, he slashed the tip of his knife against the opponent's arm. If nothing unexpected happened, the curse effect of the knife of family harmony would certainly give him a hard time. The opponent's movements indeed came to a halt. Yan Huang took this opportunity to leap back 2 steps, freeing himself from the predicament. Only then did he see clearly who the man before him was. He was a handsome man in a white coat, his face radiating a brilliant smile with tousled hair resembling a quintessential Korean beauty. This smile, no matter how one looked at it, seemed to belong to an amiable sunny boy. Yet once this smile lingered on a face for more than 15 seconds, it became eerie. It gave a chilling feeling down one's spine, as if something were watching him. This made Yan Huang very uncomfortable, but he should have guessed the identity of the man before him. Doctor. Upon hearing Yan Huang deduce his identity, the smile on the doctor's face momentarily faltered, then blossomed even brighter. Oh dear. You recognized me so quickly, well done. You are quite an interesting patient. His voice was utterly mismatched, with the profession of a doctor sounding bizarre to the extreme. Before any substantial information was gathered, Yan Huang would not act recklessly, even though the doctor had already been scratched by his harmony blade. At that moment, the effect of the curse manifested. The previously minor cut was now visibly expanding at an alarming rate. Blood flowed from it, forming a vertical stream. The doctor was equally surprised. He lowered his head, looking at the wound and the blood pooling on the ground, and his smile abruptly ceased. You managed to hurt me, it seems. They'll have to reassess your competitiveness. He said this while opening his eyes. The moment Yan Huang saw his eyes, his entire body froze. For his left eye was nothing but a pitch-black hole. Only a slender fox-like right eye remained. He placed his other hand on his injured hand, and in an instant, the wound healed and the effect of the curse vanished. However, such injuries seem to have no effect on me. He said this while sizing up Yan Huang, sending chills down Yan Huang's spine. This man was terrifying. It was no longer just intuition. At this moment, Yan Huang could see the other party walking towards him step by step. Yan Huang could only step back 1 step at a time. Based on the previous confrontation, he could determine that the opponent's strength rating was at least 5 or above. This was an alarming figure. Even though he didn't know the ratings of others after all, he had barely managed to reach a score of 3 after enduring the hatching and consuming the nutrient solution. But facing him, it was evidently a challenge. Why are you looking for me? Yan Huang directly got to the point. Undeniably, this doctor had a certain status within the instance. The people around him had been discussing, but after the doctor appeared, they obediently fell silent, each one avoiding the center of the battlefield. Yan Huang was all too familiar with this kind of behavior. This was fear of death. This doctor must have some extraordinary past. Dangerous person was the label Yan Huang slapped onto the doctor. The doctor smiled. It's nothing, I just wanted to befriend you. Is there any reason needed to make friends? As he spoke, his right hand extended. Yan Huang looked at the hand, reaching out, frowning slightly. He knew the other party had no weapon, but the sharpness he felt coming from behind was real. Thus there were only 2 possibilities. Either he had retracted his weapon, or it was his very body. At this moment, when the other party reached out, Yan Huang dared not easily touch it. He did not believe that this handshake was merely about making friends. But not shaking hands was not an option. He could sense a peculiar feeling emanating from this doctor. This doctor was interested in him. To be precise, he was interested in his body. If he dared not shake hands now, then this doctor would undoubtedly give him a surprise. Everyone around wore expressions of watching a show. Though they did not speak, some were still moving their lips. What will he choose? Surely he wouldn't dare. Ha ha. Indeed, after all, the doctor's oppressive aura is so strong, being targeted by him is truly unfortunate. Yan Huang squinted his eyes, a gentle smile appearing on his face. He adjusted his glasses and reached for In an instant, the doctor's smile returned, his fingers piercing through the skin, transforming into a bone knife that stabbed into Yan Huang's hand, while his upper body lunged towards Yan Huang's ear with terrifying agility. However, he did not expect that Yan Huang had already anticipated this. The moment the doctor approached, Yan Huang spoke in a voice only the 2 of them could hear. I know your panel. The doctor was initially puzzled. Then his pupils suddenly constricted. He remembered that this guy's talent was spirit language, lie detection, confrontational event, judgment successful. Result known with the panel provided by the player doctor. In the next second, the doctor felt his body losing control. He quickly summoned his personal attributes. Originally, his personal attributes were a blur, likely hidden. The doctor immediately removed the concealment. At this moment, a prominent panel appeared. Everyone present could see the doctor's panel. Player doctor, Lin Chi talent, you remain perpetually aware below a god's level. You possess the eyes of a deity, granting you unique vision to see details invisible to ordinary people. You are a special life. You will possess the power to transform life. Talent, hidden information 1, invisible beyond oneself. Talent hidden information 2. Invisible beyond oneself. Affiliation tarot strength 5. 2 agility 4. 9 intelligence 1. 7 overall evaluation. Wow, you are simply superhuman. This is amazing. Aren't you going to hurry and go into the next instance and get yourself killed? Seeing the terrifying data before them, the expressions of everyone changed. They only knew the doctor was strong, but did not expect his panel to be so formidable. What did the power to transform life mentioned in the talent mean? Everyone felt that the doctor, as one of the candidates for the new king this term, was certainly being groomed by the tarot to be the next pope, and there must be a reason for it. Because every card in the tarot represents a certain power. Seeing his information exposed, the doctor regained control over his body. You are courting death. In an instant, his fingers transformed into a bone knife, sharply stabbing towards Yan Huang. However, Yan Huang's state was not right at this moment. The doctor's stats were too high. Using his talent against him would consume a lot of mental energy. He couldn't evade. Damn it. Just then a peculiar movement suddenly occurred beneath Yan Huang. Authors note the hatching city is officially done and preparations are being made to enter the second instance tomorrow. I hope everyone can continue to support. The doctor realized something was amiss and wanted to quicken his movements. His bone knife swung down directly towards Yan Huang's head. But at that moment, Yan Huang's body was enveloped by a digital light wall and vanished from sight. The doctor was left completely empty-handed. The doctor squinted his eyes. Huh. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Truly interesting, Deceiver. I will remember this. As he spoke, excitement glimmered in his eyes. It had been a long time since he encountered a foe that made him suffer this much. Someone who could expose the hidden panel he had concealed for so long. In a way, Yan Huang had indeed dealt him a heavy blow. The people around looked at the doctor with complex expressions before hastily leaving. Who knows what this unpredictable person will do next? The Deceiver is truly formidable. Even at this moment, he managed to make the doctor suffer greatly, while leaving unscathed. It seems these two must meet again in the instance. To make the doctor completely interested in him signifies strength and marks the unfortunate beginning. Yan Huang did not expect to be teleported away. He narrowly avoided a crucial blow. Otherwise, he couldn't be sure he would have been able to withstand that strike. Suddenly, he heard a crisp and cute voice in front of him. To turn the tables on a doctor in such a situation, you're quite impressive. It was worth my saving you, but you were still a bit lacking compared to me. He knew this was the one who saved him. He looked up. A delicate and cute girl resembling a porcelain doll dressed in a purple Lolita outfit with twin tails was sitting on a silver monkey bar, swinging her legs while chewing on a lollipop. With a hint of pride on her face and a smirk at the corner of her mouth, she appeared to be a very spirited little girl. Beside her, a man dressed in a suit exuding elegance gently reprimanded her without any bad temper. Little Luo, no impoliteness. Jiang Luo crossed her arms and huffed. I just want to be a bit stronger. Jiang Yi was helpless and could only apologize to Yan Huang. I am Jiang Yi, and this is my adopted daughter Jiang Luo. She has been spoiled by me. My sincerest apologies, and please forgive me. Nice to meet you for the first time. Jiang Yi extended his hand. Yan Huang observed the two and instantly recognized them. He reached out his hand to shake, introducing himself. Deceiver Yan Huang, thank you for saving my life. You are the two from Anling Cemetery. Jiang Yi's hand paused for a moment, then he awkwardly scratched his head. I didn't expect the person I met in the cemetery to be you. What a coincidence. I told you I wouldn't mistake it. Jiang Luo's face lit up with joy, then she looked at Yan Huang. You have a good memory. Yan Huang smiled faintly and nodded. He also did not expect that the people he met in the cemetery would be players of the instance, thinking how small this world is. However, a mere acquaintance should not be a reason for them to save him. The two did not seem to have any intention of attacking him. If there was some interest involved, he still wanted to resolve this quickly. So he casually asked, do you two have a need for me because you saved me? Jiang Luo's impression of Yan Huang improved. Straightforward. I like straightforward people like you. You seem delicate, but you're much more straightforward than my dad. Jiang Yi cast a resentful glance at his daughter. Please don't step on both sides. He truly had no way to deal with his daughter. Jiang Yi said apologetically. Well, we watched your live stream of Hatching City and thought you were strong. Recently, my daughter and I are interested in a 3-person instance, but our situation is a bit special. I slow her down so no one is willing to team up. He spoke while losing heart. It seemed there was something difficult to say. Jiang Luo immediately interrupted him. Bullshit. It's that I don't want to team up with those people, not that no one is willing to team with us. And you didn't slow me down, but if you say it again, I won't talk to you. Jiang Luo seemed very angry at Jiang Yi's attitude. Jiang Yi felt even more embarrassed and smiled at Yan Huang. Sorry for making you laugh. It's nothing. Yan Huang found this father-daughter duo quite interesting. Just in time, I am also at the point where I need to enter a new instance. May I ask, which 3-person instance you are looking for? I will send you the instance information. After Jiang Yi finished speaking, Yan Huang saw a panel suddenly pop up in front of him. Instance tag society difficulty, number of players 3. Introduction. This is a society without secrets. Everyone is implanted with a chip from birth. Your life is a live broadcast for others to watch. Anyone who watches your life for more than 30 minutes has the right to label you in a way visible to everyone. Perfect people are adored and hold esteemed status, while terrible people are scorned and fall into hell. So are you on top of the world, or just a labeled soul? Yan Huang looked at this instance and thought it was quite interesting. He smiled and said, not bad. Zhang Yi's face showed surprise. So what is your opinion? Yan Huang certainly would not easily trust anyone in the instance, especially in teaming up. If they encountered good players, they could cooperate. But if they met someone who intended to harm them, the mortality rate could be high in the instance. In terms of teaming up, you two and I alone. From a certain perspective, this might be disadvantageous for me. Yan Huang did not say his thoughts outright, but everyone was smart enough to understand immediately. Zhang Luo was unhappy, glaring at Yan Huang. What do you mean by that? Don't you trust us? I just spent a 5,000-point item to save you. You really have no conscience. All right, little Luo, it's already good enough that you are willing to consider us here. Don't say any more. Zhang Yi's demeanor was very restrained. He even seemed a bit self-conscious. Were they ostracized in the instance? The people in the instance had different perceptions from those in reality. Yan Huang felt that only two types of people would be ostracized. The first type is the insidious villain. The second type is the weak. In this survival off Thefidus death game, weakness is the original sin. But how weak could someone be to clear a novice instance, survive, and choose an E-level instance? Yan Huang had to remain cautious. However, due to that saving grace, Yan Huang still had a good impression of these two. At this moment, Zhang Yi suggested, how about this, we show you our panels. This is the safest proposal we can offer you now. After saying that, Zhang Yi displayed his panel to Yan Huang. Player Guidance Master Zhang Yi. Talent eager to help others, possessing the virtue of teaching. You will have the ability to impart knowledge to others. Talent Hidden Information 1, invisible to others. Talent Hidden Information 2, invisible to others. Affiliation none. Strength 2, 1. Agility 1, 7. Intelligence 1, 5. Overall evaluation. A kind-hearted person in the dungeon, often helping newcomers, but frequently misunderstood as having ulterior motives resulting in exclusion. How pitiful. Zhang Yi's evaluation is quite interesting. He seems a bit like a great fool. Nevertheless, it is indeed true that by presenting the panel, Zhang Yi has essentially given away half of his life. Once in the dungeon, the style of one's work will be vividly displayed in the live broadcast, allowing one to gauge a person's thought process. However, if the panel is hidden, no one will know what the person's true attributes are. Thus, targeted actions become, but if one reveals their panel, it means exposing their stage data. If this person has provoked other players in the dungeon, or has been too ostentatious, once their data is exposed, it will inevitably invite targeted retaliation from some. It could lead to death. The panel can indeed provide a great deal of information. This is also why doctors, when forced to expose their panels, directly turn hostile, even having to feign a friendly attitude. To be able to share the panel means one is definitely giving away half of their life. It shows that the other party is quite sincere. Moreover, the overall evaluation indicates that Zhang Yi is a kind-hearted person. To be able to share the panel means one is definitely giving away half of their life. It shows that the other party is quite sincere. Moreover, at this moment, Zhang Yi glanced at Zhang Luo. I know. What a hassle. Zhang Luo reluctantly displayed her panel, her face turning red as it unfolded. Player Calculator, Zhang Luo. Talent. As a gifted elementary student, she is forced to endure countless admiring gazes every day, but what can be done? Who told you to be so outstanding even as an elementary student? You have a natural affinity for electronic products, or perhaps you are the strongest computer. Talent Hidden Information 1, invisible to others. Talent Hidden Information 2, invisible to others. Affiliation none. Strength 1, 5. Agility 2, 2. Intelligence 1, 9. Overall evaluation. Candidate in the 99th Newcomer King election ultimately ranked second. So what if the attributes are average? As a gifted elementary student, I am impressive. It would be better if I could drop the habit of being sharp-tongued. Elementary students should be more obedient. A gifted elementary student. Yan Huang couldn't help but laugh out loud. Zhang Luo immediately exploded. What are you laughing at? Shut up. Yan Huang, sorry, I just couldn't help it. Zhang Luo gritted her teeth, looking fierce. If you laugh again, I'll knock your teeth crooked. After she finished speaking, her adoptive father covered her mouth. Be polite. Zhang Luo fell silent and shot Yan Huang a wide-eyed glance. It was a relaxed process, and Yan Huang lowered his guard significantly, revealing his panel. After the three confirmed each other's panels, Yan Huang still had one question. Why did the doctor target me? I don't know him. He sensed that the doctor was somewhat famous in the dungeon. Moreover, he was a flamboyant and carefree person. Perhaps these two knew. Zhang Luo crushed her lollipop and smiled mischievously. Why did he target you? That's of course because you pose a threat to him as the 100th Newcomer King. Newcomer King. Yan Huang had already seen this term for the third time. First when he logged in. Second on Zhang Luo's panel. Third now. Sai, since you sincerely asked, then as the second of the 99th session, I will generously tell you. The dungeon holds a Newcomer King assessment every 3 months. Newcomers within that period who exceed 3,000 points in a single dungeon's final score can become candidates for the Newcomer King. At the end of each session, candidates are evaluated based on the performances of their top 3 dungeons. Whoever scores highest becomes the Newcomer King. Every Newcomer King receives 2 rewards. One is a fixed reward for the top 3, which enhances strength and agility attributes with the item gene of the king, and the second is an upgrade item according to personal needs. Every Newcomer King represents a small era. As long as they don't fall, they will eventually become a standout in the dungeon. Thus the results of each Newcomer King are closely watched, and every Newcomer King is highly sought after. The doctor is in the same session as you, and he is a complete pervert cultivated as a key figure by the dungeon's strongest force tarot, so wanting to kill you a candidate for Newcomer King. Isn't too much, right? After all, among this session's candidates for Newcomer King, aside from the 3 protected by tarot or other forces, you are the only new face still alive. Yan Huang began to understand. No wonder there was a notification sound when he logged in. Zhang Luo jumped down from the bar, being small, and only around 12 or 13 years old. Her height reached Yan Huang's waist. She placed her hands on her hips, her twin tails swaying behind her, looking particularly cute. Zhang Luo. This person is so tall, she regretted jumping down. But she's still a child, she will definitely grow taller in the future. If you have any other questions, just leave it to my dad. His talent allows you to understand the dungeon as quickly as possible. My dad's talent has helped many people, yet a bunch of ingrates wasted a 5,000 point item of mine. If you dare to act ungratefully, I will definitely find a time to kill you. She sounded fierce, but it was utterly harmless and even made people want to tease her. It was clear she was a whelper. She was a girl who grew up in love, spoiled, but not overly rude, charming. Zhang Yi shyly smiled at Yan Huang. If you don't mind, what Xiao Luo said is indeed true. Yan Huang, thank you. Zhang Yi extended his hand, gently touching Yan Huang's hair. In an instant, a wealth of knowledge flooded in. Yan Huang learned a lot of information about the dungeon, including how to hide his panel. He immediately hid his panel and thanked Zhang Yi. Thank you. Zhang Yi, it was a small effort. They all understood that the team relationship could now be established. Zhang Luo rubbed her hands. All right, more nagging than me, a girl. Oh, let's go to the dungeon. The 2 adults exchanged helpless glances and smiled as they headed toward the dungeon hall. On the way, Zhang Luo was in front. The 2 adults followed behind. Yan Huang was organizing his thoughts. Suddenly Zhang Yi leaned close and whispered to Yan Huang, Mr. Yan, I have something I want to give you. Yan Huang paused, looking at Zhang Yi with a puzzled expression. Zhang Yi took a gem out of his backpack and said, take this. Yan Huang instinctively grabbed the gem and glanced at its attributes. Item Tears of the Betrayed Quality F effect allows the player to exit the dungeon and return to the player hall during a dungeon run. Introduction: the tears produced by the remorse of a betrayer after abandoning their faith. When these tears shine, the power of the betrayer will fall upon you, granting you a chance to escape the dungeon. However, it is well known that in life there is only one path forward with no possibility of retreat. The opportunity to choose comes but once. When you choose betrayal, you will forever lose the qualification to enter that dungeon. To actually get this treasure, you're quite impressive, aren't you? Want to perish? Source: none. Yan Huang slightly frowned. Zhang Yi's tone became more delicate. I know your strength is formidable. So I give you this item to enable you to fully trust us. I only ask one simple thing from you. Yan Huang pursed his lips, acknowledging that this item was indeed a valuable treasure, granting players trapped in a dilemma a third choice. Speak, Yan Huang said. Zhang Yi replied, protect Xiao Luo. Yan Huang remained silent. To him, this was not much of a request. After all, he did not view Zhang Luo as an ordinary individual. At just 12 years old, she had become the second runner-up among the rookie kings, and her strength was not to be underestimated. Perhaps she had some secret weapon. Nevertheless, in terms of overall strength, Zhang Luo likely surpassed both Yan Huang and Zhang Yi, making the request to protect her seem less of a demand and more like just a father's love for his child. No problem. Thank you. Soon the 3 arrived at the dungeon hall, which was crowded with many people. Zhang Luo instinctively took 2 steps back to align herself with her father. The people around them naturally. At first they were surprised to see Yan Huang, delighted that the Deceiver was still alive. To have caught the doctor's attention and survive was no small feat. The Deceiver's methods were not to be underestimated. But then they saw him accompanying Zhang Luo. The Deceiver? He's actually with the instructor. Is the instructor back to swindle new players again? Most of the newcomers who had gone on a dungeon run with the instructor ended up dead. Surely no one believes that the instructor is a good person. How did the Deceiver get fooled by others? Not dead at the hands of the doctor, will he die at the instructor's hands instead? Huh. These remarks felt like a bucket of cold water piercing Jiang Yi's heart, and he lowered his head in silence as he continued to walk. Jiang Luo clenched her fists, her eyes filled with rage, partly hidden by her long hair, so she wasn't noticed. This father-daughter pair felt like rats crossing the street. Yet they had grown accustomed to this state, what they feared was whether the Deceiver might change his mind during such moments. After all, what the others said was not entirely false. The crowd reached the dungeon selection area, but before they began to choose, someone patted Yan Huang on the shoulder. "Brother, if you want to do a team quest, I can take you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Walking with this father-daughter duo will surely lead to misfortune." They love to deceive those who have just cleared the rookie dungeon to team up with them. Everyone initially thinks they're nice people, but several end up dead. I almost got fooled by them too. Fortunately, someone warned me, or I would have died. Being with them is bad luck. Hearing this, Jiang Luo couldn't help but lift her head, her determined gaze fixed on the man as she scolded. "You heartless dog, my father kindly taught you dungeon strategies to save you from taking detours, even giving you items. Is this your gratitude?" The man scoffed. "I'm just redirecting my path, a good-hearted reminder to avoid becoming a victim." Just then Jiang Luo's eyes narrowed, and a string of code appeared in her beautiful, pure black pupils. But it was interrupted. The one who interrupted was Yan Huang. He still smiled warmly like a gentle spring breeze. With one hand, he brushed aside the man's hand. Everyone has their own aspirations, one should be mindful of their integrity. It's important to have some boundaries. His words expressed his stance, leaving the man feeling ashamed. The man had just been exposed by Jiang Luo for having benefited from them. In the next moment, he was rebuked by Yan Huang. On the surface, it indicated trust. On another level, it was a roundabout way of scolding the man for biting the hand that feeds him. The crowd found it somewhat amusing, and attention turned towards the man. Just a clown. Trying to flirt with the Deceiver, how ridiculous. The man felt utterly embarrassed, his face flushed as he pointed at Yan Huang and scolded, "I advise you won't believe me now, but you'll regret it." After saying that, the man walked away, and the crowd lost interest in the matter. Jiang Luo elbowed Yan Huang's thigh. "You're quite loyal. Don't worry. In this dungeon, even if I die, I won't let you die. I must make those ungrateful wolves open their eyes and see that my dad is not the person they claim he is." She spoke loudly, wanting to defend her father's honor and dignity, while Jiang Yi simply smiled, and he adjusted the little tie at Jiang Luo's chest, and then patted her small head. "All right, Uncle Yan is here, don't be so mischievous." Jiang Luo huffed softly. Yan Huang was speechless, calling him Uncle Yan. "Is that all right? Better to call me brother. Dream on." Jiang Luo rolled her eyes. "I'll call you little brother, and in this dungeon, I'll protect you." Yan Huang remained calm and chose not to quibble. "All right, you protect me." After this little interlude, the three quickly approached the dungeon selection platform. They finalized their dungeon choice. A pop-up appeared before them. "Player Deceiver. Yan Huang, do you confirm teaming up with Calculator, Jiang Luo Instructor, Jiang Yi to enter the Dungeon Label Society?" Yan Huang clicked yes. Soon a magical light enveloped them. Loading dungeon. Dungeon Label Society difficulty E players Deceiver Calculator Instructor. Introduction. This is a society without secrets. From birth, everyone is implanted with a chip, and your life is a live broadcast for others to watch. Anyone who watches your life for more than 30 minutes has the right to label you in a way that everyone can see. Perfect people are adored, while those who are not fall into hell. So are you a superior being, or are you just a labeled soul? Dungeon time limit 5 days. Dungeon loading complete. Live broadcast begins. Dungeon preface. Walk your own path, let others say what they will. Dante. A sudden wave of intense dizziness and drowsiness struck. Yan Huang felt the world spinning around him. Fortunately, he was lying on a warm and comfortable bed, otherwise he might have fallen off. Currently, there are 17 viewers online. Oh, the Deceiver is actually playing this dungeon, and it seems his identity is that of a noble. Suddenly a ringing sound echoed in his mind. After a series of chimes, a dry voice became particularly grating, as if it were a sound produced by someone whose mouth was completely devoid of moisture. "Respected Mr. Yan, you have slept for 9 hours. Please wake up and prepare for washing." "Respected Mr. Yan." Before the third call could come, he pressed his hand on the alarm clock. With his eyes still closed, Yan Huang could only feel a bizarre and nauseating texture through touch. It was sticky and slippery, as if something had licked it. Yan Huang opened his eyes abruptly. In that instant, what he saw was not an alarm clock, but rather a person. The figure before him knelt by the side of Yan Huang's bed, appearing to be a living person. However, one half of her face was as beautiful as a celestial being, while the other half seemed to lack skin, revealing her bone and flesh structure, with countless stitches visible at the junction of the two halves. Her long hair cascaded down her back, dressed in a classic black and white made outfit, her face adorned with a complimentary smile. Such a grin on that half-skinned face appeared particularly horrifying. Her eyeballs were only encased in bone and flesh, and her smile revealed all her gums with the bone at the corners of her mouth tightly connected to the other tissues. It looked incredibly stimulating. Yan Huang did not expect to enjoy such a shocking benefit from a maid. If it weren't for his quick reflexes, his face would have turned pale. At present, his understanding of this dungeon was limited to everyone has a chip that allows them to witness others' lives. As for the rest, he knew nothing. In the face of all the unknowns, prematurely exposing oneself was clearly irrational. Mr. Yan, since you are awake, please allow me, Zhang Xiu, to assist you with your washing. Yan Huang slightly furrowed his brows and murmured a soft hum. Since there was a maid, it seemed his identity in this dungeon should be one of decent means. Zhang Xiu maintained her standard smile. I am very happy to serve you. After saying this, she bent down. At that moment, Yan Huang finally noticed the virtual screen above her head. It displayed a series of texts and a number. Tags top 10, maids all-round beautiful girl, old-fashioned. Tag scores 67 points. Is this the tag? Yan Huang felt a bit perplexed. Although his aesthetic wasn't particularly high, he wasn't exactly unique either. Does the term beautiful girl refer to half of her face? Or does it mean the entirety of her face? Yan Huang pursed his lips and pondered. Just then Zhang Xiu wrung out the face cloth and was about to approach Yan Huang's face. He noticed that the material of the face cloth was quite special, somewhat rough, and after being wrung out it was stained with a bright red. The cloth drew nearer. A strong metallic scent of blood wafted to Yan Huang's nose. At that moment he finally saw what the face cloth was. It was a human skin densely covered with hair. For a moment Yan Huang felt a wave of physiological discomfort and wanted to vomit. All right, you can go now. I prefer to wash my face and brush my teeth myself today. Oh, a precise landmine trigger. Did he really just trigger that? Yan Huang suddenly tensed, contemplating what landmine he had stepped on. At this moment Zhang Xiu's movements halted, her gaze shifting slightly to Yan Huang's face, staring at him intently. The smile on her face disappeared, replaced by a blank, expressionless stare. The feeling of being stared at by this stitched face was unsettling, especially without any facial expression. It sent chills down his spine. Zhang Xiu's lips parted slightly. Mr. Yan, I believe you need me. Her tone was very strange. It didn't sound like that of a servant, but rather a partner. It even contained hints of emotions that were not appropriate for her identity and the situation. A kind of unwilling doubt. A maid questioning her master. Or was it the master granting her a few minutes of respite? The atmosphere became tense. Yan Huang's mind raced. At this moment, he looked down at her condescendingly, his eyes filled with disdain. Are you questioning my decision? The same request, do not make me repeat it. Otherwise you know what the outcome will be. Yan Huang placed a bet. He was betting that the maid was truly a maid. He was indeed the master in a position of power. Commands from someone in power are not to be challenged. Sure enough, the next second an awkward smile appeared on Zhang Xiu's face. All right, then I'll trouble you to do it yourself. I will go and work. If you need anything, please feel free to tell me. After saying this, she quickly stood up and hurriedly walked towards the door, afraid that lingering for even half a second would upset Yan Huang. Sure enough, the Deceiver passed this so easily. If there was any mistake here, the tag points would drop. The perfect start would be lost. As Yan Huang saw the barrage of comments, he also noticed that Zhang Xiu's tag score above her head immediately dropped by 1 point, changing to 66. The tag of top 10, maid, was also fading at this moment. A line from the dungeon introduction suddenly appeared in Yan Huang's mind. Your life is a live broadcast for others to watch. Anyone who watches your life for more than 30 minutes has the right to label you with tags visible to all. So this is point deduction. At this moment, the maid's tags changed. This proves that her life was being watched. Then, what about him as the one in power? Yan Huang suddenly looked towards the mirror beside him. The mirror appeared particularly strange. The wooden lines encasing the mirror were overly hard, creating a strong sense of disharmony. Upon closer inspection, he realized it wasn't actually wood, but rather the bones of a beast coated in a layer of blood paint. Twisted in an odd way, there was no biological bone in Yan Huang's mind that could have such a twisted curvature, thus it might have been finely processed. He had just touched the strange feeling of the alarm clock and realized what it was. A mechanical sound device made from a tongue and a wind control device. Yan Huang only felt that the taste was somewhat heavy. He quickly shifted his gaze back to the mirror. In the mirror he still saw his own handsome and gentle face adorned with delicate black-framed glasses. Above his head there were indeed tags and tag scores as well. Tags elite among people, perfect artist, overbearing, tag score 94. In the next moment his tag score changed. The tags did not change, but the tag score increased from 94. Yan Huang looked at his 3 tags. Elite among people, perfect artist, overbearing. Based on the recent changes in scores between him and Zhang Xiu, Yan Huang initially judged that the so-called tag score was not simply the score of each tag. After all, his tags did not change, yet the score increased. Thus the so-called tag score could only be said to be related to tags. The specific judgment of the score would require Yan Huang to attempt watching others' live broadcasts. He touched the back of his neck, feeling a strong foreign object sensation. If he guessed correctly, it was the chip. Just as he wanted to observe others' live broadcasts through the chip. Suddenly the sounds of a fight erupted from outside, accompanied by a familiar voice. Yan Huang immediately got out of bed and walked out of the room. As soon as he opened the door, he heard a crisp, lowly-like voice angrily cursing. "I've given you plenty of face already. First you made me clean that toilet, and now you expect me to kneel and lick your shoes. Do you believe he'll smash your head in right now?" The little girl wore a black and white made outfit similar to the other maids, her twin tails gently swaying behind her head. In her hands, she held a massive blue-black greatsword that looked utterly out of place, with her petite frame aiming it directly at Zhang Xiao. But the next second, Zhang Xiao's stitched face twisted into a bizarre smile, emitting a giggling sound. A 33-point piece of social trash. If they don't obey orders, it's fine to just let them die. Her attitude toward Zhang Luo was no longer the gentle obedience she had shown Yan Huang. Instead, it was replaced by the disdain of a superior toward an inferior. Yan Huang looked closely. Zhang Luo's head indeed displayed 32 points. Tag's sharp-tongued rebellious made Tag score 32 points. He snapped back to reality. Zhang Xiao's hand landed on Zhang Luo's greatsword. Instantly, the massive blade dissolved into data blocks and vanished before their eyes. Zhang Luo's face showed shock, clearly not expecting her weapon to disappear like that. She realized something was off about this instance. Her gaze found Yan Huang. But at that same moment, Zhang Xiao swiftly reached out and gripped her neck. She was an elementary school student, even shorter than most girls her age, and Zhang Xiao lifted her with a slight effort. Zhang Luo was hoisted completely into the air. Her feet kicked helplessly in the void. With difficulty, she forced air through her constricted throat. "Yan Huang, aren't you going to help me?" Yan Huang was caught between laughter and tears. His expression shifted as he looked at Zhang Xiao. "Put her down." The veins on Zhang Xiao's temples bulged. "Mr. Yan, this 33-point trash defied my orders. This is my affair. Please don't meddle in matters that aren't yours. That's the rule." Zhang Xiao's face twisted into a sinister grin, sending chills down one's spine. At that moment, she seemed certain that Yan Huang posed no threat to her. "So, what was it?" She repeatedly emphasized the tag score. She openly called Zhang Luo a 33-point piece of trash. And now she uttered the word rules. Could it be possible that 32 points and trash mutually defined each other? And what determined both was the tag? Yan Huang narrowed his eyes. He slowly walked toward Zhang Xiao, a gentle smile on his face, so warm, so inviting. "I naturally won't interfere with your affairs." Zhang Xiao's sinister smile grew bolder. She had gotten the result. Mr. Yan had been ungrateful and cost her a point. Now being able to make Mr. Yan unhappy was something she would gladly welcome. After all, people like Mr. Yan with their high scores were at the very top of society in this world. The higher one sits, the more fear they feel. They would never waste their time and energy on a 33-point piece of trash. After all, every move they made was watched by someone. Even they didn't know who was watching. If he saved this trash, what would he lose? Mr. Yan surely understood that better than she did. Zhang Xiao believed she had firmly grasped this opportunity for revenge. She tightened her grip, intending to choke Zhang Luo to death. She squeezed harder, and the expression on her stitched face grew more and more excited. Watching Zhang Luo's pretty little face turn red then blue. She was ecstatic, her body secreting hormones faster than neurotransmitter called dopamine, transmitting excitement throughout her being, her smile utterly perverse. "Almost dead, almost dead. Mr. Yan, look, I absolutely adore the helplessness and struggle of these trash as they're being strangled to death. Listen, that final sound they desperately make before suffocating. Oh, that's the most beautiful melody," she muttered rapidly to herself. The dual thrill of revenge and murder coursed through her entire being. With one hand choking Zhang Luo and the other covering her own mouth, even her fingertips trembled. Oh wow, the calculator is just going to give up that easily. She's not even going to use her ability. Tisk, I thought the Deceiver was going to be a freebie for this father-daughter duo, but instead he's already played the calculator to death. Not saving her. Looks like the Deceiver figured out the basic rules of tag society. I had to pay to get that information back in the day. Everyone believed the Deceiver would abandon Zhang Luo. Mr. Yan, look how she's about to pass out. Zhang Xiao was even more certain. But, just then, as Zhang Xiao was about to crush Zhang Luo's throat, swish! A knife plunged into her neck without any warning whatsoever. Ugh! Her entire body went limp from the chaotic flow of blood, forcing her to release Zhang Luo, who was nearly dead. Zhang Luo collapsed to the ground, not yet unconscious, her eyes fixed on Zhang Xiao with a hint of cunning, a slight curl on her lips. Jiang Xiu turned her eyeballs in disbelief, trembling as she looked at Yan Huang. He still wore that same smile. A smile laced with pity, with gentleness, with countless, indescribable emotions. I won't constrain your affairs, but seeing a 66-point piece of trash defy me also irritates me. He'll have to trouble you to be quiet. With that, Yan Huang slowly raised his hand and placed it on the hilt of the blade of family harmony. Whoosh! He pulled out the blade and blood splattered everywhere. Blood spattered onto Yan Huang's face. He casually wiped it away with the back of his hand. The once ferocious Jiang Xiu now lay dead on the ground in a gruesome state. Her stitched face remained wide-eyed, even in death. But that was fine. Yan Huang had always been a gentle and reasonable person. He would help her close her eyes. He covered her eyelids with his hand, and they shut. There was still half a face without skin. Well, Yan Huang picked up a nearby mop and covered it. Rest well, and stop making noise, Miss Maid. Every move Yan Huang made was deliberate and slow. But the entire sequence sent chills down the spines of everyone in the livestream, especially when he exchanged a glance with Zhang Luo. Zhang Luo touched her injured neck and gave a light snort. Pretty amazing talent, huh? Yan Huang didn't hold back his praise. Not bad. He had roughly figured out one of the calculator's hidden talent. It was datification. That blue-black greatsword was a manifestation of datification. But what confirmed it was a talent rather than an item was the moment he was about to strike. He heard Zhang Luo's voice inside his mind. In that instant, it was as if his brain had been transformed into a data space, allowing them to communicate seamlessly. She told him not to act directly. The maid dared to be so arrogant in front of her master. There had to be a reason for such unusual behavior. So the two decided to put on an act. This act perfectly concealed his motive for saving her. This act also successfully left the livestream audience utterly unnerved. Damn, I really thought the trickster was going to let the calculator die, just like that, putting on this show. Damn it. I'm left speechless. Ha, even if the trickster wasn't present, do you think that little freak of a calculator could die so easily? Someone who got second place in the New King competition can't be an ordinary person. Watching experts live stream is truly entertaining. One moment you're tense and the next you're relieved, yet you never know when the tension will return. At this moment, the number of people in the live stream had reached 4,379. This is undeniably an impressive figure. However, this is merely in comparison to the F-level difficulty of Hatching City. The system's livestream push is a highly complex algorithm which promotes different categories based on the player's overall performance and the current dungeon's difficulty. Moreover, Yan Huang and Zhang Luo are somewhat well known in the dungeon. At this moment, the two of them immediately received a notification pop-up from the dungeon. Congratulations to the two players for the stable increase in livestream data, now recommended to the A-level dungeon high player category 5-level push. Minor operations, even a mosquito is still meat, hoping the players continue to work hard. Charging towards a stronger and fiercer recommendation. Yan Huang and Zhang Luo exchanged glances. Zhang Luo then furrowed her brows and communicated with Yan Huang in her mind, using her talent in this dungeon. Every move we make is not a secret, so I will keep my talent active. We can communicate in our minds. Speaking too much in reality would lead to mistakes. Zhang Luo's mind is still quite useful, even though she's just a child. After all, she was the second in the last New King competition. Her intelligence is also 1.9. And judging by their recent cooperation, Zhang Luo is no ordinary child. But still, she's just a child. Yan Huang looked at her with a loving gaze. All right. After Yan Huang agreed, Zhang Luo immediately said, now I have a question. Why am I a maid in Tag Society while you are a high-ranking person? Is this targeted at me? Yan Huang chuckled helplessly. Perhaps. My character isn't that good. Then he received a roll of Zhang Luo's eyes. Zhang Luo, with her hands on her hips, looked especially cute in her maid outfit, proudly declaring, humph, considering your cooperation, I won't argue with you, but I have a general understanding of the basic gameplay of this dungeon. Yan Huang's expression turned serious, for he was certain Zhang Luo undoubtedly possessed more information than he did. Though Zhang Luo's performance was indeed exceptional, he had also studied human microexpressions. When Jiang Xiu destroyed Zhang Luo's black-blue giant sword, the momentary shock on Zhang Luo's face could not be faked. As expected, Zhang Luo analyzed this issue with him. You should have noticed that sword was transformed from my talent, but just now in front of that seamstress my sword directly dissipated. I think there must be a clear rule in Tag Society. Higher scorers have absolute suppression over lower scores. It comes from the rules. The two spoke in unison. Zhang Luo was somewhat surprised, looking at Yan Huang with increasing admiration. Not bad. Thinking so quickly. Yan Huang, flattered by the compliment, rubbed his nose. Not bad. I've experienced a few minor issues before this. Though the seamstress is one of the top 10 maids, her actions and demeanor are somewhat inconsistent with the identity of a maid. Nevertheless, she mostly obeyed his orders. Clearly trying to resist, yet she still held it in. It was fear. the fear of a lower being towards a higher being. When combined with the current events, it's hard not to guess at this rule. However, since higher beings have absolute power over lower beings, why did she smugly threaten you before trying to kill me? Is she foolish? Yan Huang pressed his lips together. He was also pondering this point. In fact, they could see these settings in the guide. But would the dungeon let players have it so easy? Desires are not so easily fulfilled. According to the information provided by Jiangyi, one rule states to provide players with a better gaming experience, the understanding of players regarding the core gameplay of the dungeon will be concealed. Therefore, basically looking at the guide is of little use, unless you can persist in developing muscle memory, allowing muscle memory to react. This sounds like a fantasy, but in this dungeon, what isn't a fantasy? Yan Huang lowered his gaze and pondered for a moment. I do have a way to determine whether higher beings have absolute suppression over lower beings. Zhang Luo's eyes brightened, eagerly staring at Yan Huang, blinking. What method? Quickly tell me. Yan Huang directly spoke. Zhang Luo, hold on to your broom and clean the room properly. My room must be immaculate. If I find a corpse here in 10 minutes, you're finished. Zhang Luo, you damn it. Before she could continue her complaint, her expression suddenly changed. Status order from a noble being. Introduction order from the 95-point noble, Yan Huang in Tag Society, as a lowly low-score trash. Please complete Mr. Yan Huang's order as soon as possible, otherwise a little surprise awaits you. Order content: clean the room, dispose of the corpse. Time limit 10 minutes. Penalty for violation: you're finished, which means death. Courtesy of the dungeon's friendly reminder. Instantly both of their pupils constricted. This time the order even directly became a status. In an instant both felt a chill run down their spines. This tag society is not simple, very not simple. But one thing can be confirmed. The higher the tag score, the better. Zhang Luo gritted her teeth in anger. Is this your method? All said, don't say anything more. This is meant to get her killed. At the moment she voiced this, a new label suddenly appeared on her rude trash. Her tag score dropped from 32 to 31. Zhang Luo, rude. How about your sister? You can't just comment on my sister, Zhang Luo. After she said this, she lost another point. The rude trash label darkened a few shades. Yan Huang, speechless, quickly covered her mouth. Enough will help you. As soon as he said this, the dominant above his head also darkened a bit. His tag score also dropped down to 94. Yan Huang. Zhang Luo, trying to hold back. Yan Huang was quite helpless, giving Zhang Luo a light kick on the backside. Hurry up, am I being too kind to you? Zhang Luo cursed. Yan Huang in her mind, I gave you face, and you dare kick me. Then she made a comeback. Yan Huang, what can you do to me? Zhang Luo. Yan Huang, you have only 9 minutes left, don't die. Zhang Luo was infuriated by Yan Huang. What kind of person is this bullying the weak? So the 12-year-old student Zhang Luo, who stood at 1 meter 30, could only set her unwilling gaze on the corpse of Zhang Xiao. Yan Huang thought, Zhang Luo is so short carrying this corpse. Wouldn't it look ridiculous? A scene formed in his mind. The next second he saw that scene. Zhang Luo, standing at a height of 1 meter and 3, effortlessly lifted the corpse lying on the ground with one hand, her face filled with disdain as she walked out the door. For a little girl with a strength rating of 1.9, this weight was hardly a challenge. Yan Huang felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, he had not witnessed the scene he wanted to see. However, why was he able to directly enhance Zhang Luo's status, but not that of Zhang Xiao? Wait, he and Zhang Luo as players shared the same tags and tag scores as the creatures within the dungeon. Moreover, he could issue commands to Zhang Luo that exceeded his own capabilities. If that's the case, does that mean they qualify as monsters within the dungeon? A flash of inspiration struck Yan Huang, and he immediately summoned Tang Xin's new book. Sure enough, there was an additional entry. Yan Huang read the new content clearly. Tag Society Netizen Strength 1. 5. Agility 1. 5. Intelligence 1. 2. Talent Evaluation Command Introduction. In this place, there are no legal constraints, only the supervision of countless individuals. This is a world of great harmony, an idyllic paradise where residents live carefree. As long as you are a good person recognized by society, you will enjoy wealth and glory. Otherwise, you will be the trash at the bottom of society, enslaved. However, are you a person below or a spirit beneath the label? Evaluation. After a netizen watches your life for over 30 minutes, they gain absolute evaluation rights over you. 30 minutes should be enough to understand a person right. Command. Good people enjoy everything while evil ones are trampled underfoot. Survival of the fittest to maintain social order. It's best for trash to obediently follow commands. When Yan Huang saw this introduction, he immediately understood the point he had previously been puzzled about. They indeed belonged to the category of monsters within this dungeon, which was rather intriguing. After Zhang Luo returned, she linked their minds once more, intending to complain. Before she could, Yan Huang recounted the contents of Tang Xin's new book to Zhang Luo in detail. Zhang Luo's expression changed. 369 ranks. Are you saying that the higher the tag score, the higher the status of a person here, and that individuals are classified into ranks based on their scores? This little girl is indeed clever, understanding right away. Yan Huang's smile grew wider. If I'm not mistaken, the classification of ranks is as follows: 133, 3,466, 6799, a three-tier division. My score is 95, and previously Jiang Xiu, who had a score of 67, could not directly impose a status on her yet, could issue a coercive command to you, who has a score of 32. That proves the point. In the same tier, the lower ranked simply needs to obey the higher ranked, while across tiers, it is mandatory. This is a limitation set by the higher ranked to monopolize their rights. Yan Huang's analysis was thorough, and Zhang Luo was excited. However, Jiang Xiu, who had a score of 66, still chose to defy me, which means she believed I wouldn't act against her. Why would she have such confidence? Challenging the authority of higher-ranked individuals requires great courage, and the only thing that can threaten us is one thing: tag score. She was certain I wouldn't help you because my tag score would drop if I did. In this society, no one would do such a thing. She was convinced of this. I once wondered if it was due to society's rejection of lower-ranked individuals that it would incite public outrage to save them. Yet after I saved you, there was no deduction. This shattered her understanding, or rather, she hadn't considered that I would resolve her in a way she couldn't foresee. Was it based on the tags? No. Tags have no relation to scores. It is we who have imposed our preconceived notions onto the tag society. This is a society without legal constraints. Yan Huang grew more excited as he delved deeper, surveying his surroundings with a rising smile. Little Luo, have you noticed anything unusual about this room? Zhang Luo looked around in confusion. She saw candle holders made from animal ribs, completely natural. She could also see the floor made from sewn human skin carved with various intricate patterns. This room was luxurious, yet filled with eeriness. Eeriness that was saturated with the scent of blood and death. This extravagant environment was a chaotic graveyard made of flesh and bone. It reeked of decay and rot. If Zhang Luo did not know the owner of this house, she would certainly think that the owner was a complete pervert. But she did know. The owner of the room was a perfect artist with a tag score of 95. The word artist suddenly felt chilling. At that moment, Zhang Luo understood the essence of the tag score. There was no standard for judgment. All standards originated from. She was just about to say something when a loud boom from outside startled her, and she immediately stared at the door. The door did not open, yet they could hear heart-wrenching cries. Please, don't hand me over to him. I beg you, if this continues, I will die. I don't want to die. Please, Mr. Lu, I don't want to die. I truly am not that kind of person. I've followed you for so long, why don't you trust me? I haven't done anything. You can check my life records. I have absolutely not betrayed you. The despair in her cries was palpable, as if she was not entering a home, but rather her grave. Suddenly there was a loud slap, and the woman let out an ah before falling silent. A coarse voice full of mockery pierced their ears. A 21-point harlot dares to shout in front of me. You shameless woman who will stop at nothing for power. Not sending you to the stake is my greatest mercy. Handing you over to Mr. Yan for handling is your best outcome. This voice was extremely unpleasant to the senses. Yet Yan Huang could be certain that this perfect artist was about to be visited by a distinguished guest. Moreover, this distinguished guest seemed to be in a bad mood. Zhang Luo glanced at Yan Huang. Seeing him unmoved, she remained still as well. The barrage in the live broadcast room began to buzz with excitement. Oh my, here it comes. The exciting plot of the aristocrats' opening is about to unfold. I wonder if our fraudster can withstand the beauty brought by that scene. If it doesn't go well, then it will be interesting. Be ready to take screenshots. That scene has not been seen for a long time. Then with a thud, a muffled sound. Crash. The door adorned with countless screaming faces shattered, and a woman was thrown in. This woman was completely naked, her belly swollen, and her skin was torn and mangled, not a single good spot on her. The woman cradled her belly, blood continually flowing from her lower body, staining the smooth floor with a pool of thick crimson. Her hair was disheveled, and her expression was one of utter despair. She cried out in despair, her voice hoarse. My child! My child! Ah! Her wails were heart-wrenching, her tone excruciatingly shrill. The decaying skin rubbed against the ground, and at a glance it was impossible to distinguish where the blood ended and where the human began. A shadow fell upon the woman, illuminated by the light from outside. The woman's pupils contracted sharply as she held her belly, shaking her head repeatedly. Don't come any closer. My child is already gone. I did not betray you. I truly did not betray you. I am not a slut. I am not. We have been together for so long, why won't you believe me? Is it simply because of this damned label? This is the slander they spread about me. I have not done anything to betray you. Spare me. Do you really intend to kill me over that little label, eh? Are you even human? Are you even human? She screamed hysterically. The labels on her head were grotesque. Label slut, bitch, dog, resource-producing woman. Label points 21 points. Every extreme insult against women now manifested above her head. Listening to her pleas, the shadow showed no intention of sparing her. Instead, it found amusement in her suffering. Spare you? You parasite of society scum. How can I spare you? How can countless people in society agree to your existence? Thus, I will eradicate you for the sake of the people. Besides, who knows whose child that slut was? Dead is dead. I will not allow such a bastard to be my son. If it's dead, then let it serve as entertainment for my friends. The man finally stepped into the room. His true appearance was revealed. He was a fat and lecherous man, balding on top, with a mocking smile on his face, as if he were performing a grand act of kindness. Label man of justice, righteousness, promoter of positive energy. Label points 91 points. At this moment, his label points were still rising. The three eye-catching labels seemed to be gradually illuminated by countless unseen netizens expressing their enjoyment of such a performance. How thrilling! How reasonable! How uplifting! Such a scene of a noble becoming a commoner is universally appealing. Though they can evaluate in their daily lives, they need an opportunity to do so otherwise. How can baseless evaluations be recognized by the great deity? So, they will always wait for an opportunity to drag someone into the abyss. As long as any high-scoring individual makes a mistake, they will frantically give the most malicious evaluations, ruthlessly crushing any chance of resistance. After all, only by stepping on the backs of others can they show how great they are. 92 points, 93 points, 94 points. The speed at which the label points climbed was terrifying. The smile on the man's face could no longer be concealed. He politely bowed in all directions, because he knew every move he made at this moment was being watched by countless eyes. This was his chance to reach the pinnacle. After countless nights of yearning, he finally awaited an opportunity to soar, even if he had to stand on his wife's corpse. Thank you for your support, dear netizens. I, Lu Zhang, will not fail your expectations and will sentence this damned slut to death. But after all, we were once a couple, so being too heartless is not good, or I will let my neighbor Mr. Yan design the best ending for this wretched woman. He smiled while casting a sinister gaze at Yan Huang. Mr. Yan, allow me to appreciate your artistic talent. Every word was filled with anticipation. Rather than being excited about the art, it was more about the expectation that Yan Huang would disappoint him, and then fall from grace. Yan Huang looked at the man before him. Zhang Luo instinctively leaned closer behind Yan Huang. Yan Huang, it seems that being in a high position isn't all that great. Trouble finds you so quickly. Such trouble is indeed quite troublesome, but if you can't handle it, I can help you. Of course I am not helping you. I am merely helping that poor woman. Yan Huang, go for it. What will you do? She felt a little schadenfreude in her heart, but she merely wanted to see what choice Yan Huang would ultimately make. If Yan Huang couldn't resolve it, then she would help him, because she already had a plan in mind. This unforeseen incident was unexpected for everyone. Yet it was precisely this incident that further convinced Yan Huang and Zhang Luo of one thing. In this society, one must never measure it by the rules of the society they live in. Because this society has no legal restraints. There are no moral boundaries. Under such circumstances, the inherent flaws of biological instincts are infinitely magnified. The so-called labels at their core are merely evaluations given by humans. For once a person is human, a demon lurks within. Greed runs rampant, and desires are unleashed. They cast their gazes from unseen corners. Hidden in the shadows, they bear no responsibility. Thus they are fearless. They simply follow the wicked thoughts of their own hearts. They build their happiness upon the suffering of others. Then, based on the mere tip of the iceberg revealed in 30 minutes, they viciously critique others. These unbearable labels deny a person's entire life. As for what the woman said, you can check my life record. Who cares about the truth? You will simply become a source of amusement. Human nature is fundamentally evil. Upon considering this, a cryptic smile appeared on Yan Huang's face. A label score was rapidly rising, about to surpass his neighbor. In this situation, could the intention be pure? In a society where flaws are infinitely magnified, everything must be predicted with the worst outcome in mind. Because that is the most accurate direction in this society. At this moment, he had only two choices. One was to preserve himself, deny his morals, deceive himself into believing that the values expressed in the copy wouldn't connect with reality, and turn the woman into an artwork for his neighbor, named Lu Zhang. The second was to firmly uphold his morals and values, refuse to conform, and fight for the woman's innocence, thereby ruining the mood of the audience, branding himself with a new, unacceptable label in his live broadcast, becoming the next fallen one. Such a situation of choosing one or the other truly made it difficult to decide. The term netizen is unexpectedly fitting. Yan Huang's lips slowly curled upwards. He remained his usual charming gentleman self, gracefully bowing to the Lu Zhang before him. Yan Huang is willing to serve you, my esteemed guest. To say one doesn't care about data would surely be a lie because this kind of subject matter is quite niche on the platform, so I am indeed worried that the debut won't attract an audience, and if the updates fall short, I would question if my writing has issues leading to anxiety. But it's really up to the readers to support the content. Thank you all for your continued support. The fraudster agreed to Lu Zhang's request so easily. Ridiculous. Wasn't he just lecturing others before entering the instance about having a sliver of morality? How can he be so devoid of principles now? After all, she is a pregnant woman who has been abused. As a fan from Hatching City, I advise the person above not to jump to conclusions so quickly. Do you think the title of fraudster is a joke? Jumping to conclusions too early can lead to a slap in the face. Waiting too long to conclude can also lead to the same outcome. The best way to deal with a fraudster is to say nothing. The more one speaks, the more mistakes one makes. If it were any other instance, he might have other possibilities, but now he is in label society being watched by so many netizens, he absolutely has no chance. At this moment, Jiang Luo also felt surprised. However, she said nothing and perfectly played her current role. As a maid, she wore a cute smile and stood behind Yan Huang. Mr. Yan, do you need me to assist? Then please prepare a pair of gloves for me, Xiao Luo. Jiang Luo responded with yes, and then slowly walked into the room to buy a pair of gloves from the shop, spinning around for a moment. At this time, Yan Huang exhausted all his points to buy an item which did not appear in his backpack. Soon Jiang Luo returned and handed the gloves to Yan Huang. Mr. Yan, please. Yan Huang responded with a soft and affectionately ruffled Jiang Luo's hair. Just keep a close watch from here on. Jiang Luo nodded yes. The actions of the two were so smooth, as if they were both intent on completely satisfying Lu Zhang, who had obvious ulterior motives. Yan Huang turned to Lu Zhang. Esteemed guest, do you have any special requests regarding the work? Art is indeed precious, but the ultimate goal of art is to serve humanity. His every word and action was flawless, making Lu Zhang's sinister smile even harder to conceal. At this moment, his label score had reached a staggering 95 points, granting him equal status and power with Yan Huang. He had coveted this neighbor who had long occupied a high position for a long time. His house, his wealth, his works, everything about him. Previously, his score was slightly lower than Yan Huang's, so he could only be submissive. Now, with equal scores, he would soon surpass Yan Huang, and there would be no need to feign any semblance of decorum. Mr. Yan, then please punish this woman who has betrayed her marital vows, and the abominable child within her, who carries the blood of an unknown lowly individual. If you cannot deliver a satisfactory answer, the audience will find it difficult to be pleased. Greed and arrogance surged in his eyes. It seemed that Yan Huang no longer posed a threat to him. Yan Huang looked at the woman beside him. The woman appeared somewhat deranged. She knelt on the ground in fear, crying out, please, please, Mr. Yan, spare me, I am innocent. That man suddenly attacked me. I was wronged. I can reveal my life records, I can. She instinctively reached for the chip at the back of her neck. The chip projected a stunning virtual image. In the image, the woman was dressed in luxurious clothing, holding a wine glass with only a quarter of the capacity filled with a pregnancy preservation drug, exuding beauty and arrogance. Her belly was already showing, but it did not detract from her beauty. There was no trace of any connection between the bloodied figure before her and her. Naturally, it was hard to imagine what she had gone through, to fall to such depths in such a short time. In the next second, a man suddenly appeared in the room. The woman was greatly surprised, but because the man's score was slightly higher than hers, she did not dare show any impatience. Just then, a deafening scream pierced the air. Zzz. A violent electric current sounded. The image was interrupted. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that the furious Lu Zhang had directly reached out, forcefully ripping the chip from the woman's neck along with the bloody flesh. The bloody scene made both Yan Huang and Jiang Luo feel a chill of dread and nausea, but they knew that at this moment they could only force themselves to watch. Lu Zhang's gaze was fierce and cold. Wretched woman, even at death's door you dare to argue. Your betrayal is your original sin. You shall meet your demise. Yan Huang and Jiang Luo's eyes grew visibly colder. Without the chip, the woman was also on the verge of collapse. She lay on the ground. Her dry throat could only emit weak ah sounds. Transparent tears mixed with crimson spilling down her cheeks. She gazed at the ceiling, no longer able to. Lu Zhang felt immense satisfaction and then smiled. He looked at Yan Huang. Above his head is labeled just person, righteous and noble tragic artist. Label score 96 points. At this moment, he was 1 point higher than Yan Huang. Because of this performance, he had gained a full 5 points. Yes, in his eyes, all of this was merely a performance. For the unseen audience, those whose scores were higher or lower than his were preparing for a performance in the shadows. Yan Huang, now is your time to shine. Do not disappoint me. His words had transitioned from respect to equality and now to command. This transformation was simply due to the increase in his label score. Yan Huang was already prepared. Yes, my esteemed guest, my works have never disappointed, including this one. Yet Lu Zhang was skeptical for this time. What he had done had already brought the audience's emotions to a peak, raising their thresholds. This time, the perfect artist above Yan Huang would undoubtedly turn into a failure. Who says, people can accept countless successes, but they cannot tolerate even a thousandth of a failure. Mr. Yan, please. Lu Zhang maintained his performer attitude, graciously gesturing toward the woman who had lost all hope of survival. Under the gaze of the crowd, Yan Huang approached the woman slowly. The woman merely cast a desperate glance, briefly scanning Yan Huang. That gaze was like facing a barren wasteland. In her eyes, she had fallen from heaven to hell. She had gone from having everything to having nothing. She had even lost her child. None of this was due to her grave mistakes. Rather, it was because the netizens had taken her words out of context, fabricating a fault. She could not speak, but Yan Huang could see the complex emotions in her eyes. Kill me. Spare me. So powerless, so contradictory. Struggling on the edge of life and death. She still had unfulfilled regrets she wished to complete. What Yan Huang could offer her now was only one thing. He once again checked if his gloves were snug, his expression filled with excitement and anticipation. This beautiful lady next. Please allow me, Yan Huang, to bring you the final feast of your life. I will showcase to everyone the most perfect artwork in this world. At this moment, Yan Huang resembled a complete madman, as if he had fully conformed to the rules of this world, seriously playing the role assigned to him by others. A perfect artist. He crouched in front of the woman, his gloves strangely penetrating her mangled body, pressing on her abdomen, while humming a cheerful melody, painting a bizarre scene of childbirth. This scene darkened Zhang Luo's vision, leaving her pale-faced. Though well experienced, she was still just a 12-year-old girl, and witnessing such a sight was both nauseating. How she wished to materialize a knife and directly strike down that damned Lu Zhang. But in this society, one is not in control of their own fate. She was doing it. Countless eyes were watching. She couldn't even know how many pairs of eyes were focused on her. Yet she understood one thing. If even one pair of eyes noticed her rebellious evil deeds, then what lay before her was not just this woman. To defy one person, one only needed the power to subdue them. But to defy an era, one needed the power to change the world. How great must such power be? No one knows. Zhang Luo dared not take the risk, nor did Yan Huang. Thus they could only violate their own morals and act as accomplices. They could not even blink. The moment to enjoy the grand feast of the era did not allow for any voices of rebellion. At this moment, the live broadcast room was exceptionally explosive. Comments flooded in like a deluge. Where are all those who just said they would be slapped in the face by the fraudster? Look at what he is doing now. He is merely someone who has just passed the beginner stage, no matter how skilled. Can he really flex his muscles in a society of labels? Helping a lump of flesh be born, it's truly laughable. Haha, this scene has been screenshotted. Even if the fraudster dies in this instance, this photo will be remembered forever. How disgusting. How can such a person dare to tell others to maintain a bottom line in life? Is this his bottom line? It's nothing remarkable. I thought he could sacrifice his life for his own bottom line, but in the end he is just a lowly person judging others from a moral high ground. From now on, don't call him a fraudster, call him a midwife. This is a grand joke. A tide of negative reviews came without any warning. They fancied themselves as moral arbiters by shifting perspectives. Then from their lofty heights, they judged that a person's few words revealed evil. It was also a grand spectacle. People always have a natural curiosity for peculiar scenes and things. Even though they knew they would be disgusted by this sight, they still couldn't help but want to witness it. And they were always pleased to see those more accomplished than them and then trample him into the dirt, never to rise again. They never felt there was anything wrong with this. Malicious words surged like a tidal wave. The number of people in the live broadcast room was also increasing. During Yan Huang's process of assisting the birth of a stillborn, the unpleasant language surged geometrically. Even though many did not think there was anything wrong with Yan Huang's actions. Even though they empathized and felt they would, but to not be marginalized in this era. One simply had to follow the era in marginalizing others. This is the tragedy of the times. It is a biological flaw. At this moment, the number of people in the live broadcast room reached 39947. Such data completely shattered Yan Huang's highest online number in Hatching City. Congratulations to the player for completing the achievement. 400 people online simultaneously, reward points 4000. Congratulations to the player for greatly improving the overall quality of the live stream, now recommended to a level dungeon for parody, extremely vulgar, hehehe. Truly a good recommendation. If one cannot gain traffic through strength, then rely on improper means. This recommendation will generate immense traffic. Please continue your efforts, player. However, how many will remain from exposure achieved through gimmicks? Even dungeons mocked Yan Huang at this moment. Zhang Luo watched everything with her eyes wide open, not daring to breathe. Her small face was frighteningly pale, nervously sweating. In her eyes, the barrage of comments nearly caused her blood to reverse flow. What do these people understand? What nonsense are they spouting? They clearly know nothing, yet each one believes they know everything. She was furious, repressed, and even aggrieved. She gritted her teeth on the verge of losing patience. No matter how smart and capable she was merely a 12-year-old child. It was a time when she should be innocent and reckless. And at this moment, a palm covered in sticky blood came into her field of vision. The man's voice was exceptionally gentle. "Biga, don't look. It will be over soon." His voice seemed to have magical power, giving her an infinite sense of security, instantly calming her restless heart. She looked down carefully. Only then did she realize that in Yan Huang's hand lay a baby that showed no signs of life. If a baby could be considered as small as half a palm, what a pitiful little being, quietly lying in the large hand. It was so close to opening its eyes to see, but the cruel kind stripped him of the right to exist. Even the one in charge was his bloodline father. His birth was destined to be tragic. Without a second thought, Yan Huang lowered his head, burying his entire face in his palm. He seemed to be whispering something, softly speaking, but it was inaudible. Yet in the end, everyone could see. Yan Huang, as a perfect artist, gently kissed this tragic child. The dying woman lay on the ground, using all her strength to glance at her unfortunate child. Tears flowed faster, her hoarse voice seemed to plead. "Let me see my child." But now who would satisfy a sinful person? Not Yan Huang. With a gentle smile, he presented the stillborn to Lu Zhang. He slightly bent his knees, which greatly satisfied Lu Zhang, letting go of all his guard. Lu Zhang looked at this little thing, its wrinkled form. What an ugly, wretched child. A complex feeling of disgust arose within him. This child resembled him so much. But now was not the time for resemblance. "Yan Huang, is this your art? So simple, so plain, truly lacking any appeal." Yan Huang was neither angry nor annoyed. Instead, he was self-aware of his position as a lowly figure. He said, "My work only has 2 steps left to complete, but the next step still requires your help, mister." Lu Zhang, hearing this, was indeed curious. In his eyes, Yan Huang no longer posed a threat, unable to stir any waves. So, he also enjoyed the lowly attitude of someone who once was high above him. "Oh, what step? Let me think." Yan Huang's words left everyone speechless. He truly has an incredible capacity for endurance. But now that Lu Zhang's label score is so high, he probably won't dare to act. No matter how high the label score is, it doesn't matter. The higher it is, the more he must act. The atmosphere has reached this point. If he doesn't act, he can only wait to fall. The Deceiver truly understands the rules of the label society. At the same time, he also uses the rules of the label society to suppress others. Those who survive in this era are never the ones who conform to it, but those who can utilize it. Lu Zhang looked at the bloody mass in Yan Huang's hand, barely able to discern the outline of a human. Even someone as twisted as him couldn't help but feel nauseous. He instinctively wanted to get angry and lash out. But he felt a chill run down his back. It felt as if countless eyes were watching him from behind. They smiled deviously, as if anticipating, ready to pierce his body like a knife. His complexion suddenly changed, cold sweat beading on his forehead and back, soaking his blood-stained clothes, which clung tightly to him. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred. In his line of sight, Yan Huang stood in front, and Zhang Luo was behind. Their expressions remained respectful. Yet with their heads slightly bowed, there was an unsettling hint of a smile, as if everything had been meticulously planned. They dug this pit, leaving him no choice but to jump in. What would happen if he didn't jump? The next scene would be like that dead woman. "You are quite impressive. How dare they design this for him? But what use is this? Clearly, it's utterly useless. They simply provoked him, and they shall meet their end." Yan Huang could naturally sense the killing intent radiating from the person before him, as if they wanted to throw his body into a meat grinder to extract the juices so vicious and malevolent. Yet he remained calm and composed. He brought the lifeless fetus close to Lu Zhang's mouth. "Mr. Lu, please enjoy." His half-shadowed face reflected a sharp glint from his glasses. Lu Zhang's eyes were cold as he scoffed, his plump fingers slowly reaching toward the fetus, suppressing the intense churn in his stomach. "Mr. Yan, I am very satisfied with your work, so I will certainly cooperate with you enthusiastically. After all, there may not be another opportunity like this." After this never-ending performance reaches its climax, he would personally stage a slaughter that would be beloved. As he spoke, a crimson glimmer reflected in his eyes. The air around them became denser. He pinched the lifeless fetus held by Yan Huang, holding its weak, underdeveloped waist, lifting it as if it were boneless, allowing blood to drip down. "What a sinful child! Oh, I shall completely end his wicked existence. Thank you, Mr. Yan, for allowing me to enjoy such a moment." He lifted his neck high, the layers of fat creating a rounded chin. Under Yan Huang's gaze, and amidst Zhang Luo's cold laughter, under the watchful eyes of countless hidden gazes, he maliciously loosened his grip on the flesh, letting it drop into his mouth. Gulp, he did not chew. Instead, he forced himself to swallow whole. In that instant, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. No one, only Zhang Luo silently stepped forward holding out a glass of water. Mr. Lu, please drink. Lu Zhang glanced at Zhang Luo indifferently. At least you're perceptive. Zhang Luo smiled sweetly. For someone like Mr. Lu, one must always maintain the best state, and the best smile. Lu Zhang stroked Zhang Luo's hair with satisfaction. Not bad. From now on you will follow me. After saying this, his gaze fell on Yan Huang. That gaze was filled with hatred and excitement. How dare they scheme against him and treat him this way? Mr. Yan, how many works have you designed in your life? Too many to count, Yan Huang replied calmly. Lu Zhang stepped closer to Yan Huang, raising his bloodied hand to grasp Yan Huang's neck. Instantly, his label underwent another change. Labels: just noble tragic artist cannibal. Label score 97 points. In the blink of an eye it reached 98 points. This thrilled him. Was he about to achieve a perfect score? Would he become one of the % recognized by the divine? The excitement in Lu Zhang's eyes was unparalleled, strengthening his resolve to kill Yan Huang. His grotesque, plump face broke into an exaggerated, maniacal smile. Has Mr. Yan considered how to design his own demise? Yan Huang looked at Lu Zhang with a gentle gaze, closing his eyes to hide his amusement. No, I never even considered that I would die. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zhang suddenly increased his strength, attempting to snap Yan Huang's neck. No worries, I will arrange Mr. Yan's death for you. Let me step on Mr. Yan's corpse and complete my final performance, becoming one of the %. Let me express my gratitude to Mr. Yan as I meet the great divine. He crazily increased his grip, causing Yan Huang's complexion to change gradually. At that moment, Yan Huang slowly opened his eyes. He gazed at Lu Zhang, eyes filled with mockery, as if looking at a corpse. What a joke! What a joke! He was now a person with a score of 98. How dare he look at him with such eyes? You're asking for death. This provoked Lu Zhang's already extreme state of mind, pushing him to exert maximum force to crush Yan Huang's neck. But before his body could react, Yan Huang placed both hands on his wrists, slowly pulling outward. Lu Zhang was astonished, then furiously shouted, "Stinking rat! Do you dare to defy me? Do you know what you are doing? All resistance is futile. You cannot kill me, nor can you even lay a hand on me. You failed, low-scoring loser." Yan Huang's label score began to plummet, and a new label appeared, Rebel. But Yan Huang showed no fear. He leaned slightly forward, smiling as he drew closer to Lu Zhang, invading his entire field of vision. "Noble guest, I certainly know what I am doing. However, did I not mention that there are still 2 final stages? Mr. Lu, my work is not yet completed, and I hope you will continue to cooperate. But it doesn't matter if you don't cooperate, because the final stage has already arrived. To kill you? No. I merely wish for you to enjoy the final stage I have prepared for you. The child devours." As soon as Yan Huang's words fell, Lu Zhang's expression changed drastically in an instant. He felt a terrifying pain in his abdomen, losing all control over his expression and clutching his belly. Something was churning his insides. Something was tearing at his skin. He fell to the ground in pain, desperately pounding on his belly. But aside from increasing the pain, it had no effect whatsoever. No. No. It's impossible. What have you done? What did you do? At this moment, Yan Huang and Zhang Luo stepped forward together. The light projected from outside the door elongated their shadows, covering Lu Zhang's body. Yan Huang adjusted his glasses, smiling gently as he tidied his gloves. Zhang Luo slowly bent down, her face stained with blood, handprints left by Lu Zhang showing no mercy as she mocked him. "Mr. Lu, I forgot to tell you, the best smile to maintain for people like you refers to. Mocking idiot. Even tigers do not eat their young. Those who consume their own children will surely be devoured by them." As soon as Yan Huang's words fell, a pair of small hands, sharp as the finest double-edged sword, pierced through Lu Zhang's abdomen, blooming with bright red flowers of blood. The sound of a baby's cry reverberated, awakening all sounds. The baby's cries were piercingly loud and sorrowful. Despite being at this developmental stage, such cries should not exist. Yet miracles always seem to occur in the world, stirring certain individuals at all times. The child, covered in the blood of enemies, was only the size of half an adult's palm, with many parts of him not even connected, forever trapped in this cruel form. The world around him felt unbearably cold, and this cry seemed to possess a magical power, causing the woman lying on the ground to tremble violently. She could hardly believe she was still able to hear the baby's cries. Though she had lost all strength to move, she could only turn her eyes slightly to catch a glimpse of that tiny figure. It was enough for her pupils to tremble as she realized this was her child. The baby crawled out from Lu Zhang's corpse, instinctively yearning for the warmth he had known for months. Crying while he crawled towards his mother, using both hands and feet, staining the floor with blood along the way. In a society where one is tagged with a chip upon birth, his unexpected arrival allowed him to crawl towards his warmth with all his might, disregarding the judgment of others. His hands touched his mother. Slowly he crawled up and nestled into her warm embrace. Tears streamed down the woman's face. With her last ounce of strength, she desperately moved her lips. Her final gaze was fixed on her child. Thank you. Thank you for your birth. Thank you for ending my resentment. If only you could continue like this. Without a chip, without being controlled, and with that final thank you she expended her last breath. She finally passed away. The child in her arms slowly fell asleep. He slept soundly in his warm cradle. The scene was serene like a painting. After the child fell asleep, a tiny bug no bigger than a grain of rice crawled out of his mouth. In the instant of leaving the body, it died along with it. Introduction: reviving by overdrawing cellular vitality, blooming for the last 30 seconds of life. Perhaps we still have regrets yet to fulfill. The 30 seconds of life unbound is enough for us to complete an adventure. Congratulations on your victory, little winner. Yan Huang sighed and exchanged a glance with Zhang Luo. Thank you for the gloves. He removed the gloves. Item: disposable spatial gloves. Quality F. Effect: can relocate objects within 5 meters. Introduction: a replica of spatial gloves. Substandard products can be exceptionally useful at times, but relying on counterfeits is not a good habit. If you have the capability, try to get the original version. Zhang Luo let out a light snort. Mr. Yan, I know exactly what you're planning. From the moment Yan Huang began to devise this scheme, she had already made up her mind. She and Yan Huang were like grasshoppers on the same boat. If Yan Huang encountered misfortune, she with a score of 31 in a society of tags would only die faster. Thus she would try her best to maintain the utmost harmony with Yan Huang. To complete this scheme, unquestionably this operation made everyone's eyes light up with astonishment. What the hell? This can work. The living bug can be used. Could it be? Yan Huang just leaned down to kiss that child. Was he planting a bug? That child was already dead, wasn't it? He was dead, but the cells hadn't completely died. The effect of the living bug is to overdraw cellular life. It can only be said that the child must have a desire for revenge as well. Damn, even the Deceiver can be slapped in the face like this. This is too skillful, absolutely precise. I'm really getting goosebumps this operation. TSK, TSK, TSK. Where are those who mocked the midwife just now? Keyboard warriors. Come out and see your dad's divine op. Current live audience, 50113 people. Congratulations to the player's live broadcast for significantly improving in quality and being recommended to a level instance's primary recommendation. This is really strong, and the recommended traffic is immense, hoping the streamer continues to maintain this. According to instance detection, the player Deceiver has excellent combat awareness, superior judgment, and extremely high live broadcast quality, and has been additionally recommended to the homepage's secondary recommendation, reversal moment. Duration 1 minute. Congratulations to the player for achieving the achievement, 50,000 people online simultaneously earning 5,000 points. You are the star of tomorrow. A series of notifications from instance streamed in. Even Zhang Luo's little heart was racing. Thump. This was the first time she had witnessed such a spectacle. She had unexpectedly teamed up with Yan Huang to make it onto the homepage's secondary reversal moment. This ranks alongside exciting moment, both of which are recorded as highlights in instance. That was a symbol of greatness. Zhang Luo felt. Her previous analysis of the Deceiver had been too narrow, especially since she had managed to coordinate with the Deceiver in such a manner. At this moment the tag scores on both of them were soaring. Yan Huang had originally dropped to a tag score of 82 due to the rebel tag, but now it had risen to an extreme height of 99, just 1 point shy of breaking 100. At this moment his tags were Tag Judgment of Sin, Pinnacle Artist, Elite among humans. Zhang Luo's gains were even more substantial. Tag Cute and Sharp-Tongued Little Lowly Perfect Little Assistant, Heart-Killing Mocking Specialist. Tag score 76 points. She had been forcibly elevated to the status of a 9th level netizen. Without a doubt the performance of the two of them was a spectacular display that received acclaim from countless people. And at this moment, Zhang Luo suddenly noticed something. She quickly used her talent to communicate with Yan Huang in her mind. Yan Huang, look at that woman. Is she still alive? Yan Huang looked at the woman lying on the ground with confusion. She showed no signs of breathing. Undoubtedly she was dead beyond doubt. Yet her bloodshot eyes remained open. With her vacant gaze combined with her tragic death, the atmosphere felt eerie. However, the observant, Yan Huang, noticed something. He let out a bitter smile. No. She is truly gone. She just died with her eyes open. Zhang Luo blinked in confusion, died with her eyes open. Hasn't she avenged her great hatred already? Yan Huang pressed his lips together and walked slowly in the direction where the woman had last looked before her death. He picked up the chip that Lu Zhang had brutally pulled from the back of her neck. A hint of ironic smile flickered in Yan Huang's eyes. Innocence has yet to be proven. Who dares die with their eyes closed? Let me be a good person to the end. Yan Huang waved his fingers, activating the chip. But even he didn't expect that his act of kindness would yield unexpected rewards. Author's note. Ahem, as promised, today is the day of my debut. As of now, there have been over 100,000 words in this serialization. I am satisfied with the content so far, and I will strive to write better content and craft better works in the future. However, as an author, I certainly hope that more people can see my books, so data is very important. On the first day of my debut, I hope everyone can actively promote updates and leave plenty of 5-star reviews, as well as give some gifts according to their financial situation. Free promotional videos or supporting with love are both fine, no pressure on donations. Finally, Nan, thanks everyone for their continued support. When the life recorded by the light curtain was presented before everyone, the sad truth pierced through all the webs woven by lies faster than any sword. The unknown man suddenly leaned in to kiss the woman forcefully. She barely had time to dodge, becoming entangled against her will, indifferent to his advances. Fate seemed to be deliberately arranged in darkness. Lu Zhang pushed open the door with a joyful smile, only to witness this scene. In that moment, all love transformed into mockery, mocking her foolishness and her pitifulness. An exceptional pregnant woman scoring over 80 was instantly labeled a slut. She was acutely aware of her fate, kneeling in front of the man she once relied on, desperate to explain the truth. But the man silenced her. Using anger to disguise his glee, he pummeled him repeatedly, performing a revenge play as a pitiful person, transmitting that intense emotion and pleasure to the netizens. Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. In a society of labels, netizens can provide higher levels of enjoyment, but they can also deliver a punch that sends someone into the abyss. They saw an opportunity and unleashed their power fiercely. After viewing the segments in the name of punishing evil and promoting good, they judged a person's entire life. The man showed no compassion in his eyes. Yan Huang, equally skilled in acting, could see through it at a glance. This was not an accident, it was a trap set up. A trap that could quickly gain popularity and elevate one to great heights. This truth, which should have sunk into oblivion, surfaced due to the whims of a kind-hearted person. Emerging from the depths, despite the fact that this truth was inconsequential to the netizens judging their lives, at least one person knew. Her death was a tragedy. The woman finally closed her eyes slowly. A tear slipped from the corner of her eye, never touching the ground. Instead, it floated into the palm of Yan Huang's instinctively outstretched hand. Timed item: tears of the rebellious person. Quality F. Effect can negate any rule of the label society wants. Introduction: we live in this society, we enjoy this society, but we also suffer persecution in this society. I am a surrenderer of society, yet I still harbor a deep disdain for this sad society. If I comply with this society, then I hope someone breaks its rules. Yan Huang looked at the timed item before him and sighed softly. Thank you. He expressed his gratitude, acknowledging the deceased. But this gift he truly deserved. He allowed this mother and child to take revenge on the one who caused them immense grief. Not just birth curse, the F-level item was evidently insufficient to keep a person conscious upon. While implanting the birth curse into the child, he also cast a lie upon them. You will destroy the one you love. The limits of talent usage are related to many factors, including the user's intelligence, and the intelligence of the affected. Slightly exceeding the load will only cause discomfort, but exceeding too much will lead to the dangers faced during hatching. City reappearing. He did not have another chance for hatching. Each of his lies was incredibly precious. He was willing, and thus it was worth it. Worth the reward obtained at this moment. Yan Huang stowed the tears of the rebellious person away, and then reached out to touch Zhang Luo's head. Zhang Luo's gaze was fixed on the child returning to her mother's embrace, her eyes clearly filled with longing. She had never been held by anyone before. Yan Huang's voice suddenly broke in, missing daddy. Zhang Luo's face instantly flushed. How is that possible? How could someone as strong as me want a hug? Yan Huang hesitated for a moment. A hug. Zhang Luo's eyes widened in realization. I meant daddy, you heard wrong. Oh, good girl. He ruffled the girl's hair again. The texture of her hair was nice. The girl stared at Yan Huang, and upon seeing the smile on his face, she realized she had been taken advantage of. She directly swatted Yan Huang's hand away, crossing her arms in front of her chest, and huffing, don't take advantage of me. My dad is much more reliable than you. Just look at what you're playing with, it's insane. Fortunately, I'm skilled enough to help you activate the stimulating birth curse, though otherwise anyone else would be dead. After saying that, her label score inexplicably increased by 1. The label of cute and sharp-tongued little Luo was shining brightly. Zhang Luo only felt a chill run down her spine. The feeling of being watched constantly, where even a slight mistake could lead to utter destruction. It was truly sickening. Yan Huang asked again, your dad is currently unaccounted for, aren't you worried? Worried? Zhang Luo instead smiled, why should I be worried? He's safer now than anyone else. Yan Huang was puzzled. Zhang Luo's face began to show a hint of smugness. He's in the realm of the gods as mentioned by Lu Zhang, where the percent of people can see the gods. Zhang Luo nodded. Yes, if you don't believe me, you can try. Search for my dad's live stream, you won't find it. Yan Huang did as instructed. As expected, he found nothing. and adults who couldn't find a live stream probably fell into one of two categories. The first category is like those who have reached the percent of people standard as disclosed by Lu Zhang entering the realm of the gods to live carefree lives. The second category is the dead. Yan Huang certainly wouldn't directly ask about the second scenario, so he took a roundabout approach. You're so sure of your guess. Zhang Luo was also clever, naturally understanding the implications of Yan Huang's words. Yet she was neither angry nor upset, instead giving him a mysterious smile. You guess. It was as if she held some secret. Yan Huang did not dig deeper, but noticed a message in the live broadcast bullet screen beside him. TSK TSK, so you know this. Sometimes one can't help but marvel at the terrifying capabilities of the calculators. Thankfully, the side effects are not something ordinary people can endure. Yan Huang squinted his eyes, silently remembering this statement. It seemed this girl truly deserved the second place in the previous Rookie King contest. Aside from being a bit willful at times, her awareness and rationality were quite strong. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to keep up with his pace. But just relying on these alone would not be enough to achieve this result. It was likely related to her talent. At this moment, Zhang Luo and Yan Huang belonged to the 9th rank, speaking and acting without needing to worry about hierarchy. Zhang Luo stared at Yan Huang intently. But Mr. Yan, aren't you considering achieving the percent of people to enter the realm of the gods quickly? Maybe we can see the end of the game. Upon hearing this, Yan Huang countered, do you really believe that? If entering the realm of the gods could lead to victory, then shouldn't we have already achieved it? After all, Zhang Luo just mentioned that Zhang Yi is currently in the realm of the gods. Hearing this response, Zhang Luo let out a light snort. That's why I don't like overly clever people. By the way, have you ever watched the live broadcast? Zhang Luo hit the nail on the head. No, I haven't. Yan Huang hadn't had a moment to watch the biggest feature of Label Society since entering the instance. The live broadcast. This is the fastest way to understand the background of this instance. Though they had grasped some of it through practical combat, the specific hidden rules of the world remained elusive. I still need to see what this live broadcast is really like. Then let's take a quick look. They both came to this, so they touched the chips on the back of their necks with their fingers. A light screen appeared. After the light screen emerged, the feeling of being watched vanished. It seems that while watching the live broadcast, their privacy would also be protected. To prevent malicious it's a pretty humane setup. Only then did they begin to watch the live broadcast. They had always thought that humans had a bottom line, until they saw this so-called live broadcast. With just a swipe of a finger, they could switch to other people. Each of them watched about a dozen broadcasts. There were beautiful people performing extreme self-harm, as well as some mediocre dances receiving countless accolades. There were handsome men showing off their physiques, garnering endless praise. Even more extreme were those who attracted attention through self-harm. They received all sorts of evaluations. Some were so extreme that they were unbearable to watch. Just one more second would make one feel nauseous. Unfortunately, this is a society without legal constraints. People do not need a bottom line. They do not need morals. They only need to satisfy themselves and fulfill others' desires. They just need to capture attention and earn more praise. The rating standards reflect this. Yan Huang didn't know how many live broadcasts he had watched in the Hatching City setting. He could practically encounter a broadcast worth commenting on with every 2 or 3 views. The ratings were either good or bad. 2 levels. They could neutralize or transform into each other. 10 goods equated to 1 label point. After evaluating, one could also label them, attracting more viewers for evaluation. This label could also be chosen from the most popular tags assigned by others. That is, one could choose from the few tags that have been assigned the most by others. It's worth mentioning that since the chip is directly connected to the nerves, a person's innermost thoughts are laid bare. If someone had thoughts like, as long as I lower their score, I can rise, they would be unable to rate it as bad. Similarly, if such thoughts arise, they could only be forced to rate it as good. If genuine joy emerged from within, that too would be forcibly rated as good. As the saying goes, this chip is very humane, and there is nothing inappropriate about it. Rather than saying the chip or the rules are flawed, it is more accurate to say that the issue lies with the netizens themselves. The chip is merely a platform, even considering various malicious intents that may lead to sanctions. When someone genuinely wants to ridicule or ruin another person, then the chip would impose no restrictions. Therefore, if those with high ratings show any signs of weakness, they could be exploited and face dire consequences. Did the chip destroy society, or did humanity's inherent flaws do so? Ultimately, there is also a comprehensive label point leaderboard. This leaderboard records all those who can be found through the live broadcast, arranged from highest to lowest label points. Currently, the top rank belongs to Yan Huang, 99 points. He is considered one of the most esteemed individuals in the world. A golden exclamation mark also appeared on Yan Huang's avatar. This exclamation mark came with a prompt. When the benevolent deity created this world called the Internet, they established a very approachable standard. As long as one can achieve 100 points and become a 100% good person, they can enter the realm of the gods, enjoying all the splendor and wealth within, sharing the utmost pleasures with the gods. Respected top of the label points leaderboard, you are just 1 point away from receiving guidance to enter the realm of the gods. Please continue your efforts and contribute more to this wonderful world. Yan Huang looked at this information and finally grasped the rules of the label society, sharing the utmost pleasures in the realm of the gods. No wonder Lu Zhang was so excited at the end, even almost ruining his own label. In the label society, at the same time, who isn't a perpetrator? This is a vicious cycle. Yan Huang let out a light sigh and closed the live broadcast. To be honest, this is quite disgusting. It makes one reflect. People can indeed be utterly devoid of limits in their pursuit of status and profit. Beside him, Zhang Luo also closed the live broadcast. She looked at Yan Huang with anticipation. So, Mr. Yan, what decision are you planning to make now? Are you going to grace the realm of the gods, or dominate in the label society? Yan Huang couldn't help but chuckle at the teasing from this girl. Don't make fun of me, or I'll punish you with toilet duty. Even a low-tier netizen must listen to me. He reached out and ruffled Zhang Luo's hair. This time Zhang Luo had anticipated it and dodged away, snorting lightly. Then Mr. Yan is quite the big shot, actually making a harmless little girl do your toilet duty. Is this the demise of humanity or the erosion of morals? Yan Huang, you excel at this sarcastic humor, little student. Their playful banter slightly eased the tense atmosphere. Then a new tense atmosphere emerged. By now they had basically mastered the map to the point of invincibility. The conditions for victory lay only in the realm of the gods. It seems we really need to go to the realm of the gods, they both said in unison. Then they exchanged glances and immediately understood each other's thoughts. Zhang Luo, slightly gloating, said, Mr. Yan is just 1 point away from the realm of the gods. Will you dance as a male bodhisattva, or do something else interesting? If they were to go to the realm of the gods, it would definitely be Yan Huang who would go. She was far behind in points, and there was no need to waste time on this. Whether or not she could catch up was uncertain. So it had to be Yan Huang, who she trusted him to handle everything on his own. As she understood more deeply, her calculations would become increasingly accurate. Moreover, Yan Huang seemed quite serious. If he acted like those people in the live broadcast flaunting themselves, she'd surely laugh at him for life once she exited the instance. At this moment, Yan Huang quietly pulled out a knife. It's not that complicated. If we're going to play, let's play something thrilling. Zhang Luo, put the knife down. What are you planning to do? Looking at the pale expression on the little girl's face, Yan Huang felt a sense of smug satisfaction at his scheme's success, though he did not show it. Instead, he said calmly, what expression is that? Zhang Luo crossed her arms in front of her chest, decisively declaring, I will only be your teammate, not your target. If you dare to harm a little girl, you will regret it. Yan Huang chuckled softly, then ruffled Zhang Luo's hair. Alright, I've said before. One needs to maintain some integrity, and naturally, they won't commit acts of betrayal. Upon hearing the word betrayal, Zhang Luo's expression softened considerably. She quietly asked, Yan Huang, what does betrayal mean to you? Yan Huang did not expect this question. He stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before replying. In my eyes, betrayal is when one under a tangible or intangible contract acts against the agreement for their own benefit, without consideration for the other party. After hearing this, Zhang Luo's face showed a slight change. There was joy, but also hesitation. It was a complex mix of emotions. Yan Huang naturally caught this change. However, he could sense that the girl was not asking this question for his sake. 1. There was no enmity or conflict of interest. They had no motive to harm him. 2. If this girl was truly as described by other players alongside her father, he would not have survived until now. This girl had several chances to put him in a deadly situation. Yet so far her actions indicated a strong desire to clear the game together with him. It was as if she urgently needed to prove something. However, since it had nothing to do with him, it wouldn't affect him too much. Alright, tidy up and come with me, Yan Huang said. Zhang Luo pulled out of her thoughts, looked a bit dazed, and asked him, where are we going? Yan Huang tightened his grip on the knife of family harmony, walking in front of her, turning his head to look at her. In the backlight, the shadows cast by his black-framed glasses and facial contours vaguely revealed Of course we're going to find our prey. As someone with high scores, my living area naturally has quite a few interesting... Upon hearing this, Zhang Luo felt as if she had been enlightened. She thought about how to exploit people's psychology to create higher scores. What is the quickest condition? It is to kill the high scorer, inciting more excitement among people with the thought that the more dies, the higher my rank becomes. The Deceiver. Truly remarkable. Their judgments could not be wrong. Yan Huang had long sought his target. The person ranked second on the leaderboard, a beggar with the label of reversal. The story of this beggar is quite intriguing to the point of being nauseating. He was originally an ordinary beggar living at the bottom of the label society. In the label society, beggars are like the lowest class in reality, typically scoring between 1 and 10 points. These individuals can only survive by depending on the whims of others. Human nature is extremely complex. Although the label society is a massive social cancer, there are still good people. However, after numerous good people met unfortunate ends, no one dared to be a good person anymore. Especially the story of the reversal beggar, and that girl completely extinguished humanity within the label. She was a girl with the label of princess, born to a high scorer of 99 points. She was innocent, kind-hearted, and possessed a strong sense of empathy. Regardless of whom she faced, she maintained a smile and an attitude of equality. She often helped many people, bringing joy to countless individuals with her sincerity and kindness, becoming a breath of fresh air in the label society. This fresh air was unique among those with scores above 90 points. Until one day the princess encountered the beggar, begged her for money. At that time, she only had 55 yuan on her. She gave 50 to the beggar, leaving herself with just 5. And it was precisely this remaining 5 yuan that gave the netizens the opportunity to exploit. Especially that beggar who seized this chance to label the girl as hypocritical and insincere. From that moment on, the girl was pulled down from her pedestal. She forever bore the label of philanthropist. Yet that label was not brilliant and high-scoring, but rather dark to the extreme. Due to this transformation thereafter, all goodness was labeled as hypocrisy or insincerity, becoming lower than beggars, the lowest of the low. The beggar successfully climbed on the prince's back, becoming one of the few winners in the label society. The shift in sentiment was so rapid. This is the unpredictable nature of the online world. And now Yan Huang also intended to step on the back of this beggar who had extinguished the last vestige of goodness in the label society, walking towards the realm of the gods. As high scorers in pursuit of the ultimate resources for living, it's no surprise they would find themselves in the same area. Once Yan Huang and Zhang Luo were ready, they planned to pay a visit to this neighbor. This neighbor seemed to enjoy a dirty and chaotic environment, clearly living in the most upscale survival area, yet keeping his home filthy and smelly. Every corner appeared exceptionally dirty. Perhaps a dog cannot change its habit of eating excrement, or perhaps it was an attempt to create a down-to-earth attitude. Yan Huang and Zhang Luo stood in front of the door. Knock, knock, knock. 3 knocks. No one responded. Excuse me, is Mr. Wang Dan in? It seemed he was not home. Just as they were about to use other means to open the door, a disturbing scratching sound reached their ears. The door opened. The man standing before them was in stark contrast to the dirty and chaotic environment. He wore a suit, dressed head to toe in designer brands, looking like a social elite. Yet even with this perfect facade of a social elite, it could not conceal the unchanging essence of a beggar that was tied to his label. Label reversal beggar owes a debt of gratitude. Score 98 points. Upon seeing Yan Huang for the first time, Wang Dan's eyes flickered with greed and caution, but then quickly transformed into a smile that was difficult to conceal. Mr. Yan, what brings you here today? Is there something you need? Yan Huang, to show his sincerity, silently pushed Zhang Luo forward. Nothing much, just bringing a small gift for Mr. Wang. I hope you like it. Zhang Luo had already discussed this with Yan Huang, pretending to present a gift to lower the other party's guard. After all, high scorers in the label society had many precedents. Each one was extremely cautious. Thus, appealing to their preferences was the best way to disarm. Zhang Luo approached charmingly, her big eyes blinking. With her slightly attractive lowly face and lively eyes, she quickly captured Wang Dan's psychological interest. Finally, Zhang Luo skillfully delivered the final blow. Hello, Mr. Wang. I am the gift prepared for you by Mr. Yan. Can we come in and sit for a while? We promise to behave and not cause any disturbances. It is evident. Wang Dan has been grasped. He looked at Yan Huang with satisfaction. It seems Mr. Yan is also a person of sentiment. If that's the case, please, Mr. Yan, come inside and chat. We have prepared a truly splendid performance today. Your arrival is perfectly timed, allowing us to enjoy the show together. The term performance. Both Yan Huang and Zhang Luo's expressions shifted slightly. They certainly did not believe that the performance here would be anything ordinary, especially the performance of the high scorers. Then I must trouble you. The two were led into a room where a huge horizontal board directly faced the door, blocking all visibility ahead. No one knew what kind of unsightly sight lay behind it when approached. Was it bloody? Or violent? Was it cruel? Or even more unbearable? It made one's heart tense and dizzy. Wang Dan suddenly turned around, bowing politely to Yan Huang. Esteemed Mr. Yan, please enjoy our performance today. Pollution. The two words fell. The horizontal board blocking the view suddenly opened to both sides. The view became clear. Yan Huang and Zhang Luo's faces turned ashen in that fleeting moment. What lay before them was beyond disgusting. It could only be described as perverse. A massive sofa. Countless filthy beggars surrounded the sofa. A disheveled young girl stared blankly. It seemed she had lost all hope for this world. Trapped in her predicament, she found no way to survive nor the ability to die. She could only endure in this filthy world, being cruelly polluted. Unchanging. It was her label. Label princess, hypocrite, philanthropist, label score, 1 point philanthropist. What a ridiculous label it was. Once shining brightly, now dim and dark, nearly unreadable. The princess was streaked with tears as if trying to carve a deep path on her face. But now she had no tears, or rather she no longer possessed the ability to cry. The sorrowful scene was heart-wrenching. Wang Dan wore a smile. This kind of smile was unsettling, like an actor awaiting the arrival of a great show. Esteemed Mr. Yan, since you have come here and prepared such a precious gift, please enjoy our achievements as well. A small token of appreciation, not a formal gift. The moment his words fell, Yan Huang felt as if countless eyes were staring at him full of longing. That hollow feeling made it seem as if his body did not belong to him. It felt as though a slight misstep would lead to a painful end. This feeling was maddening. Zhang Luo's expression also grew cold. Yan Huang shifted his gaze to Wang Dan beside him. Slowly he also bent down. Like the other high scorers in this label-driven society, elegant and composed, like the most esteemed performer. This revealed a tense emotion deep within Wang Dan. This tension made Wang Dan begin to doubt. Mr. Yan, what are you? Yan Huang slowly raised his head, the smile on his face especially radiant. Since Mr. Wang has brought me such a splendid performance, I hope Mr. Wang can also appreciate my backlash. The moment his words fell, Wang Dan sensed something was amiss. The growing anxiety in his heart intensified, yet the performance was not over and the netizens had not left. He dared not show any fear, but feigned calmness, asking back, Mr. Yan, have you forgotten this is my... It's not good to randomly claim home turf, is it? Yet Yan Huang had already lost patience with him. His gaze fell upon Zhang Luo. This is indeed your home turf. However, the current network world is my home turf. Gentlemen beggars, what is the point of toying with a princess who has become a mere puppet? After all, your existence is no different from being dead. Don't you want to try the taste of backlashing the high rank? If you cannot harm Mr. Wang, that's fine. You don't need to hurt him, you only need to repay him for what you have done to the princess. After all, don't you all have the label of repaying kindness? The moment his words fell, the transcending commands took immediate effect. Those beggars who had been extremely resistant turned pale one by one. Their eyes, once filled with fear towards Yan Huang, slowly shifted to Wang Dan. That gaze was one of pleading mixed with fear. At this moment, Wang Dan could no longer remain calm. He collapsed to the ground, hands bracing his body as he continuously moved backward. No. No, stop. Don't come any closer. I command you not to approach. You filthy scum, get away. Yet now his cross-class commands no longer held weight, because there was a man with a score of 99, whose commands took precedence over his. 1 point. He had thought the other party meant no harm, but had let down his guard due to the gesture of gift-giving. He was easily defeated. Defeated by his own negligence, by a long time of holding a high position with a mind to guard against others. And only a minimal defense mindset. Before Yan Huang briefly reached a score of 99 with the deceased Lu Zhang, he had held the top spot on the label score list as the priority target. With such priority, he had made the beggars who were once like him into his shields. Under the intentions of anyone with ill will, he could still control them to deal with others. Yet now he had unconsciously grown accustomed to it. The worms he had raised became the tools for others to destroy him. The beggars approached one by one. Mr. Wang, don't blame us. We just want to survive. One after another they surged forward. Oh. With Wang dawned cries of anguish. The countless acts of repaying kindness he had committed. Indeed, as Yan Huang had said, the backlash had now fallen upon him. No matter how unwilling he was, it was futile. He could only pray that the netizens would pity him at such a time, allowing him to gain a point. Or pray that the netizens would save him for the sake of so many years of kindness. Lower a point for Yan Huang. Yet it was another fall of a high-ranking individual. Who would pity him? The loser. Only deserving to fall into the abyss. At this moment, as Yan Huang approached the sofa, the puppet-like princess on the sofa, devoid of any spirit or movement, stirred her eyes, gazing at Yan Huang. No, you can find the fan art by the lovely Mo Bei and Mo Musi. It's truly wonderful. The princess resembled a delicate marionette cherished by none. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, and even with her lifeless eyes and unkempt hair, she could not conceal the inherent grace and nobility that radiated from her. She looked at Yan Huang. Her cracked lips moved feebly. A faint breath carried her voice. Are you also one who seeks to humiliate me? During these days she had endured many atrocities, witnessed much, and understood even more. She had lost all hope. It mattered not whose hands she fell into. If she could die, that would be best. The words spoken from her lips landed like an invisible blade, piercing Yan Huang and Zhang Luo's hearts, leaving a heavy weight upon their chests. Zhang Luo intended to say something. Yet beside her, Yan Huang suddenly produced a clean, warm, damp handkerchief. He took a few slow steps closer, bending down to gently wipe the dirt from the prince's face. He offered no comfort, nor did he show excessive emotions. Instead, he maintained a gentle demeanor, cleaning her face thoroughly. This left the princess bewildered. She raised her eyes to the unfamiliar man before her. He was strikingly handsome, and his smile was warm. She saw his lips part slightly. "I did not come to humiliate you. I came to save you." His voice was light and soft. Yet those simple words pierced through the high wall she had built in an attempt to comfort herself, striking her heart and causing shimmering tears to form in her eyes. In the next moment, she could no longer control her grievances and fears, disregarding everything as she reached out to embrace Yan Huang's neck, weeping on his shoulder. She did not ponder whether the man's words were true or false, nor did she contemplate if he was good or bad. All she knew was that the repression she had hidden for so long could no longer be contained. She was merely a pampered little princess. Why must I endure this? What did I do wrong? Brother, please tell me, what exactly did I do wrong? I simply wanted to make everyone a little happier. She held such a pure intention, striving to help more people as best as she could. But everything changed from that day onward. Initially, she cried and pleaded to be let go, but all she received were repeated criticisms from netizens, including some who had benefited from her kindness. She asked countless times why. Eventually, she ceased to ask. She felt that this world was different from her, that it was repelling her. The girl's cries grew louder. Yan Huang said nothing and did nothing. He merely patted her back gently, allowing her to vent her emotions. Watching this, Jiang Luo felt a pang of distress within. Standing there, her expression was complex. What did people consider right, and what did they consider wrong? Why is it that a good person simply doing what any decent person would do becomes demeaned as an outcast? After the girl finished venting, her cries ceased. Yan Huang then continued to wipe her tears away. "Do you feel a little better now?" The princess nodded gently. Yan Huang smiled. "Would you like to know the answer to the question you just asked me?" The princess looked somewhat confused. Yan Huang lowered his voice, whispering in her ear in a tone only they could hear. "You are not in the wrong. The fault lies within this society. You merely maintained your purity amidst the darkness. Is that answer satisfactory?" The princess' pupils contracted, and even her fingertips trembled. She had not done anything wrong. This was something her mother had never told her. Her mother always said that to survive in this society, one must conform to its rules. But she couldn't do it. The subsequent consequences had caused her to suffer greatly. Yet at that moment, someone told her, "You are not in the wrong." The princess' tears threatened to spill once more. Yan Huang gently interrupted her. "No more crying. It doesn't look good on a girl. You must smile. No matter what dangers the little princess faces, she will always remain a little princess." The princess then ceased to cry. She pressed her lips together, gazing at the man before her. How dazzling! She understood the purpose of the man's visit. So she scrutinized his face once more. She looked at him and managed a forced smile. "Brother, do you wish to meet the divine?" Yan Huang nodded. Then the princess rose from the sofa, only to kneel. She obediently lowered her head. Her slender neck was now exposed before Yan Huang. "Then, I am the most hated person in the world. Killing me would allow you to break through your final barrier. Besides, in such a society, I have no lingering attachments. Please." Yan Huang looked at the girl's neck. He instinctively clenched his teeth. What? Do even slightly normal kids in the instance wish for death? Yet indeed, becoming a normal person in the instance was a rather tragic affair. Yan Huang supported the prince's chin, chuckling softly. "Don't lower your head, the crown will fall off." The princess was forced to lift her head, her bewildered eyes fixed on Yan Huang. He slowly entered the Princess Life livestream. As expected, he could review the princess. The princess had a lovely name, Wenshu. His finger was about to press. Wenshu widened her eyes in shock, desperately gripping Yan Huang's hand. "No." Yan Huang looked at her. She shook her head. "No one can give me a good review. No matter who it is, they will become bad. Because the chip can detect people's truest emotions. Actions can be deceiving. The chip cannot." Many people had given her likes before, but without exception they all turned into bad. In this world, hypocrites were the most hated individuals. Even if this man before her who claimed to save her spoke falsehoods, she wished for a pleasant dream in her final moments. Do not let reality shatter her last flicker of hope. Yan Huang understood her concerns. "Do not worry." He smiled, glancing at Jiang Luo beside him. "Xiao Luo, let us give this kind little princess a score together." Jiang Luo nodded, "Sure." As they spoke under the anxious gaze of the princess, their fingers slowly pressed the bad button on her life. The princess was taken aback. The viewers in the live stream were also astonished. But, in that moment, the princess label flickered and shimmered. The score of the princess visibly increased a little. In other words, Yan Huang and Jiang Luo were both genuinely and wholeheartedly appreciating the princess' actions. In that moment, when Shu's eyes turned red, tears swirling in her gaze, she covered her mouth and nose with both hands. All emotional control shattered in an instant. She burst into tears. Woo-woo. 1,000 words could not express her current feelings. Her heart, riddled with wounds, was filled with complex clarity. Her hoarse voice could only utter simple syllables. Thank you. Thank you. Such a result satisfied her more than any words or actions could. An unknown emotion filled her chest. This was an emotion she had never possessed since her birth: gratitude. Yan Huang looked at the girl before him, smiled. Just as he intended to reach out and touch the girl's head, she dodged away. She laughed through her tears, looking at Yan. No need, brother. I'm very dirty. You've already done enough. Thank you. I want to sleep for a while. After saying that, a small blade suddenly appeared in her hand. The blade was so tiny, prepared with the heart to perish together for a final counterattack. Yan Huang and Zhang Luo's expressions changed. Without hesitation, Wen Shu slid the blade across her neck, severing the tainted bloodline of her life. Blood emerged from the cut. With a smile on her face filled with tears, she finally ended this life that she could not control. The label above her head was forever fixed there. Princess, kind philanthropist. Yan Huang and Zhang Luo had complex feelings. But perhaps this is the freedom she desired in the end. Her death was peaceful. It proved she was satisfied with this result. In her last moments, someone pulled her from the abyss, telling her she was not wrong. Yan Huang took a deep breath. There's one more thing. He summoned the family harmony blade in his hand. He stabbed it into the back of the princess' neck, extracting a chip that bore the suffering of a kind little princess holding it in his palm. Now, she has truly escaped this predicament. At that moment, congratulations, player, you have obtained the hidden time-limited item, Princess Chip. The comprehensive data of the player's live broadcast room has increased, now recommended to a grade dungeons, and level 1 kindness category. Push, this recommendation has extremely high traffic. Please continue to maintain. Live viewer count 57231. At this moment, Yan Huang was stunned. Even Zhang Luo beside him was bewildered. Even the viewers outside the dungeon were confused. Wow, another hidden time-limited item. This T-line can't be really letting him through, right? You just realized. When he started walking to the front of this gate, the entrance of the Label Society dungeon had already been sealed. This T-line plot was indeed hidden so deeply. But to be honest, meeting a fraudster in this dungeon, he really should be the one to walk to. Item: Princess Chip. Quality: effect none. Item description: since my birth I have known that this world is not as I would like, but as a resident of this world, I also love this land that nurtured me. I have a small wish, hoping that everyone who meets me can be a little happier than before, but I have become unhappy. Looking at the item before him, Yan Huang felt complex emotions. Zhang Luo beside him felt the same. Zhang Luo sighed. Let's see what this hidden clue for clearing the level is. Yan Huang nodded. He then opened the Princess Chip, which recorded her tragic life. After they opened it, the Princess Chip had deleted most of her life records. It was as if she was unwilling to leave her memories. That's fine. The life records she left behind were only a small segment. It was the brief moment when the princess had the chip implanted. In the scene, an infant cried. Around her was nothing but blood and indistinct faces. No labels or scores above their heads. Their faces were filled with satisfaction. She was handed over to a similarly indistinct but graceful woman. Madam, your daughter's chip has been successfully implanted. Congratulations. The madam nodded in satisfaction, gently kissing the prince's forehead. She softly told the princess, My little princess, remember, you must be a good person, become one of the percent, and then meet the divine. Only then can you continue on without worries forever. The scene ended here. This was the hidden information of the Label Society dungeon. After Zhang Luo and Yan Huang watched, they felt as if they had said everything and yet nothing at all. It seemed the domain of the divine was a place they must visit. Yan Huang's gaze fell on the nearby beggar. At this moment, the beggar had been driven to the brink of death by other beggars. He was already delirious, but he could still see the man who caused his downfall holding a knife slowly approaching him. No, I don't want to die yet. I haven't enjoyed the riches and glory, Mr. Yan. I beg you, let me go. I beg you to spare me. But Yan Huang's steps would not pause for a sinner. The one who led you to the high stage is gone. The honor stolen by theft should return to its rightful owner. He swung the knife, without hesitation, ending his sinful life. It was at that moment that Yan Huang's score finally surged, reaching 100 points. Yan Huang did not expect it to go so smoothly. He began to emit a blue glow, his gaze falling on Zhang Luo. Remember what we agreed on before. Don't forget. Zhang Luo replied with an Don't worry, I won't forget. In front of her was still the live broadcast. But this live broadcast belonged to Yan Huang. In an instant, in the entire Label Society, everyone's chips at the back of their necks emitted electronic sounds celebrating together. Congratulations, netizen, Yan Huang has become one of the percent and successfully left the online world. In an instant, Yan Huang vanished before everyone. The bullet screen in the live broadcast room became chaotic. Here it comes, here it comes. Soon a big surprise is coming. Soon Yan Huang felt an overwhelming heat around him. as if everything would melt away. Countless screams and shouts along with pleas for mercy echoed around. Is this the domain of the divine? He struggled to open his eyes. A crimson monstrous face abruptly filled his entire field of vision. Oh, look, our new guest has awakened. Then let us welcome you, the incorrigible one, with the warmest of ceremonies. To hell. Author's note. Thank you to the 7 lovely individuals Chun Xing Zi Du, Android's Dream of Electronic, Yan Huang. King Da Mo Wang Mei Lan Mo Internet Addiction Girl Evie Young Lattice Loyal Butler, for the wonderful fan art. Still visible in the book's circle. The stories that must be told by the useless author and her divine readers. Please ladies, take your time. Yes. Hell. Yan Huang's gaze passed over the red-faced demon before him, clad only in a strip of cloth, and fell upon the fiery red floor that was billowing with steam. Yan Huang could feel that the temperature above was almost enough to scorch a person's soles. Raising his eyes further, he saw one fiery red railing after another made of thorns enclosing the entire room and leaving no way out. Directly opposite was a similar room where a human skeleton, emaciated, had both hands brutally fixed to the armrests with knives. Sitting in the chair, the bare souls were confined to the ground, grotesquely forced to endure the temperature of molten lava. The person's eyes seemed to have been gouged out. Even when open, all he could see were 2 horrifying flesh-colored sockets continually screaming. He could scream, and he could only scream, because his tongue had been forcibly ripped out. The demon before him looked confusedly in the direction of Yan Huang's gaze. Upon seeing a smile appeared on its face, it seems this guest has noticed our special services in hell. Indeed, those who come to our hell are all irredeemably wicked individuals, including you. For people like you, death is merely the simplest affair. Thus we will arrange some relatively gentle tortures to ensure you can live on for a long time while continuously suffering. Of course, physical torment is far too gentle for inferior netizens like you. After all, this is hell. So the one before you, after having his visual organs gouged out, will have some fascinating scenes playing out in his mind. For example, running and training under a giant wheel with other guests, or being turned into a human pig and soaked in increasingly concentrated salt water. There are many more interesting scenes to explore, but don't worry, you will experience them soon enough. After saying this, it paused for a moment, its gaze carrying a hint of malice. After sharing so much good news, let me tell you some bad news. When you entered here, you successfully shed your identity as a netizen, and thus there is no such thing as live broadcasting or tag points. In other words, you are finally free. Are you happy? Before you accept your punishment, you have one last question. Then peacefully accept your punishment. After the demon finished speaking, its sharp features curled into a smile. Facing Yan Huang, its ugly mouth twisted into a V shape. Gazing at Yan Huang, that face was terrifying. Again, that expression. It was hard not to feel a chill. Yan Huang listened earnestly to this friendly demon's lecture, maintaining a gentle smile. This is the greatest respect a listener can give to a speaker. So that's how it is. May I ask what that is on your head? The demon was taken aback. Its head bore a label belonging to the network world. Label Demon Punisher, tag points 1 point. The demon squinted. Do you know what kind of people hell likes the most? Yan Huang replied. I listen attentively. The demon raised its chin, gazing at Yan Huang. It is clever guests like you. Now it's time to say goodbye to your tongue. Its eyes suddenly turned cold. The red hand with sharp claws slowly approached Yan Huang's tongue. Its smile grew increasingly sinister. Finally, the first monster mastering the essence of deceiving has appeared. The talent of language players is completely ruined after losing their tongues. But at that moment, Yan Huang smiled. Mr. Demon, please wait a moment. The demon frowned in displeasure. Do you still have questions? Yan Huang shook his head. Not a question. I just want you to see what is on my head. The demon turned to look at what was on Yan Huang's head. Suddenly, its pupils constricted. Label % person peak artist ruthless, tag points 100 point. Tag. Label. How do you still have a label? Its sharp voice clashed against this possibility. This completely shattered all its understanding. Even the crowd in the live broadcast room was stunned. What the hell? How is this possible? The Tag Society has never had this bug. What did he do? Damn. It's the tears of the rebellious. I wondered why he didn't use this to counteract the negative points from saving the princess. When he killed the beggar, he had already detected the anomaly in the god's domain. Yan Huang smiled. Before arriving at hell, he had only speculated. Could wicked individuals really see? If God wanted to see wicked individuals, then he wouldn't have designed a chip that directly reflects people's truth. If God wanted to guide people into his carefree world, he certainly wouldn't let all % people lose their tag points and the rights to live broadcasting upon entering this world. When a society without secrets suddenly has secrets, Yan Huang does not view it as freedom. He only feels that something is being concealed. What does God need to hide? Yan Huang could think of only one thing: a deception. Now that he was in hell, he witnessed it with his own eyes. He was certain the so-called God's domain was in itself a complete deception. He had wagered correctly on his speculation. He also correctly wagered on another judgment. He could use the tears of the rebellious here, breaking the rules with it. This means that the so-called hell is merely another layer of structure within the network world and has not truly detached from the network world. This also proves that he can use the rules of the network world to suppress the demon. A smile emerged on Yan Huang's face, and the demon looked increasingly terrified. Yan Huang finally spoke, "Mr. Demon, please untie me and give me your shoes." The demon's pupils suddenly dilated. It wanted to refuse. But the rules of the network world are unchangeable. It could only grit its teeth and glare fiercely at Yan Huang. "You will regret betraying the rules at this moment." While threatening, it reluctantly began to untie Yan Huang. Once freed, Yan Huang felt much lighter. However, he did not immediately act to let his feet touch the ground. He was watching if this demon would dare to take off its shoes. Sure enough, the demon before him glared with red eyes. Hesitantly bending down when it reached for its wooden clogs, its entire body trembled. No one understood better than it what losing this pair of shoes meant. It was the complete loss of the ability to move freely in this hell. The hand of the demon was sweating, trembling even more fiercely. However, at this moment his hand was beyond his control. He was certain he possessed the strength to swat that hand away. But what good would it do to swat it away? The hand could be pushed aside. But the rules could not be swatted. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. "You will pay the price for the choice you make now." Yet Yan Huang did not care. Hearing those words, he simply responded with a casual hum, before directly pulling the demon's shoe away. In the moment the demon lost its shoe, its feet hit the ground, the terrifying heat causing its flesh to bubble instantly, and it screamed like the damned. It jumped around uncontrollably on the lava like a red frog struggling in boiling water. Yan Huang did not care about this. What mattered to him was that a prompt appeared before him. "Congratulations, player, you have obtained the item Hell Demon's Wooden Clogs. Item Hell Demon's Wooden Clogs. Quality F. Attributes: Heat Resistance 50, E. Cold Resistance 50. Item description: a pair of wooden clogs owned by the demon responsible for punishing the wicked in Label Society, allowing easy travel in every corner of hell." Stealing someone's shoes is a particularly vulgar act, but since you've already entered hell, isn't it a bit unfair not to be vulgar? The viewers in the live stream were feeling quite complex about the scene. Does he have to fleece the NPC in every instance? The key is that he always does it with a smile. If I were the NPC, I wouldn't be able to hold back from hitting him. So this is how you get items. Truly impressive. As of now, he must be walking sideways in hell, right? Walking sideways. You really underestimate the difficulty of the Label Society instances. Just wait. There will be a good show to watch. Yan Huang put on his new equipment. Stepping on the lava of hell felt as easy as walking on flat ground. He glanced at the demon beside him, who jumped onto a chair. Without hesitation, the sound of metal clinking from the keys at its waist. Yan Huang smiled. "Mr. Demon, you've already given me your shoes, so you wouldn't mind giving me the keys." As the demon's face turned dark red with anger. It never expected to be constrained by the rules of the network world one day. He instinctively used his ability again, trying to erase Yan Huang's label. But still he could not erase it. How on earth did this man resolve it? With sharp teeth clenched, it seemed to recall something and slowly relaxed. A hint of mockery appeared in then its crimson claws touched the keys at its waist and tossed them towards Yan Huang. "Dear guest, think carefully. Even if you continue to hold onto your label, you cannot leave this place. This is hell. Even if you have the label, you lack the ability for a live broadcast of your life. No one will notice you. As long as you remain a fraction of a person, you will forever stay here. You have no way back. You can only watch these people scream in despair. If you don't accept punishment, your body will gradually feel hunger, your cells will wither away, and you will die in hell with your soul never finding release. Those who are heavily sinful cannot escape their fate." He mocked Yan Huang's naivety while anticipating his descent into despair. They are demons of hell. They understand the terror of hell deeply. Yan Huang squinted his eyes, lightly stroking the demon's face. "Whether I can escape or not is not important. Being able to appreciate the helplessness of Mr. Demon who wants to punish me but cannot is already satisfying enough for me." The demon felt like spewing blood. It was nearly driven to a heart attack by Yan Huang's words. It bared its sharp teeth and growled, "Get lost." Yan Huang didn't bother to stay. He casually turned the key on his index finger, looking quite pleased. The demon watched him with a face full of, "Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter." The trickster, though not saying much, is indeed shameless, never knowing what he will do. This is the first time I've seen someone play Label Society and come over to tease a demon. Truly impressive. This awareness, strong. While Yan Huang opened the iron door, he silently summoned Tang Xin's new book. Sure enough, the information about the demon began to appear. Label Society Demon Strength 3. 5 Agility 2 Intelligence 1. 2. Talent Nightmare Deprivation of Rights Description: we were once human living in this sorrowful world. We were specially selected, endowed with the ability to punish, possessing the most brutal thoughts and the most innocent minds. We simply wish to punish the wicked with our evil forms. Nightmare. After depriving others of their sight, I will control their entire nervous system, plunging them into a nightmare for eternity, without reincarnation. I will summon their deepest fears in the form of nightmares. Deprivation of rights bestowed by the gods, the power to strip labels and label points, summoning the punishment chair. Once a netizen sits in the punishment chair, their chip binds to it, and the nightmare will have the right to render their chip dysfunctional unless another unbound individual sits in the chair, thus releasing the binding and establishing a new one with the newcomer. Yan Huang's gaze was focused on the deprivation of rights. This skill simply means that once someone sits in the punishment chair, the chip will bind to the chair. The demon can use this binding relationship to unleash its power to make the chip non-functional, but once another person sits in that chair, the chair will break the previous binding and form a new one. In other words, as long as an unbound newcomer sits in the punishment chair, it can free the person sitting in that chair. In other words, the rule he just used Tears of the Rebellious to avoid was actually tied to this punishment chair. Wait. At the moment Yan Huang opened the iron door, he sensed that something was off. Behind him, the red-faced demon's smile was stretching to its pointed ears. Its gaze was evil and mocking. It opened its mouth, and the voice echoed throughout every room in hell. To all the tormented sinners in hell, now your opportunity has come. As long as you let that person who escaped the rules sit in your chair, you will achieve true liberation. Author's note. My book circle seems to have a bit of an odd style, getting a bit intense. I can't thank everyone one by one since there are too many, but you are all amazing. Anyone interested can check out the book circle. Indeed, cold sweat broke out on Yan Huang's back. At this moment, he hastily quickened his pace, determined to charge forward regardless of where it led. The people bound to their chairs were awakened from their nightmares upon hearing the demons voice their severed tongues, unable to produce any sound. Yet after enduring countless turns of despair, the desire for even a glimmer of relief instinctively drove them to unleash sharp cries from their chests. The iron blocks that had bound their feet were suddenly released with a click. Their deformed feet lifted off the ground. Freedom was right before them. Liberation was at hand. They could no longer endure the days of unbearable torment. They ferociously pried the small knife that fixed their wrists to the chairs, disregarding the pain of the twisted blade scraping against their flesh, breaking free from all restraints. Before them, the door that imprisoned them swung open. Their bare feet stepped onto the scorching lava as they screamed and ran in a grotesquely distorted manner. Sizzle! Their souls were even being roasted to the point of exuding oil, which quickly evaporated. Each bloody footprint they left behind grew denser as they frantically pursued Yan Huang. Yan Huang felt an intense chill on his back. There was only one demon in hell, but as the restraints loosened, hell was truly filled with demons. Their hollow eyes could not see, yet they precisely located Yan Huang's position. Yan Huang was relentlessly pursued. Wherever he passed, iron doors opened one after another. The speed of the openings almost matched his own. Damn, he had indeed been careless. But what could he do now? He could only run. In terms of combat strength, he was not afraid of anyone inside here. But there were too many of them. Once he was restrained, he would end up sitting on that chair of punishment. All that awaited him was death. Yet soon Yan Huang saw a glimmer of hope. At the very front of the passage there was an opened iron door. He could hide behind that great iron door, trapping all these people. But there was trouble. The iron doors on both sides imprisoning the netizens were already opening rapidly in front of him. Inside the iron door, those who had been tormented beyond recognition clutched the door with both hands, eager to burst forth. A chilling growl emanated from their mouths, as if they were hoping to seize Yan Huang to replace him and gain. Yan Huang was making a judgment. He calculated the agility of his 3-0 state against the door-opening speed on both sides and the speed at which these people would emerge and chase him. In the end, Yan Huang could only make one extreme judgment. He would definitely be caught. It wasn't that his speed was insufficient, but rather his physical exhaustion would slow him down. No. Yan Huang gritted his teeth. Immediately after Yan Huang, your body will not feel fatigue within 30 seconds. Lie detection opposing event judgment failed. Judgment result, Yan Huang will feel fatigue within 30 seconds. At the moment this judgment appeared, Yan Huang felt his legs weaken. Damn, the people behind were about to pounce. Yan Huang took another gamble. Yan Huang fatigue disappears and will not occur within 30 seconds. Lie detection opposing event, it has to succeed. It has to succeed. Judgment successful. A spark ignited in Yan Huang's eyes. His entire being entered a miraculous peak state. His speed erupted at that moment and stabilized at its pinnacle. The humans on both sides lunging to grab him fell into a pitfall, tumbling over each other and bringing down countless others behind them. Oh. Those whose bodies were pressed against the lava let out brilliant screams, their already scarred skin now burned and reddened. As moisture dwindled, their skin twisted together. When they raised their faces, their eyes were hollow with despair, yet their hands still reached out towards Yan Huang. No, no, they did not want to endure such torment any longer. No, blood and tears flowed from their sockets. But there were no tears in hell. Their grave sins did not merit repentance. Their blood and tears evaporated quickly. Their bodies were trampled by countless feet, becoming a rare path of comfort. Yan Huang could not afford to relax. He had only 20 seconds left. And ahead, he had to pass through 40 doors. The speed at which the doors on both sides opened began to slightly exceed his own. The people only needed to take 2 more steps to grab him. In this extreme urgency, Yan Huang gritted his teeth. His eyes were covered in blood, and he dared not close them. In this race against time, he couldn't even blink. A moment's change could lead to a bottomless abyss. 10 seconds. There are still 20 doors left. 9, 8, 7, 6. The people were already able to touch his skin. Someone even grabbed the corner of his clothes. That person couldn't help but smile with joy at the sensation. But just as he was about to pull Yan Huang's clothes, Yan Huang swiftly used the family harmony blade to cut his clothes like a golden cicada shedding its shell. The person was furious. Yan Huang had only 5 seconds left. He was drenched in sweat, and his veins bulged from the rushing blood. 5, 4, 3, 2. At that moment, the 2 doors in front of Yan Huang swung open. The people inside leapt towards him. Yan Huang's pupils contracted, gritting his teeth. Don't think you're the only ones who dare to fight for your lives. He stowed the family harmony blade back into his backpack. He leaned his entire body down. A significant part of his body felt the temperature of the lava. In a sliding maneuver, he successfully dodged the 2 lunging individuals. The 2 who lunged instead became a major obstacle for those closely following behind. The collision caused them to tumble into a ball, scattering everyone. Yan Huang endured the searing pain, using his momentum to successfully pass through the great door. One hand gripped the spiked door handle with force. The moment blood splattered also caused the door to close. Bang! Countless netizens crashed against the iron door, emitting sharp cries. Yan Huang precisely inserted the key into the iron door. Locked. Finally, he could breathe a sigh of relief. But the price of this relief was the feedback from 30 seconds of extreme exertion hit him. A wave of lactic acid almost engulfed his entire body. Together with his half-cooked skin, he couldn't help but cry out in pain. But no matter what, he survived. He quickly stood up. He bought healing liquid in the market, pouring it over himself, while facing the countless netizens howling ineffectively at him. It seems. Still faster. The wounds and fatigue quickly vanished. He felt a lingering fear. And before him the red-skinned demon gradually approached. Did you think you could escape? Hell, but it has 18 layers. The 18 levels of hell. Punishing those who have committed various sins. Each is unimaginably terrifying, a place where souls cannot be destroyed and must endure pain day and night. However, this is ultimately not a true hell. It is merely a divine imitation of hell within this instance. It is simply another layer of the virtual world. From the current layer of hell, it is evident that the divine's understanding of hell is quite superficial, only knowing to impose all manner of tortures upon the sinners' bodies and minds. It does not strictly belong to a well-defined hierarchical system of the 18 levels of hell. But Yan Huang can be certain that the divine has a rudimentary understanding of the 18 levels of hell. For instance, this first layer bears a label, the tongue-pulling hell. The tongue-pulling hell is the true first layer of the 18 levels of hell. Only those who have experienced the tongue-pulling hell can gradually descend to the lower levels. Of course, if the sins committed in life correspond, they may be sent directly to other levels. If Zhang Luo says Zhang Yi is in the divine realm, then Yan Huang can pinpoint exactly which layer Zhang Yi is in. But now there are more important matters to attend to. Yan Huang's gaze fixed on the demon before him, gently adjusting his glasses. Mr. Demon, I have a very important question to ask you. The demon squinted, seemingly regarding Yan Huang as already within his grasp, and displayed a semblance of indulgence. What question? Yan Huang raised his head. If the chair of punishment is bound by a chip. As one who also has a label, you should be within the binding range, right? The demon's pupils widened, its crimson eyes suddenly narrowing. A wave of heat swept across its face, yet it felt nothing but a chill down its spine. Because the people guarding Yan Huang at the door all turned to look at it, each pair of hollow eyes and blank expressions drawing nearer. Little by little they grew excited. The demon possessing the power of punishment in hell became flustered at that moment. It indeed had the capability to punish these individuals in terms of attributes and abilities. Yet at this moment, it had granted these people a brief taste of freedom, releasing too many at once. Even confronting this group of lunatics was beyond its capability. After all, the world is not short of wicked individuals. These people had no baseline, even in life, and after enduring such torment. What baseline, what rationality? No. They only possess the instinct to survive. For survival they can do anything. Moreover, when they discover they can take revenge while fighting for survival, the demon struggled to maintain its footing. Its terrifying voice shouted, "What are you talking about?" Yan Huang smiled, using the power of his voice to sway those trapped in the tongue-pulling hell. "If I'm not talking nonsense, why not capture that evil spirit and give it a try?" After a moment of silence, the demon attempted to retreat. However, it collided directly with a person. That person had no tongue, no eyeballs, the horrifying eye sockets gradually encroaching upon its field of vision. Its pupils constricted sharply. The footsteps around it drew ever closer. Yan Huang observed everything clearly. The people had kidnapped the demon and forced it into the chair. Indeed, the chair released the bindings on the people. The labels returned to them. However, the demon possessing control over the chair of punishment did not lose the label above its head. Among those who regained their labels, they yearned to laugh and commanded the demon to sit in each person's chair. Yet they discovered they had long since lost their tongues. Unable to produce sound, they could only sense through the stimulation of the chip. It seemed as though they could never escape hell. Even if the bindings were released, they could not leave. No, this is not the result they wanted. This is the returnees from the percentage of individuals let out desperate roars, transmitting this angry yet sorrowful emotion to every kindred spirit. The kindred spirits realized this. They could no longer suppress their emotions. Some advanced and retaliated violently against the demon. Some emitted bizarre sharp laughs, then despairingly slammed themselves against the nearby wall, becoming disfigured from the burns. They had long since lost their sanity. Now they could only flail about, trying to suppress their frayed nerves. This scene before them made Yan Huang feel, this is hell. Compared to the previous insipid punishments, the truth that shattered their last glimmer of hope is the most terrifying punishment. This demon is far too kind compared to these humans. Oh no, compared to him as a human, he can also be deemed kind. Because he witnessed this demon being torn apart by people, its anguished screams were particularly heart-wrenching. Who truly is the demon? In any case, the demon is not. Congratulations, player, you have completed the achievement Hell on Earth, rewarded with Wisdom 0. 1 reward, Hidden Player Deceiver. Yan Huang, Strength 3. 5 hidden. Agility 3. 5 hidden. Wisdom 2. 0 hidden. Comprehensive evaluation. Looks like you are quite impressive. Your mind is sharp, rewarding you with a bit more intellect. Now your mind is even more powerful. However, the clever you seems to have thought of some breakthrough. What it is I want to say. You can guess which piece of the jumbled information in your mind is correct. Yan Huang looked at his panel, the corners of his mouth curling up. It seems this journey of his will bring the truth of the virtual world to light. Damn, this chase really makes my heart race. Damn, he can really endure sliding right past. What kind of wolf annihilation is this? Whoa, your operation is amazing, your skills are stellar, but as far as I know, once you enter the label society in the virtual world, unless some particularly talented ones can escape, it's basically a dead end, right? What is the Deceiver planning to do? Yan Huang glanced at the tongue-pulling hell and found the demon had vanished. A chill ran down his back. A sense of foreboding crept in. It seems he can't waste any more time. He must quickly find Jiang Yi. In fact, finding Jiang Yi is not difficult for Yan Huang at this moment, because he has enough information. This is the virtual world, and it is also the basic physical model of the 18 levels of hell. The first layer is the tongue-pulling hell. If Jiang Luo's information is correct, the layer where Jiang Yi resides must be the fourth layer. Just at that moment, another unexpected event occurred. Author's note. There was something I initially wanted to wait until the updates exceeded 10,000 before mentioning, but it has already been discovered by readers. What it is I won't say. You can sneak a peek at the reward message. I told you, you cannot escape. The demon's whisper echoed in his ear once again. Yan Huang's pupils constricted as he turned to look towards the stairs. A red-skinned demon appeared before him, completely unharmed, with mockery and derision in its eyes, as if everything was under its control. Suddenly a hatchet appeared in his hand, and he lightly tapped the wooden handle against his palm, producing a dull thud. You are a clever person. But I have said before, what I dislike the most are clever people like you. Yan Huang plunged the knife of family harmony fiercely into the demon's carotid artery while it was still speaking. The demon died. In the instant of its death, Yan Huang felt a surge of heat from behind. A large, rugged red hand gently grasped his shoulder, continuously squeezing. The red-skinned demon whispered softly in his ear, its mocking voice growing increasingly chilling and suffocating. Useless. In hell, demons never die. As it spoke, it tightened its grip on Yan Huang's shoulder. Crack. Yan Huang heard the crisp sound of bones breaking, followed by an excruciating pain that coursed through his body, causing him to sweat profusely. Get away from me. He wanted to use the rules to make the demon leave. However, at that moment, the demon's head, keek, ha. It laughed maniacally on Yan Huang's back. Dear guest, do you think I could fall for the same trap twice? Yan Huang gritted his teeth, realizing that this time he was genuinely in a state of crisis. Moreover, this crisis was caused by himself. The demon possessed the authority of the punishment chair's control chip. At the same time, it was forced to sit on the punishment chair it unbound a person. Simultaneously, it also granted him the ability to escape the label. Now, he was the one who was firmly controlled. The demon looked as if it had anticipated this moment. Yan Huang realized he had been manipulated. The demon's massive claws bore nails sharp as knives. They scraped gently against Yan Huang's exposed back, leaving trails of blood. It was not a violent pain, but the sense of impending death weighed heavily, making it hard to breathe. Yan Huang squinted his eyes. He contemplated. He could not kill the demon. If he guessed correctly, the demon's resurrection point was something. Killing it would only increase the unstable factors. Yan Huang deeply understood that he only had one chance. If he startled the snake, the situation would change dramatically. If he chopped off the demon's hand, then the demon would definitely react instantly, and the hand pressing against his back would pierce through his body. Immediately, he made a bold decision. Slash. Yan Huang used the knife of family harmony to directly chop off his own arm. In that instant, he burst downstairs at an incredible speed. The demon grabbed one of his arms, which was still dripping with fresh blood. It had not yet reacted, its gaze dazed. It blinked. After a moment, it was enraged. Bastard. Damn you. It was also going to chase after him. But Yan Huang's agility was 3. His own agility was only 2. Relying on speed alone, he could not catch up to Yan Huang. If he were to repeat the same trick now and open the gates of the entire hell, it would be counterproductive. For one person to disrupt the whole hell was not worth it. Bastard. 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 The demon grew increasingly furious. This human was truly cunning. However, he could escape the village, but not the temple. He could not leave hell. He could only be its prey. Yan Huang moved down the floors. Each level echoed with terrifying screams. He knew the demon could not catch up to him. Yet, once he entered the 4th level to search for Jiang Yi, his speed would inevitably slow down, and there would be no way out. So at the moment, he entered the 4th level. He purchased the advanced all-seeing detection and installed it at the entrance of the 4th level of hell, known as Mirror of Sin. He was certain, if Jiang Yi was in hell, he could only be in Mirror of Sin, because those imprisoned in Mirror of Sin are people who do not express their true feelings and are also fugitives. Yan Huang boldly speculated and substantiated it with the circumstances of himself and Zhang Luo. Their initial identities and labels were closely related to who they were in some way. From a certain perspective, he was indeed a domineering artist. And the reason he dared to assert that Jiang Yi was in Mirror of Sin was because Jiang Yi had given him an item called Tears of the Betrayed. The source of the item was marked as unknown. However, after entering the instance, Yan Huang acquired an item called Tears of the Rebellious from that mother. That item was a limited-time item in the instance. It could not be taken out of the instance. This also meant Jiang Yi's Tears of the Betrayed were not produced by the instance. If it was not an instance product, then could it be possible that it was a talent product, just like Zhang Luo's embodied black sword? If talents could be hidden, could they be disguised? The answer was yes. In the instance, nothing is impossible. He had not spent much time with Jiang Yi, but whether from the front or from others' comments, it was clear. Jiang Yi was a person filled with insecurities and contradictions. Everyone he had teamed up with previously had died. Was this truly an accident? Or was there something else? Perhaps. Only by finding Jiang Yi could he know. Was he truly a guide or a betrayer? If he appeared in the 4th level, then his guess would be nearly certain. As Yan Huang was halfway to the 4th level, the demon just happened to enter the 4th level. Although the distance between them was constantly increasing, he still did not see Jiang Yi's figure. If Jiang Yi was not in the 4th level as a betrayer, then for his own life, he could only become a betrayer. Finally, just as he was about to reach the end of the 4th level, Yan Huang saw a familiar figure through the cell door right in front of him. At this moment, Jiang Yi, like other prisoners, was bound to the punishment chair. His eyes had been gouged out, and his tongue was missing. No different from other prisoners. He seemed to be undergoing some of the most desperate experiences, his expression weak. However, unlike other prisoners, he did not scream, nor did he roar, but instead continuously shed blood and tears. He looked utterly disheveled, as if he was repenting for something. Yan Huang had no time to hesitate, and did not need to know the truth. Because, in this moment, the scene was not just about him and Jiang Yi. The fates of the 3 of them had been completely intertwined the moment he entered hell. All he could do now was trust. He could only act according to the original plan. Save Jiang Yi. Escape. Without a second thought, Yan Huang opened the cell door and stepped inside. He drew his own line in the sand. The moment he closed the door behind him, it also signified that he had no way back. He could only hope that his teammates would. Otherwise, he had not left himself without a backup plan. Before him, the demon watched as Yan Huang locked himself in the room, filled with excitement. Bugbear. Are you tired of playing the Catan mouse game, and now wish to walk into your own trap? Yan Huang ignored it, and squatted beside Jiang Yi. Uncle Jiang, you have suffered. I'm here now. Jiang Yi heard Yan Huang's voice, but his expression did not change much, as if he hadn't heard it at all. He was clearly immersed in the nightmare the demon had inflicted upon him. It was unknown what kind of nightmare he was experiencing. However, Yan Huang couldn't concern himself with that. He could only remind, "I'm going to pull out your knives, bear with it." As soon as he finished speaking, he directly pulled out the two knives that were fixed in Jiang Yi's arms. Blood splattered, and the thick metallic scent evaporated the moment it hit the ground. Jiang Yi remained oblivious within the nightmare. This made Yan Huang's heart race. What kind of nightmare would leave someone entirely unaware after enduring? Even Yan Huang couldn't help but feel curious. However, it was clear that Jiang Yi's current state could only serve as a burden. Thus, Yan Huang directly lifted Jiang Yi and sat down on his punishment chair. In an instant, the target of the punishment chair switched. Yan Huang collapsed onto Jiang Yi's chair. Without a second drop of the tears of the rebel, unable to resist the rules, the label above his head disappeared in an instant. A label reappeared above Jiang Yi's head. Label %person Trader Center label score 100 points. Yan Huang squinted. He saw the label clearly. The demon's pace was drawing closer, and it couldn't quite comprehend Yan Huang's every move. "Are you engaging in a futile struggle?" Yan Huang smirked, tilting his head back and chuckling softly. "Futile struggle? No. I merely want to see if hell is truly as devoid of hope as you claim." The demon had intended to mock Yan Huang's naivety, but in that moment he saw Yan Huang raise his head. Above him was distinctly his own label. Label %person Pinnacle Artist Ruthless. Label score 100 points. The demon's eyes widened in disbelief. "This is impossible. How did you do it?" Yan Huang remained remarkably composed, smiling as he squinted. "Since you, Mr. Demon, have asked, I certainly won't shy away from this question as a token of gratitude for your patience in answering my queries before and after." His voice paused for a moment before he began. "I wondered, since in hell everyone lacks labels, why would you impose a label upon yourself? Isn't that just adding a debuff to yourself? Clearly you are a clever person, and clever people wouldn't impose a negative status upon themselves for no reason. This means your label is not just a label to you. It is also the power bestowed upon you by the divine. The abilities you possess do not come from yourself, but rather from your chip, correct?" At the moment Yan Huang finished speaking, the demon's expression turned extremely grim, because what Yan Huang said was undeniably true. Its power indeed came from the chip bestowed by the divine. Thus, hell had to be established in the network world. It required the rules of the network world to utilize the abilities granted by the divine. It gritted its teeth. "So what? How did you manage to prevent my chip from interfering with yours?" It was desperately suppressing its anger. It was simply too eager to know how the abilities granted by the divine were unraveled by someone. Yan Huang chuckled lightly, again the light reflecting in his glasses. At this moment the demon's expression changed drastically. Because it saw, Yan Huang still had the operation panel of life live before him. Instantly, countless possibilities flashed through its mind. Yan Huang patiently clarified for it, "Mr. Demon, you were once human and should know this well, right? When we use the function of life live, others can no longer use their chips to peer into our lives, which means our chip functions cannot be interfered with. You can indeed use the chip's abilities to control the state of our chips, but what if our chips are in a state that cannot be interfered with? Your chip's permissions over our control cannot surpass the rules themselves, right? If compared to a computer, the demon's chip could at most invade the computer to perform a startup and shutdown operation. The state of watching life live is, to put it simply, firewall. This is the maximum protective mechanism of the chip, originating from the rules within the network world. Under this mechanism, the chip cannot be interfered with by any other chip. This means, as long as Yan Huang is watching life live, his chip would not be forcibly shut down by the demon. Bugbear, you seek death." The demon glared at Yan Huang, and its emotions were self-evident. It quickened its pace, gripping the axe tightly. But Yan Huang remained utterly unfazed. He merely operated at a leisurely pace. Utilizing the scanning function, he displayed Jiang Yi's life live. Jiang Yi's life live appeared, and as expected, Yan Huang was indeed able to evaluate him. Everything was under control. In this world, everyone was constantly being watched. The higher the score, the more attention it attracted. Jiang Yi's birth was that of a person. Could this be possible? It was impossible. Then, pushing backward in identity, Jiang Yi's life must have been observed by Yan Huang. Yan Huang's smile grew more pronounced, his gaze locking onto the demon. "Mr. Demon, since there are only people in hell, what happens if one is not a person?" As he spoke, he slowly brought his finger closer to the bat of Jiang Yi's life live. The demon's eyes widened, stomping its feet in fury. "Bugbear, do you dare?" Yan Huang dared indeed. The moment he pressed on Jiang Yi's bat, Jiang Yi's label score instantly plummeted to 99 points. As he fell, Jiang Yi suddenly transformed into a pile of data, vanishing from the spot. Yan Huang smiled as he stared at the demon. "It seems The passage to hell is not as impenetrable as it seems. The demon, however, remained unconvinced. Its anger vanished in that instant, replaced by a strange smile. The grin on that demonic face stretched all the way to its ears. Indeed, you are clever. The path to hell is certainly impenetrable. You have released a prisoner. At the same time, you have also relinquished your only opportunity. In the drawn line of Yan Huang. By releasing Jiang, he who was bound in action completely lost the chance to exploit the loophole of the rules. This is hell. Who besides it, and him could use life lived to save him? At this moment he was the trapped beast, and it was the author's note. While writing I discovered flaws and continuously modified the logic of this chapter, getting stuck for an hour before finally completing it. Fortunately, it was revised. Tap. Tap tap. The demon wearing the wooden clogs that came with its rebirth approached Yan Huang step by step, dragging an axe along the ground, its face twisted with malevolence. The thrill of judging a sinner filled it with eager anticipation. The key was also an accessory of its rebirth, yet now it had no desire to use it. Instead, it hoisted the axe, channeling its strength, a value exceeding 4 points, and struck viciously at the barbed iron bars. Clang. The metallic clash reverberated, stretching the sound of fear and intensifying the oppressive atmosphere. Yan Huang sat like a lamb to the slaughter, having abandoned all resistance, quietly resting on the chair of punishment. His lone hand still gripped the blade of family harmony. The demon found him intriguing, bending the iron bars with each strike while speaking to him. To meet someone as interesting as you in this monotonous hell is truly a relief from years of my tedium. But your life ends here, releasing a sinner steeped in guilt. Your sins are already unforgivable. He suddenly paused in his assault on the door. The door was already on the verge of shattering. Both the demon and Yan Huang knew this well. With just one more axe blow, the iron door would be completely broken. The thrill of slaughter does not come from the act itself, but from the praised terror in the face of death. The demon stared at Yan Huang. Aren't you running? I can give you a chance to flee. After all, even if he freed other sinners from their bindings, they couldn't use the chip functions properly. Blind and mute, how could they use a chip? Yan Huang chuckled at the demon's words. No need, thanks for your concern. They'll stay right here waiting for you to kill me. The demon narrowed its eyes. Are you provoking me? Yan Huang shrugged. Not at all, I'm just stating a fact. The demon snorted coldly. If you have any tricks up your sleeve, forget it. I told you, I am immortal. With that, it delivered the final brutal blow to the iron door. The immense force sent the battered door flying, slicing a bloody gash across, Yan Huang's face, blood streaming down one side. The demon stepped into Yan Huang's presence laughing. It dragged the axe closer step by step, then raised it high with its right hand. You are honored to be the one I killed directly in hell. Yan Huang unflinching stared at the demon with a curious glint. Mr. Demon, I think I need to correct a mistake of yours. The demon had no interest in hearing more. It aimed at Yan Huang's head. With a sudden fierce motion, whoosh, the axe cut through the air. In an instant, the sounds around seemed to freeze. Yan Huang ducked his head, sliding down along the chair, slipping through the demon's legs. Crack! The demon's axe missed, embedding itself in the chair of punishment. Its left hand, unused until now, reached back swiftly to grab Yan Huang. The movement was lightning fast, yet it grasped at nothing. Startled, it realized this damned vermin had already cut off its own hand. As it was about to release the axe and turn to seize him, Yan Huang's blade of family harmony pressed against the back of its neck, as if ready to pierce through at any moment. The demon laughed. Dear guest, you still want to fight me? Didn't I tell you I'm immortal? Go ahead. Come on. A struggling lamb is far more interesting. Rest assured, the more you struggle, the less I'll kill you. I will slowly become your nightmare. Yet Yan Huang did not act hastily. Just as the demon had done during its resurrection, he leaned against its back, a smirk curling at his lips as he whispered in its ear, Didn't I say I needed to correct your mistake? You told me you were immortal. You claim to be a demon in hell, but you are merely a human. Yan Huang's blade tip aimed at the chip on the demon's nape. The demon's pupils contracted. Yan Huang could clearly feel its body trembling. It tried to break free with its superior strength, but Yan Huang drove the blade into the demon's nape, slicing upward with practiced precision. Ugh! Crimson flesh splattered as a pristine chip flew from the demon's neck into the air. The moment the chip left the demon's body, a drastic transformation occurred. Its entire form was enveloped in data, the once bloodied appearance and wrinkled skin shifting in an instant. It became a rotting, stinking mass of flesh, faintly retaining a human silhouette. No! No! Its screams turned utterly pitiful. It never imagined Yan Huang would discover this. It refused to accept it. Refused. It had finally found a reason to live. You steeped in sin and accomplice to evil will never see that deity. She accepts no one. Kill me, and you still won't escape. Hell! It bit down on the last two words, as if mocking with its final shred of dignity. Yan Huang stared at the demon, not dwelling on its words. He silently picked up the demon's chip. Congratulations player Yan Huang for obtaining a hidden limited time item, Demon's Chip. Item Demon's Chip quality, effect none. Item description I have heard the most venomous words and endured the cruelest treatment. If there is no hell to punish evil, then I shall become hell. Yet I later realized I am not hell, and we have never left hell. The livestream audience now exceeded 70,000. No one expected events to unfold like this. The Demon's Chip is also a limited-time dungeon item. I'm stunned. Yan Huang was also surprised, but only mildly. That its chip became a hidden limited-time item was not unexpected. It was unique, but not entirely so. In the cyber world, there was someone very much like it. That person was pitiable. Yan Huang opened the demon's life record. As expected, it had been deleted down to a single short video. And this video was the nexus connecting everything. After watching the video, Yan Huang silently gazed at the sky. Zhang Luo, it's time to take me back. As he spoke, his label score dropped by 1 point and his body was enveloped in data code. The audience whose perspective had been fixed on Yan Huang was stunned. What's happening? Damn, he can't take it, he's exploiting a bug. Yan Huang, now at 99 points, returned to. The moment he returned to the mortal realm, Zhang Luo bounced up to him, a shrewd smile on her face. How was I not bad? Before she could continue, Yan Huang swung the blade of family harmony at her. The blade stirred the wind, slicing through her bangs, sending fragments of hair flying. Zhang Luo's small face froze. Yet Yan Huang maintained a gentle smile. Xiao Luo, I don't mind becoming the second forsaken one. A delicate little face of Zhang Luo gradually froze in a smile. Her tension was evident in her expression and her cheeks flushed slightly. Biting her lower lip, she was momentarily at a loss for words. In truth, everyone was quite intelligent as she understood Yan Huang's meaning all too well. The initial identity in the tag society is somewhat related to the players themselves. Yan Huang found Zhang Yi in the 4th level of Hell, the Mirror of Sin Hell, where the most prominent tag in Zhang Yi's information was the Betrayer. Additionally, Zhang Yi handed Yan Huang an item called Tears of the Betrayer. Yan Luo knew exactly what Yan Huang wanted to know. In a game-like instance where life and death are at stake, every piece of information is crucial, especially regarding team information. Even if they hadn't explicitly explained to Yan Huang what their talent skills meant. However, aside from hidden information, they could all make judgments based on visible information. Meanwhile, her father had directly disguised his own talent. Moreover, his true talent was still the Betrayer. The suspicious tag being hidden made it entirely reasonable for people to suspect him. But that was her father's secret. We haven't harmed anyone. My father is in a very bad state right now. If we wanted to kill you, I could choose to abandon you after my father was rescued. Zhang Luo was also quite rational and did not panic. Yan Huang's knife was still pointed at Zhang Luo's forehead. That's why I gave you a chance to explain. If it weren't for the Tears of the Betrayer as an escape item and Zhang Luo's cooperation, even if she had saved him from the doctor earlier, he would not have shown mercy. It was evident that this father-daughter pair was desperately trying to gain his recognition and trust. Zhang Luo took a deep breath. She hadn't expected things to escalate to this point. Her father's secret had been hidden since they entered the instance. If it weren't for the dual suspicions of the Mirror of Sin Hell and the tag, it would never have been discovered. Now, everyone knew. Her father had concealed this tag. If he did not explain, in the future their days in the instance would only become increasingly difficult. Even if she prided herself on her capabilities, she couldn't guarantee that she and her father could navigate the instance smoothly without anyone's trust. But her father had done nothing wrong. Upon thinking of this, Zhang Luo's eyes couldn't help but redden. Yet she couldn't cry, that would make her appear weak. If she appeared weak, who would protect her father in the future? Perhaps sensing his daughter's predicament, Zhang Yi, lying on the sofa, made a sound with his tongueless mouth. He could only produce simple syllables, hoarse and unclear about what he was saying. Yet the bond between father and daughter was strong. Zhang Luo bit her lower lip, staring at Yan Huang. My father has something to tell you. I will build a bridge for your communication. She was neither pretentious nor fond of meddling. If this was her father's decision, she would respect it. As her words fell, the mental bridge was completed. She only connected Yan Huang with Zhang Yi, leaving herself out, thus unable to hear their conversation. This was Zhang Yi's request. A voice belonging to Zhang Yi appeared in Yan Huang's mind. Although this voice came from Zhang Yi's spirit, it sounded even more worn than before entering the tag society. Yan Huang, I am sorry for deceiving you, but we mean you no harm. To be precise, we mean no harm to anyone. I am indeed the betrayer, but I have never betrayed anyone. What those people said is true. Everyone who teamed up with us before has died. But I swear I have never done anything harmful to them. If I wanted to harm you, I wouldn't have given you the Tears of the Betrayer. As for the reason I concealed everything, you will soon know. Now please believe me. Please believe me. He communicated with Yan Huang in his mind, while tremblingly standing up from the sofa, trying to determine Yan Huang's location from the direction of the voice. Thud. He knelt on the ground. Blood tears flowed from his eyes. Mr. Yan, I have a secret to share with you, but please do not tell Xiao Luo for the time being. She will get angry if she knows. Yan Huang took a deep breath, but did not lower the knife of family harmony aimed at Zhang Luo's head. Go ahead. He slightly parted his lips. In the next moment Zhang Yi revealed his secret. First he transmitted the talent of being the betrayer into Yan Huang's mind. Player the betrayer, Zhang Yi talent, a person who has betrayed oneself and dignity shall ultimately achieve their desires. The only hidden information of the talent, when one gives up something that belongs to oneself, they will receive a reward of equal value. Yan Huang pursed her lips, her brow furrowing tightly. Then Zhang Yi told Yan Huang something that made her pupils dilate and her whole body tremble. I exchanged lies for the right to not be eliminated from the gameplay rules of the Tag Society. From the moment I entered the instance, I have already walked into my own grave. The Tag Society is the grave I meticulously prepared for myself. In an instant, Yan Huang felt her mind spiral into confusion. Are you joking? Zhang Yi smiled and shook his head. Mr. Yan, everything I wanted to tell you is here. Whether you can believe me is up to you. Now, you hold my most fearful leverage. As for the rest, I will not interfere anymore. You are an intelligent person. You know very well that whatever we do next, we cannot interfere with your path to victory. Please trust me one last time. Yan Huang looked at Zhang Yi in front of her, feeling as if every cell in her body was entering a state of contemplation. Zhang Yi's calmness and clarity in revealing these things were truly unnerving. She boldly speculated. From entering the instance until now, Zhang Yi was well aware of everything he would face. For example, the starting point of entering the instance was in Mirror of Sin Hell, enduring immense pain. Moreover, he was very clear that he would be rescued and faced everything with composure. Yan Huang found this man somewhat terrifying. Without a doubt, he had exposed all of himself. Yan Huang gritted her teeth. Zhang Yi, everything you say now. Lie detection, contradictory events detection failed. Result, everything Zhang Yi said is true. He has lost the ability to lie. Yan Huang found it somewhat ridiculous. A person so eager for death, how could he still have the patience to enter the instance and choose his own grave? As punishment for deceiving me, I am sorry to tell you. That girl is still young. You want die? You must continue to take care of her. After saying this, Yan Huang lowered the knife of family harmony, her gaze falling on Zhang Luo. Zhang Luo, it's time to get down to business. Yan Huang gently patted Zhang Luo's head with a small palm. This caused Zhang Luo, who had originally worn a serious expression and acted like a little adult, to suddenly brighten up, like the clouds parting to reveal the sun. She lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling with unmasked delight, revealing her childlike nature as she excitedly asked, "Are you willing to trust us now, eh?" Her twin ponytails swayed behind her, her eyes shining brightly, her entire body trembling with excitement, as if she could hardly believe this was real. Moreover, she secretly pinched her own thigh, only daring to believe this was not a dream when she felt the pain. A smile spread across Zhang Luo's face as she shook Yan Huang's large hands, asking, "What did my dad tell you that made you believe so easily?" "I told you. My judgment in people is never wrong. You are not shallow like others." Yan Huang chuckled. Little sister Luo is impressive, my calculations never miss. She innocently expressed all her joy, which was a rare sight to behold. Yan Huang smiled at her and ruffled Zhang Luo's hair with one hand. "Ask your dad, he won't let me tell you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Luo let out a disgruntled huff. "Ask my dad, that old fossil. Clearly so weak, yet stubborn to the core. Once he is convinced of something, no one can." Behind them, Zhang Yi heard the commotion between Zhang Luo and Yan Huang and smiled, his expression a blend of many emotions. Zhang Luo shrugged, full of vitality. "All right, since we've cleared our grievances, let's get down to business. What do you want little sister Luo to do? I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Yan Huang replied, "Use my 99-point authority to directly control the entire electronic information facilities of the Tag Society and start a full map live broadcast." Zhang Luo blinked in astonishment. "Are you sure?" Yan Huang responded with a nod. "Having sufficient authority as a medium, this shouldn't be difficult for you, right?" Zhang Luo nodded. "Indeed, it's not difficult. But what do you want to do?" Without sufficient authority as a medium, such extensive electronic control would be nearly impossible for her. But with enough authority, she just needed to relay the information to every electronic device to ensure smooth transmission. The information relay was not time-consuming and was well within her capabilities. Yan Huang quietly took out 2 chips. Princess chip, Demon's chip. You already know the content of the Princess chip. After watching the Demon's chip, you should understand why. As he spoke, Yan Huang released the content of the Demon's chip. It was a short video. In the video, a little girl hugged her head, buried in her knees, curled up in the darkness, sobbing. There were no tags. Even without a tag, she trembled in fear at the vague denunciations echoing from outside, unable to hear what was being said. Yet it was clear that it must have been extremely vicious. Those who completely misunderstood her were condemning her. She shook in fear and cried. In the darkness, she was isolated and helpless. A red-skinned demon emerged from her body. The girl seemed to sense something and lifted her head in confusion. She saw the red-skinned demon. The demon also had no tag on its head. It smiled foolishly, reaching out its hand to take the girl's, as if to say, "I will protect you." Thus the surrounding world transformed into hell. Everyone was trapped here. Yet that girl was the only one. The video ended here. Upon reaching this point, Zhang Luo blinked and glanced again at the words recorded on the demon's chip, "We have never left hell." Because hell comes from the human world. If God is not present in the human world, then he certainly will not be in hell. Hell punishes those who commit many evils in the human world, and these evils are the 1% of the human world. The 1% are great goods in the human world, yet in hell they are unforgivable evils. Wait, Zhang Luo exclaimed, does hell align with our understanding of the real world? She immediately connected this point, her eyes filled with excitement. As she spoke, Yan Huang understood. Zhang Luo had already grasped the entire copy system of the tags. Yes, hell is consistent with our understanding. God established the rule that only the 1% can see him. It is an ironclad law explicitly stated in the prince's chip. Whether it be the prince's chip or the demon's chip, the information they reveal has always lacked the emblem of the tag society. The tag, Zhang Luo exclaimed. Do you remember what the world we are in is called? In that instant, Zhang Luo looked up at Yan Huang, meeting his gaze. We have never truly left the real hell, because hell itself is the network world. And no matter how immersed a person is in the network world, they ultimately must return to reality. Returning to the reality that shares the same understanding as us is the true path to God's domain. The lady living in reality in the prince's chip had once said, "My little princess, remember, you must be a good person, become the 1%, and then meet God. Only then can you live a carefree life forever." This good person is not the good person of the network world. This 1% is not the 1% of the network world. Rather, it is a genuine good person belonging to reality. Everyone knows that in the twisted network world, good people cannot survive. The reason no one has ever seen the God of the tag society lies here. People have lost themselves amidst the rampant material desires in the network world due to power and madness, distorting the understanding of reality. In the introduction provided by netizens, there are only scores from 1 to 99. 2 special values are excluded yet exist. 100 points. If the 1% in the network world are the unforgivable evildoers, then the 0 individuals who cannot survive at all in the network world are the good people in reality. The true direction to God's domain is 0. The 0 individuals who go against the tide of the times. Zhang Luo was on the verge of screaming with excitement. What do you want to do? Being 1% is hard. Being a 0 individual at this time is even harder. Yan Huang's gaze fell on the prince's chip. When all goodwill is branded with the label of hypocrisy, this society is bound to head towards destruction. The answer? She has already told us. Yan Huang looked towards Zhang Luo. Zhang Luo also became aware. Philanthropist. In this twisted society, to become a true philanthropist, one must break through all distorted consciousness and strive to be the person they truly wish to be. This is the path to the real world. In the real world, during daily interactions, people always maintain a facade of kindness towards others. Whether this is true kindness or mere hypocrisy, whether it is real or a mask. But as long as one is kind, they are sure to gain the affection of many. Zhang Luo nodded, saying, I understand. You squat down first. Yan Huang complied and squatted down, exposing the back of his neck in front of Zhang Luo. Now I will connect you to all the chips in this networked world. With that, one of Zhang Luo's hands rested upon Yan Huang's chip. In an instant, the flow of information surged wildly. The chip with the highest authority in the label society, the 99 subchip, invaded everyone's chips and all electronic devices. After a flicker, the billboards on the streets displayed the images recorded in Yan Huang's chip. Those using computers or phones suddenly had the same images pop up in front of them. At the same time, in front of people in different situations, the same images appeared consistently. Every corner of the world was filled with the images of the three from Yan Huang omnipresent. The netizens were taken aback upon seeing the images. They fell into confusion, chattering among themselves. It was evident that they were anxious due to this terrifying change. They looked around in fear. They realized the world had been taken over by Yan Huang's live stream. After using her abilities, Zhang Luo's face turned pale. Under the sweat, she collapsed into Yan Huang's arms. Yan Huang placed her on the sofa and sat down himself. A string of code flashed in Zhang Luo's eyes, followed by a slight smile at the corners of her mouth. Yan Huang, it's up to you. Yan Huang nodded, then became serious, fixing his gaze ahead. He was the center of attention, and the crowd was also looking at him. Hello, netizens living in the label society. Please do not panic or lose your composure. Next, as the highest scorer in this society, I will establish new rules for this world and change it. Please everyone listen carefully until I finish speaking. As a top-notch salesperson, his demeanor instantly transformed during important speeches. This made the crowd curious and attentive. To think that one could change the world single-handedly. Truly laughable. Once any flaw appeared in your words or actions, what awaits you is a fall into the abyss. The netizens' hearts stirred restlessly. They had more than one target. They knew that there were 3 fools wanting to defy the rules of this world. A live stream became their battleground. Yan Huang opened his mouth to build a good online environment as the one with the highest authority in the online world. Yan Huang proposed to reject using curiosity, bloodshed, violence, and pornography as bait to attract high scores and evaluations and prohibit evil from becoming mainstream, leading society towards self-destruction. As residents of this world, we should jointly create a beautiful world advocating a life path centered around truth, goodness, and beauty, aiming for social harmony. Abolishing the core format of label scores. Let us create a utopia that belongs to us. As the initiator of this world reform, to show my determination, I will donate all my assets to those in need. I am willing to use my own fate as a price to become the suggestion box for this world reform. Those who support the reform, give me a good review. Those who oppose, give me a bad review. At the side, Zhang Luo and Zhang Yi both raised their hands simultaneously. We are willing to. Please vote. In an instant, undercurrents surged. Countless eyes stared crazily at them, mocking them. Fools. Idiots. Ignorant. Daydreamers. Countless insults rained down on the 3 as feedback. Behind the live stream, countless people mocked their ridiculousness. Rules are for following and adapting to. Those who attempt to change the rules will surely be punished. The people of the world will not tolerate any thoughts outside of the world. They recklessly evaluated these 3 outcasts. The tags above their heads changed repeatedly, and their tag scores plummeted like falling rockets. In the blink of an eye, several minutes have passed, vividly expressing the collective rejection and mockery of the entire online world towards Yan Huang's viewpoint. Those who possess a life of reaching the pinnacle do not cherish it. Yet they insist on fighting for a group of societal dregs. Do they wish to earn a good reputation? It is truly a pity. This world is cruel and requires no kindness. In a world, the combined power of all individuals is absolute, and wherever it goes, there lies the truth. The scores of the 3 are about to plummet to rock bottom. Yet the 3 show no regret or panic about being cast aside by this world. All that remains is a faint smile, a smile named as expected. Their scores above their heads have dwindled to just 1, soon to be reset to 0. Yan Huang intertwined his fingers tightly, leaning slightly forward, resting his elbows on his knees. His glasses reflected the world, beginning to flicker with data codes. The black-blue light flashed like electric current, yet its frequency of appearance was increasing. Yan Huang softly uttered, "It seems everyone's opinions are quite unified. If you are unwilling to embrace the new world, then please sleep forever in your dreams." As soon as his words fell, the scores above the 3's heads completely reset to 0. Their labels above them vanished as well. The surrounding environment suddenly underwent earth-shattering changes. All scenes were flickering at a high frequency. Accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity, all evaluations vanished in that moment. Everyone in the online world felt the change. The live stream before them abruptly closed. The chip emitted a grand light. The light enveloped everyone. They looked up in terror, re-evaluating the world they had inhabited for countless years. The clouds, the rain, the sun, all were illusions. The chip transmitted a message to their brains. Welcome back to the real world, dream travelers in hell. As they received this information, their physical bodies at that moment fragmented like the world vanishing towards the heavens. They finally understood the truth. It turned out that they too were illusions. Boom, boom, boom. The skyscrapers began to sway. The virtual world was collapsing. At the moment of collapse, the chip issued a warning. Warning. Level 1 vulnerability detected in World 307. Clearance recommended. Clearance recommended. Clearance recommended. The 3 who had not yet fragmented simultaneously received the warning from the world. Yan Huang and Zhang Luo both sensed that something was amiss. The virtual world was evidently already in collapse. Why had they not returned to reality? Zhang Luo looked at Yan Huang in astonishment. Yan Huang, what is going on? Yan Huang himself was also unclear, only maintaining a solemn expression as he pondered. Logically speaking, their conjecture should be correct. The 2 hidden timed items pointed in this direction as well. Now the collapse of the virtual world is also in progress. Previously, he had directly entered the hell at a score of 100, and now reaching a score of 0, they had no reason not to have entered the real world. While he was deep in thought, he noticed Zhang Yi smiling beside him. Zhang Yi's laughter was dry yet tinged with anticipation. Even Zhang Luo felt surprised. Dad. Yan Huang quickly reacted. Zhang Luo, connect the spiritual bridge between the 3 of us. Zhang Luo responded with an unbearing immense pressure as he began to construct the spiritual bridge. The spiritual connection between the three was established. Zhang Yi closed his eyes looking at the two. He exchanged everything for the core rules of this dungeon that he would not forget, using his ability to lie. Now everything happening was completely clear to him. His voice was soft. This is indeed the path to the real world. However, after countless collapses of the dungeon by players, the divine heart not of this dungeon has not opened. She is weary and unwilling to meet anyone again. Thus, when the world collapses, players will also perish. From the moment you entered this dungeon, a dead end was destined. But you don't need to worry. None of you will die. Listening to Zhang Yi's words, a vague sense of foreboding arose in both of them. Zhang Yi knew everything, therefore he planned everything. Yan Huang suddenly recalled Zhang Yi's words about the label society, which was the grave he prepared for himself. His pupils contracted as he instinctively clenched his fists. What do you want to do? Zhang Yi did not answer him. Instead, he quietly spoke about his own matters. It's all about to end. I've finally waited for this day. This day I've waited far too long. I should tell you everything now. As he spoke, Zhang Yi's hand touched the scene of his life record was transmitted. It seemed like a progress bar that had long been prepared, recording Zhang Yi's life. Under a clear sky, the sound of reading echoed. Zhang Yi was in the classroom leading the students in reading a text titled Father and Son in an Earthquake. The 5th grade class had a total of 57 students. The students all liked this teacher Zhang. After finishing the reading, the students were filled with mixed emotions. A child suddenly asked, "Teacher Zhang, is an earthquake really that terrifying?" Zhang Yi smiled, gently explaining just how terrifying earthquakes could be, citing numerous examples, while also performing for the children. His vivid descriptions were extremely engaging. The children became fearful as he spoke. Someone trembled and said, "No wonder we need to conduct earthquake drills. It turns out so many people can die. It's too terrifying." Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Don't worry, due to the geographical issues here, we are unlikely to encounter an earthquake. Even if we do, it will be a minor one. As long as you follow the earthquake drill procedures, everyone will be safe." The children raised their hands again and asked, "Will Teacher Zhang protect us like during the earthquake drill?" Zhang Yi was taken aback, then smiled. "Of course, you silly kids. If an earthquake happens, you'll surely panic, and I doubt you'd even be able to move. How could I rest assured about you?" The scene transitioned. Zhang Yi had just exited the restroom when he felt the ground tremble violently, instinctively causing him to crouch down. Amidst the swirling chaos, he heard the terrified screams of the 5th grade class. "An earthquake! An earthquake! Quickly evacuate in an orderly manner like during the drill." "But Teacher Zhang is not here. Where is Teacher Zhang?" "Mom, I'm scared." Zhang Yi's body trembled as he steadied himself against the wall in the shaking corridor, his legs moving swiftly toward the classroom. "Don't be afraid. Follow the earthquake drill procedures. The teacher is here." He desperately quickened his pace toward his classroom. The children in the class were also organizing to run outside. Just at that moment, a crying voice reached his ears. He saw a 2-year-old girl by the empty corridor gripping the handrail and crying out, "Mommy, Mommy, don't go." Stones and debris fell from the gaps. She was terrified. With a violent tremor, the little girl was knocked down the stairs. Zhang Yi's eyes widened in horror, torn between the cries for help from his students and the girl's wails. He struggled immensely in his heart, finally shouting toward his class, "Run outside. Don't stay in there. Hurry and run. The faster the better." As he spoke, he dashed toward the corridor. At that moment, some of the 5th grade students finally ran out. They saw Zhang Yi's retreating figure and cried out in despair, "Teacher Zhang, are you abandoning us?" Zhang Yi had already tightly embraced the child. He could hear his students' shouts. But at this moment, he could not turn back. In an earthquake, going against the flow or stopping would become obstacles on the path to survival. He had to get this child to safety as quickly as possible. "You all hurry and run outside. Keep up." After gritting his teeth and uttering this phrase, he exerted all his strength to carry the child down. During the earthquake, he was the first person to burst out of the teaching building. The scene of him rushing out was captured by those squatting on the playground, wanting to document the earthquake situation. Behind him, students from other classes were also let out by their teachers. One class after another, but no one followed behind him. He quickly placed the little girl in a safe area and turned back toward the teaching building without hesitation. However, now all the paths were blocked by escapees, making it impossible to enter. The ground shook and people were in panic. Zhang Yi's heart raced and he was sweating profusely. He prayed that the 5th grade students would be all right. They must not be harmed. Finally, when he had the opportunity to enter the corridor, Zhang Yi even saw the 5th grade students about to exit. A look of surprise appeared on his face. Suddenly, a loud boom occurred right in front of Zhang Yi. The teaching building began to collapse. The scene of the earth-shattering collapse appeared before him, and Zhang Yi's face lost all color. He saw the children looking at him, hearing countless clicks as photos were taken. He saw The faces of the children filled with confusion and sorrow. Their reproachful gazes felt like daggers stabbing deeply into Jiang Yi's heart. In the blink of an eye, skyscrapers turned to ruins. At the same time, countless labels were affixed to Jiang Yi. Betrayer. The labels were the evaluations from netizens, the tears of parents, the questions from students, and his expressed desire for the dungeon. Please let me escape from reality. Jiang Yi had spoken the truth countless times. Yet people always preferred to believe in what they chose to. Some said that the child had nothing to do with him. As a teacher, when he chose to abandon his student, he was destined to face a life of complete failure. He lost his job, lost his family, lost everything. In the end, he trapped himself at home, aimlessly curled up in bed, flipping through related comments. Those comments that mercilessly berated him. He could see the parents of 57 children repeatedly posting videos online, crying out in anguish. Their heart-wrenching cries peeled away layer by layer from Jiang Yi's heart, exposing his most sensitive and vulnerable emotions. A newspaper was attacking him. The overwhelming news made him too afraid to leave his home. Finally, the instance told him that it could fulfill all his wishes. He escaped into the instance. I thought that entering the instance would improve my life. But after entering the first instance, the talent betrayer revealed everything to me. I am a cowardly man. The moment I received my talent, I lost my courage and replaced betrayer with good. Then, utilizing my cowardice, I arrived at today. I want to restart my life in the instance, becoming a passionate guide to alleviate my stress, but perhaps once a person makes a mistake, they are doomed to eternal regret. Once they evade, they will face an endless curse. Everyone who teams up with me ultimately dies in various unexpected situations. I too have been labeled as a betrayer within the instance. He spoke calmly, yet laughter mingled with tears. What on earth have I continued living for these past 10 years? He asked himself, facing Zhang Luo. Perhaps it is because there is an abandoned child who still needs my care. However, little Luo is already in the 5th grade. If it weren't for this child, he might have long since shed the burden on his back. When Zhang Luo heard this, she felt a strong premonition. She clenched her fists tightly, and then leaped into Jiang Yi's embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist. It's those people who don't understand you. I won't allow you to do anything foolish. I'm not yet 18, not yet an adult. You promised you would wait until I was able to protect you. She finally couldn't hold back the tears she had suppressed for so long, hugging him tighter. Jiang Yi merely chuckled softly, reaching out to caress Zhang Luo's small head, tenderly fixing her hair. Isn't little Luo always protecting daddy? No, that's not it. I haven't even been able to properly apologize to everyone yet, so it doesn't count. Jiang Yi felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. He sighed, his tone still gentle. It seems that daddy will have to break his promise. Daddy is too tired. Very tired indeed. Those emotions wrapped around him layer by layer, eroding him. Every time he fell into sleep, it was deeper guilt. Upon hearing this, Zhang Luo could no longer control her emotions and let out a piercing scream, cutting through all sound. But now there was no sound. She clenched Jiang Yi's clothes with both hands, crumpling them into layers. I won't allow you. I won't allow you to abandon me, daddy. I only have you. From childhood to now, I only have you. She sobbed. She also realized the person she was holding on to seemed to be becoming particularly light. In shock, she looked up, discovering that Jiang Yi's body was beginning to fragment, while her and Yan Huang's bodies remained intact. Zhang Luo's pupils suddenly contracted. What have you exchanged this time? She asked in a whisper, nearly out of breath. Jiang Yi smiled as he wiped away the tears from the corners of Zhang Luo's eyes. From now on, you must behave. Then he turned to Yan Huang. It seems, Mr. Yan can no longer punish me. To meet you in the graveyard is fate. I know you are a very capable, brave, and gentle person. Compared to me, you can protect others better. Yan Huang gazed into his eyes, momentarily speechless. Jiang Yi let out a long breath, and then smiled. Mister, you need not feel guilty. I have said before, label society is the grave I chose for myself. So I trouble you to take good care of little Luo. She is a very understanding child, and won't hold you back. In return, after my death, all rights to my items will belong to you. This is the only compensation I can afford at present. Yan Huang looked at him, fully aware that from the moment he chose to team up with them, he had already been ensnared. No matter the outcome, once they successfully found the path to the real world, Jiang Yi would surely use his talent to exchange one life for two. Aren't you afraid I won't take care of Zhang Luo after your death? Jiang Yi shook his head. You want? The man whom the gods in the instance are reluctant to part with has already become a part of the funeral he designed for himself from the moment they met. Yan Huang fell silent. In front of him, Zhang Luo hugged Jiang Yi tightly, gritting her teeth and crying out desperately, Jiang Yi, how can you do this? How can you be so selfish, so cowardly, so weak? I promised I would protect you. I would ensure your happiness. Why are you unwilling to wait for me to grow up? I don't want Yan Huang. Daddy, please don't abandon me, okay? Don't abandon me. A 12-year-old girl, no matter how mature, is still just a child. In truth, when she discovered Jiang Yi had chosen label society, she had already sensed something was off. But she never expected that the man who had been so compliant with her would actually break his promise. This broken promise would not leave room for another chance. Zhang Luo sniffled as the man in her arms gradually fragmented and floated away. He smiled contentedly. He finally welcomed his release. For the last time, he wiped away Zhang Luo's tears. Be good. You must behave. From now on, Uncle Yan won't spoil you anymore. His voice gradually faded. Zhang Luo's tight embrace turned into empty air. As Jiang Yi's life approached its final moment, he was finally able to calmly reveal his last hidden truth. He opened his attribute panel, exposing himself to everyone. In the next moment, he used his cowardice to revert the guide talent back to its original form. Betrayer. The talent of the betrayer was revealed in this 10th person simultaneous viewing livestream. Even the hidden information of the talent was laid bare. I can finally accept myself. Tears of blood fell from his face. At that moment, a loud voice rang in his ears. Congratulations to the betrayer for finding himself. Talent changed. Instantly, the talent of the betrayer transformed at a visible speed. Player Guide Jiang Yi. Talent diligently teach students, earnestly teach myself. I will use my life to complete my lesson accepting myself. Comprehensive evaluation. Undoubtedly you are an outstanding people's teacher. When the final evaluation appeared, everything seemed like a miracle. A perfect period was placed at the end of Jiang Yi's imperfect life. Jiang Yi's pupils trembled, and in the last moment before fading away a tear fell. A tear of gratitude. He finally walked towards his grave. The labeled person finally labeled the society. Zhang Luo gritted her teeth, her whole body trembling. She forced herself to swallow her tears, the veins on her forehead bulging. No crying. Zhang Luo, you must not cry, she told herself. She reminded herself that she had to be stronger in the future. Yan Huang forced a bitter smile and reached out to embrace Zhang Luo. When Zhang Luo fell into his arms, she completely broke down. Yan Huang allowed her to cry in his embrace. When the online world completely collapsed, Xiao Luo, remember to call me brother in the future. The live broadcast room was enveloped in endless silence. In a live room that had surpassed 100,000 viewers, not a single person spoke up. After a long wait, someone finally posted the first comment. It turns out, he was using the rest of his life to repent, not a conspiracy theory. Sigh. I've been in the instance for too long, my nerves are too tense suddenly seeing this. It's hard to adapt. There were too many unexpected events overlapping and erupting around him. If he hadn't agreed to the children, if he hadn't met Zhang Luo, if the first reaction of the children after the earthquake wasn't to hide under the table, if. Forget it, there are no ifs. The mentor, indeed the mentor, taught us the final lesson. Did the mentor deserve the final comment from the system? Who can say for sure? 1,000 readers have 1,000 Hamlets. 1,000 pairs of eyes see 1,000 landscapes. 1,000 evaluations contain 1,000 viewpoints. If someone else were in his situation, who could guarantee they would do better? No regrets will suffice. The online world completely collapsed. Jiang Yi's sacrifice saved Yan Huang and Zhang Luo's lives. After feeling a dizzying whirl, he finally opened his eyes. He found himself lying down with the sound of beep, beep, beep of a heart monitor beside him. Slowly opening his eyes, the entire sky was a blank white, as if painted over with white paint. When he got up, he realized the whole world was like this, so white it was unsettling. There were people around. Not just one, but countless. He was just a small part of the countless. People lay on narrow blue and white beds like patients connected by a long line to a strange device. The device displayed the heartbeat and a visual. This visual was the live broadcast of life. When Yan Huang saw everything clearly in the blink of an eye, everyone's life broadcast went dark. Is this the real world? Suddenly, Yan Huang heard someone beside him sobbing. Looking over, it was Jiang. She lay on the bed, wiping her tears little by little, her small body trembling. Yan Huang pulled the line from his hand, barefoot, stepping towards Zhang Luo. Xiao Luo, Jia, are you still crying? Upon hearing this voice, Zhang Luo immediately stopped crying, opened her eyes, and stared at Yan Huang. Her beautiful big eyes were half covered with bloodshot, glistening liquid reflecting a thin layer of light. If you keep teasing me, I'm really going to get angry. She was actually very grateful that in such a moment Yan Huang would use humor to shift her focus. Yan Huang sat by her bedside smiling. If you're angry, then be angry. At your age, you should be more angry to seem delicate. Zhang Luo was already unsure whether to cry or to laugh. How could there be such a person in this world? Why are you so fond of meddling in other people's business? Really? Yes. Zhang Luo affirmed, because anyone else would not take care of her mess. Yan Huang thought likewise, why was he so meddlesome? Perhaps because those on the brink of death are so sentimental, afraid of dying, afraid of pain, afraid that in the end no one will remember them. Maybe I'm just lucky. Every time I do good deeds, I get good returns. Zhang Luo pouted, I don't believe it. Yan Huang patted her little head, believe it or not. He didn't say much more, just quietly sat on Zhang Luo's bed waiting for her to calm down her emotions. Before long, a pair of small hands hugged him from behind. The girl's voice trembled, tears wetting his back. Yan Huang, can I trust you? I really don't want to be abandoned again. She had already been abandoned twice. She was really very fragile. Yan Huang sighed, deeply pulling Zhang Luo's head in front of him. He looked down at Zhang Luo and told her, I'm not good at cooking, can you handle it with your delicateness? Zhang Luo broke into a smile, then excitedly hugged Yan Huang. We can order takeout, I don't mind. Yan Huang was both amused and helpless. He didn't expect that his bond would simply increase by one more string. Both surprising and expected. He would live another day if he could. After both calmed their emotions, their gazes fell upon the tall castle in the distance within this pure white world. In front of the castle, countless beds were haphazardly arranged with people lying on them either in pain or joy. They bore no labels. They were lost in a sinful world. Zhang Luo tugged at Yan Huang's clothing and declared, he is inside. The two walked slowly, passing through countless people. Finally, they reached the outskirts of the castle. The castle's grand door was wide open, seemingly welcoming visitors. After preparing mentally, the two stepped inside. The first room they entered was a prison. Inside this prison was an old man who had not suffered tortures like in hell. The old man looked eagerly at the two who had just arrived. His voice was weathered unexpectedly. Someone has come again. Go back. Go back, he will not see anyone. Yan Huang walked over and asked the old man, why won't he see anyone? The old man forced a smile. Because he is too afraid. Yan Huang was puzzled. What is he afraid of? The old man answered without hesitation, you mean him. After the old man finished speaking, he sighed and said he fears the multitude of beings, which is why he does not see anyone. Yan Huang then asked, is there any way for us to see him? The old man pressed his lips together and pointed at a raised one on the ceiling of his room, asking, do you know what? Yan Huang and Zhang Luo did not quite understand. Please clarify. The old man muttered to himself, we were all filtered from the network world created by him, the ones qualified to see him. He possesses digital editing abilities, creating countless worlds. But no matter which world is created, people ultimately walk down a wicked path. He observes every action of humanity, watching the development of different worlds. Each world eventually becomes one that glorifies evil and sins, making him even more fearful of humanity. Yes, he fears humans. Humanity will never know that the God they yearn for and fears them so much that he closes himself off, only facing the very few who stand out from each world. As the old man spoke, he smiled bitterly and turned his gaze longingly towards the castle's interior. Then, this one refers to the first world he created. I was one of the few who stood out back then. He was not like now completely closed off. He would converse with us. But we were not pure. We harbored malicious thoughts, and he feared that the evil suppressed in our hearts would once again harm him. When he saw that all those filtered out were filled with malice, he became even more afraid to face them. In the end, he does not meet anyone, believing that a world filled with malice cannot produce pure-hearted people, thus adding another limitation to the world he created. Once someone qualified to see him appears, then the world will restart, and those who stand out will be gathered by him to become the templates for the ideal world he wishes to establish. He will gradually infuse our templates and information into the new world, but unfortunately, no matter who joins it cannot change anything. After speaking, the old man pointed to the wall beside him. A changing light and shadow appeared on the wall, nurturing a world. In this world, people began to awaken step by step, then were implanted with chips entering the selection of the god. In their minds, there was an ironclad rule: only those who are truly 100% can see the god and share in ultimate bliss with him. Thus, the world began to evolve. The direction of the evolution was astonishingly similar to that of countless previous worlds. As long as there were clashes of ideas, disputes over interests, and high degrees of evaluative freedom, then ultimately it would lead to corruption. Where there is harm, victims will inevitably arise. The victims are invariably tragic. Due to differing viewpoints, the actions of the victims were labeled with a malicious tag by the so-called mainstream ideology. Ultimately, they perish. Where there is evil, there must be punishment. The god fears them and also hates them, so when the so-called evil people, the 1% in the labeled society, appear, hell will follow. Within that floating light and shadow, a red hell appeared, punishing those evil people to vent the god's pent-up frustration. He yearns for a world wrapped in love and kindness, yet amidst disappointment after disappointment, he tirelessly creates new worlds. He has been waiting for the formation of the new world he desires. He can always accommodate the direction of the world's evolution, letting it flow naturally without interference. And hell is the bottom line he has set for himself. He cannot tolerate the unrepentant sinners going unpunished. If the world does not punish, then he will intervene actively. Until someone truly comprehends what he desires, this world will completely collapse. Perhaps we the selected ones are not qualified enough, causing him to gradually lose patience. After the 100th world, even those who pass the selection will collapse together. After the old man finished speaking, the light and shadow before him flickered and shattered into countless pieces. Thus, a new world was formed. The world reassembled. People awakened once more and were again implanted with chips. Countless repetitions of the same mistakes. Yan Huang and Zhang Luo were shocked by the scene before them. They had experienced so much. Yet in the god's eyes it was merely a fleeting moment. He has always been looking forward to the birth of a world wrapped in love. Unfortunately, the final outcomes are always contrary to expectations. He is too obsessed. Such occurrences evoke melancholy in the heart. Yan Huang asked again, does he merely watch, or does he also participate? The old man smiled. He cannot bear to miss witnessing the moment the world he desires is born. He has always been present. Yan Huang smiled. I understand. Is there anything else you need to tell us? The old man paused, seemingly surprised that after learning everything these two still wanted to approach him. Then, find the world he is looking forward to. Thank you, I know what to do now. Yan Huang took Zhang Luo's hand, and the two walked towards the next room. Each room held prisoners, one or several. Although the god did not trust those who developed malicious thoughts after seeing him, he did not allow them to be tortured. He merely imprisoned them all here as if to collect every qualified individual who stood out from the network world to create an entirely new world that he desires. At the same time, he did not dare to confront their malicious thoughts. Was there a feeling of being unable to enjoy or discard them? Along the way, Yan Huang saw many landscapes. Everyone was advising Yan Huang and Zhang Luo not to go, but the two of them never stopped. They were well aware that these people were abandoned by the god merely for harboring malicious thoughts. These individuals felt guilty towards the god, yet they seemed unaware of how they had given rise to malicious thoughts. If asked whether they truly had malice towards the god, their answer would undoubtedly be negative. Yan Huang and Zhang Luo were both participants and observers in the labeled society. As observers, they clearly understood one thing. As long as one is human, it is impossible to possess purely good or purely evil attributes. One is inevitably a collection of contradictions. It merely depends on which aspect is more pronounced. Thus, the notion of giving rise to malicious thoughts does not exist. It is only when they come to see the god that the evil thoughts long suppressed are exposed to him. The sensitive, timid, and weak god, having seen too much of the sins within the labeled society, does not dare to face even the slightest bit of evil, fearing the pain it might bring. Finally, they arrived in a room that was completely empty. In front of them stood a massive door. This door was the gateway to where the god exists. A powerful force enveloped this place. Yan Huang intended to push the door open, but Zhang Luo suddenly grasped the hem of his clothes. Don't go in. You'll die. Zhang Luo's beautiful eyes were flashing with countless codes, and blood began to flow from her 7 orifices. Zhang Luo's eyes, nose, ears, mouth, and skin began to ooze blood, transforming the once beautiful figure into a horrifying bloodied figure, and the wounds continued to spread. It looked particularly chilling. She tightly grasped Yan Huang's clothing, shaking her head frantically. Don't go inside. It will lead to death. Yan Huang was terrified by the bloodied figure before him. Zhang Luo, you. Zhang Luo gritted her teeth and established a mental connection to inform Yan Huang. Do you remember how I knew my father was in hell? It is my talent. I can construct a brand new model in my mind using all known conditions, then control my consciousness to make different choices for deduction. Essentially predicting the future based on known conditions. Just now I deduced it over 100 times. We are the only two who escaped the fate of collapsing with the world after he fell into rage. If we go in now, there will be only one outcome, death. Trust me, don't go and we cannot go in. Zhang Luo's eyes were stained with blood as she completely conveyed her talent information and deduction results to Yan Huang. What she didn't tell Yan Huang was the side effect of her talent. Every time she ventured into predicting the future and suffered harm, her own body would experience 100% feedback of mental pain. In other words, the mental pain feedback she was experiencing now was enough to kill her 100 times. Her entire body felt like it was about to fall apart, especially her head. It felt like it was about to explode. If it weren't for her high intelligence attribute, she could have died here from mental collapse. In her hundreds of deductions, they hadn't even seen the true form of the god within the instance before they were killed by overwhelming energy. She couldn't let Yan Huang take this risk. She tightened her grip, remaining calmer than ever. Yan Huang, didn't my father give you the tear of the betrayed? Use it. This instance cannot be cleared. Fortunately, she had calculated in advance, otherwise the consequences would be dire. This instance is already a dead end. When Zhang Luo said this, she was almost in despair. Yan Huang understood what a dead end meant. Players entered the instance driven by intense desires. The creation of the instance itself was also formed through some strong desires. The living became players while the dead became the core of the instance. When a god in an instance begins to waver in their desire, the instance will also be affected, and subsequently, such changes are uncontrollable and often turn an instance into a dead end. A dead end means a scenario that cannot be cleared normally. In general, players find it hard to identify which scenarios are dead ends. But some special talents can detect. For example, Zhang Luo could deduce this after she had grasped almost all the information about this instance. After numerous deductions, Zhang Luo completely lost her ability to continue fighting, collapsing to the ground due to the side effects. Her pupils were dilating, her consciousness was on the verge of dissipating after hundreds of death feedbacks, and despair filled her eyes as she squeezed out tears, using her last bit of strength to grasp Yan Huang. She was unwilling to have fought to this extent, only to discover that this instance was a dead end. Her father had sacrificed himself, and they had come so far. How could she accept that? But what could she do? A dead end is a dead end. She could only pretend she had never been to this instance. It would render all sacrifices meaningless. Zhang Luo gritted her teeth, and the emotions that had been building up became uncontrollable. Yan Huang. You go, I don't want you. Her voice trembled with tears, weak and humble. Anyway, her father was dead. It didn't matter if she died with him. Yan Huang looked at Zhang Luo, and under her gaze he took out the tear of the betrayed. Zhang Luo finally felt relieved. Perhaps this was the best outcome. Her life should have ended 10 years ago. Being able to live until now, she was already very grateful. However, in the next moment, Yan Huang bought a necklace in the store, embedded the tear of the betrayed within, and knelt down to put it on Zhang Luo. Zhang Luo was stunned and wanted to resist, but due to the side effects her body felt paralyzed, making it impossible to move. Are you crazy? She nearly screamed. Yan Huang chuckled lightly. I don't want this, just keep it as a souvenir for you. After all, your father gave all his items to me, and once I clear the instance I'll get them, so I'm not lacking. Zhang Luo truly couldn't understand this person who clearly feared death so much was being so obstinate at this critical moment. I've told you this is a dead end. A dead end. It cannot be cleared normally, do you understand? Yan Huang's heart was unmoved as he smiled. Do you know what the meaning of a deceiver is? Zhang Luo did not respond. Yan Huang said, it means turning decay into wonders. The most unlikely things are what a deceiver aims to make happen. Having come this far, how can we easily retreat? Zhang Luo was stunned, biting her lip, her eyes misty as she stared at Yan Huang. I've deduced it over 100 times, and the results are the same. Yan Huang replied, but every judgment and action is a brand new probability in the thousands of possibilities. What does 100 times mean? Zhang Luo was about to explode in anger. How could this person start being so glib at such a time? But unfortunately now Yan Huang was determined to go, and her physical condition did not allow her to stop him. Yan Huang. Do you really want to die? Yan Huang did not answer, but stood up and slowly walked towards the door. He placed his hands on the door, about to push it open. Zhang Luo used all her strength to scream. If you die, I will use the tears to escape the instance. I will dance on your grave. I will make sure you cannot rest, even when dead. You must not go in. You must not die. Oh, if you die, what will I do? No one will accompany me anymore, Yan Huang. Yan Huang remained unmoved. Zhang Luo grew increasingly anxious, her mental connection starting to fray. If you must go in, then at least let me tell you all 100 possible outcomes. Avoid these 100 death scenarios first. But Yan Huang did not give her this opportunity. He simply said, no need, ignorance is fearless. After saying that, he pushed open the door in front of him. The violent black energy danced like sharp blades rushing towards him. Yan Huang. Zhang Luo screamed in anguish, watching helplessly as Yan Huang was engulfed by this terrifying energy. However, at that moment something unexpected happened. The dandelion's flying fluff suddenly danced upon Yan Huang's back, akin to angels spreading their wings, enveloping him in a cocoon of white light, sheltering him within. The exquisite phantom resembled a dream, dissipating the turbulent energy around as the boy, with his half-transparent form, opened his arms, embracing Yan Huang in midair. He did not open his eyes, his wings shielded Yan Huang within. Player Trickster activated the passive item, CF Fumus Guardian, entering invulnerability for a short time, immune to fatal damage. In the completely dark world, the man was the only ray of light. This scene rendered Zhang Luo in a daze, causing her to slightly part her lips, her pupils trembling. Her computer-like brain firmly etched the scene before her. In this chaotic current, Yan Huang finally found the deity of this dungeon. It was a little girl curled up in a corner, embracing herself. She wore a simple little white dress, her bare feet shackled by countless labels and chains trembling as she nestled in the corner. Before her lay the countless restarts and destructions of the world. In her eyes gleamed the despair brought forth by repeated disappointments. It was amidst her tears that she discovered Yan Huang. With red-rimmed eyes, she clenched her fists. I remember you. This time, are you here to humiliate me? The girl was exceptionally delicate, her body reflecting the shadows of countless people. The shadows of all the victims were there. That mother, that child. All the oppressed people seen along the way, among them those eyes, were no different from Wenshu's. The same despair, the same hope. When she asked this question, Yan Huang affirmed everything. This timid deity had always been a bold person. She had repeatedly entered her own world in a weak form. Or rather, she had repeatedly integrated everything she encountered into one world, replaying it countless times. Thus, the real her feared all malice. Because she bore many scars, she became more sensitive. Yan Huang held 2 chips in his hands, crouching before her. I have come to return what belongs to you. The girl's body trembled slightly. She fixed her gaze on Yan Huang, unable to believe it. Yan Huang continued to smile gently. It seems I need to help you a little. As he spoke, he placed the princess chip on the back of the girl's neck, gently pressing it. The girl's entire aura softened even more. Her pure heart returned to its rightful owner. Yan Huang then placed the demon's chip on her neck as well. The bottom line she had set for herself also returned. The demon stepped out of the girl's image, symbolizing not only the formation of hell, but also the birth of her rebellious consciousness as a victim. That was the bottom line of her pure heart. The 2 chips rightfully belonged to her. Princess and demon were both embodiments of her. One was her persecuted self. The other was her self-protective self. When the 2 emotions lost within the world she created returned, all the chaotic energy around them calmed down. What plunged her into rage was not despair. Rather, it was the cruel truth she discovered. After losing her pure heart, even she herself gave birth to malicious thoughts. This truth was hard for her to face. Thus, she chose to see no one. Tangzhen's new book updated at this moment. God of Tags, Wenshu, power unknown. Agility unknown. Intelligence unknown. Introduction: I have been harmed countless times, and have licked my wounds countless times, yet as long as malice exists, harm will keep coming. Thus I created countless worlds. Lost in a chaotic and violent order, it turns out as long as the spirit endures, so does malice. Even I cannot escape it. I hate the world, hate everyone, hate myself. How can I face the world as such? When the 2 chips carrying the truth returned, Wenshu's eyes were filled with tears. I'm sorry. I just wanted to find an eternal world, without harm, without pain. I thought that as long as people urged each other, had labels, they would avoid harm, yet I never expected. No matter how many transformations occurred, no matter how many processes there were, the result would always be the same. Yet when the demon was born in my consciousness, I already knew. The world I sought would not exist. Even if it did, how could I with malice pursue such a world? Listening to her, Yan Huang patiently crouched down and spoke to her. Indeed, it will not exist. You have realized that even you can harbor malice, giving birth to the consciousness of violence against violence. Humans all have malice. Wenshu gritted her teeth, unwilling to accept it. Her wish wavered. Yan Huang, but have you considered that giving birth to malice is not something to be ashamed of or shocked by, as long as you retain a glimmer of a bottom line? Bad things won't happen as thoroughly. Wenshu looked puzzled and confused. Bottom line. Yan Huang smiled. Yes, a bottom line. Whether good or evil, one needs to maintain their own bottom line. For instance, once you give birth to the consciousness of demons, the formation of hell allows the most wicked to be controlled. In a labeled society, positive evildoers will not pile up. What if you raise this bottom line to a balanced level? As he spoke, Yan Huang stood up, holding Wenshu's hand, walking to the wall at the other end of the room, controlling the birth and rules of a new world. On this wall, only Wenshu could operate it. Yan Huang held Wenshu's hand. Now, let's make a bold. I will show you that the world you seek truly exists. As he finished speaking, Yan Huang held Wenshu's hand, guiding her to change the rules of the new world. He erased the tempting rule of 90% of people can see the gods, instead inscribing a brand new iron law. Good and evil have limits. Law is supreme. Under the law, all beings are equal. Instantly, the new world was formed. The enormous sphere of light enveloped the entire room. The light illuminated the faces of Yan Huang and Wenshu. In this entirely new tagged society, people created laws based on iron rules. The laws were established collectively by everyone under the new tagged society. And the so-called laws were each person's contribution to the world, their own bottom line. The law is a restraint, and it only constrains the lowest moral standards that people can bear. Yet merely being the lowest moral standard allowed Wenshu to witness a sight she had never seen before. Everyone upheld their responsibilities, coexisting harmoniously. Even if their hearts were not entirely pure, their exhibited actions perfectly achieved what she desired. People no longer dared to make reckless evaluations. They even feared that reckless evaluations would lead to backlash, thus refusing to use livestream. Because within the moral bottom line of the people there was always one principle. Those who engage in nonsense and commit crime shall fall into hell. Wenshu gazed upon the brand new world, though it was not as perfect as she had imagined. Still, it satisfied her. She never expected that the final breakthrough would be so simple. People indeed tend to seek benefits and avoid harm. But the prerequisite is to make them aware of the crisis. The best way is not to grant rights to those who can bring joy. The best way is to make the people in the online world think twice and be restrained by each other's bottom lines. When Shu bent down and embraced this small world, a warm smile appeared on her face. Her physical body gradually began to disintegrate, continuously fading into the distance. Then she raised her head, her gaze meeting Yan Huang's. It was a face filled with satisfaction and gratitude. Thank you for revealing the answer to me. The gaze fell on Yan Huang's damaged hand. She glanced outside at the fallen Zhang Luo. I will offer my final gratitude to you all. The moment her words fell, the world around them turned completely dark, as if falling into the void. Only Yan Huang and Zhang Luo remained. Congratulations to the players fraudster, Yan Huang and calculator, Zhang Luo for successfully creating the new world and completing the Label Society TE line. The live broadcast is now closed and the settlement is underway. Total viewers 114,792 people. Peak online 83,143 people. Total retention 73. Live approval rate 95. Top recommendation: a level dungeon level 1 push. A level excellence homepage secondary push. Turning point. Dungeon difficulty E. Dungeon exploration degree 95. Dungeon completion rate 100. Dungeon expressiveness S. Comprehensive evaluation SS. Undoubtedly with hardcore strength and the strongest support, you once again exhibited astonishing expressiveness in the dungeon. Rewards points 50,000. E-level item fantasy simulator physical enhancement gods left hand title label breaker. Remaining total points 127,380 points. Item illusion simulator quality E-function unleash imagination edit illusions. Item introduction: the god of Label Society had countless times wanted to create a perfect world, but unfortunately the young girl could never fulfill her wish. When you successfully edit her illusory society, she decides to hand over the fantasy editor to someone who can use it better. TSK. Letting you, this little fraud, take such a great advantage. This is a treasure. However, a friendly reminder. Excessive use of this item may lead you to become lost in illusions. Enhancement gods left hand quality E-function strength 1 A dexterity 1 luck 1 enhancement introduction. After the birth of evil thoughts, the god of Label Society saw your broken arm and actually wanted to joke with you, but felt embarrassed to say it. So indirectly expressed, giving you a hand for you to understand. Title label breaker quality E-function rule immunity 10 a wisdom 0. 5. Title introduction: as the 307th challenge team in Label Society, you successfully utilized rules and wisdom to break all in Label Society, creating a beautiful new world. Your honor will forever be remembered by netizens in the online world. It is time for the familiar message segment. Yan Huang looked at the panel that popped up before him, and many faces of those who suffered in the Label Society suddenly surfaced in his mind. The pregnant woman betrayed by her husband. Wen Shu, who unconditionally bestows kindness. And Zhang Yi, who ultimately chose to be buried here, enduring 10 years of torment. Yan Huang decisively typed the clearing message that had been stuck in his heart. In the player hall, the long-existing dungeon passage of Label Society was completely sealed. TE clearers fraudster, Yan X calculator, Zhang X. Comprehensive evaluation SS, clearing message: walk your own path, let others talk. Within the bounds of the law, please do not doubt your choices. What if the mistake is on others? After the complete sealing of Label Society, Zhang Yi's items also entered Yan Huang's backpack in succession. Congratulations to the player for successfully clearing the game. Would you like to return to reality or go back to the player hall? Yan Huang did not rush to make a choice. Instead, he walked over to Zhang Luo's side. At this moment, Zhang Luo had been healed. Although she was still bleeding from her nose and the wounds on her face remained, they were not serious. She stared at him in a daze, unable to believe it, and opened her mouth slightly. You are the first one to break my calculation results. Yan Huang smiled. Did I not say? The fraudster is the one who turns decay into wonders. Zhang Luo listened and laughed along. She asked, the bottom line you just mentioned sounds a bit familiar. Yan Huang thought for a moment. He indeed had mentioned it when entering the dungeon. Both of them clearly remembered when it was. As expected, doing good deeds often brings good returns. They chuckled, laughing together. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Zhang Luo's face again. Looking down, she whispered, Yan Huang. After returning to reality, can I ask you for a favor? Yan Huang joked, bottom line above all, anything is fine. Zhang Luo shyly fidgeted her small hands, quietly poking in front of her. Then she mysteriously leaned close to Yan Huang's ear and whispered, Yan Huang, can you come to the Imperial Capital Experimental Primary School to pick me up tomorrow afternoon? I don't want someone to pick me up home. Author's note. The Label Society dungeon arc is finally concluded. In fact, the core content of Label Society is online violence, as well as how people label others based on a mere glimpse, subjecting them to mental violence and torment. From a certain perspective, Wen Shu is not a single person, she represents all victims of online violence. This is why she is so sensitive to malice as she has been hurt. However, the princess is the core persona within, embodying unconditional kindness. The demon represents Wen Shu's unrestrained kindness, bottom line, a rebellion of the oppressed. In my view, the more terrifying aspect of online society compared to real society is the lack of complete legal restrictions and bottom lines. For example, if sufficient legal provisions could be established, online violence could be significantly limited. And lastly, a personal argument: human nature. This argument depends on one's perspective. It is too complex. Now, as per the usual practice, the comments section will hold a brief outline followed by a reality line to fulfill the dungeon before entering the next dungeon. The next dungeon is called Fantasy Museum, which is a relatively simple dungeon about dark art and ideals. A gentle reminder to those whose brains have been burned out by a dungeon. On Friday afternoon, just before the bell rang at the Imperial Capital Experimental Primary School, Zhang Luo found herself distracted, gazing out of the window. The clouds hung heavily layered upon one another, making the air feel particularly oppressive. Anxiously, she glanced at the notebook on her desk, filled with scribbles of can and cannot due to her anxiety. Clenching her teeth, she struggled to breathe. Since kindergarten, no one had ever picked her up or dropped her off at school. She had always been alone, watching as others were greeted by someone. Because her father feared that his identity would cause her unnecessary trouble. Now her father had already. She could not turn back time, nor could she say anything more. She had always known that her father lived in great pain. That kind of ending for him felt more like a release. It was hard for her to accept such a fact in that moment, but she absolutely could not show it. What if her father became unhappy after she expressed her feelings? She needed to be a good child, one who would not cause trouble for anyone so that she wouldn't be abandoned. Yet controlling her emotions alone was exceedingly difficult. She couldn't manage it. She could only try to adapt quickly to the future and harbor expectations for what was to come. Her greatest hope now was to have someone pick her up from school. The teacher seemed to notice Zhang Luo's unusual expression, and recalling the news of her old colleague Zhang Yi's passing that morning, felt a heaviness in her heart. She thought Zhang Luo must feel worse. "Zhang Luo, are you feeling unwell? Do you need me to accompany you to the infirmary?" Zhang Luo was called out, and many little friends turned to look at her. After all, Zhang Luo was the star among the children, beautiful and righteous, liked by both boys and girls. Hearing that Zhang Luo was unwell, everyone began to worry. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Luo nodded, saying, "I can go back by myself. I won't trouble the teacher." The teacher wanted to say something more, but stopped herself. She knew Zhang Luo was very strong-willed in moments like this. It was best not to comfort her. Zhang Luo shouldered her backpack and left early. She did not leave the school grounds, but quietly stood at the school gate, staring into the distance. She even wanted to use her gift to predict whether the person she was waiting for would come. But ignorance breeds fearlessness. She waited patiently. Suddenly, cold raindrops hit her face. She instinctively lowered her head. On such rainy days, her feelings of unease became even more pronounced, until a tall figure appeared before her, an umbrella shielding her from the rain. Yan Huang's voice reached her. "Xiao Luo, why are you out so early? I wanted to surprise you by being the first to pick you up." Zhang Luo trembled. Yan Huang was somewhat taken aback and crouched down to ask her what was wrong. Before he could even squat down, Zhang Luo began to cry, shaking as she looked up at him, her eyes slightly red, wiping her tears with her hands. She laughed and cried, her emotions difficult to suppress. "I was afraid you wouldn't come back. I thought I would have to search for a place for my father all by myself again." Seeing her react this way, Yan Huang felt a lot more relaxed and patted her back. "Come on, I have everything prepared." After Zhang Luo softly replied, they arrived at the cemetery. Zhang Luo took out a box she had hidden in her backpack all morning. Yan Huang held a large bouquet of flowers, a total of 58 blooms. He walked with Zhang Luo to the graves of the 57 children, letting her hold the box, placing the flowers on top of it before setting it at the children's graves. Zhang Luo said, "When my father was alive, he always felt he could not face these children, so every time flowers were sent, it was as if I was delivering them on his behalf. From a certain perspective, my life was exchanged for the lives of those 57 children. I should pay my respect. But on the other hand, I've selfishly thought, why should my father feel guilty? Why must it be me, this abandoned one, who must I really die? Now I understand. One must look forward. My father was a very cowardly person. I cannot be cowardly. I must look ahead. Everyone has died, and I cannot trap myself. I did not cause their deaths, but I carry their weight. I must live on. Live better than anyone else. I do not only live for myself. I cannot waste the opportunity to keep living." With each flower she placed, she prayed earnestly, until only the last flower remained in Yan Huang's hand. Next to the graves of the 57 students, there was a small patch of ground dug out slightly. This was Zhang Luo's decision, not to erect a tombstone or any other markers, as long as it was buried near these children. Zhang Luo gently kissed the box, a tear falling upon it. Goodbye, Dad. From now on I will protect myself, and brother, Yan Huang will also protect me. After saying this, she knelt down and placed the box in the small area. Bit by bit she buried it with soil. As she buried it she cried. When the box was completely covered by the soil and no corners were visible anymore, Zhang Luo bowed 3 times. She hid all her sadness deep in her eyes, forcing a smile. Yan Huang, give me the flowers. Yan Huang handed her the flowers. She carefully placed the flowers beside her. It was the most special bouquet, her own selfish choice. It was a sunflower. From now on you must take good care of them. After holding a simple funeral for Yan Huang took Zhang Luo to the civil office to process the adoption procedures. He had already contacted his friends there and obtained special permission to adopt Zhang Luo as an exception. When that friend saw Yan Huang, a smile immediately spread across his face, generously offering his compliments. Yan Huang, you've finally come. Today, besides you wanting to adopt that girl, there's something else you need to confirm. Yan Huang looked slightly puzzled, but with a hint of humor he replied, what have I done to warrant such seriousness? You're pretending, the whole world knows, and you still don't. His friend lightly punched Yan Huang's shoulder, and then took out his phone, pulling up a news article. On a certain date, the Ministry of Justice received a proposal for the Cyberbullying Act from enthusiastic citizens Yan Huang and Zhang Luo, which was ultimately voted on by renowned lawyer Shui Shun and approved at the Nth National Assembly, declaring the Cyber Protection Act officially established. The specifics of the Cyber Protection Act are as follows. In order to create a good online environment, we urge everyone to abide by the law. Cyberbullying is equivalent to, or even worse than social bullying. Anyone who seriously violates the Cyber Protection Act will be held accountable. Severe penalties will be imposed. The moment Yan Huang and Zhang Luo saw this news, their pupils trembled slightly, then they smiled. It was just a small effort on our part. We merely made a suggestion. The fact that it could pass and establish a related act is due to everyone's social consciousness. It turned out that wishes could hold such great power. Indeed, they were remembered, just in a way that was somewhat unexpected. Next to the civil hall is a hospital. To be precise, it is a psychiatric hospital. The capital's severe psychiatric hospital. Here the most dangerous psychiatric patients in the world are confined. After completing the formalities, Yan Huang merely glanced around casually. To his surprise, in that casual glance, he discovered a man dressed in a blue and white striped outfit, standing quietly on the highest floor, enclosed by a hard alloy fence. His hands grasped the cage that bound him. His eyes gazed at the sky. Butterflies fluttered their wings, playfully dancing back and forth before him. Unfortunately, he had only one eye, unable to appreciate the beauty of the butterflies before him. The other eye was a hollow void. Finally, he extended a finger to let a butterfly rest upon it. Then, he grasped the butterfly's wings, tearing apart the fragile wings like thin paper piece by piece. The butterfly flapped its damaged wings in terror. But what awaited it was only a powerless fall. The man witnessed everything, eventually moving his lips, seemingly saying, "So beautiful." He suddenly glanced downward, meeting Yan Huang's gaze. Instantly, the two squinted their eyes in unison, entering a silent standoff. Yan Huang was all too familiar with this person. He was the doctor. Upon seeing Yan Huang, the doctor did not exhibit the anger of having his secrets exposed. Instead, he wore his usual smile, one so wide it nearly obscured his eyes, waving at Yan Huang. Then, holding the 2 torn butterfly wings in his hands, he gestured towards Yan Huang, his lips curving upward in a joyful smirk. As if to provoke, he tore the butterfly wings apart once more. That was a pair of beautifully patterned wings bursting before Yan Huang and falling from the high building. As the doctor's lips moved, his expression gradually turned colder, fixating his gaze on Yan Huang. Yan Huang understood lip reading, and with the significant enhancement of his physical abilities after entering the instance twice, he could now clearly see what he was saying. The doctor naturally guessed that Yan Huang could see clearly, so he said, "Next time, I will tear you apart." Yan Huang felt that the doctor's behavior was exceedingly bizarre. Even when communicating from a distance, he could still sense the terror emanating from him. It made his scalp tingle. He slightly quickened his breath, smirking as he responded to the doctor, "Then let's see if you can catch." The doctor was terrifying, not because of his stats or the unknown extent of his powers, but due to his logic of behavior nearly shattered Yan Huang's understanding of the myriad beings. In the absence of comprehension, he found it difficult to grasp the doctor's thought process. Not understanding the doctor's thought process could easily lead to misjudgment. If he rashly confronted the doctor now, he did not have absolute confidence in defeating him. And losing to the doctor would result in a fate akin to that of the butterfly. Beautiful, yet tragic. But this was indeed the only scenario where the weak encountered a merciless strong. After a brief standoff of glances, a nurse emerged from the room behind him, calling out to the doctor, "07, where have you run off to again? It's time to eat." The doctor shrugged helplessly and then turned to leave. Yan Huang squinted, watching Lin Shi walk away. Zhang Luo, beside him, naturally noticed everything and reminded him, "Do you need me to organize information about the doctor for you? His strength is formidable and his methods are quite flamboyant. He clearly aims to deal with you. You two will inevitably clash. Right now your chances of defeating him are no more than 30%, so I advise you to review his combat information. I have already organized it for you. You can just watch it on your phone later." Zhang Luo never drops the ball when handling serious matters, and her efficiency is particularly high. Yan Huang replied affirmatively, and the two slowly walked back home. Along the way, Zhang Luo remained silent, allowing herself to calm down and think. She had an ominous premonition. This bad feeling stemmed from the known information at hand. It was the conflict of interest between Yan Huang and Lin Qi. Less than half a month remained until the settlement time for the 100th newcomer king. The rewards for the newcomer king were quite generous, and Zhang Luo suggested it would be best to secure first place. She analyzed the situation for Yan Huang. Lin Qi had already completed 3 instances. They were the Flevel newcomer instance, Flevel instance, and a level instance, and all 3 were cleared with T earning points that were almost on par with Yan Huang's. In total it amounted to 80,000 points. Yan Huang currently had 60,000 points, but not to mention that there is no notion of ties in the instance. Even considering Lin Qi alone, Lin Qi would never allow Yan Huang to tie with him. Therefore the best approach was to adopt an offensive strategy, proactively attacking and secure at least an E-level instance. Yan Huang expressed some confusion. Can someone like the doctor pass the TE line? Upon hearing such a question, Zhang Luo's pretty face instantly turned cold. Of course not. His passage through the TE line relies on the tarot. Zhang Luo explained again. The existence of the instance is inexplicable, but one thing is clear: the difficulty of instances is unlocked under very strong conditions. Initially the instance only had an F difficulty. It was only after someone cleared the F level instance that the F level was successfully unlocked, and after clearing the F level with T, the F level was unlocked. Then it gradually unlocked higher levels. Before the emergence of tarot, due to the uniqueness of the TE line, progress was exceedingly slow. Until the establishment of tarot. As the first force in the instance, tarot has always operated under the principle of tracing back to the source, believing that the instance is related to the source and should continuously unlock to higher levels. Under normal circumstances, the TE line requires one to completely fulfill the wishes of the god within a single instance, allowing the god to dissipate and sealing the instance, otherwise the instance will restart countless times. However, this unlocking method is simply too slow. The tarot possesses a special item that can directly pass through God, killing or directly destroy the instance with devastating blows, preventing it from restarting and forcing it to seal. This method is also recognized by the instance as a TE line, but this method does not fulfill the wishes of the god. Tarot has leveraged this power to rapidly unlock instance levels, causing the originally highest instance level D to surge directly to A in a short time. If not for the fact that the A-level instance is truly terrifying, even the top combat power of tarot cannot pass through it, it would have likely been unlocked to S long ago. S is regarded by tarot as the ultimate level, believed to be where they can obtain the answers they seek. After gaining a clearer understanding of tarot, Yan Huang suddenly realized just how terrifying tarot truly is. It was also because of this that Yan Huang was forced to watch the 3-day replay of Lin Qi's instances. This allowed him to develop a somewhat special understanding of Lin Qi. After finally waiting for some rest time. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. This made Yan Huang's nerves tighten once again. Who could be looking for him at such a time? Yan Huang cautiously peered through the peephole. He discovered that the visitor was merely a volunteer. Her hat was pulled low, obscuring her face, but he could faintly see the corners of her mouth gently curving upwards. On the volunteer's clothing, there was a logo of a charity organization. We help everyone except beggars. This childish name immediately informed Yan Huang of the visitor's identity. He opened the door. The girl outside beamed a radiant smile and greeted, "Hello, Mr. Yan. Congratulations. You have been successfully selected as a sponsorship recipient by our charity organization. We help everyone except beggars. Here is a letter from the president. Please sign for it." Yan Huang was both amused and bewildered. He reached out to take the letter, nodding slightly as he said thank you. After he spoke, the girl quickly responded, "All right, my task is complete. Thank you for your active cooperation. I hope every day and night of your life is joyful. Perhaps we won't meet again, so I want to say to you, good morning, good afternoon, good night. It's been a pleasure to serve you." She hurriedly finished her words and swiftly turned to run outside. Yan Huang's home was in an apartment building, and she seemed to sprint down without needing to catch her breath, afraid of being caught. She glanced back at the hallway one last time. Seeing that no one was chasing her, she let out a sigh of relief. With one hand pinching the brim of her hat, she lowered it, even more, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. With both hands tightly clasped in front of her chest, she calmed her excited emotions. "And may you always remain gentle." A gentle breeze lifted the strands of hair at her waist, and her figure slowly disappeared from the world. In the last moment of her disappearance, the volunteer's hat was blown away. Yet once the hat was gone, no one could see her. Her entire being transformed into light and vanished completely. Zhang Luo approached leisurely, poking Yan Huang in the waist with one hand, wearing a mischievous smile. You sure have quite the popularity. Let's see what she wrote you. Yan Huang relaxed his brows and smiled slightly. It's nothing much, just take a look. He handed the letter to Zhang Luo. Zhang Luo, also read the contents on it. I will forever walk the path I firmly believe in, and I will set my own bottom line. My bottom line is absolutely not helping bad beggars. A naive and innocent statement, yet it contained many stories. As for whether there is such an organization called We Help Everyone Except Beggars in this world, who knows? Zhang Luo raised her hand silently. I know it really exists. Yan Huang was taken aback, asking, is she interrupting my poetic moment? Zhang Luo seriously took out her phone and showed the information to Yan Huang. Indeed, there exists such a charity established today. There is only one person in the organization. The president Xu Wan. Yan Huang and Zhang Luo led a rather simple and ordinary life in reality. Since their points were sufficient to exchange for enough wealth, Yan Huang chose not to return to his job. Instead, he started living a retirement life ahead of time. Aside from picking up and dropping off Zhang Luo from school, he spent his free time fishing with friends or playing games. Occasionally, he would watch Lin Xi's dungeon live streams at night, getting to know the other person a bit better. Life was particularly leisurely. In fact, it wasn't surprising that he lacked ambition. After all, in the dungeons, it was a life-or-death situation, and no one knew if they would see the sun tomorrow. So he thought it best to enjoy his retirement and make his life as fulfilling as possible. However, such a lifestyle lasted less than 2 days. Because the settlement date for the 100th issue of Rookie King was approaching, Yan Huang could only reluctantly arrange to enter the dungeon with Zhang Luo again on the weekend. There were indeed many benefits to raising Zhang Luo. Although it wasn't exactly retirement, it did provide him with a reliable and powerful teammate. Solo dungeons in the dungeon were rare, most of them began with 2 players. If every time was a random team-up, he might encounter some dim-witted individuals who could end up getting him killed. Yan Huang believed this was a major reason for the high death rate in the dungeon. Secondly, Zhang Luo's data analysis ability was indeed impressive. Initially, he thought it was due to talent, but after casually glancing at a report card, he learned that Zhang Luo, who was only in 5th grade, could compete with high school students in major competitions and even received offers from some prestigious schools. For her, going to school was just a game, while for him, as an ordinary person, it was a tremendous pressure. No wonder she was the strongest elementary school student. The system did not deceive him. Because of this, friends who later learned he had adopted Zhang Luo often looked at him with envy and jealousy. TSK. That feeling of my daughter is really impressive was quite satisfying. It was quite impressive to show off. Zhang Luo proudly stated, of course, do you even know who I am? On the weekend, the two entered the dungeon. The highly anticipated 100th issue Rookie King candidate, the Deceiver, is now online. A familiar notification sound, familiar gazes, and familiar discussions among the crowd. Zhang Luo exclaimed, so impressive. I had one back then. It's a pity I didn't get it later. Yan Huang responded. If this luck were given to you, it might actually be yours. However, if nothing unexpected happens, the familiar doctor should be arriving soon. Yan Huang had watched his live streams. Lin Xi was an extremely flamboyant person who never hid what items he obtained in the dungeons. Even the settlement items that could be concealed were casually displayed, as if he feared others wouldn't know he had them. He was undeniably arrogant. He possessed an item called Tracker that could lock onto real-time information about a specific individual. For instance, at this moment, Yan Huang suddenly felt a chill running down his back. The highly anticipated 100th issue Rookie King candidate doctor is now online. The moment he logged in, he charged directly at Yan Huang's back. Yan Huang had somewhat grasped his basic capability. His talent seemed to be related to modification. Under normal circumstances, he would transform his fingers into terrifying bone blades during attacks with shapes that varied and were extremely bizarre. Yan Huang spun around, quickly maneuvering behind Lin Xi, following the trajectory of the bone blade thrust. He summoned the knife of family harmony, aiming the tip directly at Lin Xi's neck. Lin Xi was taken aback, blinking in surprise as his pupils lowered, filled with astonishment. Huh, aren't you afraid of being punished by the system for attacking me in the player lobby? Yan Huang suddenly produced a bottle of sin cleansing liquid in his other hand, deliberately waving it in front of Lin Xi's view. I learned some tricks from someone. How's it working for me? Lin Xi was speechless. Author's note. There are too many assignments piled up today, so hey, race a quick chapter to make the chapter count, an even number for aesthetics. Also, Yan Huang and Zhang Luo share a pure familial bond with no connection to romance. We obey the rules and do not break the law. Note: Yan Huang is also from the orphan village. Lin Xi never expected that Yan Huang would respond to him in such a manner. He truly thought of Yan Huang as a plump little field mouse self-aware enough to run far away upon seeing him. Now it seems he really did run, and he truly was unafraid. Lin Shi had watched Yan Huang's live streams and understood that this man was in many ways of the same kind as himself. He was quite interested in Yan Huang and never shied away from admitting it. Perhaps he could find a sense of beauty in Yan Huang. I thought you would be terrified of me and avoid me. Now it seems not bad. Things are getting a bit more interesting. Lin Shi squinted his eyes, the smile on his face growing more pronounced. As he spoke, the skin on his neck changed, forcefully expelling the blade of family harmony. Yan Huang immediately noticed something amiss and took a large step back to create distance. He looked at the man before him, who had an incredibly terrifying talent, reaching a level of enhancement in physical strength. Therefore, he merely responded to a provocation without truly believing he could easily kill Lin Shi. The people around felt the air pressure drop significantly. They silently made way for the two. In the shadows, many were anticipating their duel. The quality of this season's new king candidates was much higher. Whether it's tarot or other factions or solo players, everyone was eagerly awaiting the outcome. They knew that Lin Shi would not allow Yan Huang to threaten his position. Although Lin Shi was a peculiar person, he was not one without desires. There was only one spot for the new king. Who would want to miss the chance to snag in a rank selectable item? Lin Shi shrugged and rotated his neck. He looked at Yan Huang. Are you going to enter a dungeon today? Let me guess. You're planning to enter in a ranked dungeon, right? Yan Huang was momentarily startled, but did not find it too surprising. Anyone with a bit of common sense could guess based on his dungeon frequency that he was not an ambitious player, but rather quite laid back. He only moved slightly, seemingly not willing to enter a dungeon unless absolutely necessary. To obtain the title of new king, he only needed to clear another A rank. Even if it wasn't the TE line, he could still win against Lin Shi with a slight advantage. People had an inexplicable trust in Yan Huang. This person would choose the easy route rather than take a difficult one. That was Yan Huang's style. Quick and precise. Yan Huang did not speak. The doctor glanced at Zhang Luo beside him, then extended a finger towards himself. Rather than babysitting, why not take me along? I'm easy to manage. Since entering the dungeon, my win rate has been 100%. Want to give it a try? Try it, and end up dead. Yan Huang let out a cold snort. I don't want too much connection with you. I'll just focus on your own play. I appreciate your good intentions. I prefer to take care of children, the obedient kind. So are you saying that I'm not obedient? Yan Huang replied. I thought you wouldn't have the self-awareness to think. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, licking his lips, staring at Yan Huang, as if he were the prey he had long targeted already in his grasp. Then I definitely need to enter the same dungeon as you. Would you be angry? Do you think I would give you that opportunity? Lin Shi replied, how cruel. We know each other so well, why are you so cold to me? Why not get close and become good friends? We could be good friends. Yan Huang felt goosebumps rising all over. He was completely certain that the doctor's implication was, I want to stab the finger blade into your spine and plant a flower that will never bloom on your back. Yan Huang found such a waste of time meaningless, so he chose to ignore him, instinctively placing his hand on Zhang Luo's head to take her to the dungeon hall to select the dungeon. But it turned out to be in vain. Zhang Luo was sitting far away, her legs crossed, holding a lollipop larger than her. When she caught sight of Yan Huang, Zhang Luo blinked. Are you done? That was fast. I thought you two would fight until you couldn't anymore. I was waiting to see the good show. Went to the dungeon. Oh. Zhang Luo's lollipop was an item fully named lollipop that brings happiness with one lick, used to restore mental state. Although its recovery was slow, it was great in taste and was a permanent non-consumable item, considered a small artifact among the Franks. Her talent had a huge mental drain. Having such an item was indeed wonderful, allowing her to lick it occasionally to restore her mental energy. She put the lollipop back into her backpack and then followed Yan Huang out of everyone's sight. Lin Shi watched the two leave, leisurely following behind. Meanwhile, he contacted his teammates. He used the tarot exclusive communicator to send a message to Lin Na. Lin Shi, Lin Na, come do the dungeon with me. Lin Na, who was currently filming in reality, received this message abruptly, ending her day of good mood. Originally, she had been smiling due to a good filming state, but upon seeing the message, her smile instantly vanished. Lin Na, get lost, I'm not going, idiot, don't bother me. Lin Shi, but if you don't come, the fraudster will snatch my new king title. After seeing this message, Lin Na clicked her tongue in annoyance, and without a word took leave from the film crew. That scoundrel Lin Shi. He knew exactly how to threaten people. Tarot tasked her with keeping an eye on Lin Shi, which implied that she had to assist him. If Lin Shi missed the new king title this time, the upper management would definitely be furious. And the target of that fury would definitely not be that lunatic. She had finally gained a bit of attention from Tarot. She didn't want to miss this opportunity. She needed to climb higher. Lin Shi had a firm grip on her vulnerability. Lin Na quickly logged in. Lin Shi continued to look at her with delight. Today's Lin Na is also very beautiful. I like it a lot. Stop talking nonsense. Where are they? Lin Na replied lazily. So heartless. Lin Shi's tone was filled with disappointment, yet his expression showed none more of a playful smirk. He pointed toward the dungeon hall, saying, "They have been gone for 5 minutes. They should be about to enter the dungeon now." Lin Na found it amusing. "Then why are you just standing here waiting?" Lin Shi extended both hands, waiting like a sinner expecting iron chains. "Because I want Lin Na to lead me." Lin Na rolled her eyes at him, almost feeling nauseous enough to spit something into his hands. But after thinking about it, she decided against it. This pervert might take it as a compliment. She could only hold Lin Shi's hand, feeling disdainful, while walking towards the dungeon hall. Yan Huang and Zhang Luo were quite serious in selecting the dungeon. In the game, Dungeons, there are over 10,000 dungeons, even those ranked as E-level, making it overwhelming and difficult to choose which one to enter after watching for several minutes. Moreover, they were specifically selecting dungeons limited to a maximum of 2 players. This is due to a common mechanism in dungeons called matching. This mechanism mainly manifests in the game by filling in absent players. For example, if a dungeon requires at least 2 players, but you only have one, the game will randomly match you with a lucky player. If the other party agrees, a default party relationship is formed. Of course, if the dungeon allows a maximum of 2 players, you can also choose to initiate a match. But there is a particularly annoying aspect. If the maximum limit for the dungeon is 2 players, and you only have one, if someone coincidentally selects the same dungeon at the same time, they will become the highest priority for matching. As long as one party confirms, a default party relationship will be established. To prevent any surprises, Yan Huang certainly chose to limit the number of participants. The dungeon they finally selected was called Fantasy Museum. The reason was that the cover of this dungeon was relatively beautiful. It depicted a stunning silhouette, the upper half of a human body, and a beautiful fish tail twisting gracefully in the deep blue sea. However, it only existed as a silhouette, and one could not see how truly beautiful it was. Dungeon Fantasy Museum. Dungeon difficulty E. Dungeon type challenge. Dungeon description 1. When spiritual consciousness begins to exist independently, living beings start to pursue beauty, seek depth, and strive for noble will to satisfy their spirit. They cut a piece of cloth and paint a world where every blade of grass and tree is part of the universe. This expression of spiritual pursuit is called art. Dungeon description 2. The world-famous Fantasy Museum is the most mysterious and grand art exhibition, inviting 2 guests each year to explore. Those who have entered the Fantasy Museum speak in wonder, claiming it is a world that exists only in dreams, filled with all kinds of fantastical creatures and magical artworks that can only be found in dreams. Dungeon Objective 1. Explore the truth within the museum. Dungeon Objective 2. Survive. Dungeon time limit 1 day. A so-called challenge dungeon does not require a lot of plot build-up. Most focus on combat and minor puzzles with clear objectives. Such dungeons typically have little to do with gods. In fact, some are godless. According to data collected by Zhang Luo, this Fantasy Museum is indeed a godless dungeon. However, due to the unique nature of the game, challenge dungeons will also have the so-called T, HE, and B lines. Clearing the dungeon corresponds to HE, failing corresponds to B, and regarding the T line, that requires meeting certain special conditions. Yan Huang's reason for choosing a challenge dungeon is that his currently high attributes give him an advantage in such. In traditional story dungeons, one could easily fall into a trap, leading to irreversible plot developments. Of course, it is also possible that an unexpected event could make the whole dungeon run exceptionally smoothly. The unpredictability is too great. Overall, each type has its advantages and disadvantages. Just as the 2 were about to enter the dungeon, they suddenly heard Lin Qi's voice from behind. "Yan Huang, why are you guys going in so quickly? Aren't you waiting for us?" Yan Huang and Zhang Luo stiffened for a moment, then nodded in unison, confirming, and did not look back. The 2 began to datoize their bodies, indicating they were about to enter the dungeon. Dungeon loading. Lin Qi's eyes flashed with disappointment. A 2-player dungeon, so disappointing. As he spoke, he made a disappointed expression, even lowering his head as if about to cry. Yan Huang and Zhang Luo finally turned around and waved at him. "Not seeing you." In the next moment, Lin Qi suddenly looked up, a strange smile on his face, his eyes crescent-shaped. Not a chance. As soon as he finished speaking, he and Lin Na produced a key in their hands. Zhang Luo's pupil shrank. "I knocked, they have a dungeon key. They are cheating." Zhang Luo was shocked, while building a mental bridge with Yan Huang, sending the information about the dungeon key to Yan Huang. One-time item dungeon key. Quality F. Effect: force entry into a specific dungeon, cannot enter a blocked dungeon. Item description: little bunny, be good, open the door, I want to come in. Oh, little bunny, why aren't you wearing clothes? Oh, it turns out I opened the door at just the right time. A rather lewd, but very useful item. This item can forcibly intervene in a dungeon at any time as long as the dungeon is not in a blocked state. In other words, as long as it is not in the TE line, possessing this item allows one to snatch the fruits of victory from others. Rare and somewhat lewd. Yan Huang did not know whether to laugh or cry. He was truly fortunate that he had only dealt with TE lines when he was weak. Lin Shi and Lin Na simultaneously turned the dungeon key. Locking. Fraudster and calculators selected Dungeon Fantasy Museum. Open. Instantly the two began to datoize as well. Abnormal. Dungeon abnormal. Challenge dungeon exceeds player limit, automatically adjusting difficulty. Dungeon difficulty EE. Yan Huang and Zhang Luo were furious. Is the game not able to handle this? Dungeon loading. Dungeon Fantasy Museum. Dungeon difficulty E. Dungeon description. The Fantasy Museum, where one can witness all kinds of miraculous art, routinely invites two individuals with exquisite taste to enter the museum to appreciate the ultimate in art. But those who enter never come out again. Some say they become immersed in a new spiritual realm from which they cannot extricate themselves. Congratulations, you have become one of the two. Dungeon player count 4 fraudster calculator Dr. Actor. Dungeon loading complete. Live broadcast. At the last moment, Lin Na and Lin Qi gazed at Yan Huang and Zhang Luo with different expressions. In the end, they both smiled. It seems we will see each other again soon. In the blink of an eye, the 4 disappeared. Countless people were waiting in the player hall or in front of their phones, filled with anticipation. After entering the instance, Yan Huang found himself alone. For example, the beginning of this instance should involve sitting in a small car and then waking up to get out. However, it seems that due to the sudden change in the number of participants, the instance itself has begun to change. Yan Huang remembers that when he entered the instance, the description of Fantasy Museum still mentioned inviting 2 people. But now there are 4 players. Only 2 were invited. Therefore, Yan Huang estimates that only 2 people possess the invitation letters. His identity is that of a resident, and he does not have an invitation letter. Thus, the invitation letters must be with the other 3. However, at this moment, he has no way of obtaining any information about the other 3. He needs to find a way for Zhang Luo to locate his mental channel and establish a mental bridge. Before that, Yan Huang had not been idle. This time his home does not have anything peculiar. From the photos, the family of 3 looks harmonious, but now he is the only one at home unsure of where his parents have gone. Based on the patterns from the previous 2 instances, his home is most likely within the instance map. To gather more information about Fantasy Museum, he can only venture out himself. Outside, it is still deep night. Yan Huang checks the clock at home, and it is just past midnight. It seems that both the time and the instance settings have changed according to the difficulty. He put on a warm-down jacket and stepped outside. As soon as he opened the door, the bitter cold wind howled past his ears, trying to penetrate his skin. If it weren't for the snug warmth of the down jacket, he might have truly knelt down at the door. His house is directly opposite the end of a road. This design worries Yan Huang. What if someone unexpectedly drives a car recklessly and fails to stop? Would the whole family ascend to the afterlife together? The road lacks streetlights, and the few sources of light come from the buildings lining the roadside. These buildings do not possess any symmetrical beauty or other recognized forms of neatness. Instead, they are of various shapes, and while they may not be ugly, they combine in a way that creates a sense of being within Van Gogh's Starry Night. Fortunately, Yan Huang possesses the ability of night vision, allowing him to see clearly. The street is devoid of pedestrians, eerily silent, yet possessively beautiful. Were it not for the chilling wind, Yan Huang might feel as if everything were merely a dream. He walks alone, and there is no light, no warmth, and the surrounding environment feels extremely unfamiliar. Whether it is an illusion or something else, he feels as though someone is watching him. This suspicion makes Yan Huang wary. He looks around, but sees only some oddly shaped twisted trees, buildings without any architectural logic, and the hard, chaotic white stone slabs on the road. He sees nothing else. In such pitch-black surroundings, even with night vision, it is difficult to see far away. He squints, focuses, and accidentally notices the peculiarities of the trees. Every tree has its own twisted curvature, but the angles are too abrupt, as if they have been forcibly straightened, lacking the naturalness seen in everyday life. Moreover, the points of distortion seem fixed. Rather than branches, they resemble arms composed of rigid. Upon closer inspection, he indeed discovers that each tree has a face on its trunk, some beautiful, some ugly, with various expressions of happiness. It may not be appropriate to say they are impersonating trees. When Yan Huang stares at them, they dutifully close their eyes. But when he cannot see them, the sensation of being watched by countless pairs of eyes sends chills down his spine. They act like monitors keeping watch over Yan Huang. It dawns on him that in this bizarre and twisted world, he is the true anomaly, walking alone on the road. This realization makes him feel uneasy. He can only tighten his down jacket and quicken his pace. But as he does so, Yan Huang notices something unusual again. What should be a soft down jacket feels as if there are foreign objects within it. Moreover, it seems to be generating heat on its own. Upon realizing this, his first instinct is to take it off. before he can successfully remove the down jacket. The plastic-like fabric emits a tearing sound, and from the tear a bird's beak suddenly emerges, piercing into Yan Huang's skin, as if chastising him for compressing the jacket and causing them pain. What is inside the jacket is not down, but live birds. Once one appears, the others do not hold back. Their sharp beaks pierce through Yan Huang's skin, sucking his blood, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. He tore off the jacket and slammed it down. After he did, countless beaks pecked the jacket to shreds, and one by one birds with severed wings jumped out, staring at Yan Huang. In the darkness, the birds' eyes glowed with emerald light as they rushed towards Yan Huang, preparing to. Without the protection of his clothing against the cold wind, blood flowed down Yan Huang's body. He had no choice but to draw out the knife of domestic harmony, smoothly slashing towards the birds' heads. Slice. The birds' heads were severed. Then from their necks he discovered a smaller bird chick inside, pecking through the flesh of the outer bird to reveal its own head. This sight almost made Yan Huang feel nauseous in an instant. More birds with severed wings were following, eager to peck him apart. With his scalp tingling, he decided to secure his knife of domestic harmony and quicken his pace, running toward the distance. Who knows what else those birds are hiding in their bellies? After running for a considerable distance to create space, Yan Huang purchased a spray can and a lighter from the mall and sprayed it toward the birds. A fierce flame erupted, filling the night. It was only when the scent of roasted meat wafted through the air that Yan Huang felt relieved. What on earth are these? He gritted his teeth, struggling to describe his feelings. Suddenly a light appeared behind him. Someone approached his back and tapped his shoulder. Yan Huang, already on edge, was startled and swiftly turned around, pressing the knife of domestic harmony against the person's neck. What do you want? The person was relatively short, appearing quite old, holding a lamp. It was of moderate thickness. An unusual oil scent emanated from it, and the dim light flickered over the old face. He remained calm. Dear friend, it's late. Would you like to come into our little tavern for a sit? Since ancient times, taverns have undoubtedly been the best sources of information. Here one can always find a variety of people and an array of rumors. Before entering, Yan Huang remained vigilant. However, once inside, he discovered it was not much different from an ordinary tavern. The place was small yet quite crowded. People were either alone or in groups, engrossed in their own activities. The television was playing advertisements. The annual opening day of the Fantasy Museum is approaching. Who will be the final invitee? We shall wait and see. It's an annual event. Countless people are pursuing it. In front of the television, people lamented, sigh. I also want to go in and see what it looks like to become the iconic building here. Unfortunately, there are only 2 spots each year, directly invited by the curator. It's impossible to get in. I have a friend who has been inside. He said you can see mermaids. What a beautiful creature from fantasy. Nonsense, do you think those friends of yours are qualified to get in? And he said, have you ever seen anyone who went in and wanted to come out? As the crowd discussed, Yan Huang felt completely at ease. It seemed like just an ordinary tavern. And he said, have you ever seen anyone who went in and wanted to come out? As the crowd discussed, Yan Huang felt completely at ease. It seemed like this made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. With his signature smile, he replied, Yan Huang, a local resident. A burly man approached and sized up Yan Huang, asking, do you understand the rules here? Yan Huang replied, please tell me more. The man chuckled and pinched Yan Huang's cheek, saying, we only accept like-minded individuals. You can choose anyone among us to play a game with. If you win, you can have your fun with them. Yan Huang suddenly grew alert. What games? The man pointed at a roulette on a nearby table and said, of course, it's an interesting game. You play whatever you draw. As he spoke, the others locked the door. Undoubtedly, they were informing Yan Huang. If you don't want to play, you can't. Yan Huang pressed his lips together, observing the roulette. It was divided into about 32 sections, each labeled with 4 characters. For example, fruit platter, and also wheel of fate. Yan Huang inquired about the rules of these 2 games. The man smiled mysteriously. The fruit platter means you lie on the table covered in fruits, and the person playing with you must close their eyes and cut the fruits for everyone. If you can survive, then it's your turn to cut the fruits. In the end, we'll see whose wounds are the most beautiful. That person is the winner. As for the wheel of fate, it's an old game. 6 chambers, 1 bullet. Let's see who's luckier. It might be old, but isn't it interesting? Leaving the last moments of struggle. With a pretty boy like you, the expression at the end must be exquisite. A hint of amusement flickered in Yan Huang's eyes. I see. It truly was a normal tavern, and the games inside were quite engaging. The man noticed Yan Huang smiling and laughed along. Have you decided who to play with? Yan Huang replied with a nod, his gaze landing on the burly man. This is troublesome. Seeing this, the man couldn't help but laugh. Perfect. Since you're new, I'll let you spin the roulette first. Yan Huang nodded and casually walked to the roulette. The roulette spun among the 32 sections. Each section was passed once. The crowd excitedly whispered their preferred options. Finally, the speed of the roulette slowed down. It landed on Wheel of Fate. In an instant, countless voices erupted with excitement. Wheel of Fate. Awesome. That's what I wanted to see. The probability of death increases with each turn, and every shot could be fatal. Then that fear spreads to the heart, and the last expression will be utterly breathtaking. Even without any editing. It's still the best work of art. Just looking at his skin, it seems perfect. Making a lantern out of him would definitely look great. Then let's make it a tree. Didn't the museum just unveil the tree man technique a few days ago? A tree like this will surely attract a lot of business for the tavern. That's true. Other shops have started following the museum's lead, and the results have been good too. We can't fall behind. People from all directions were saying this, as if the moment Yan Huang entered the tavern and chose this game, he had already become their prey. Yan Huang smiled gently and patted his clothes, saying, "Everyone seems very excited. It looks like my luck is quite good." The burly man laughed heartily. "Of course. You drew the most popular option." He looked at Yan Huang as if he were a plump rabbit, a lamb awaiting slaughter. So weak, so pitiful, yet so thrilling. Although the outcome was uncertain, it seemed as if the conclusion was already known. Every expression of his was captured in Yan Huang's eyes. Yan Huang too was filled with anticipation, naturally sitting on the sofa and pointing to the opposite position. "Sit." So eager. The burly man liked Yan Huang even more, feeling he was understanding. Yan Huang opened his legs in a natural arc and rubbed his hands. "Come on, let's get the gun." How refreshing. The burly man tossed the revolver directly onto the table. Yan Huang asked, "You go first or I go first?" The burly man unhurried replied, "You're the guest, I'll let you choose." Yan Huang replied, "Then you go first, maybe you'll hit the jackpot on the first shot." "How is that possible?" The burly man found it quite amusing, then casually aimed the revolver at his temple and pulled the trigger. The mirth in his eyes deepened, nearly impossible to conceal. He tossed the gun onto the table, saying, "Your turn now." This revolver had 6 chambers, meaning Yan Huang's chances of death were 1 in 9. Yan Huang hesitated, placing his hand on the revolver and aiming at his own head. "It seems you really want to see me terrified. But I don't think I will die." After saying this, he pulled the trigger against himself. Indeed, nothing happened. This was of course within everyone's expectations. The burly man took the gun, aimed at himself, and pulled the trigger again. With a 1/8 chance he did not die. He handed the gun back to Yan Huang. "You're a courageous one, and you understand your situation well. Unfortunately, as the odds increase, your expression will become increasingly spectacular. I look forward to it. The current probability is 1 in 7. But to me, each shot is 100%. Guess what? Which shot will you die from?" He stared intently into Yan Huang's eyes, exerting pressure on him. Yan Huang's smile faltered, squinting as he asked, "It seems you know the position of the bullets well." The burly man did not hide it, crossing his legs. "Of course. This is my revolver." "You cheat." "So what? In this situation, you can only continue playing, either gamble with me or die here." The burly man revealed everything without hesitation, wanting to tell Yan Huang, all stimulating him, making him aware of more and fear more. He wanted him to feel the fear of death with every shot, to struggle between life and death, repeatedly revealing that adorable yet painful expression. In the end, at that moment of the most perfect expression, it would remain forever. The others around had completely surrounded the two. Yan Huang lowered his head, trembling. He was in a desperate struggle. His breathing quickened. "Are you scared? The moment you chose to enter, you were already dead." "Ha ha ha. What a naive child, both adorable and pitiable. If one day your parents find you at the door of the shop, they will surely feel proud of you." At this moment, however, Yan Huang began to laugh along. Steadying the gun in his hand, he aimed it at his temple, leaning closer to the burly man, locking eyes with him. "Then I must be very scared indeed." As soon as he finished speaking, it caused a slight unease among the crowd. But what he did next truly caught everyone in the tavern off guard. Yan Huang squinted his eyes, a smile concealing a blade, the corner of his mouth curling up as he aimed a gun at his own head, leaning closer to the big man's face. "That bullet was the 10th, wasn't it?" The big man was momentarily stunned at these words. The others around him wore expressions of disbelief, their pupils trembling. How do you know?" They almost finished their sentence before covering their mouths, clearly too late. Yan Huang shook his head with a smile, then casually pulled the trigger on his own head, as if it were none of his business. "How would I know? Isn't it you who told me?" Click. Another shot. "Since you know which bullet it is, then you shouldn't have said that my expression would become increasingly probable, right?" Every word he had just spoken was a trap. Once someone's emotional balance is shattered, it becomes difficult to keep secrets. Every word spoken turns into evidence. With each sentence, Yan Huang fired another shot at his own head, his expression completely natural as the bullets in the revolver rotated slowly. The faces of those around him grew increasingly grim, until Yan Huang fired the 9th shot at his own head. Bang! Yan Huang added sound effects, startling the others as they looked at him with increasingly unsightly expressions. What on earth is wrong with this person? Yan Huang casually twirled the handgun in his hand. "It seems my guess was correct. The crowd was filled with panic, momentarily speechless. The big man stared at Yan Huang, his face filled with fear. You finished shooting, now hand over the gun to me. Despite his fear, he did not lose his composure. In the eyes of Yan Huang, the professional fraudster, it was clear that this big man was still pretending. He still had a backup plan. Yan Huang chuckled softly, then pretended to hand over the gun to the big man. The big man eagerly reached out to take the gun, but at the moment of contact, Yan Huang smacked his hand with the gun. The spinning gun then performed a flourish in his hand, finally pointing the barrel at the big man's forehead. The last shot is for you, to make you blow my head off. Dream on. The big man's expression could no longer hold back. He nearly broke down, squeezing out 2 tears, and pleading, "Spare me, please spare me. I have elderly above me, and children below me." He spoke while trying to gauge Yan Huang's expression, searching for a sign of the victor's pride. But despite his desperate performance, Yan Huang's expression showed not the slightest change. Such a bland expression ultimately crafted a grotesque statue. He cried even harder. Yan Huang sneered. "Did you just run out of the zoo? So amusing. You still have a backup plan. What are you?" No expression could deceive a fraudster. Or rather, it was a prop left by Jiang Yi, the eye of emotion. When equipped, it allowed one to intuitively see the true colors of another's emotions. From the very beginning, this was the opponent's game. Yan Huang was aware of this, so he willingly entered the game. Now it had become his game. The big man indeed stopped his weeping. His eyes, mostly white, now showed a hint of interest. "It seems you are quite clever." Yan Huang asked, "So what is your backup plan?" The big man looked at Yan Huang, grabbing the gun to help aim it at the center of his forehead. "If you shoot here, won't you know?" Yan Huang replied. "It seems you are very confident that this gun won't harm you. Let me guess. The bullet isn't fake and the gun isn't a toy, so perhaps this gun will misfire when aimed at you. Or jam." "Why?" Yan Huang asked while touching the big man's scalp, and sure enough, he felt a "Oh, so you implanted a layer of magnet into your scalp. As long as the magnetic force is strong enough, it can deflect the bullet's trajectory, although it would cause injury. But merely superficial wounds. No wonder you can't grow any hair." He jokingly revealed the truth, causing an inexplicable sense of unease to creep into the big man's heart. Yan Huang slowly pointed the gun towards the sky. "Do you want to see what the art of fate looks like?" The big man began to lose track of what Yan Huang was trying to do. What do you want to do?" Yan Huang leaned closer to his ears, softly telling him, "I want to see if a bullet shot into the sky will fall back to your head. I guess. When this shot goes out, you will die." Bang! The bullet flew into the sky. Lie detection, opposing event detection successful. Result: the judged person dies. At the moment the judgment began, the big man's face revealed a proud smile, pointing at Yan Huang's chin with a crazed grin. "Have you watched too many dramas trying to act cool like this?" Ha ha. He opened his mouth wide, his smile growing increasingly deranged. The others around him burst into laughter, as if this were the most ridiculous thing in the world. "I've recorded the whole thing. This segment should be watched repeatedly." Ha. The big man was exposed for the first time, all his tricks and methods. What was supposed to be a certain death could have been avoided with one shot to the heart. In the end, this man absurdly shot the bullet into the sky. How laughable. His ignorance would lead to a terrible death. And at that moment, Yan Huang silently placed the now empty revolver on the table, naturally folding his hand. He waved at the big man. By a golden shadow flashed by, descending without warning, attracted by the strong magnet on the big man's head. Ultimately, it deviated, entering through the edge of the big man's open mouth as he laughed, swiftly penetrating through his entire brain. He didn't even have time to register the pain, maintaining a smile until death. That smile was so blissful, so radiant, so sincere. The bullet never even penetrated the iron plate of his skull, simply becoming forever lodged inside. Upon realizing this, the laughter of the others gradually faded, becoming softer and softer until it fell. They could no longer laugh, instead looking at Yan Huang with expressions of horror, as if gazing at a monster. Their hearts raced, especially as they glanced at the corpse beside them, which perfectly maintained the expression from the moment before death, their faces turning pale and bodies stiff. They stared at Yan Huang's back, watching the man in front of them, fingers naturally clasped, elbows resting on his knees, as he admired his masterpiece. Then he slowly turned his head, glancing around. He softly asked, "Game over, everyone? Who else wants to play the next round with me?" In that moment, there was utter silence. Everyone was so frightened that their bodies stiffened, fearing they would be innocently chosen as the next lucky one. Killing one person does not deter a crowd. However, when one becomes a mysterious and powerful figure in the eyes of many, it can. Yan Huang casually selected someone. "You come here." The person pointed at was trembling, sitting opposite Yan Huang next to a seemingly intact corpse. He stared at Yan Huang, avoiding eye contact. Yan Huang, feeling helpless, said, "Don't be nervous, I'm not a bad person." The person's voice trembled. Yes. Who would believe such words? Someone attempted to sneak out of the small tavern. But Yan Huang spoke first. "Before I leave, anyone who tries to leave will bear the consequences." "I meant that everyone present will bear the consequences." Clearly the pressure exerted earlier was strong enough to intimidate the crowd, making them hesitate to act recklessly. Even if someone wanted to leave, others would quickly pull them back. Everyone could only watch Yan Huang nervously. The person opposite him was even more frightened. See, can we not play a game? Once obsessed with games, they now behaved like model students. Yan Huang chuckled. Don't worry, I just want to ask a few simple questions, and you just need to answer truthfully. It doesn't matter if you don't answer well. You will bear the consequences. The person nearly cried upon hearing this. Indeed, the consequences were real. How could he dare to answer poorly? Could he afford not to be nervous? He certainly did not want to die without even knowing how it happened. That would be too tragic. The crowd was anxious, ultimately sharing everything they knew with Yan Huang. Yan Huang gathered some information from the crowd. The Fantasy Museum was shrouded in mystery, with only the curator present inside, no one else. Each year, 2 exceptionally talented artists are invited to visit the museum. However, no one has ever returned after the visit. Some say they died. It wasn't until the curator released a group photo that doubts were dispelled. It turned out that everyone was so engrossed in the museum that they sought higher artistic levels. The people of this town have a mad obsession with art. Each artwork is an expression of their spiritual level. Of course, if someone lacks artistic talent, they can only resort to pretentiousness. Such pursuits originated from the Fantasy Museum. Not everyone loves so-called art, but in this town the curator of the Fantasy Museum is the wealthiest and most powerful person. In addition to inviting 2 highly skilled artists into the museum each year, he also showcases some of his own exceptional works for the public's appreciation. For example, the Tree Man from a few days ago, made from human corpses, euphemistically named a guardian of nature blessing the common world. People constantly interpret a work, transforming it into something great, sacred, and inviolable. They echo his art, praising and worshipping him. Opposing voices did arise. However, those who opposed were excluded. To conform and survive, humanity's high emotional intelligence led them to idolize and become fervent. When an excellent work is praised, vanity allows them to feel satisfied. When a work is recognized and collected by the curator of the Fantasy Museum, it signifies power and wealth. Later, a vicious cycle was born. Yan Huang pressed his lips together, looking out the window. The so-called Tree Man refers to those by the roadside. The person nodded nervously. Yes. The Tree Man is one of the curator's finest works, symbolizing the saying that those who plant trees benefit future generations and that the dead protect the living. The curator proposed to replace the original trees with tree men. Yan Huang narrowed his eyes. Where do all these corpses come from? Aren't you curious? Well, sort of, because the director said those corpses were provided by the hospital's morgue. Yan Huang pinched his chin, scoffing lightly. So you all want to use my corpse to make a tree man? Quite imagine. The crowd. Don't say anything. They were already grateful not to have become tree men themselves. The person stammered in explanation. Because you are quite good-looking, and a fresh corpse would certainly yield better results than one that has been dead for a long time. If it can have a hint of a terrified expression, that would be even better. If we could gain the curator's recognition, we would never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of our lives. Yan Huang stared at these people, intensifying their anxiety. It seemed that everyone was normal except for the curator. Yan Huang's gaze fell on a person holding a camera. Did I hear you say that the footage from earlier is ready to be reviewed? The person was stunned, nervously, not daring to move. Yes. Yes. Yan Huang opened his hands, giving him a gentle smile. Then please hand me the camera. The person offered no resistance, immediately handing over the camera with both hands. After receiving the camera, Yan Huang left the small tavern. Good night, everyone. Bang. As he stepped out, the door was swiftly closed behind him. Yan Huang. He knocked on the door. Could you please open the door? No one responded. Yan Huang. If you don't open it, you'll bear the consequences. The door opened, and a smiling face appeared. Oh, master, Yan hasn't left yet. What brings you here so late? Yan Huang looked at the person who had pulled him over before. It's dark outside. Could you please give me a lantern? I'm afraid of the dark. Quickly, the person's lantern was snatched away and given to Yan Huang. Bang. After handing him the lantern, the crowd swiftly closed the door, fearing the plague god would step in again. It was a déjà vu. Yan Huang muttered. You clearly invited me in, and now you're so eager to rush me out. Young people are truly impulsive and unreasonable. After muttering, he turned and walked away with the lantern. It was only then that he got a closer look at the lantern. The intricate texture of the skin. It was most likely a replica of human skin. Moreover, the oil burning inside was probably corpse oil. It's hard not to be suspicious of something that carries such a foul stench. The moon was bright, and the stars sparse, with a chilly wind blowing. Yan Huang walked towards his home with the lantern, pausing at the doorstep, not rushing to enter. Instead, he focused on the tree man beside him. The smile on the tree man's face was incredibly natural. If it were on a living person, it would radiate happiness. But placed on a tree, that just wouldn't do. Yan Huang approached the closest tree to his home and knocked. Still, The other party did not respond. It was a dedicated tree man. Yan Huang pondered for a moment, then locked his gaze on the tree man's eyes. He silently made a gesture. "Pardon my intrusion." As soon as the words left his mouth, Yan Huang's hands plunged into the tightly shut eyes of the tree man. Unexpectedly, an incident occurred. Yan Huang's fingers accurately poked into the tree man's eyes, and immediately the large mouth below him opened wide with a crack, emitting a piercing roar. Roar! The expression of agony was so vivid that Yan Huang could directly ascertain that this treeman was still alive. Having gone through 2 instances, he remained exceptionally calm, stepping back 2 paces while fixating on the treeman in front, whose trunk twisted in pain. Slowly he leaned against his door, ready to enter at any moment. In the next second, the treeman let out a roar, twisting its trunk to strike at Yan Huang. Without hesitation, Yan Huang thrust the human skin mask against the incoming trunk of the treeman. In an instant, sparks flew, igniting every leaf and illuminating the dark corridor. The grand flames began to roar and explode upon the trunk. The treeman howled in agony, soon becoming incapable of further movement. Yan Huang did not dare to let his guard down and could only muster all his focus. Because the commotion here was too loud, attracting other treemen nearby. They no longer disguised themselves. In the night, countless pairs of eyes reflecting the faint moonlight stared at him, mouths agape, ready to attack. Unfortunately, their trunks were not long enough. However, as his home was in the middle of the path, the previous treeman's ability to attack him meant there was likely another one that could as well. Sure enough, as Yan Huang turned to look at the nearby treeman, it was exposing its sharp branches, ready to strike at him. Without a word, Yan Huang picked up a burnt branch from the ground and threw it directly at that treeman. Another tree caught fire as well. They suffered immensely. Yan Huang thought that he should be able to check out Tang Xin's new book and planned to return to the house. But just as he turned, a sound of wind breaking came from behind. Yan Huang's pupils constricted, and he immediately crouched down. 2 trunks from different directions crashed through the door in front of him, causing it to collapse. Using his keen combat instincts, he performed a forward roll, narrowly escaping the 2 trunks. Only his lower back was scratched. He saw that the upper leaves and branches showed no signs of burning, completely new. The tender leaves and branches seemed as if they had never been ignited by flames. Yet just moments before, he could still feel the lingering heat. Startled, Yan Huang quickly adjusted his posture and dashed deeper into the room. At the corner of the entrance, those trunks finally reached their limit and did not pursue further. Yan Huang's heart raced as he took a deep breath to calm himself. He then picked up a genuine leather chair beside him and sat down to rest. The chair was surprisingly comfortable, even more so than an average ergonomic chair, as if it could massage every bone precisely. He sat in the chair, organizing his thoughts. This treeman is peculiar. Regardless of traditional concepts or real-world foundations, fire's destruction of wood is almost catastrophic, yet he had clearly ignited these 2 trees, and it seemed as if nothing happened to them. He wanted to investigate further. Tang Xin's new book had yet to reveal any information about the treemen. To understand the situation outside, he had to see it with his own eyes. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. While performing the forward roll at the door, he had already purchased intermediate all-around perspective detection in the marketplace. Now he was using his second perspective to observe outside the house. The 2 trees, finding no way to attack, Yan Huang retracted their trunks. There were still a few spots on them smoldering, but they seemed unconcerned. The faces on the bark twisted for a moment before swaying in the wind, tightly wrapping the dense leaves around the remaining little flames. Cutting off the air, the flames naturally extinguished. The 2 trees, appearing unscathed, quickly revived after shedding their burnt leaves. Yan Huang furrowed his brows, holding Tang Xin's new book in his hands, which still showed no monster information. Could it be? The treemen weren't considered monsters in this context. At that moment, Yan Huang suddenly heard a voice. "Have you sat long enough?" Yan Huang looked around in confusion. "How long do you plan to sit on me, you unfilial child?" Then he felt a sharp pain in his backside. He hurriedly stood up from the chair. Using his night vision, he saw that the chair he had just sat on actually had a face. His pupils constricted and his back turned cold. So he had been sitting on a person all along. Moreover, from its words, it seemed to be the father of his current instance. Yan Huang was bewildered, gazing at the face on the chair before him, feeling as though it shattered his understanding. He could somewhat understand a treeman being alive, but how could a chair be alive? The rows of ribs formed the backrest, flesh enveloping bone, showing no signs of human shape, yet it was undeniably human. Just moments ago, he had been sitting on this being. Yan Huang wasn't afraid, but he instinctively felt nauseated and couldn't appreciate it. However, he wouldn't voice his discomfort. He asked, "Dad, why aren't you sleeping yet?" Naturally smooth, without any oddity. The chair huffed coldly. "I was sleeping well, adapting to the new body the curator made for me, resting. But with you sitting on me, how could I not wake?" Yan Huang replied, "I sincerely apologize." The chair didn't take it to heart, and then bounced over to Yan Huang. "Son, how is my new body? Isn't it practical?" I told the curator I wanted to serve people to the best of my ability, and he granted me this new body. Was it stunning? Both practical and beautiful. Yan Huang found it bizarre, pinching his brow. As long as you're happy. The chair hopped behind Yan Huang. Come on, Dad hasn't hugged you in a long time. It's easy for Dad to hug you now. Let's have a hug. Yan Huang looked at the face on the chair, showing a bitter expression. That's not necessary, right? Upon hearing this, the chair became displeased and angrily scolded. What do you mean? Do you look down on me? I am a remarkable work of art from the curator. I have a name. I am the one who supports the family. It shouted angrily in a manner that was particularly eerie. Although there was pride and honor in its words, Yan Huang could distinctly see the shades of sorrow and fear on it. That sense of impotent rage, that fear. Yan Huang felt a genuine pity for it. After all, who would willingly become like this? Then, shall I sit for a moment? The chair perked up again. Yes. Sit quickly. If you don't sit, I will lose the meaning of my existence. If I lose my meaning, then the work of art can only become scrap. He certainly didn't want to become scrap. Becoming scrap would mean being destroyed. Yan Huang truly couldn't appreciate this bizarre art, but couldn't deny. Once associated with the name the one who supports the family, it was particularly fitting. So this was the reason why his parents weren't home at midnight. Dad is a chair. What about Mom? Yan Huang suddenly felt a sense of panic. He simply asked directly, what about Mom? As a result, the chair became furious again. Are you deliberately trying to anger me, you ungrateful child? What mother? What kind of scrap that doesn't understand art deserves to be your mother? Just consider that you've never had a mother. Yan Huang. It seemed she had passed away. What a bizarre world. You must know, I am incredibly lucky to have been chosen by the curator. After being selected by the curator, our family's needs will no longer be a concern. How envious others must be of our family. That useless one was chosen once, but did not cherish it. And now I have been chosen again. You should feel proud to have such a family. Do you understand? We must serve the curator well. Only by serving the curator can we become useful individuals, which will make life much easier in the future. Otherwise, we will be worthless. Dad is a nagging person, which makes Yan Huang very uncomfortable and extremely distressed. Yan Huang silently gazes at Tang Xin's new book. To distract himself, the viewers in the live stream are all laughing hysterically. Ha ha, fraudster, you finally have your day. I can't stop laughing. This is the first time I've seen such an opening in Fantasy Museum, but isn't this really a spoiler? Who knows? Anyway, the difficulty he is currently facing is indeed formidable. If it weren't for his agility, he would certainly be doomed. Yan Huang ignored the gossiping audience in the live stream. Suddenly, he saw new information suddenly appear on Tang Xin's new book. Fantasy Museum. 3-man strength, 4 agility, 4 wisdom, 1 talent, reshape, energy, conversion. Introduction. When walking at night, one often feels as if someone is hiding in the surrounding bushes watching you. Is it a tree or a person? That is the shadow of a lifetime on a night road. Reshape. The ability of cellular proliferation and differentiation greatly increases, allowing for a rapid change in cellular form in a short time. Energy conversion. As producers in nature, we do not produce energy. We are merely transporters of energy. Yan Huang himself was stunned. Clearly, he had not explored any new information about the Tree Man, so why did Tang Xin's new book suddenly display this information? Could it be a bug? No, it absolutely cannot be a bug. A flash of inspiration crossed Yan Huang's mind, and he quickly stood up from his chair. In the next moment, a huge tree root burst through the floor, piercing the chair. Oh! Flesh splattered from the chair, and that pair of eyes widened in disbelief at being pierced. Yan Huang turned to look at the chair, feeling complicated inside. He tightened his grip on the family harmony blade, intending to rescue the chair. But the chair did not give him that chance. It used its eyes to tell Yan Huang not to save it. Its emotions were not fear, but relief. This left Yan Huang feeling conflicted. It opened its mouth, its voice drenched in sorrow. Stay away from the museum, never agree to him. After saying these words, the tree root absurdly erupted with intense flames, turning the chair to ashes. Then the tree root twisted a few times, targeting Yan Huang. Yan Huang bit his lip, feeling mournful for his father, who he had known for such a short time in this instance. Countless tree roots surged around, making Yan Huang very tense. He should have realized. The most terrifying aspect of a tree is not above ground, but below it. If he's not mistaken, the reason his flames can't harm the Tree Man is because the Tree Man possesses the ability of reshape. And the ability to explode flames comes from energy conversion. Yan Huang felt that this Tree Man was likely the most troublesome creature he had ever encountered. Apart from escaping its attack range, there was no other choice. But there was no escape. The entire town, every corner, was replaced by the Tree Man. From the very beginning, this instance had been controlled by the curator of the Fantasy Museum. Sweat beaded on Yan Huang's forehead. He felt increasingly anxious. This is a tightly sealed trap. But even if the difficulty has risen to E, it shouldn't be this desperate. There must be a weakness. He just hasn't discovered it yet. Yan Huang took a deep breath, needing to deal with the tree roots attacking from all directions. His family harmony blade, although now clearly unable to keep up with the pace of the instance, could handle humanoid or small monsters, but against the thick tree roots, it was difficult to manage. These trees won't be completely destroyed by flames. Rather than using a blade, it would be better to use his hands. Yan Huang could only give up on counterattacking and choose to use agile movements to buy time. The tree roots attacked repeatedly, and Yan Huang dodged while running. It was unwise to escape outside, as that would be walking into a trap, so he could only consume time indoors. However, there were simply too many tree roots. After more than 10 minutes of evasion, Yan Huang's stamina had clearly declined, forcing him into the narrow bathroom. Worse than the limited space was that those tree roots began to completely wrap around every corner here. They were slowly squeezing. The space grew narrower, and the oxygen content around seemed to be rapidly diminishing. It was becoming increasingly difficult for Yan Huang to breathe. This was the first time Yan Huang had encountered such a perilous situation since entering the instance. He forced himself to calm down and think. The tree man is indeed afraid of fire. He still remembers the painful display. However, due to the ability to reshape, what should have been a fatal weakness was no longer so deadly. Unless the flames could overwhelm it before it could reshape. But under these oxygen-deprived conditions using fire, Yan Huang felt he would first succumb to gas poisoning. The more he thought, the more he wanted to curse. Wait, Yan Huang suddenly realized something. These tree roots can so accurately find his position. There must be some evidence, right? In that case, he needed to have sensory feedback. He then took out the phantasm simulator and quickly edited. In the image, Yan Huang directly passed through the thick tree roots and walked toward the door. The illusion edited by the phantasm simulator was enough to deceive many senses. It could almost rival the real world. As long as this tree man judged his actions based on senses, it would surely be deceived. With its little bit of wisdom, it would definitely not easily discern the truth from the false. Sure enough, the tree roots wrapping around him immediately lunged toward the direction he escaped in the illusion. When they discovered they had stabbed into nothingness, Yan Huang had already stealthily slipped out of the bathroom, gulping fresh air. Finally safe. Editing with the phantasm simulator consumes mental energy, which is wisdom. Prolonged use is not friendly to Yan Huang. To avoid wasting, Yan Huang turned it off after escaping. But as soon as he turned it off, a tree root tapped on his shoulder. Yan Huang was taken aback. So fast to react. Yan Huang observed that this time the tree man seemed furious about being deceived, preparing sharp roots to stab him from all directions. He used the phantasm simulator again. Evidently, the opponent would not fall for the same trick twice. Yan Huang clenched his fists, maintaining his composure. He still had one chance for CF Fumis protection, so he bought a jar of oil to cover himself and the ground. A large amount of oil quickly spread throughout the house, and Yan Huang held the lighter he had bought earlier. He vowed that before he was pierced by the trees, he would make sure to play it to the end with these tree men. If they can't be burned to death, they'll be scared. Let's see whether your reshape is faster or this level of fire burns faster. From all directions, sharp attack. Yan Huang was always ready to ignite this place with his lighter. As the flame was about to ignite, the roots in front of him suddenly halted, piercing the skin at the center of his forehead and causing droplets of blood to flow slowly down. Yan Huang fixed his gaze on everything, decisively abandoning his choice of mutual destruction in that moment of stagnation. He tentatively moved, and the roots in front of him remained unresponsive. He held the lighter tightly, cautiously pulling apart the roots before him. The roots showed no reaction, easily pulled apart by Yan Huang's considerable strength. After pushing aside the heavy roots blocking his path, a gentle golden light streamed in unobstructed from the east, shining through the gap into Yan Huang's eyes, allowing him to see the daylight once more. Sunlight. Yan Huang curiously took the knife of family harmony and began to cut through the roots blocking the entrance, creating a small pathway. Then he crawled out of the path into the room. The once agitated tree men were now motionless, resembling ordinary trees basking in the sunlight, photosynthesizing desperately, absorbing the energy of nature. The strange tree men had tender green leaves aiding them in absorbing and utilizing light. They seemed to have lost their ability to move, maintaining their form, gently swaying in the warm breeze of the morning. Even the patterns on their bark returned to normal. There were no signs of human faces. It was as if everything that had just occurred was merely a dream. Daylight had arrived, and the dream awakened. Yan Huang pressed his lips together and took a deep breath. He had a bold idea. He walked over to the treeman that had attacked him earlier and touched the bark, still receiving no response. Could it be? He quickly took out Tang Xin's new book and reread the introduction about the treeman. Introduction: when walking on a dark road, you always feel like someone is watching you from the surrounding trees. Are they trees or people? That is the shadow of a lifetime on a dark road. This introduction also contained important information. Dark road. Night. Treemen are not always people. They only become shadows of humans at night. When sunlight shines upon them, they remain as trees. Ordinary trees. At this moment, Yan Huang suddenly realized something. He quickly looked up. He discovered that every household had opened their doors, stepping out of the stuffy rooms they had occupied all night. They breathed in the fresh air and cheerfully went about their business, completely different from the night. No wonder there was no one on the road at night. Everyone knew it was the treeman's domain. The people at the small tavern were clearly aware, but had not informed him. Either they thought he already knew, or they wanted to use the treeman to eliminate him. But the former was unlikely. He had acted so ignorant, yet he still dared to walk the dark road alone. These people were clever. How could they not notice his confusion? He almost fell into their trap. Yan Huang took a deep breath, and then walked towards the small tavern with the knife of family harmony in hand. On the way, Yan Huang could see that most of the residents here were normal people, though a few fortunate ones appeared in business. When these fortunate ones appeared before others, Yan Huang could use the eye of emotion to see the colors on them, which were shades of fear. Yet on the surface they still displayed great respect and envy-showering compliments. After all, who wouldn't be scared by those ghostly appearances? Yan Huang was afraid too. However, people needed to survive. To live here, they had to disguise themselves as admirers of the curator, appreciating those so-called artworks. Yan Huang reached the outside of the small tavern. Some people he had seen yesterday immediately recognized him, their expressions changing drastically as they hurried back into the tavern, slamming the door shut with a bang and locking it. Yan Huang stared at them and smiled helplessly. Why was this world so hostile to good people? He could only grip the knife of family harmony tighter and cleave the door open. Good morning, everyone. The people in the small tavern stared at Yan Huang in shock, their eyes nearly popping out as they looked him up and down. Is it really you? Are you still alive? Upon hearing this, Yan Huang tapped his knife handle against his palm. It seems you all knew what would happen last night. The people in the tavern all displayed grim expressions. Spare us. We have our reasons. What reasons? Tell me about it. Silence filled the small tavern in the morning. All right, we just wanted to live a bit better to earn a little more money. Yan Huang looked at the group, beginning to take an interest. Tell me more. Their faces were not good. After much hesitation, they finally said, if we can create some decent artworks and gain the curator of the Fantasy Museum's recognition, we would no longer need to turn into monsters, nor worry about how to survive in the town. You look like you're from out of town and don't understand our situation. As you can see, this is a strange and troublesome town, especially since the curator opened the Fantasy Museum, gained fame, and made a fortune. The upper authorities have inexplicably decided to promote some ridiculous art, attempting to turn this place into an international art town. At first it was fine, they just encouraged everyone to appreciate some works, to enhance everyone's artistic level. Then they offered income based on some free creations. Everyone discovered that they could earn money by making crafts or painting casually, leading to no one working anymore. As a result, no one managed the utilities, no one took care of daily needs, and everyone focused on that ridiculous art. From pretty paintings to sculptures, and even more things that we can't even understand ultimately. Even the tree man came to be. The more he spoke, the worse his expression became, and his body shook more violently. With no one managing basic living, the curator took it upon himself, letting some bizarre artworks take charge. By the time everyone realized, the entire town had become the curator's territory. Only people could come in, but no one could go out. We reported it, complained, and some even cursed those so-called artworks. But soon the curator dismissed it, saying our artistic appreciation was lacking. And a few days later, people vanished. Just 2 days ago, while walking at night, I discovered the tree men are alive, and those incomprehensible bizarre things are all alive. Moreover, that face was the face of someone who had cursed the curator. The curator claimed those tree men were modified corpses from the hospital morgue, but in reality, that wasn't true. He sacrificed lives for his art. The man spoke with a look of terror on his face, a deep-seated fear causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably, yet he clenched his teeth and insisted on speaking even after being urged by those around him to stop. He hoped someone could uncover the truth and break this chaotic situation. This turmoil. Yan Huang attempted to lighten the mood with a joke. I thought you were genuinely interested in these so-called works of art. People's expressions darkened. I can understand some beautiful paintings, but random scribbles or a collage of cruel imagery, perhaps I truly lack such artistic prowess. I don't comprehend these. If it weren't for survival, who would want to see this nonsense? Disgusting, he said while those around him continued to urge him not to speak any further. What if someone reports it? Then it's over. You would be treated as waste. The man also realized this issue, hesitating for a moment before choosing to remain silent, his gaze complex as it fell on Yan Huang. Yan Huang sensed the message in the gaze and expressed his gratitude. He asked again, what would happen if one were treated as waste? The other party looked down, glanced sideways, and pointed in a direction. They will be destroyed. Yan Huang followed the direction of the finger with his gaze. There stood a chair, just like the one belonging to his father in this scenario. The chair was being carried away while someone yelled, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Let go of me. Hurry and let go. I'm just tired and need to rest for a moment. What do you want to?" Soon he understood what they intended to do to him. They pulled out an axe and secured the chair. If one cannot sustain another's supporter, then one has lost the meaning of existence. As waste, one must be destroyed. A few individuals secured the chair at the entrance of the room's garden. A man wielded a large axe and struck down fiercely at the leg of the chair. Accompanied by a scream, one leg of the chair was severed, blood splattering everywhere. The severed leg of the chair was discarded aside, and the man swung the axe again. With each blow, the chair finally ceased to emit any further cries. Destruction complete. The neatly arranged remains of the chair legs were not discarded, but rather firmly planted into the soil. Yan Huang witnessed everything astonished, never expecting such a brutal method of destruction. He pursed his lips, and the person beside him explained, "Failed works return to nature. Dust to dust is also one aspect of great art. Similar to fallen leaves returning to their roots, it symbolizes giving back. It's the utilization of waste." These are the curator's exact words. Yan Huang listened to these words and gazed at the scene before him, a multitude of emotions welling up in his chest. Perhaps what returns is not nature, but the awakened tree men at night. The nutrients and energy that become tree men. The entire city operated under a bizarre order. It was firmly controlled by the instigator of this order. If one were to define the so-called meaning that they understood as artwork, then, under this distorted order, people reverse natural growth, intervening in everything while still maintaining a state of order. Would such a societal system be counted as a form of artwork? Artwork not understood by the common folk. Yan Huang took a deep breath. He felt it could be. Countless oddities forming a system. This was the greatest art of the world itself. Yet this art only served a select few. And the natural choice is to follow the majority. Suddenly the speaking man knelt down before Yan Huang with a thud. "I know you are a remarkable person. If you have enough ability, please break this situation. Truly it has become difficult to even survive." Yan Huang looked at the person before him, momentarily falling silent. This was merely a challenge-type scenario. He only needed to survive for an entire day to complete it. But now the difficulty had increased. Yan Huang assessed based on the time he had entered the scenario and the usual timeline others entered. He estimated he would have an extra 6 hours compared to the average person. Those 6 hours he had already endured. This meant that now the fantasy museum scenario had truly begun. Those around seemed to hear the pleas of the man before Yan Huang as they all looked at him. Their gaze was one of longing. Their emotions were fervent. But ultimately what they expressed was plain yet passionate. In this world, even being human was they could become artworks at any time or part of art itself. Yan Huang was unsure if he could accomplish this. He recalled the difficulties from last night. He had struggled even before entering the fantasy museum. He took a deep breath, ultimately responding cautiously, "I'm not certain, but I will do my best." Suddenly everyone around knelt before Yan Huang. He was momentarily bewildered. Then a man in a tailcoat appeared beside him, watching the crowd with caution. "What are you all doing here? So many people gathering." The crowd did not respond, but instead prostrated sincerely before Yan Huang. "Thank you." The man in the tailcoat, witnessing this, became intensely excited. "Oh, what a beautiful scene. I must capture this. I must capture this. Such a scene presented to the curator will surely delight him greatly." Then the man in the tailcoat fixed his gaze on Yan Huang, his eyes filled with approval. "This is an excellent piece of performance art. You are quite remarkable." Yan Huang deduced. This was likely a person from the fantasy museum, and the sudden kneeling of those around him was both a sincere gratitude and a plea for aid. At that moment a strange emotion surged within Yan Huang. He quickly calmed it down. He looked at the man in the tailcoat warmly, naturally saying, "For this work I had to pay quite a price to persuade." The man in the tailcoat nodded in approval. "Indeed, art is always priceless. Have you thought of a name for this piece, or should I let the curator name it for you?" Yan Huang smiled. "Oh, to have the curator name this piece. That would be an honor for the work." The man in the tailcoat found Yan Huang very agreeable. Quite right. You are a talented individual. You are very agreeable. To have a performance artist like you emerge from our town is rare. I will definitely introduce you to the curator, who will surely appreciate you greatly." Coincidentally, recently the curator is looking for distinguished guests, and artists like you emerging locally are few and far between. He will certainly welcome you as an exception for this exhibition. I have an invitation letter here. Please accept it. Congratulations, player, for obtaining a hidden scenario limited time item. Item: invitation letter to the quality. The Fantasy Museum invites only 2 artists with profound artistic skills each year to appreciate the curator's peak artistic achievements, but your appearance is an exception. You have been noticed as a local performance artist by the Fantasy Museum. Although I feel this is your stroke of luck." Yan Huang examined the invitation letter, which bore no remarkable differences, but it was indeed related to the challenge. After all, they needed to enter the Fantasy Museum. He appeared extremely excited, even bowing thank you. The man in a tailcoat thoroughly enjoyed this feeling, puffing out his chest and standing tall, adjusting his posture. All right, this is what you deserve. I still have to patrol other areas. He left with a swagger. After he walked away, the people on the ground slowly stood up. They surrounded Yan Huang, nervously watching him, their eyes filled with hope. Mr. Yan, please. This was a gift they offered to Yan Huang, the best they could do. Yan Huang received their goodwill, nodded, and walked towards the Fantasy Museum. When Yan Huang arrived in front of the museum, he took a moment to inspect it. The museum's exterior featured a massive fountain with all kinds of strange sculptures exhibiting a bizarre harmony within the water, creatures of various forms playing in the water. However, Yan Huang noticed the creatures in the fountain exhibited a subtle relationship from inside to outside. A predatory relationship. In the center, seaweed, small fish, and then long-tailed mermaids followed by some sea monsters seemed harmonious and joyful at first glance, yet conveyed a tremendous tension and sense of oppression. As if with the slightest mistake one would be preyed upon. Yan Huang, though unable to appreciate it, could not deny the curator was indeed a formidable artist. At that moment, a harsh zzz sound pierced his ears. It was the sound of car tires squealing against the ground. Yan Huang looked in the direction of the sound and spotted two familiar figures. Lin Shi was tall and striking. His appearance was quite remarkable, primarily due to his distinct features, always smiling. He stepped out of the car, kneeling on one knee like a prince from a fairy tale, extravagantly lifting one hand ready to welcome his princess. However, the princess showed no interest. Lin Na glared at Lin Shi with disdain and said, "It's greasy as hell." She then promptly exited the vehicle. Yan Huang squinted at them, not wanting to alert them. The car hadn't left yet. Lin Shi looked at the car with a hint of helplessness. It's unfair that we can't kill anyone in the car, and we can't even get the invitation letters until everyone is present. He spoke while quietly moving back toward the car. Lin Na crossed her arms, her expression showing some impatience. Soon Lin Shi emerged from the car. 2 invitation letters were tucked in his overcoat. He was holding a small loli who was completely tied up and unable to move. The small lola's eyes were filled with resentment, and her mouth was taped shut. It was the first time in her life she felt so speechless. What a terrible start. Then her big eyes noticed Yan Huang behind her. Yan Huang exchanged glances with Zhang Luo from a distance. Zhang Luo quickly established a mental connection. "While you're actually here. I thought you were under the car." Yan Huang responded, "What's this?" Zhang Luo complained, "Don't say anything. I've never been so speechless in my life. The star was just stuck with these 2 in the car, and I couldn't see your shadow at all. I couldn't even fight back in the car. These 2 were planning to kill me directly. Luckily, it's not allowed to kill inside the car, and the NPC took their invitation letters as a threat. Otherwise, what you'd see now wouldn't be me, the cute little loli, but a dead loli." Yan Huang. Suddenly, he felt that his start wasn't so bad. Zhang Luo still had a resentful expression directed at Lin Shi, seemingly accusing him of something. In reality, she had been chatting with Yan Huang. Right now, Lin Shi probably hasn't noticed you. All the invitation letters are with them. We need to come up with a way to get them. Yan Huang asked, "Should we just take them?" Lin Shi seems very perceptive. "I can't act freely under his watch. Being tied up limits what I can do." Yan Huang suddenly smiled. "No need to do too much. Just remember to seize the opportunity." Zhang Luo was puzzled, but when Yan Huang pulled out the illusion simulator, she understood everything. Lin Shi held Zhang Luo with one hand and handed the invitation letter to Lin Na with the other. Lin Na casually glanced at Zhang Luo as she received the letter. "Can't deal with it in the car. Let's take care of it now. Her talent is troublesome." Since Lin Na said so, I will certainly comply. Lin Shi's slender fox-like eyes scrutinized Zhang Luo. Then he smiled. "You listen, it's not that I want to kill you, but it's Lin Na who wants to kill you. If you become a boss in the instance later, you can't blame me. You have to settle accounts with Lin Na instead." Although I will protect Lin Na if you're too strong. Perhaps we can take our revenge and die together at your hands. If I can die alongside Lin Na, then I would have no regrets." As he spoke, his fingers began to morph. Lin Na felt a chill as she listened to him. Zhang Luo was held by Lin Shi, her eyes filled with terror, shaking her head repeatedly, as if pleading for mercy. But pleading was of no use. Lin Shi directly tossed her body up, aiming carefully, and swiftly swung a knife. In an instant, blood splattered. Zhang Luo's flesh and bone separated perfectly, the opened parts resembling a blood rose. The pieces of flesh flew even higher. Lin Shi noticed something was off. The aura was not in the air. In the next second, he quickly turned around, and Yan Huang appeared in his line of sight. His pupils constricted. His first reaction was not to care about Yan Huang, but to swiftly grab the air next to his pocket containing the invitation letters. What he grabbed was not air, but a warm arm. "It seems you all have some decent props, huh? Too bad I'm still faster." Yan Huang had just used the illusion simulator to affect Lin Shi's perception, causing the precise location where the bone knife would fall to change, cutting the ropes, binding Zhang Luo, intending to let her covertly snatch the invitation letters. However, Lin Qi instantly saw through their plan due to his keen intuition. Such sharp perception even made Yan Huang feel admiration. But having researched doctors for so long, how could Yan Huang not have considered this point? Immediately, Zhang Luo smiled slyly. The hand that Lin Qi had grabbed began to materialize. The data of the retractable knife was gathering in her hand, quickly cutting towards Lin Qi. Lin Qi's eyelids twitched, and in the moment his skin was pierced, he unhesitatingly chopped off Zhang Luo's arm. To his surprise, the instant he pierced Zhang Luo's skin, her arm also turned into data. Data clearing. Zhang Luo's arm and the retractable knife stabbing into Lin Qi suddenly transformed into blue pixelated light and vanished, allowing Zhang Luo to escape. Her other hand had already reached for Lin Na's invitation letter. All of this seemed to happen in an instant, and Lin Na completely failed to react. When she finally reacted and tried to grasp Zhang Luo, due to her short stature, crouched down to dodge perfectly. Crouching also meant limited mobility. Lin Qi and Lin Na seized this opportunity. Both of them wanted to capture Zhang Luo, even resorting to their respective talents. Lin Qi quickly extended his bone blade, while healing his injuries, aiming to stab Zhang Luo. Lin Na, on the other hand, utilized her ability to allow her body to reshape freely like rubber in an attempt to seize Zhang Luo. As a result, Zhang Luo shrank and used a device to encase herself in a ball. The two intended to grab the ball, but their hands slipped the moment they touched it. Lin Qi's bone blade transformed significantly, increasing the adhesiveness of the cell membranes on its surface. However, despite this, they couldn't grasp it. Instead, they pushed it forward, causing Zhang Luo to be propelled out. The speed was incredible. Had it not been for this ball, Zhang Luo would have been crushed. Inside the ball, she was forced to spin, feeling dizzy and even nauseous. Yet Yan Huang bought a large net from the system shop, accurately ensnaring Zhang Luo. Zhang Luo emerged from her ball and handed the invitation letter to Yan Huang. Yan Huang intended to commend her, but unexpectedly she immediately vomited on the ground. Zhang Luo, Yan Huang responded. I saw that. He glanced at Zhang Luo's ball. Item: absolutely smooth hamster ball. Quality F. Attribute: defense 1. Item description: perhaps you have played the game hamster ball. Oh, I mean your hamster. Yan Huang's mouth twitched. There really are all kinds of items in the dungeon. Zhang Luo bought a medicine for herself, swallowing it to alleviate her dizziness. She then stood next to Yan Huang. Lin Qi and Lin Na both wore displeased expressions, feeling completely played. Especially since they no longer had an invitation letter, one was torn, and the other was stolen by Zhang Luo. Scum. Lin Na cursed, grinding her back teeth. Lin Qi squinted and chuckled. We thought you were under the car, looks like you arrived before us. Yan Huang held the invitation letter in his palm calmly, saying, I arrived a little earlier. I'll take this invitation letter. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Qi swiftly attacked him. Yan Huang remembered very clearly that Lin Qi's agility was an astonishing 4.9, making his speed almost ghost-like. Moreover, Lin Qi's strength attribute reached 5.2, undoubtedly the most outrageous attribute value Yan Huang had seen since entering the dungeon. Yan Huang quickly shoved Zhang Luo back into the absolutely smooth hamster ball. He then tossed it towards the nearby fountain. Zhang Luo widened her eyes, screaming as she flew out, Are you polite? Yan Huang quickly approached the fountain, saying, Lin Qi is very tired. With the increasing luck attribute on Yan Huang, while the probability of his abilities remained 50, the chance of them turning into the desired 50 would increase under the unspoken rules. Yan Huang had actually tested this in the practice room of the dungeon. Now the probability of his liability achieving what he wanted was 80. Furthermore, those who smile often don't have bad luck. 80% was merely symbolic for a lucky person. Lie determination opposing event determination. Determination result: Lin Qi previously suffered damage from the knife of family harmony at his neck. The curse effect reactivated, causing fatigue and a 20% drop in ability. Lin Qi's speed was noticeably reduced. Though still fast, it was sufficient for Yan Huang to reach the fountain. If he guessed correctly, Lin Qi still did not know the unspoken rules in the Fantasy Museum. Art above all, Lin Qi's fist was about to strike. Yan Huang, however, did not dodge, as the bone blade slowly aimed to pierce his body. Lin Qi looked at Yan Huang with a smile. Fraud. Stealing is not a good habit, you will be punished. With that, he unleashed his punch with great force. Yan Huang's right chest was pierced. The cold, wet sensation splashed onto his face. Lin Qi was startled awake by this chilling moisture. Damn it, it was another illusion. He had not smashed Yan Huang's head, but the sculpture in the fountain. Blood flowed from his lacerated skin as he awkwardly stood among the collapsed fountain sculpture, complete. His eyes held a fierce glare, no longer hidden. He stared at Yan Huang, who was releasing Zhang Luo from the ball. Zhang Luo once again vomited on the ground, her small face frighteningly pale. With a dry voice, she lamented, Yan Huang. Yan Huang felt a bit embarrassed. It was forced by the situation. Your attributes couldn't keep up. Zhang Luo replied. How infuriating. She would definitely think of a way to increase her attributes, as she would focus on agility from now on. If she wanted to fight, she had to be faster than anyone else to avoid this suffering. Seeing the scene before him, the doctor felt a slight tug in his heart, soon replaced by disgust. He had been At this moment, a knife appeared in his hand. Yan Huang recognized that the knife was made from the spinal cords of individuals he had killed in the dungeon who possessed combat-type talents. Its quality was nearly D with attribute values of Strength 5, Curse 1, Forbidden Healing. With these attribute values combined with his own, it had already surpassed 10, which was why Yan Huang felt so happy. Lin Shi was at the pinnacle among newcomers, whether in terms of strength equipment or combat ability and instinct. If one had to mention a weakness, it would be sufficiently perverse. His behavioral logic was both his greatest defense and his biggest weakness. If one could grasp his behavioral logic, it would be his fatal flaw. If not, one would be played around by him. Although Lin Shi wanted to kill him, he definitely wanted to torture him more. Lin Shi would hold back, ensuring he didn't die, as that would maintain the greatest pleasure. Thus in Lin Shi's eyes, Yan Huang was merely a trapped beast. But now Lin Shi's mindset had clearly shifted. When he drew out the sword of sinister spine, Yan Huang realized this fact. Fraud. I'm going to get serious now. Yan Huang's heart raced as Lin Shi prepared to execute him. Once again, he activated the illusion simulator. Frequent use of abilities and items that consume mental energy caused Yan Huang's state to decline. But this time he felt it was worth it, because it allowed him to discern that the illusion simulator no longer worked on Lin Shi at this not-so-critical. Lin Shi scoffed disdainfully, modifying his sense of smell to accurately determine Yan Huang's location. I said, I'm going to get serious now. Just as the sinful spine greatsword was about to pierce Yan Huang's body, he collapsed into the fountain. Immediately, countless mermaids leaped out from the fountain. To be precise, they were fish with human faces. These fish avoided Yan Huang's body, and without warning lunged at Lin Shi, attempting to tear him apart. Lin Shi's pupils contracted. He never carried any defensive items. Lin Na quickly stepped forward, a massive shield appearing in her hands to protect both herself and Lin Shi. Lin Shi exclaimed with delight, Lin Na, you came to save me. I'm so touched. Lin Na shot him a glare and said, get lost. Don't disgust me. After speaking, she prepared to abandon her teammate and leave with her items. However, Lin Shi's bone blade blocked her path. Lin Na, you can't abandon me. Lin Na clicked her tongue in irritation, deeply regretting her decision to help. The human-faced fish landed on the ground, their bodies miraculously sprouting tiny childlike legs. But it was enough to support them as they stood, using their sharp teeth to devour those who had destroyed the fountain. Their numbers were staggering, and more mermaids continued to leap out. This left Lin Shi and his companion with no chance to divert their attention. Zhang Luo and Yan Huang had been maintaining mental communication. Yan Huang had informed her of some rules, so she was unafraid. She quickly pulled him out of the water and asked, is the invitation damaged? Yan Huang slapped an invitation against Zhang Luo's face. It's in my backpack, don't worry. Zhang Luo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Whether he was injured or not no longer mattered. The invitation could not be harmed. Soon upon receiving the report, 2 management personnel in suits hurried out of the museum. One of them was the man in a tailcoat who had previously given Yan Huang the invitation. The 2 approached with hostile expressions. They surveyed the damaged fountain, their faces turning green with rage. How dare you destroy the curator's magnificent artwork? On behalf of the curator, we will punish you severely. You will remain on this fountain forever. Replacing them, the 2 were incandescent with fury. Suddenly the man in the tailcoat noticed Yan Huang and said in surprise, Teacher Yan, you're here. How did things end up like this? Yan Huang pointed at Lin Shi. He pushed me. Lin Shi. The man in the tailcoat was furious and shouted at Lin Shi, you vulgar creature. A scoundrel like you who cannot respect art and artists deserves to be pickled in a filthy jar as a warning to others. He said to the other suited man, take Teacher Yan and Teacher Jiang inside. I will discipline this vulgar. The suited man nodded and politely bowed to Yan Huang and Zhang Luo. Teacher Yan, Teacher Jiang. Please. Yan Huang smiled. Thank you. The 2 were led by the suited man to the entrance of the Fantasy Museum, which was secured by an iris recognition lock. The suited man unlocked the door. The interior of the museum was dark, with a seemingly endless corridor that made it difficult to discern what lay within. The suited man smiled and said, please, both of you. Lin Shi and Lin Na, who had witnessed everything, were taken aback. Lin Na couldn't help but ask, don't they only have 1 invitation? How can they let 2 people in? That's against the rules. Lin Shi was also curious. His expression grew calm, his hollow eye and normal eye both fixed on the scene. Sweat beaded on his palms as he squinted. Something was wrong. The Fantasy Museum clearly stated that only 2 artists were invited to tour the museum each year. The 2 invited this round were Lin Na and Zhang Luo. The 2 invitations had appeared on them. But Lin Shi had taken them both, and Zhang Luo had personally destroyed one. According to the rules of the Fantasy Museum, one invitation allowed only one person entry. Lin Chi's curiosity grew stronger. Yan Huang could hear their conversation. There was no need to conceal. He touched a pocket on his clothes, then revealed it. An invitation. With a gentle flick of his thumb, it became, "I'm sorry, I have 2 invitations." His smile remained gentle. To Lin Chi, that smile was unbearably. He had been fooled. From the very beginning. The torn invitation was still in his pocket. That meant the Deceiver had possessed an invitation all along. No wonder the calculator had destroyed it so decisively. He gritted his teeth and let out a cold laugh, his body shaking with it. Ha ha. Deceiver. You're impressive. To make me suffer losses repeatedly, you've truly piqued my interest. Yan Huang watched him, hands in his pockets. Then he reminded the man in the tailcoat, "Sir, would I have the honor of witnessing the entire process of you turning him into a work of art?" The man in the tailcoat seemed flattered. "Of course, Teacher Yan. It is my honor. You are someone the curator eagerly anticipates." The man in the tailcoat was eager to begin. Zhang Luo couldn't help but complain, "Why is it that in the 2 dungeons I've played with you, the NPCs are so ritualistic? It's oddly elegant." Yan Huang smiled helplessly. "Next time he'll choose one without rituals." Zhang Luo replied. All right. The 2 awaited the spectacle of Lin Chi being turned into an artwork. Though, they didn't believe Lin Chi would fall so easily. Lin Na spoke up quietly, "Just leave the eyes." Receiving the instruction, Lin Chi grew excited. He retrieved his sinful spine greatsword and stored it in his backpack. The next moment, he stepped out of the range of the human-faced fish. His entire body bristled with sharp bone blades tightly wrapped in skin, as if naturally formed. The human-faced fish that touched him were instantly impaled and killed. The man in the tailcoat sensed something was wrong and aimed a gun at Lin Chi. The next second, he fired at Lin. A ball of light pierced into Lin Chi's body, but it seemed ineffective. The man in the tailcoat's eyes widened in horror. The curator's power. How can it be useless? Lin Chi smirked, the corners of his mouth curling up. Because reconstructing the health of body and soul is the doctor's duty. With that, he stabbed through the man in the tailcoat's body, perfectly extracting his spine. He threw it to the ground. Yan Huang and Zhang Luo's hearts clenched at the sight. Zhang Luo quickly tried to hack the information of the fallen gun, but was dragged away by Yan Huang. The suited man also fled in terror into the Fantasy Museum. Lin Chi watched the 2 leave and the museum door close. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. So timid. But we'll be catching up soon. Don't you think so, Lin Na? Half his face was covered in blood as he flashed a bright smile at Lin Na. Lin Na felt only fear and disgust. She said nothing but walked over to the corpse of the man in the tailcoat, placing her nails on the bleeding back. The blood following her nails seeped into her body. The DNA analysis is complete, revealing the genes responsible for external traits. Lin Na moved her finger away and casually walked towards the entrance of the museum. In reality, she was a top-tier superstar adored by thousands. Her beauty and grace were unparalleled among women who, just closing her mouth and taking a few steps, exuded an imposing aura. Her curly hair swayed with her movements, a visual feast from any angle. Her eyes were originally a light brown, exuding a mixed-race beauty. However, as her pupils dilated, the color darkened considerably. She aimed at the iris switch on the museum's main door. Immediately, the lock emitted 2 beeps, unlocking effortlessly. Lin Na turned to Lin Chi and said, "It's done, let's go in." Lin Chi walked over slowly. Lin Na is truly impressive. Lin Na would someday give him that beautiful feeling again. After all, Lin Na could change in any way. Yan Huang had actually set up a low-level all-angle detector at the entrance before entering. Although he had previously learned about Lin Na and knew her talent allowed her to change her appearance and physique at will. But seeing Lin Na's talent in action left him utterly amazed. Indeed, everyone possessed formidable talent. However, what limitations did Lin Na's talent impose? Yan Huang could only speculate, making it difficult to find a way to counter it. He spoke to Zhang Luo beside him. "Xiao Luo. From now on, never sever the mental bridge. We must maintain its use at all times." Zhang Luo nodded. Although maintaining the mental connection wasn't too taxing for her, doing so for an extended period would still take its toll. But she understood Yan Huang's reasoning. "We need to leave here. If they catch up, it'll be." As they spoke, they quickly moved into the interior of the museum. The surroundings were pitch black, and Yan Huang feared missing any clues. He bought a flashlight and shone it around, only to find nothing. Just some wooden walls densely covered in strange symbols, some of which were quite aesthetically pleasing. Suddenly, a beautiful singing voice reached their ears. The melody was enchanting, seemingly able to influence one's mind, making them instinctively want to draw closer. Fortunately, both were players with high wisdom attributes, though otherwise they surely would have succumbed. Yet driven by curiosity, they followed the sound. Behind them, the door had been pushed open. Yan Huang and Zhang Luo began to run. Lin Na and Lin Chi also heard the song. They were both mesmerized by the singing. Lin Na, whose intelligence attribute wasn't as high, couldn't resist. Her eyes became glazed. It was Lin Shi who unhesitatingly stabbed her with a bone knife, the sharp pain jolting her awake. Lin Shi said, "Lin Na can't lag behind. If you can't keep up with the pace, you can wait outside for me." Lin Na's expression darkened as she coldly huffed. It was just an accident. Though affected, Lin Shi remained composed. He altered his neural cells, preventing the neurotransmitters of excitement from being consumed, allowing for prolonged effect. This way he could resist the control of the song. "Let's go." Lin Shi moved swiftly, showing no intention of considering Lin Na as his teammate, leaving her behind. Lin Na held no expectations of him, silently following. Yan Huang and Zhang Luo pushed open the large door at the end of the room. The giant iron door creaked open. A dazzling blue and white light flooded in, akin to sunlight, piercing through the ocean depths, creating a flowing sensation across their bodies. Bubbles gradually rose, making them feel as if they were submerged in the deep sea, nearly forgetting to breathe. It was as if they had stepped into a different world, merely separated by a door. Just behind it, they could see the azure expanse of shallow waters. A school of fish and shrimp swam past. The ocean consumed their entire view, yet it felt as if something enveloped it, preventing any exposure to the outside, completely defying the laws of force found in nature. Curious, Yan Huang touched the shallow sea. It was wet. The enchanting song still lingered in the air. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was coming from a glass enclosure directly opposite. That area was concealed by a light gray curtain. Shadows of several graceful and exotic figures were visible on the fabric. They had long seaweed-like hair that covered their upper bodies, while their fishtails were long and beautiful. They sang harmoniously behind the curtain, creating a stunning scene that left both Yan Huang and Zhang Luo. Even Lin Shi momentarily forgot about confronting Yan Huang. At that moment, a voice emerged. "My esteemed guest, you have arrived." The voice was intricate and distinctly lively, unlike anything a single person could produce. It sounded as though countless individuals were speaking in unison. Everyone turned towards the sound. Before the curtain, a man dressed in pure white stood with his back to them. He slowly turned around, arms outstretched. His face was exceptionally beautiful, resembling a meticulously crafted masterpiece of divine creation, with not a single flaw to be found. His entire body was wrapped in white fabric, revealing only his face. "Welcome to the Fantasy Museum. My esteemed guests, please come in." He stood steadily in the water with hardly any bubbles around him. The legendary museum director has made his appearance. Yan Huang hadn't anticipated such a figure. He dared not let his guard down, fearing complications. Behind him, Lin Shi scoffed. "Fraud, aren't you going in?" Yan Huang ignored him. Lin Shi wasn't in a hurry to act against Yan Huang in front of the museum director. He was a smart man and dared not cause trouble before confirming the information. If he accidentally caught attention, Lin Shi continued to mock Yan Huang. "Fraud, are you afraid? Why not go over?" Yan Huang replied earnestly, "Yes, I am afraid." Lin Shi, "It's rare to see you afraid." Yan Huang, "Not rare. I have many fears. If you are unafraid, please go ahead first." Lin Shi didn't mind. He directly stepped over and entered the ocean world. Being overly cautious is not good. You'll miss many opportunities. In the next moment, his face turned red, eyes wide with shock as his body uncontrollably floated upward. It was clearly a sign of drowning. Lin Shi struggled in pain, but his body was unresponsive in the water. He fainted. Yet soon after, he broke into an exaggerated laugh. "Haha, I'm dead. I was just pretending. Ha." Yan Huang and Zhang Luo watched expressionlessly. Such familiar lines. If not for Lin Shi's demeanor, showing no panic whatsoever, they might have believed him. The two averted their gazes from Lin Shi, fearing that one more look would drive them mad. They then silently walked into the underwater world. Lin Na also quietly stepped in, muttering, "So embarrassing." Lin Shi clicked his tongue and fell back to the ground from the center of the water. Boring. This underwater world was truly marvelous. Walking inside was an indescribable sensation. Breathing, standing firmly, and leaping about felt like entering a fantasy world completely controlled by one's inner self. The four of them reached the side of the museum director. The director's gaze was fixed on the mermaids hidden behind the curtain, his eyes filled with longing and reverence, as if they were his deities. "I am delighted that you could come here. For the next while, I will guide you through my museum. Please see, this is my proud creation." The mermaids. Aren't they beautiful? The shadows of the mermaids danced actively behind the curtain. They hummed a continuous melody. Yet Yan Huang felt something was off. He asked, "Director, why not unveil the curtain?" The director paused for a moment, then smiled at Yan Huang, patiently responding, "Because they are still only half-finished. Semi-finished works are imperfect, for their structure is insufficient to be called nature. They cannot become a true part of the world. They are rejected. Exquisite art is that which compels the world to sigh in admiration, to praise, and to embrace it as its own. Yet semi-finished works are an act of irresponsibility toward the world, toward me, and toward the audience. Thus I drape them in curtains, concealing them, awaiting the day they can perfectly merge with the world." Then all shall marvel at their beauty and be awestruck by them. As the curator spoke, his eyes brimmed with anticipation. A smile curled at the corners of his lips. His body swathed in pure white strips resembled a moving canvas, a pristine world yet to be painted. The listeners each harbored their own thoughts. Yan Huang scrutinized the curator, intently curious about what lay beneath the white cloth. He had glimpsed an erratic movement beneath the fabric clinging to the curator's form. Then he heard the curator muttering softly, "But soon they will be complete. Tonight it will surely be finished. We and everything in this museum shall witness the birth of a beautiful world." He chuckled gently, a sound that would warm anyone's heart. In this oceanic realm, he was lost in his own. Neither Yan Huang nor Zhang Luo voiced their thoughts, for they had both seen Lin Shi tugging at the curtain beside him. Lin Shi crouched low, pulling at the drape with one hand. "Curator, you've piqued my curiosity. What do these semi-finished works look like?" As he spoke, he swiftly tore off a section of the curtain, drawing shocked gazes from the others. A sharp ripping. The curtain clung tightly. Even Lin Shi, with his immense strength, could only rip off a piece slightly taller than a person. Brighter waterlight refracted from within, spilling onto the floor in undulating waves. The curator and Lin Na were momentarily stunned. Seizing the chance, Yan Huang and Zhang Luo peered through the gap, eager to glimpse the so-called semi-finished works. Perhaps the mermaid inside was startled by the sudden opening as her graceful figure swiftly approached. Meanwhile, the curator trembled with fury. His already layered voice grew more chilling. "You accursed defilers." As he spoke, the surrounding ocean world began to flow rapidly clockwise. Soon a whirlpool formed, its growing suction threatening to drag them in. The four braced themselves, but the pull was terrifying. The ocean world, once semi-solid ground, now weighed heavily upon them, crippling their abilities. They were swept up and tumbled toward the vortex. Lin Na cursed aloud. "Lin Shi, do you have to be such a Yet Lin Shi remained nonchalant. He clicked his tongue softly. "Sorry for upsetting you, Lin Na. I guess it'll just end this instance then." With that, he opened his eyes. The world he saw was unlike anyone else's. He could not perceive its colors nor its forms. He only saw monochromatic examples shaping the souls of people. Every soul was a monster, and in their interactions they devoured one another. His world held no beauty, only the true intentions of people and the distorted ideologies of all. The curator's intention was the most complex he had ever seen. A body teeming with frenzied beasts howling, each face bearing a different expression. Unanimously they raged at the torn curtain. He moved swiftly through the seabed, reaching Yan Huang. "Deceiver, lend me a stepping stone, and he'll spare your life in this instance." With that, he kicked off Yan Huang's hands. Yan Huang crossed his arms in defense, but was sent flying backward. He dared not close his eyes, nor dwell on thoughts, quietly observing Lin Shi shoot forward like an arrow from a bow. Midway, light coalesced in his hand into the spine great sword of sin aimed at the curator. Rumor had it that most in tarot directly slay the gods within instances, and with their unique abilities, each kill achieves the TE route, sealing the instance. Yan Huang was curious to see what this special ability truly was. Moreover, if the curator were killed, he would be next. Lin Shi would not let him leave the instance alive to claim the Rookie King title. He remained ever vigilant. As he focused, he noticed the curator's hand touching the torn curtain. Thin tendrils sprouted from him, quietly mending the tear. Tendrils. Yan Huang's heart tightened. Then he smirked. Zhang Luo's voice echoed in his mind. "Yan Huang, you're about to get a free shot at the Rookie King." Yan Huang steadied his slipping glasses. "It's not that simple. The curator won't die easily." Zhang Luo was perplexed. Though the instance had been upgraded to E-level, Lin Shi, wielding the spine greatsword of sin, had a strength stat exceeding 10, a monstrous feat. Killing an E-challenge instance boss should be no trouble. At that moment, Lin Shi's blade glided seamlessly across the curator's neck. The curator's head fell, blood spurting. It spread rapidly through the underwater world, filling the air with a sickly sweet scent. Was it over? No. "He will restructure," Yan Huang murmured. Sensing danger, Lin Shi quickly retreated. Leveraging the vortex's force, he moved swiftly. But unexpectedly, the surrounding water seemed to gain sentience, its level dropping in an instant. Within seconds, fish and shrimp flopped on dry ground. The four buoyed by the water plummeted to the floor. The water hadn't vanished, it had coalesced into a whip of infinite density, binding Lin Shi tightly. The immense pressure made his eyes bulge as if he were being severed. The others instinctively sought to flee the fantasy museum. But before them, countless water threads formed an inescapable net, sealing their retreat. Yan Huang tentatively touched a thread. The instant he made contact, it cut him, drawing blood. Zhang Luo and Lin Na dared not advance further. They halted. Lin Shi's head and limbs were cleanly severed by the powerful currents, a gruesome sight. The curator, whose head had been cut off, stood upright, raising a hand tightly bound in bandages. Yan Huang and the others swallowed hard. The next moment, vines sprouted from the curator's severed neck, reattaching his head. After his fury subsided, he resumed his sacred, untainted demeanor. Rest assured, I only meant to give you a minor lesson. Please do not damage my works recklessly. Ending a life so ungracefully is a grave insult to existence. Forgive my discourtesy. As if nothing had ever happened before, the injury Lin Shi had inflicted was undoubtedly fatal. Yet now in the blink of an eye that fatal wound had healed. As if nothing had ever happened before, the injury Lin Shi had inflicted was undoubtedly fatal. Yet now in the blink of an eye that fatal wound. Those mermaids were also unable to see the light of day. Yan Huang and the others remained calm, refraining from any reckless actions. He had underestimated the challenge of this type of instance. In the next moment, Lin Shi's severed head spun around in place, eventually facing the ceiling, revealing a Wow, that hurts. My neck is all twisted. The curator looked at him with some surprise. His eyes had been observing everyone, which allowed him to send invitations to those suitable. While in the car, Lin Na and Jiang Luo both had qualities that attracted him. But this Lin Shi, he truly could not understand. Lin Shi was extremely complex. He always seemed to show great interest in everything. However, in reality, Lin Shi was uninterested in anything. His emotional fluctuations were exceedingly strange. He was someone even the most discerning eye for art could not comprehend. Those who cannot be understood internally are not suitable to become artworks. An artwork must have a clear inner self and expression. Thus the invitations were given to Lin Na and Jiang Luo. But now, he found himself interested in the man who was still alive despite being severed. Lin Shi called out, Lin Na, could you help me put my limbs back? It's quite troublesome for me to move. Lin Na's expression was not very good, as this was not a pleasant sight. She strode towards Lin Shi's dismembered body and picked up his head. Lin Shi smiled happily in her palm. Lin Na, you are so good to me. Lin Na did not respond, fearing he would cling to her. She placed Lin Shi's head back on his body, and the unmistakable crimson gap visibly healed at an astonishing speed. Lin Na then pieced together 2 hands and a leg for him. You can handle the remaining leg yourself. Lin Shi pouted, how stingy. But stingy Lin Na is also very cute. He limped on one foot, hopping over to his leg, bent down to retrieve it, and waved it playfully at the curator before finally attaching it back. The curator's eyes lit up at this scene. A treasure. This Lin Shi is truly a treasure. His body is simply the most precious material. The ability to control cells, to freely change forms, and the head that acts as a massive control. The curator was almost unable to contain his emotions. A smile crept onto his face. Yan Huang accurately captured the curator's gaze as it swept over the other 3. It seemed the curator would not easily kill these 3, but the only one who would not survive was him. Such an unremarkable end to life is a tremendous insult to existence. What then is considered wonderful to this curator? Yan Huang read from his eyes that the other 3 were what mattered. He himself did not. The curator would arrange a wonderful conclusion for all those deemed wonderful, a blossoming of their artistic flowers. He was certain of this, and so with a gentle smile he slowly approached the curator and bowed. Esteemed curator, I apologize for my inept brother's offense toward you. Please forgive him as well as our rudeness. We were merely captivated by your astonishing creation. Please grant us more opportunities to appreciate your work. We sincerely hope to behold your magnificent works. The curator raised an eyebrow, slightly feeling much more pleased. The man before him held little value. He raised his gaze to the other 3. However, in order to produce the best finished product, he might as well give them some opportunities. Of course, art is inclusive and requires kindred spirits. A minor unpleasantness cannot disturb our shared passion. We can still embark on a wonderful artistic journey together. He agreed. Yan Huang's lips curled upwards. Then, let's join the game. He pointed toward the eastern corridor. I just caught a whiff of a fragrance over there. May I go take a look? At this moment, Jiang Luo also jumped over. She pitifully shook Yan Huang's hand, pointing to the door to the south. Yan Huang, I want to go over there. I just saw a shimmering light over there. It looks so beautiful. No way, I'm older than you. You have to listen to me. We're going to the east door first. I won't. You have to let me go. My dad told you to take good care of me. Ooh, I want to go south. As she spoke, she rolled on the ground, throwing a little tantrum. Yan Huang coldly snorted. If you want to roll around, go ahead, but if you want to go by yourself. Jiang Luo began to cry pitifully. Wah, you're bullying me. I'm going to tell the police to arrest you. Lin Na and Lin Shi, seeing this scene, fell silent for a moment. Especially Lin Na, as a professional actress, could not help but twitch at the sight of these 2 poor performances. What were they trying to stir up? The curator seemed to have thought of something, a smile in his eyes, and gently lowered his head to Jiang Luo, saying, if you go over there by yourself, that's also fine. I trust those whom I invite. Jiang Luo immediately became excited. I have no problem. Yan Huang added, I have no issue either. I trust her completely. The curator was very pleased with this outcome. In that case, just right, I have always prepared an interesting little game for each friend who comes to visit. Originally, I intended to wait until nightfall to conduct this little game, but seeing things as they are now, it's perfectly suitable. I have hidden 4 different little gifts in 4 distinct places in the museum. If you all can find these 4 little gifts, then you will truly become my friends of the Fantasy Museum. And thus, you shall have the opportunity to enter and exit the museum freely. If you don't mind, you can split into 4 groups, and then find these 4 little gifts. I, on the other hand, will remain here to complete the creation of the mermaid. I believe that when you find the 4 gifts and return here, you'll be able to see the finished mermaid. I will complete the creation of the mermaid before nightfall. After he finished speaking, he followed Yan Huang's lead, providing this path, a path that could separate the 4 individuals. Upon hearing the words freedom to enter and exit the museum, everyone took it seriously. They understood that this monster, who could not be killed even with a severed head, would absolutely not die easily. The most secure way to clear this instance, for now, was the most basic method, surviving until the time limit. They were poised to act. At the same time, they were being watched by the curator. Everyone has understood the rules of the game. Everyone expressed that they had no issues at all, especially Lin Na, who was so happy in this situation that she was almost laughing. Lin Shi looked at Lin Na with a pitiful puppy-like gaze, but the fact that he was missing one eye made this expression only serve to send chills down people's spines. Lin Na, shall we go together? Lin Na would never go with him. She couldn't wait to distance herself from Lin Shi. No, don't disturb me, let's hurry and find the token to leave this place. After saying that, she walked towards the northern passage. Lin Shi watched Lin Na's departing figure, his gaze remarkably calm. Perhaps feeling bored, he silently yawned, and then looked at Yan Huang. Deceiver, should we go together? Yan Huang also turned and walked towards the eastern passage. No need being with you makes me scared. In the end, Lin Shi's gaze could only fall on Zhang Luo. Zhang Luo felt a chill at being stared at by him, and she knew, without needing to calculate, that following someone would definitely not yield any good results. She clasped her hands together and bowed to Lin Shi. Don't follow me, good people are 24 years old. Lin Shi happened to be 24. The little lowly cursed him to death. After cursing, she ran away. Lin Shi looked at the others. Good people are 24. But he is not a good person. He is not a bad person either. He is a normal person. Lin Shi looked at the curator. Curator, at a time like this, should I show signs of irritation? The curator stared at Lin Shi, momentarily caught off guard by his question. It took him a moment to respond. He still wore a mysterious smile. There is no should or shouldn't. Every flower has its own appreciation. If no one appreciates it, then it is self-appreciation. This is the world of artists. Lin Shi narrowed his eyes. That's also true. He stuffed his hands into his pockets and walked towards the western passage. Upon reaching the entrance of the passage, he stopped and fixed his gaze on the curator. I am not a flower, I am a person. A normal person. Curator, you must not ruin my flower, or else I will be angry. At the very least, you cannot deliberately damage my flower. His flower was the first vibrant color he had ever seen since birth. For the sake of his flower, he transformed from 07 into Lin Shi. Even though he hadn't seen that flower bloom for a long time, he firmly believed that one day he would see it again. It was the beauty he had seen in the psychiatric hospital, the beauty he had seen on the big screen, belonging to the human world. He had always been pursuing that beauty. The curator listened to Lin Shi's words, remaining silent for a long time. A smile appeared on his sacred face. I admire you. So, I will give your flower a chance. I want to actively seek her, but if she happens to encounter me, then. He did not finish his sentence. But everyone understood what the outcome would be. Because at the moment Lin Shi tore the curtain, he had already seen what the so-called semi-finished product mermaid looked like. Lin Shi smiled happily. Curator, you are truly a good person. The curator did not say anything more. Lin Shi also entered the passage. After Lin Shi entered, the curator raised his head to look at the graceful figure beneath the curtain. I will definitely complete you tonight. I will personally create the most perfect world. Even if no one understands me. But there is too much misunderstood art. I will make everyone slowly understand, making our world the mainstream. After saying that, his gaze turned towards the eastern passage where Yan Huang had entered. It seems you have discovered something. He had promised Lin Shi not to actively seek Lin Na. He also knew that he currently did not possess the means to kill Lin Shi. Facing Lin Shi would give him a headache. Thus, the closest to the northern passage is you, who told him he needed to encounter her by chance. Moreover, his eye had seen him. Yan Huang and Zhang Luo continued to communicate mentally. Yan Huang informed Zhang Luo of the doubts he had discovered. He wanted Zhang Luo to cooperate in distracting the 4 people for this reason. The person the curator invited must be someone he needed. According to the previous logic of the chair and tree person, this mermaid is most likely not a good thing. The only thing that can be confirmed is anything that can appear inside the museum will definitely not be the inferior reform gun creations like the chair. Instead, it requires meticulous refinement. In the beginning, Yan Huang and Lin Shi were not within the curator's considerations, meaning The two of them were not favored by the curator. It was indeed unexpected for Yan Huang to receive the invitation. Up until just now when Lin Shi displayed his abilities, the curators gazed towards Lin Shi, and the others allowed Yan Huang to deduce. You will be the raw materials for his work, just like the other missing people. Jiang Luo. So guiding him to separate our positions is Yan Huang, to have him eliminate Lin Shi and Lin Na for us. Have you considered that? I might also be eliminated. Yan Huang Jiang Luo looked bewildered. What does that mean? You make her feel very insecure. She is just an assistant. She has no combat. Once separated from her teammates, it would be very difficult for her to tackle this challenging dungeon. Yan Huang, 1/3 chance it won't be you. You can calculate it yourself. Jiang Luo directly rolled her eyes. However, she was not flustered. Forget it, he should go look for Lin Na. I am safer compared to Lin Na. Yan Huang immediately sensed something was wrong. Are you so sure? Jiang Luo smiled mischievously. That is, you didn't see what the mermaid really looks like, right? Did you see it? I saw it but didn't see it clearly. Yan Huang. But I captured a picture. Jiang Luo's talent is quite abnormal, aside from lacking practical combat ability. Her eyes can capture images like a camera and store them in her mind. But the side effect of this ability is, it often causes her to suffer from headaches. Jiang Luo once said that if one day the memory in her mind runs out, her brain might explode. So Yan Huang dared not envy her. Jiang Luo immediately sent the captured image to Yan Huang's mind. Yan Huang quickly received the photograph. It was a figure lurking in the bright blue ocean. A long and beautiful fish tail, smooth and stunning. It presented a graceful twisting curve in the water as if it were a dancer. Her lower body was perfect, yet her upper body sent chills down one's spine. Above the hips there was no flesh, only white bones. Extraordinary internal organs were firmly locked within the white bones by a layer of membrane, and one could even see the heart showing signs of movement. Beneath her thick hair lay a perfectly shaped human skull. They opened their mouths wide with numerous gaps. They existed in an incredible form, singing. They indeed possessed golden hair as dazzling as the sun, resembling ethereal beings from the ocean beneath the brilliant light whose source could not be discerned. Free, fluid, and masterfully crafted. The only prerequisite is to disregard the severed human bone. Their bone structure is the finest Yan Huang has ever seen, bar none. And it even exudes a jade-like luster that leaves one in awe. The skull faced the tattered curtain, a finger gently brushing against its lips. If they had flesh, there would certainly be a look of puzzlement. Having existed in such a world, they would be curious about everything new, even if it was a gaping hole in their... Yan Huang stared at the photo of the mermaid and finally understood why it was called a semi-finished product and why Jiang Luo deemed Lin Na's situation more perilous. Legends speak of mermaids possessing graceful figures and unparalleled beauty, with sailors at sea lured by their songs drawing closer, only to be entranced by their stunning allure. The current mermaid has everything except for one thing: a beautiful skin. Lin Na's beauty is flawless, the epitome of perfection. Her perfection does not depend on her current appearance. Rather, it lies in her ability to transform into the form that anyone desires. Her skin, her bones, her voice, her very essence. If the mermaid must be completed tonight, then undoubtedly all that is needed is to don Lin Na's beautiful skin. Yan Huang chuckled. In that case, you are indeed safe. Jiang Luo scoffed. Otherwise, I wouldn't foolishly accompany you in this charade. Do you think I value my life so little? This much is true. Jiang Luo may not be as adept at handling many situations. However, her deductive ability and crisis awareness are not inferior to Yan Huang's, and might even surpass them. To better cooperate, the two had long been aware of each other's props. Among Jiang Luo's tools, 9 out of 10 were for survival, with the remaining 1 meant for deception. In summary, this girl is quite cunning. The two did not engage in further conversation, intending to quickly find the token, while the curator's attention was still on Lin Na. In the eastern corridor, Yan Huang saw many art pieces, most of which displayed a sense of hope and beauty. And beneath each unique art piece, the relevant names were labeled. And the authors were also noted. Fantasy Museum. It was either the curator or the Fantasy Museum. Below the author's name, there would also be other names. However, these names held little significance. They were merely components. Some were non-living components, and others were biological. But these components progressed layer by layer, from flowers and herbs to ants, then rabbits, ultimately evolving into humans. Only humans possess human names. Some could see hearts hanging on the walls, continuously beating, bestowed with the name Eternal Life. Others could be seen hollowed out of all their organs, their necks tied with ropes, and hung from the highest ceiling, their rigid hands naturally adopting the posture of spread wings as blood trickled down from the holes in their bellies, dropping to the ground, named Ideal Reality. Indeed, just as those in the tavern had told him, once an image is given a name, it becomes art. Yan Huang suddenly felt quite cultured, fully able to grasp the meanings they sought to convey. However, many others likely did not understand. It wasn't that they couldn't understand, rather in their eyes art could never compare to life. Yan Huang walked through the corridor where the light was ever-changing for quite a while. Along the way, many paths could be seen. If guessed correctly, the entire fantasy museum was interconnected, a web of passages. In other words, it was a maze. With each turn, the scenes viewed were vastly different. Yan Huang suddenly spotted a door. On it was written "Heavenly Horse Running Wild." These 4 characters had also been scratched out, as if mistakenly written. Yan Huang furrowed his brow slightly, then reached out to twist the doorknob in front of him. The moment the doorknob turned, Yan Huang was captivated by the scene before him. Unlike the style outside, this place felt as if he had just entered a museum surrounded by oceans caught between dream and reality. But unlike before, it was illuminated by warm light, filled with vitality everywhere. There were streams and winds by his ears, a multitude of elements making one feel as if they were in heaven, relaxing completely. Suddenly the sound of horses neighing attracted Yan Huang's attention. He turned his head. The door behind him closed automatically, gradually disappearing. In Yan Huang's field of vision appeared a group of pure white horses. To be precise, they were only similar to horses. They had immaculate white wings gracefully grazing on the grass. Their eyes sparkled like diamonds. Above their heads, long horns pierced through their skin, gleaming with brilliance. At the same time, the dreamlike heavenly horses noticed Yan Huang. They flapped their wings, flying towards him as if to welcome a guest. Such a scene was hard to believe. Yan Huang felt an uncontrollable urge to embrace them. They slowly lowered their heads, aiming their horns towards Yan Huang's body. They intended to pierce his heart, intoxicating him within this beautiful world. Until death do us part. The sharp horns would penetrate Yan Huang, turning him into the nourishment of this world. Then Yan Huang touched their chins with both hands, and with the knife of family harmony, he ruthlessly pierced their. The unicorn stared at Yan Huang in disbelief. With fluid motion, he swiftly severed the horns from the unicorns. Each horn lost its brilliance the moment it departed from the unicorn's body, causing this world to lose its light as well. Gradually the room became filled with the stench of blood. Before him, the pristine, beautiful forms were no longer those of unicorns. Instead, they were a series of blood-soaked, emaciated little horses, so thin that their bones were visible, their scalps torn. One could see abnormal lumps protruding from the gray bones. Placing the horns on these little horses would reveal a shocking match. Their mouths lacked the fragrance of grass, instead filled with copious amounts of blood and a foul stench. Those lifeless large eyes stared at Yan Huang. Yan Huang reevaluated his surroundings. Rotting flesh, putrid entrails, various biological remnants. Yan Huang immediately realized why they were sealed behind a door. Because they were failures. As failures that still clung to life, they were only worthy of altering their feeding capabilities, mutating into monsters. In this dim room, they became monsters. Strangely, these monsters showed no aggression towards Yan Huang. In fact, they trembled in fear, their bodies quaking, kneeling on the ground, lacking any resistance. Yan Huang knew that it was not him that these unicorns feared, but rather the same aura emanating from him, as from the curator, the aura belonging to a human. They had grown up amidst piles of putrid blood, their emaciated forms trembling, as if they might fall apart at any moment. Yan Huang grasped the horn he had previously cut off. Unicorn horn. Quality. Effect induces a state of sweet dreams. Item introduction. The curator of the Fantasy Museum is undoubtedly a genius, possessing the power to mend and create, crafting one dreamlike world after another, all built upon the ruins that people fear and despise. This was the lure he had worked hard to create, able to entice people into a dream world. However, they seemed not to have become the curator's final choice. Yan Huang stared at the unicorn horn in his hand, feeling a lingering dread. He did not expect to nearly fall victim to an illusion. Fortunately, the emotion I left behind by Jiang. He allowed him to see the painful emotions of the beautiful unicorns as they flew in. It was this special emotion that awakened his reason, prompting him to stab the unicorn under its jaw. In the dim environment, the white horses, already stained with blood, had no eyes, and were crouching on the ground. The one in the center, stabbed by Yan Huang, was continually bleeding. Perhaps due to their frailty, there was not much blood in its body. Soon it ran dry. They quietly huddled in the pool of blood. They let out faint, mournful cries. Lacking eyes, they could only rely on their sense of smell and hearing to navigate. They had likely deduced that the person before them was not the curator, and thus calmed down. They were merely a group of pitiful failures. Yan Huang reached out to touch the white horse before him, asking, "Does it hurt?" The horse gently nudged its head against Yan Huang's body. It seemed to be seeking something from Yan Huang. Frowning, he turned to see the wall behind him covered in bloodstains, along with some signs of being pierced by sharp objects. Yan Huang softly asked, "Do you need me to give you freedom? Consider it an apology for the stab." The white horses chosen to become unicorns naturally possessed high spiritual intelligence. They could understand Yan Huang's words and knew of his intention to help them. Faced with the prospect of freedom, they merely shook their heads. Yan Huang was somewhat puzzled. The painful colors on their bodies had not faded in the slightest. Soon the white horses performed an action that left him in disbelief. Once again they all crouched on the ground, lowering their heads even further until their necks touched the ground, emitting soft whimpering sounds. They stretched their necks as if waiting for an end. Yan Huang's heart trembled as he reached out to stroke the head of the horse he had stabbed. "What are you? Asking me to kill you?" These horses could not speak human language, but they could consciously make sense. Seeing Yan Huang remain still, they leaned forward to nuzzle against his body, as if asking why he had not acted yet. Yan Huang's Adam's apple moved slightly. Then he began to understand much more. Not all lives regard their existence as the highest value. Some broken-winged birds seek death by crashing into walls. Some loyal old dogs bid farewell before death. There are countless lives and countless actions in the world. When they lose the most crucial part of themselves, they also lose their thirst for life. For example, the horses before him had lost their freedom, their instincts, and their eyes. Yan Huang gritted his teeth, gently leaning against the horse's body, getting close to its ear, and whispering, "May you soar freely in your next life." With that he stabbed into the horse's heart, ending its suffering. The surrounding horses remained calm, waiting for their own. They had long ceased to yearn for freedom. Yan Huang used the same method in this confined space filled with the stench to bid goodnight to one white horse after another. Until the last horse. It was the smallest among the group. At the moment Yan Huang approached it, it gently nudged Yan Huang's head. As Yan Huang bid it goodnight, it left the world without any pain, without a single cry. Yan Huang felt a slight heaviness in his heart, but amidst this heaviness, he sensed the horse's head resting on his shoulder, seemed to exhale something cold. As he reached out to feel, he indeed touched something special. It was a quarter-circle pattern. The pattern featured a "Congratulations, player, you have obtained an important item unicorns token." Important item unicorns token. Quality. Effect: the curator of the Fantasy Museum designed this pattern for 4 of his proud creations, breaking them when the 4 works are eliminated as a token of his proud failures. The curator is always ready to activate them again. Yan Huang never expected to receive the token under such circumstances. Indeed, every good deed he performed was rewarded handsomely. Good night. He was about to leave this room. The moment his hand rested on the doorknob, a strange, dazzling light unexpectedly emerged from behind him. He turned around to see that the unicorn horns he had cut off were glowing on the ground. He furrowed his brow, becoming vigilant. Just then the chaotic light before him began to intertwine in a regular pattern. "Congratulations, player, you have unlocked Hidden Information Unicorn DLC." The chaotic light before him reorganized into an image. In the image, the curator of the museum paraded proudly with the unicorns he had created throughout the entire town. On the surface people smiled and praised, but inside they felt nauseated. They knew that these unicorns were all the creations of this marvelous curator, not natural beings. These horses were struggling, they were deformed. They possessed pure white wings, crafted from individual feathers plucked from birds, and they had horns that emitted strange light, made by combining reshaping and rhino horn. Then piercing through their skulls, breaking through their bones, they were displayed. These horns indeed induced a state of but they were uncontrollable. By the time people reacted, their scornful shouts still reached the curator, hiding in the museum, truly perverse. A stench of blood utterly unbearable. Damn, the horns were directly drilled through the skull. Oh, just thinking about it is painful. How could it be so cruel? And those wings. They were all made from feathers grown from chicks. They can even induce hallucinations. Truly terrifying. Today it is horses that are treated this way. What about tomorrow? The curator, aided by his eye, heard all the voices. His gaze fell upon the unicorns. He tenderly embraced the unicorn, feeling heartbroken and desolate, gently stroking its chin, while murmuring, "How can they slander you like this? You are my finest and most cherished creation. Do not be sad." On the path to achieving art, there will always be many who do not understand. They are simply too afraid. Once you learn to control your horns, everyone will love you and praise you. You are the most marvelous beings. He was completely unaware that the eyes of the unicorns were like a still pool of water despite their beauty. He would often take the unicorns out of the museum, training them day and night to apply their abilities. Eventually he realized, indeed, beings of low intelligence cannot accomplish great things. You cannot bear the power to change the world. He seemed quite disappointed, his gaze devoid of pride and aspiration replaced, instead, by disdain, as he sneered at the unicorns. "You are truly failed creations. I will not allow such creations to exist." Thus he removed their wings and gouged out their eyes, placing them inside the room. As he slowly closed the door, those horses that had become horses again stood silently in the room. As failed products, they were stored in a place for waste. The last sound he heard belonged to the museum curator. "I will definitely create the most marvelous world." Gradually the light on the unicorn's horn faded, and all images were cleared. Only a hint panel remained. The DLC for the Fantasy Museum featuring unicorns has been completed. DLC synopsis: they possess low intelligence, do not aspire to grow wings, do not long for fairy tales, and do not seek praise and respect. What they desire is simply to be on the grasslands, just like other horses, but people do not know that they have told a lie. They have always held the power the curator desires. Yan Huang felt quite complex after watching the entire DLC. What puzzled him was what kind of world the curator wanted to create as the most marvelous world. He had a deep obsession and held his creations to high standards. He abandoned the unicorns because they did not meet his expectations and could not create the world he longed for. When will the unicorns learn to control their horns? Control the ability to create illusions, then go on to create the world he wishes to create, just like the songs of the mermaids. However, Yan Huang could probably guess that what he wanted was not an illusion, but a world with a sense of reality. Perhaps he was indeed close to completion. Suddenly, Yan Huang thought of something. He quietly walked outside. The DLC was a gift from these little horses. He accepted it. As Yan Huang exited the room, he was able to reconnect to Zhang Luo's mental bridge, which he did not have before. Yan Huang wanted to tell her about his recent encounter. However, Zhang Luo was clearly more anxious than he was. Yan Huang, I won't bother with why I couldn't contact you just now. What I want to say is, I just reached a fork in the road and saw that curator. I used my predictive ability a little, and his target is not Lin Na, but you. Although he had no idea what he intended to do, you must be very careful. Remember to avoid him, don't get caught. Zhang Luo's tone was very tense, and Yan Huang could almost imagine her expression. However, it seems a bit late for you to say that now. Zhang Luo. In the next moment, Zhang Luo followed Yan Huang's sense of hearing and heard it as well. Yan Huang, I didn't expect you to obtain the token so quickly. Congratulations. The curator's expression was exceptionally friendly, and the smile on his face was sincere. You seem to know a lot, but I am also quite interested in you, especially your ability to create illusions, although it is not perfect, but I would like to learn more about it. He approached Yan Huang step by step, unhurriedly, as if Yan Huang was already his possession, utterly unable to escape. Author's note: 3,500 words. A cliffhanger. To explain, the curator believes that Yan Huang's ability to create illusions holds no value because Yan Huang's illusion simulator generates the quality of the illusion based on his mental power. Yan Huang has always been reserved in its use, resulting in the illusions being very crude, easily seen through by the treant. The curator looks down on it. Now claiming to want to learn is just an excuse aiming to pressure Yan Huang towards Lin Na, thus it won't count as him actively seeking Lin Na. He is a good person who keeps his promises. Yan Huang estimated his chances of survival if he were to engage in combat with the curator. Quickly he arrived at a conclusion: less than 10%. He might be able to use his talent to prevent the curator from harming him, but undoubtedly the cost would be immense, likely leaving him barely above the safety line. If he used it on the curator, he would have to face the deranged Lin Shi alone. Now within this fantasy museum, the existence of the curator and Lin Shi served as the perfect mutual check. Can't win. Then run. Yan Huang immediately turned broke into a sprint. The curator remained composed, his gaze fixed on Yan Huang before him. Instantly the walls of the museum began to transform. The originally exquisite quartz walls shifted, twisting vines emerging everywhere, morphing into razor-sharp forms that attacked Yan Huang. Yan Huang's heart jolted as he glanced at his watch. The time had already passed 6 in the evening. After sunset, the treant awakened. The treant, possessing the ability of reshaping, would become the ruler of the night. Yan Huang had long suspected the Fantasy Museum was no simple place. The curator was a treant with a strong self-awareness, and all the surrounding structures without a doubt were also treants. The surrounding passages suddenly narrowed. Yan Huang sprinted forward, constantly dodging the attacks. The vines possessed exceptional control and precision, each attack halting the moment it was about to damage the museum's architecture. Despite Yan Huang's numerous attempts to lure the vines into attacking the artifacts with his footwork, he failed to achieve the desired result. But this also made him realize something. This curator had no intention of killing him. Though the path ahead kept narrowing, it did not hinder Yan Huang's movements. Besides, with treants everywhere, if the curator wanted to capture him, why go through such trouble? He was not like the deranged Lin Shi who enjoyed watching others suffer. To verify his speculation, Yan Huang deliberately varied his speed multiple times. Each time the vines merely brushed past him, inflicting no real harm. When he moved fast, they moved fast. When he slowed, they slowed. This feedback confirmed his thoughts. Yan Huang smirked inwardly. Since it wasn't to kill him, what was the curator's purpose? Perhaps it was about gain. Looking again at the direction the curator was guiding him, Yan Huang understood what the curator wanted. Their speculation had been correct. As for why the curator didn't approach Lin Na directly, it no longer mattered. He quickened his pace. His steps grew steadier. After about a dozen seconds, the vines behind Yan Huang vanished without a trace. He dusted himself off, intending to rest for a moment. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. Yan Huang, why are you here? Following the sound, he saw a short twin-tailed Loli standing before him. Dressed in her black-purple Lolita attire, she bit on a lollipop that brings happiness with one lick, her slender eyebrows lifting at Yan Huang in smug triumph. How did you end up in my area? Xiao Luo. Yan Huang blinked, letting out a sigh of relief. I just entered a room and fell into an illusion. Almost got killed by a unicorn in there. Luckily I ran fast, or I'd be dead. Zhang Luo laughed heartlessly, mercilessly twisting the knife. Serves you right for always lying. Now you've fallen for an illusion, how embarrassing. Yan Huang was at a loss between laughter and tears. He reached out and ruffled Zhang Luo's hair. You try it then, and you dare mock me. Zhang Luo's eyes flickered with digital light. I will if I want to. I just calculated. That place is likely one of the relic acquisition spots. Don't you want it? Yan Huang shrugged. I do, but my life comes first. If you don't want it, I'll go get it. Tell me the location and watch your little Luo sister take the lead. Zhang Luo stashed the lollipop back in her backpack. Yan Huang told her the location and part of his encounter in detail. Be careful yourself, don't die. Zhang Luo snorted lightly. Relax, I won't die. Just don't jinx me. With that, she trotted off on her short legs toward the direction Yan Huang had indicated. The moment she turned, a mature smile jarringly out of place on a Lola's face crossed her features. Excitement gleamed in her eyes. She already had one relic in hand, whose securing another would give her two. If her performance was outstanding enough, Taro would surely be impressed. She would climb higher to a position where no one could bully her. For that, she would give everything. After the first turn, Zhang Luo's body began to change. She grew taller, matured slowly, transforming into a beauty with flowing wavy hair. But the bowtie's face was covered in knife-like, gaseous flesh, torn open, eerily grotesque. This gruesome visage did not last long, quickly reverting to her original stunning appearance. A bit cheeky, quite like you, isn't it? Yan Huang maintained a mental bridge with Zhang Luo, his smile deepened. Zhang Luo protested, like hell. When have I ever been one to gloat? I'm clearly a cute, heartwarming Yan Huang. Oh, Zhang Luo immediately bristled. What the hell do you mean by oh? Admittedly, this actor's ability was impressive. When she disguised herself as Zhang Luo and stood before him, he hadn't recognized her at all. From appearance, temperament, speech habits, to unique props, she had perfectly replicated everything. She even demonstrated the talent of a calculator in front of him. Fortunately, he had become wary the moment he saw Lin Na using her talent for iris verification, anticipating that this actor might impersonate one of them to deceive the other. Thus, he had kept Zhang Luo in constant mental bridge communication. Lin Na's ability likely allowed her to obtain some basic information beyond just altering her appearance. Otherwise, it would be hard to mimic so convincingly. But how could the instance allow Zhang Luo's hidden talent information to be exposed? That would definitely be against the rules, inviting warnings or backlash. Zhang Luo's hidden talent information had two aspects: digital manifestation and supercomputer. Calculation and mental bridge both belonged to supercomputer. Yet Zhang Luo had only ever revealed her calculation ability and digital manifestation, never exposing her mental bridge capability. This ability seemed weak, serving only for communication. But against Lin Na's talent, it was an absolute. Lin Na walked alone at the entrance of the Fantasy Museum, playing with a long whip in her hand. Her strength was not actually poor. To be precise, anyone who could join the tarot would not be cannon fodder in the instance. However, being not poor does not mean being good. Lin Na's skills were average, and her talent was viewed by many as almost wasted. The reason she could survive for so long in the instance in her current state was largely due to Lin Qi's presence. Although Lin Qi's behavior was peculiar, it was undeniable that he held a special regard for Lin Na. He might hurt her, but he would never let her die, nor would he allow anyone to touch her face, including himself. People said that being attached to Lin Qi was her best destination, using her beauty to captivate him. What Lin Na hated most in her life was this very face. This face gave her everything she had now. Yet it was also this face that ruined her life. How could she possibly repeat the same mistake and let this face control the trajectory of her life? Her life's trajectory must be firmly grasped in her own hands. Her gaze was unwavering, and indeed, she found the room of the unicorn in the place Yan Huang had mentioned. Knowing that the illusion of the unicorn could ensnare players like Yan Huang, who had an intelligence of 2, she dared not let her guard down. Suddenly her whip turned sharp, binding tightly in her palm, ready to cut her own face. To keep herself, she pushed open the big door. Placing her palm on her face, blood flowed down her cheek. Yet nothing happened, only a nauseating, overwhelming stench wafted in the air. Fortunately, she had long grown accustomed to the filthy smell, so this foul odor did not affect her much. She carefully observed the room. Inside, several white horses lay fallen, their beautiful horns scattered across the floor. Each white horse bore gruesome bloodstains on their foreheads, and their skulls displayed grotesquely abrupt fractures. Her first thought was of the unicorn. But didn't Yan Huang just say he escaped? Had he been killed by someone else, or? Lin Na noticed the evident knife marks on each white horse's jaw. Damn, I was deceived. Realizing too late, she quickly connected the dots. The Deceiver had seen through her. With his ability, he had no need to lead her away. In Lin Qi's absence, he could have killed her. Killing her would benefit him in many ways. For instance, removing an obstacle. But why didn't he fight her, and instead let her here? Nothing good could come from it. Having watched Yan Huang's instance livestream, Lin Na determined this outcome, and her first reaction was to leave this place quickly. She took 2 steps back. In this chaotic light, as she stepped back, she bumped into a hard chest. Cold, stiff, and not human. Her face stiffened as she slowly turned her head, raising her gaze to see the curator's beautiful chin. His holy face was backlit, wearing a charming smile, his entire body, white like a priest with only his face exposed. Beautiful actress, how could you find yourself in such a dangerous place? It would dirty your lovely skin, he asked softly, his voice seeming to emanate from all over his body. That voice, which was originally harmonious, yet had a strange tone, now carried an increasingly strong sense of discomfort. So strong that Lin Na could clearly feel every part of her clothing tightly pressed against her, moving with the sound. Her face turned pale. Curator, how are you here? Cold sweat broke out on her back, and she could completely guess why Yan Huang had led her here. She could also sense that the curator seemed very interested in her. Yan Huang not killing her was because he intended to use her as a pawn. For the first time in her life, she found herself so passive and so close to a BOS-level character in an instance. She also knew how powerful this curator was. Therefore, she needed to try her best to remain calm. The curator placed one hand on Lin Na's chin. I promised a man with the same aspirations as me that I would not seek you out, but now that you have come looking for me, it doesn't count as a breach of contract, right? Look, what a perfect form, so snow white, so smooth. No matter where one touches, it inspires. Offer the creator's wonders, the favoritism of nature. How can nature play favorites? It should treat everyone fairly. It should not allow the world to distinguish between beauty and ugliness, nor should it permit anomalies to exist. Yet, it always falls short and favors many matters. Just like a volcano without flowers, like an ocean without humanity, like a forest without flames, it always favors. It is always unwilling to share all it possesses, always making beauty less than perfect, causing many to be unable to coexist, making the sun not understand the moon, making them unable to comprehend me. They think this is contradictory, but contradictions themselves are far more meaningful. For example, you, beautiful miss, you have such a perfect face, yet time and again you fill your face with scars. Is that not a story in itself? The curator's hand touched Lin Na's cheek, gently caressing her, his expression one of enjoyment. As if he were touching the treasures of this world, he expressed admiration. Yet with the curator's last remark, Lin Na's pupils trembled. She gritted her teeth, her entire body vibrating with her pupils. This curator was the second person to discover the secret beneath her facade. She clenched her teeth and forcefully pushed the curator away. Don't touch me. However, the curator had already predicted this. His eyes sparkled with longing, accompanied by a divine smile. He took half a step back, extending his hands in a gesture of embrace. It's okay. Perhaps you cannot accept your imperfections, but that's all right. Soon you will become a part of perfection. Art is about respecting the souls of everyone. I will compensate for the mistakes nature has made towards you. Lin Na sensed an extremely terrifying aura approaching. She could not be mistaken and immediately whipped her whip on the ground. The immense force feedback launched her through the air. She had to escape this place. This curator wanted to kill her, but just as she reached the peak of her flight, countless vines accurately pierced her wrists and ankles, nailing her firmly to the wall. She struggled, watching as the curator approached her step by step. What do you want? Get away from me. Don't touch me. The curator's hand transformed into sharp roots, piercing through the white bandages and Lin Na's brow. He still wore a gentle smile. Thank you for your glorious sacrifice for art. Beautiful Miss Lin. My mermaid. Lin Na contemplated that perhaps it would be better to die here as she witnessed the peeling of her beautiful skin. She watched as her skin was cut by sharp, precise vines, slowly being stripped away from her flesh, drifting further and further away. She could see the area where her features were, where only minimal blood trickled down. Beyond the pain, she felt a sense of liberation. Liberation from a life imprisoned by beauty. Her father was a scoundrel, smoking, drinking, gambling, and committing domestic violence, even dabbling in substances he shouldn't have, shattering their family. Her mother, who originally held her close, quietly left after enduring her father's repeated outbursts of rage. On the day she left, she prepared a rare feast for Lin Na before disappearing. Lin Na searched countless times for her, yet found nothing. Thus, she became the target of her father's violence. Covered in wounds, she endured the pain to live a normal life. She was beautiful, with a gentle disposition, treated like a little princess by everyone. Both boys and girls played with her daily, bringing her snacks. Even now, she remembers the taste of those snacks, sweet, Better than anything else, a flavor that brought joy. She thought she could live off that happiness until the day she could escape. Until one day, as usual, she opened the door to her home, only to find several uncles inside. Her father's demeanor in front of them was different from how he was around her and her mother. He appeared eager, yet timid, nervously pouring water for the uncles and attending to them. She clearly remembered the moment their eyes lit up upon seeing her. "Your daughter is so beautiful." Her father approached and gave her a hug for the first time. His embrace was warm, enveloping her entirely, creating a sense of reliance. He told her, "Nana, how about we live a life where we eat meat every day and wear new clothes every day?" This was the first time her father had said such a thing. She was surprised, her eyes shining brightly. "Will Mom come back to be with us too?" Her father paused. "Yes, once we have money. She will come back." "Okay," she agreed. Her father then pushed her into the room. "I will trouble you all to take care of her in the future." He closed the door. Creak, creak, creak. The light from outside gradually faded away, taking her future with it. She never managed to leave that room again. Like a beautiful canary, clearly innocent, yet confined in a small room waiting for the whims of others to feed her. They said she was guilty. The sin she committed was her beauty. Thus she made a monumental decision. She used the knife they left behind to slice her own face again and again. She only remembered that it didn't hurt at all, a beam of light shining on her face. She returned her beauty to the heavens, praying for rebirth. However, when people returned, they were frightened by her and cursed and beat her. She made these useless men lose many chips. "We will fix you. As long as we are alive, you will never have a chance to escape." She listened intently, memorizing every word. Soon they repaired her appearance, turning her into an object displayed on a stage illuminated by spotlights. That light was exceptionally warm, accompanied by the greedy gazes of countless people. No one expected that on stage she would take out a knife and slowly cut her own flesh, causing a beautiful flower to bloom on the muddy stage. They no longer cast uncomfortable glances at her. They looked at her in terror, denouncing her as a monster. She reveled in this sensation, naming it revenge. She wanted to hold on to this feeling forever. Thus, as the spotlight moved, she killed everyone, letting bullets pierce her body while listening to the screams of the people. It turned out she could receive expressions beyond mere admiration. She was about to die, dying alongside those who had tormented her for half her life. Unwilling, she crawled towards the light coming from the ground bit by bit. I want so badly to escape. She longed to escape, to reclaim everything she had lost. She wanted to escape, to live as an ordinary person without sin. Thus the actress was born. She was reborn, becoming the center of attention, the object of affection for countless people. Yet her wish never came true. She had never truly escaped. The scars beneath her skin constantly reminded her that she was still in a cage. Therefore she would climb higher, to a position where no one could ignore her, to a place where even the largest, hardest cage could not confine her. "Thank you for your skin." She finally witnessed the process of her perfect skin being completely stripped from her body. She lost beauty, forever losing her sin. However, her wish had not been fulfilled. She was unwilling to die like this. The curator left, leaving her this skinless corpse behind. Once the blood drained, she would die, wouldn't she? How frustrating. Just then, an unexpected man appeared before. The man wore a gentle smile, as if nothing could disturb his calm. Beside him was a young girl, the object of her jealousy. Both of them were abandoned. Why did she get to live this life? The man and girl approached her at a leisurely pace. She weakly smiled. "How did you see through my flaws?" No one but Lin Chi could see through her. Yan Huang said little, instead signaling Zhang Luo with his eyes. Zhang Luo established a mental connection with Lin Na. Lin Na finally understood where she had fallen. She remained silent for a moment, letting out a scornful laugh, refusing to show her weak side. "It's truly a pity that I will die in such a manner. Clearly there are still many things left undone." Yan Huang stared at her, his eyes seemingly able to see through everything. He asked her, "So, do you still want to live?" Lin Na's eyes were like dead ashes. She stared at Yan Huang. "All right, if you have that capability," she said, fully aware that the only one who could save her now was Lin Chi. But the more it came to this, the less she wanted to see that pervert. He never denied her hatred and fear of him. He repeatedly professed his love for her, claiming he would protect her. Yet this was the second time she found herself trapped. He was favored by the tarot since his debut, becoming a potential pope due to the uniqueness of his abilities, and was heavily supported by tarot. And she was chosen by him, becoming his teammate. He told her with the cutest smile, "Lin Na, I really like you. For you I even changed my name to Lin Chi." She initially thought he was a cute kid, a fan of hers. Only later did she realize he merely wanted to find something, a feeling. Thus he cruelly cut her into countless forms, trying to find that feeling. But he couldn't find it. Unable to locate it, he temporarily gave up. It was as if nothing had happened, professing his love and affection for her. Yet she could not feel his emotions. Compared to her, he was the true monster. He was her second cage. She would rather die than perish in a cage. At that moment Yan Huang slowly tiptoed and leaned close to her ear. She could hear his every word. Those few short words shook her entire perception. She widened her eyes wanting to speak. Yan Huang mysteriously took a few steps back, squinting his eyes, his right index finger pressed to his lips as he shushed her. Keep our secret well. Yan Huang vanished from view. Zhang Luo stepped forward and quietly took away. Lin Na couldn't believe it, but she truly survived. Not far past the corner, Yan Huang's face. Zhang Luo had anticipated this and tiptoed to catch him. Then the two of them fell to the ground together. Yan Huang remarked, "You are too short." Zhang Luo replied, "I can't get angry. I can't get angry." Zhang Luo glared at Yan Huang. "Your side effect is way worse than mine. Why is your ability so perverse?" Yan Huang chuckled. "Who says otherwise? But your ability is merely to see, while my ability is to change." Zhang Luo raised an eyebrow. "So together we are an unbeatable duo." Yan Huang, feeling helpless yet amused, said, "You should hurry and buy something to restore my spiritual energy." Zhang Luo hesitated for a moment, then quietly took out her lollipop that brings happiness with just one lick and handed it to Yan Huang. "This is all I have." Yan Huang expressed slight disdain. "It has saliva on it." Zhang Luo retorted, "I didn't complain about you. You can either eat it or not, I don't care." As she spoke, she withdrew her lollipop. Yan Huang felt fortunate that he didn't lose his attributes this time. Although previously in Hatching City, he had used his talent on several thousand people simultaneously, causing a severe feedback from his abilities. But this time, his changes were immense. He was almost certain he couldn't have achieved this in label society. Now that he had done it, it proved his talent had significant room for growth. Yan Huang took a deep breath. "Just a break is fine. Everything is ready. Oh, we just lack the right timing." Zhang Luo pursed her lips, snorted in annoyance, yet still bought some potions to restore spiritual energy for Yan Huang. These potions were prohibitively expensive, their effects mediocre, and they were one-time use only. Zhang Luo felt a pang in her heart. "If you mess this up, I won't let you off even as a ghost." Yan Huang, feeling helpless yet amused, used Zhang Luo's potion. Whether the awaited timing would work as Zhang Luo had predicted was uncertain. But Zhang Luo had calculated this outcome several times, and the chances of it being correct were high. Yan Huang, to ensure this step went smoothly, planned to stay in their current position. He wanted to wait patiently, making sure everything was in order. He understood well. During the night when the tree man regained its vitality, the curator was invincible in the entire museum and even the whole town. It made no difference where they stayed. The curator's desire to kill them was merely a thought. However, dying that way lacked significance. As a man with a strong sense of ritual, the curator arranged Lin Na's death to be a complete flaying followed by a slow bleed-out rich in sensation. Moreover, the curator likely had no intention of noticing them at this time. But when the mermaid's song echoed, they would have to be wary. Before that, they were safe. Yan Huang and Zhang Luo quietly awaited the person they were expecting. They feared being counter-detected and dared not use omnidirectional detection. After about 10 minutes, the person they were waiting for appeared. Lin Chi finally encountered Lin Na, who was hanging. Lin Na was barely alive. When she saw Lin Chi arrive, a flash of light crossed her eyes. "Lin Chi, quickly accelerate the regeneration of my skin cells. With your current state, you should be able to do it right." Lin Chi stared at Lin Na for a long time. Then he raised his finger, pointing at Lin Na's face. "Huh. Ha ha. Lin Na, how did you end up like this? It's so funny. I told you. Don't go off alone. I even begged the curator not to come after you. Why are you so foolish? You don't know. Being such a beautiful girl is dangerous, right?" Lin Na, as usual, expressed her disdain, gritting her teeth. "Enough, just hurry and let me down, regenerate my cells." Lin Chi was silent for a long time, then used a bone knife to cut away all the vines that bound Lin Na's body. Without the protection of her skin, Lin Na collapsed to the ground like a mass of blood. The cold floor, with a not-so-strong impact, directly hit Lin Na's flesh, causing her to cry out in pain. She looked up at Lin Chi. "All right. Hurry up, don't dawdle, we still need to find the token. This time I was truly deceived by the con artists. They took away the token I acquired." Lin Chi looked down at her, listening to her complaints. Suddenly he reached out and grabbed her chin. His eyes were filled with excitement. He felt his heartbeat accelerating infinitely, his lips involuntarily curling up. "Lin Na, I found you. You are amazing. You finally let me find you. I knew you wouldn't let me down." Author's note: Lin Na, although in tarot, is merely a mid-tier player and not particularly outstanding. From her growth, environment, and experiences, it can be seen that she is not clever, or rather she cannot become. In Lin Chi's eyes, there is no beauty or ugliness defined by flesh. What fills his vision is a swirling crimson mist and a stench, along with monstrous figures struggling and roaring and countless unbearable images. He looked up, unable to see the so-called blue sky nor the so-called sun and moon. All he could see was distortion. He had once complained and dug out his left eye with his own hands, wishing to see if the world would change. However, nothing was different. He was not bound by any rules, for everyone before him could not conceal their true selves. He was flamboyant and acted recklessly. At a young age, his parents sent him to a mental hospital. His father and mother told him that they would come to pick him up after a while. But he knew from the very beginning that they would not return. He spent 3/4 of his life in the mental hospital. He could harm anything at will, including himself. He vividly remembered sitting in front of the television 4 years ago, seeing a person. That person played a role that was slapped hard to the ground by the financier, leaving half of their face swollen. Yet at that moment her face changed in color. She was no longer a fierce beast. Instead, she was unlike anyone else. Vibrant and blooming, with every glance and smile that resembled the descriptions of true beauty from the books he had read. For the first time, he understood beauty, that feeling that stirred in him, making him want to grasp it. That feeling of truly living in the world. He wanted to seize her. He learned her name. She was Lin Na. And he had no name, only a code. A code that every mental patient possessed, and his was 0707. Lin Shi. From then on, he would be called Lin Shi. He often found ways to escape the mental hospital, and no one knew he had left nor how he had done so. He wanted to see that kind of beauty with the only eye he had left. But when he finally saw her, she had become just like everyone else. She had turned dirty. She had become ugly. She reeked. It must be that she did not cherish her beauty, but that was all right. He would help her regain it. Because he also wanted to truly experience what it felt like to be human. This was the goal that kept him alive. He wanted her to have the azure sky described in the books. He wanted her to possess the imperfections painted by others. He needed everything to prove that he was not an outcast. He would heal all distortions and ugliness. The divine had brought him to a different world, surely hoping he would correct this distorted world. So he became a doctor. A doctor with the power to change the very essence of life. For years, a full 4 years, I have finally found you again. Lin Na, you are truly beautiful. He rarely opened his eyes wide, but now he looked at the world with clarity. In his eyes, she was flawless, emerging from the mud untouched. Lin Na was frightened by his state, her hands pressed behind her, her bloodied and mangled body completely devoid of emotional expression. You, don't come closer. She recalled the misfortunes she suffered at Lin Shi's hands. Lin Shi did not want her body, nor any of her possessions, only her beauty. Even the beauty that she herself was unaware of. But now, as Lin Shi spoke of her beauty returning, when she lost her beautiful skin, the eerie atmosphere made it hard for her to breathe. She felt that no good would come of it. Lin Shi spread his arms, and countless bone spikes pierced through his own flesh from the sides, slowly wrapping around Lin Na, leaving her with no way to retreat. His hand caressed Lin Na's cheek, cautiously, saying, "Do not struggle. Do not change anymore, just like this. It will be fine for this lifetime. Lin Na, I will be with you." Lin Na's heart raced with panic. She had finally found a chance to live, but Lin Shi suddenly changed his attitude. What on earth was that damned beauty? "Lin Na, I will be with you." Lin Na's heart raced with panic. She had finally found a chance to live, but finally the fear inside her made her break down. As she shook her head repeatedly, tears mixing with blood as they fell to the ground, staining it with a new color. "Lin Shi, please let me go. I don't want your new skin. Could you step away for a moment and let me calm down?" Lin Shi's face darkened. "Do you want to go back to how it was before?" "No. I won't give you that chance. You are best as you are now. You are the only color in this world. I will heal you. I will heal you forever." Lin Na felt a chill run down her back, sensing an overwhelming sense of impending crisis. Crack! At that moment, Lin Shi's bone spikes pierced through her back, bringing with them her blood into her line of sight. She slowly descended, finally coming to terms with her fate. When the outcome could no longer be changed, all fear would dissipate. Because she had completely run out of escape routes and would lose everything. Ha ha. Lin Shi, you still attacked me. Tears streamed down her face as she stared at the man before her. In the last few seconds before death, she boldly reached out to touch Lin Shi's face for the first time, her lips gently moving. "Lin Shi, I don't know what your so-called beauty is. But I know. You will never attain it in this lifetime. Someone like you is not worthy of possessing it." "Shut up." Lin Shi lost control of his emotions and completely pierced through Lin Na's body. He could see the beautiful colors before him rapidly fading, being eroded by the surrounding blood mist and overwhelming stench. His pupils suddenly constricted. No. Don't change. What? Why must it change even after death? I won't let you change. "Lin Na, don't worry. I am the doctor of this world. I will heal you." In the next second, he did not hesitate to aim the bone spikes at his own body. Whoosh! He severed his own. A large chunk of tender flesh fell to the ground. The next moment, he divided Lin Na's liquid form and cut off her upper body. "Lin Na, I learned a brand new surgery here. Though I cannot yet truly become the Pope and heal others. But, as long as you become a part of my body, I will completely heal you. I will make your beauty eternal." His cells were stitching their bodies together. Lin Na's body was pieced onto his back, her palms joined together in a posture of prayer. On his back the bent elbow resembled the wings of an angel. Lin Na, this is the real you. I will love you forever. Yan Huang and Zhang Luo, who witnessed everything at the corner, were left stunned by Lin Qi's so-called love. Both remained silent, communicating through a mental bridge. Zhang Luo, I always knew the doctor was twisted, but I never expected him to be this twisted. I underestimated him. Yan Huang, you are right. Although this scene had been one of the anticipated outcomes from the beginning, seeing it in reality still sent a chill down. In Zhang Luo's several predictions, Lin Na always met this fate. Only once did Lin Na nearly escape Lin Qi's grasp. That was when she truly wished to die, begging Lin Qi to kill her. Lin Qi did not fulfill her wish, but instead granted her a new body, intending for her to continue living. Yet at that moment, as Lin Qi turned around, he mysteriously began to speak of Lin Na's beauty. Lin Na, terrified, tried to resist, but was subdued and killed within seconds. Yan Huang and Zhang Luo speculated that Lin Qi's so-called beauty was not the physical beauty of Lin Na, but perhaps a form of beauty derived from the spirit. The diagnosis on Lin Qi's medical record was a condition akin to delusional disorder. Such mental illness is most troublesome, as no one knows what thoughts swirl in his mind. What his world is truly like remains a mystery. The only insight comes from Yan Huang's view through the eye of emotion, where after piecing together Lin Na's mood was immensely joyful. He had ensured Lin Na's beauty. Lin Na's beauty was no longer eroded. Everything was as planned. Zhang Luo, what should we do next? If I'm not mistaken, Lin Qi has obtained the final token. Even if you kill him, as you said, that is too unreliable. Are you so sure your abilities can accomplish this? Yan Huang nodded. Of course, just rest assured. Zhang Luo said no more. Forget it, I won't ask anymore. If we are to die, we die together. After all, you can't survive alone. Yan Huang chuckled helplessly, giving her a playful tug on the head. Let's go, it's about time. The beauty skin should be ready for implantation. The new world they desired is coming. Zhang Luo softly replied with an and then handed her token to Yan Huang. Her token was an angel. Angels living in purgatory. Purgatory cannot completely kill the angels, they dance within it, having already adapted to the environment. Yan Huang pieced the three tokens together, only missing the final quarter. Lin Na's token was a creature with a human head and snake body, symbolizing the world of myths. Unfortunately, even mythology could not satisfy the curator. Suddenly, a melodious song floated into their ears. The song was enchanting and ethereal, far more so than what they had heard before, its tone higher and seemingly capable of entrancing one into a dreamlike state. Yan Huang and Zhang Luo both noticed that the world around them was changing. All the strange and wonderful artworks before them transformed. The person suspended with their entrails exposed became a beautiful music box, the dripping blood morphing into notes swirling around them. In the deep of night, every part of the museum slowly sprouted branches, gradually covering everything around. Two branches were about to entwine around Yan Huang and Zhang Luo's feet, the thin and thick branches spiraling around, wrapping around the waist of the two lost in the song, slowly lifting them into the air, sprouting, blooming. The two felt like they were the nutrients of this world. They could sense themselves being enveloped by a marvelous and comfortable realm. Impossible images unfolded before them. They found themselves encased in the deep sea, witnessing colossal trees. Every part of the trees bore joyful faces, and at the very center was the face of the curator. Suddenly, a dandelion scent emanated from Yan Huang. A massive figure enveloped him. The scent of dandelions shattered the illusions, bringing Yan Huang back to reality. Yan Huang turned to see the phantom of Xie Fu Mu, who smiled faintly before vanishing. Yan Huang focused his mind, resisting the invasion of this terrifying illusion. Only then did he see what the surroundings truly were. It was starkly different from the previous dream. At this moment, every part of the museum was entwined by enormous trees. All the walls were no longer walls. Instead, they were the trunks of gigantic trees. Every part had a happy human face. They laughed, hee hee hee. Yan Huang could see that all the artworks in the museum seemed to grow from the trees. He glanced sideways and saw Zhang Luo's body visibly petrifying, slowly merging into the trees. Looking down at himself, he found the same was happening to him. Lin Qi beside him was even more so. Yan Huang's nerves tensed, and without hesitation, he used the knife of family harmony to stab the roots that were entwining him. But the roots were completely impervious to the blade. Yan Huang narrowed his eyes and stabbed the knife of family harmony into Lin Qi not far away. Lin Qi was awakened by the pain and slowly looked towards Yan Huang. A deceiver. Yan Huang got straight to the point. The final phase has begun. The mermaid has been implanted with a body, and the song has entrapped everyone in an illusion, silently entering the curator's world. The curator is a tree person, and we will all become his nutrients. To pass the level and save me, only I can pass. Lin Qi sneered, summoning the sinister spine, great sword in his hands, swinging the great sword to sever the tree trunk binding him. Then he deftly jumped onto Yan Huang's tree trunk. The sinister spine greatsword was placed against Yan Huang's neck. He could still see Lin Na praying behind him. He was in a great mood. Deceiver, what gives you the confidence to think I would save you? I would rather see you dead, killing you now. You would also become one of its faces, right? Becoming a part of it. Your soul forever imprisoned in this town. The reason the curator's body only revealed one face was precisely for this. His voice was never that of a single person. Rather, it was the voices of countless individuals. Every word he spoke resonated with the expressions of every person on his body. At this moment, he returned to the original form of the tree person. In the dead of night, his roots and leaves enveloped the entire city. What is the most marvelous world? Biologically speaking, it has never existed, only existing under ideal models. A world with environmental adaptation, abundant food, and no natural enemies. It is adapting to the world, thus achieving remodeling and energy conversion. At the same time, it is also changing the world, allowing everyone, including itself, to enter a beautiful dream. Becoming a part of it. Does everyone not understand it? It doesn't matter. When everything collapses, it will be the only rule. This is the ultimate artwork pursued by the curator. World. He is the world, he is the rule, he is everything. Author's note: yesterday my stomach ailment flared up, hence no update. And from now on, to immerse myself in writing, without external influence, I will most likely not be checking the comments section anymore. I just want to write the stories I wish to tell. As for this world, it depends on personal understanding. The tree person is the eye, a part of the curator's body. On the surface there are many trees, but beneath this city lies a vast root system. The thought of the tree person is one flower, one tree, one world. To an intracellular organism, a cell is a world, and to a cell, an individual is a world. The world is relative, not absolute. As for why the curator uses illusions, it is because the curator is not a single person, but everyone in the world. Everyone is different. To unify the world and rules, one can only use illusions to blind each individual in the world. And as for how Lin Qi arranges things, rest assured this dungeon will definitely meet its end. Lin Qi's great sword lightly grazed Yan Huang's neck, sharp enough to break the skin, blood flowing along. Lin Qi crouched down, smiling even more brightly in front of Yan Huang. Well, actually, I should thank you. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have seen Lin Na return to her rightful form, wouldn't you agree? But gratitude aside, I still want you dead. Yan Huang was taken aback, his eyes narrowing. He hadn't expected Lin Qi to know that Lin Na's situation was orchestrated by him. Are you curious about how I found out? Lin Qi saw through Yan Huang's thoughts, and then explained slowly. Well, I actually don't know, but because the curator promised me not to actively seek out Lin Na, yet now she has been skinned by him. I guess. The curator must want Lin Na's ugly skin to make his own ugly mermaid even uglier. Lin Na went north, and the only ones adjacent to her are you and me. The curator has fought me before. He should be quite clear that I am not afraid of him, so. As bait, you are the most suitable. As for the rest, the results are already in front of us. Somewhat unexpected, but truly perfect. I actually thought about coming to save Lin Na. But she's such a naive and adorable little fool that she fell for it so quickly, there's nothing I can do about it. After all, I finally saw her true form once again. Lin Qi expressed all his speculations, his expression infatuated, using the bone spikes beside him to touch Lin Na's face. That already blurred face only evoked a sense of dread. To be honest, Yan Huang was somewhat surprised that Lin Qi could deduce everything so accurately. It was far more meticulous than his previous style of action. But it wasn't that surprising. After all, Lin Qi's intelligence is not low, and besides, as a patient with a mental disorder, who could truly understand his thoughts? Lin Qi gently caressed Yan Huang's face. Deceiver, you have done so much for me, I am truly, truly moved. Can you choose your own method of death? All right. A gentle smile appeared on Yan Huang's face. At this moment, half of his face had transformed into the texture of a tree, but that half's gentle smile appeared particularly eerie. Lin Qi lowered his head, placing one hand beside his ear, leaning close to Yan Huang's mouth, wanting to listen carefully to what kind of death Yan Huang truly desired. Yan Huang's lips moved slightly, his voice very soft. Lin Qi will save me, and Zhang Luo. Lie detection opposing event determination successful. Result: the affected Lin Qi will save Yan Huang and Zhang Luo. In an instant, Lin Qi's eyes widened, his body uncontrollably rushing towards the branches restraining Yan Huang and Zhang Luo. At the moment the branches were severed, the assimilation effect on Yan Huang halted and quickly faded. He fell from the ancient tree of heaven, agilely kicking off a branch in front of him, flying towards Zhang Luo, holding her in his arms, and delivering a cut to her arm with the knife of family harmony. Instantly, Zhang Luo awakened. She realized she was falling. What is happening? In the next second, she quickly reacted and used her manifestation ability. Complex codes appeared on the ground, rapidly materializing into a soft bed. Duong. The soft bed caught both of them, ensuring their safety. Yan Huang had no time to explain to Zhang Luo, "Get your hamster ball out and hide inside." Zhang Luo was baffled, but upon seeing Lin Qi and the surrounding environment, she roughly understood that it was time for her to hide. Without hesitation, she took out the hamster ball and hid inside. Yan Huang kicked at Zhang Luo once more without saying a word. "Huh." The hamster ball flew high into the air. Zhang Luo felt sick. "Damn it. Can't you just run with the ball?" She had already been kicked out of this instance several times. Was she a ball? Yan Huang, without hesitation, ran in the direction Zhang Luo rolled. Lin Qi, feeling the effects of the lie wearing off, angrily pursued after Yan Huang and the others. As he was about to land in the air, bone spikes would grow from his body, using the chaotic branches around him as leverage, speeding along. What a troublesome talent. But I remember. The side effects of your talent seem quite considerable. How many more times can you keep using it? Lin Qi was not in a hurry. He truly enjoyed the thrill of chasing his prey. Watching his prey struggle for life filled him with excitement. Only this extreme excitement could allow him to lose the normal functions of his cells as a human due to the numerous side effects, yet still continue to feel a slight thrill. It made him feel more like a normal person. He could now see beauty, could feel excitement, and he was increasingly qualified to become a healer of the world. To save this world, one must first save oneself. The surrounding trees were still growing at a terrifying speed. Yan Huang maintained a leisurely pace, skillfully running towards the lobby of the Fantasy Museum, while controlling Zhang Luo's movement direction within the ball. Zhang Luo could no longer hold back, simply moving her short legs to run inside the ball, not allowing Yan Huang to catch up. Yan Huang took out Tang Xin's new book, which now had 2 brand new pieces of information. Fantasy Museum. Little World, Tree Power, 10 Agility, 0 Wisdom, 4 Skills, Assimilation, Reshape, Energy Conversion. Monster Introduction. Everyone in the big world has a small world residing in their hearts. Some conform to the big world, some go against it, some worlds take root and sprout, shining brightly, only to be trampled, broken countless times. Finally, when people trample this sapling, they are pierced through the entire foot. If one cannot be accepted by the big world, then let my fantasy world in my heart become the new big world. Assimilation. When personal will does not reject the small world, one will be assimilated by the small world tree and become a part of the new world. Fantasy Museum. Mermaid Power, 1 Agility, 2 Wisdom, 2 Skills, Voice of Fantasy. Monster Introduction. A perfect creation of the Fantasy Museum, gathering all the beauty of the world, possessing undeniable beauty and charm. When the mermaid's song resonates, everyone who hears it will enter their own gentle realm, never to wake until death. Voice of Fantasy, able to convey a song within a 20-mile radius. Those who hear the song enter a state of confusion. The higher the wisdom, the less affected. The birth of the mermaid symbolizes countless small worlds surrendering to the new world through the voice of